Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei becomes Rimuru's Red Dragon Emperor. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Is it finally complete? Yeah, it's the result of my and the others' research. My name is Issei Hayadu. Although I look like a middle or high school student, I'm actually 28 years old. I was originally an ordinary middle schooler, but due to some twist of fate, I ended up wandering into another world completely different from Earth. Here, they call people like me otherworlders. All I'd been doing was heading out to buy a magazine, but the next thing I knew, I was lost in a forest. I was totally at a loss back then. For 2 whole days, I ran from monsters without understanding anything until Rimuru saved me. I have to say, I was incredibly lucky. Since then, I've been living here for 13 years. You were a mess back then, partner. And you weren't exactly calm either, Draig. That's right, Draig is someone who can't be left out when telling my story. Draig is a dragon sealed within one of the Longinus top-tier sacred gears known as the Boosted Gear, which had been dormant inside me. Draig awakened while I was being attacked by monsters, and since then, he's been my constant partner. Although he was initially bewildered by the unfamiliar monsters, he's gotten used to them now. Currently, I reside as a guest in Tempest, a nation located in the region known as the Great Jura Forest. This time, I'm using a spell called the Different Gate, researched and developed by my Furuki, one of the Eastern Empire's researchers. With this, I'm finally about to return to my native world. However, since 13 years have passed on Earth, I'll be using a special version of the Different Gate that Rimuru made for me, allowing me to transcend time itself. Apparently, Rimuru worked together with Chloe to create it. Thank you so much for this. I feel bad for getting special treatment. Don't worry about it. You've done enough to deserve it. A little special treatment won't hurt. To be honest, I don't think I've accomplished all that much. I only did a little in the war against the Empire and the Great Tenma War. Compared to beings like the Guardian Lords or other Demon Lords, my contributions feel insignificant. What are you talking about? You used your dress break to disable the enemy's weapons and armor in the Great Tenma War to wreak havoc. And in the war with the Empire, you helped Chloe defeat Jiwoo. Who would have thought your technique would end up being so effective? Rimuru gave me a sidelong glance, looking exasperated, making me chuckle wryly. It's true my dress break can definitely destroy high-grade equipment and if the wielder isn't strong enough, even divine-grade weapons and armor. With that power, I managed to destroy Jiwoo's armor and clothing during the battle against the Empire. In the Great Tenma War, I even neutralized armor created by the ultimate skill multiple weapons. Well, ever since then, Jiwoo started to look at me with disdain every time we met. Sorry to keep you waiting, Issei. Everything's ready now. Middle approached me, her fallen angel wings fluttering slightly, accompanied by her friend Esprit. She's my girlfriend. She was originally a girl summoned by the kingdom of Falmouth. As the only non-human among otherworlders, her standing in Falmouth was abysmal. Worse yet, she couldn't even resist because of the curse placed on her soul. During the war with Falmouth, she was a warrior who fought against me. When I used my dress break, enhanced by her power to become curse break, I freed her from the restraints on her soul. Afterward, she joined us as an ally and began working in Tempest's Randy. Eventually, we became a couple. Esprit, thanks for coming to see me off. Of course. We're close after all. Take care, Middlet. After exchanging a few words, Middlet stepped onto the magic circle. Middlet sure has it rough. Dating this guy. Esprit nodded in agreement with Rimuru's comment. Middlet responded with a giggle, oh no, I've gotten used to it. Even in my old world, devils and fallen angels having multiple partners wasn't uncommon, so I don't mind. Oh, this girl is so selfless. It was a bit of a painful topic for me. Ever since I started dating Middlet, I've been trying to be mindful. But well, my eyes still wander sometimes, and my thoughts aren't always pure. At first, she used to get really mad, but now she seems to have reached a state of understanding. I'm really sorry. But still, it's going to be lonely, Middlet murmured softly, causing the atmosphere to grow heavy. However, Rimuru casually dropped a bombshell. No, don't worry about it. The gate is fixed to the specified location, so you can come back here anytime. Huh? Middlet and I exclaimed in unison. Seriously? I had been prepared for a final goodbye. But I didn't mention that. Not at all. Rimuru can be a bit absent-minded like this sometimes. That's the kind of thing you should tell people sooner. Sorry. Anyway, since that's the case, feel free to come back whenever you want. You got it, Rimuru-sama. If that's the case, I'll definitely come visit again. Sure thing. With that, the preparations were complete. Standing on the magic circle, I focused my energy on it. The circle began to glow, enveloping us in light. Facing Rimuru one last time, I bowed deeply. Thank you for everything you've done for us. Rimuru gave a small nod, and then our vision was filled with dazzling light. When it cleared, I found myself in my old room. It seemed a bit tidier than I remembered, but that was probably just my imagination. Opening the curtains, I looked out to see my hometown, Kuo, spread out before me for the first time in 13 years. I'm really back. Finally. While Middlet and I were soaking in the nostalgia, we heard hurried footsteps approaching. The door burst open with a loud bang, revealing my slightly haggard-looking parents. It had been 13 years for me, but apparently not much time had passed here. Just as I was wondering why they seemed so different, they ran to me, tears streaming down their faces, and embraced me tightly. "Issei, where have you been for the past month?" they exclaimed. "Rimuru, you messed up the timing." Issei, are these your parents?" My parents, noticing Middlet for the first time, appeared understandably bewildered. After all, suddenly seeing a girl dressed in gothic Lolita fashion in their son's room must have been quite a shock. "And who might you be?" my dad asked cautiously. Middlet smiled brightly and introduced herself. "Nice to meet you. My name is Middlet, and I'm dating Issei. Please, take care of me." Upon hearing that, my parents froze for a moment before shouting in unison, "What?" Their surprised voices echoed loudly enough to disturb the neighbors. Afterward, I explained everything in detail to my parents, how I had accidentally wandered into another world due to a surge of magic, that 13 years had passed for me even though only a month had gone by here, and that I was no longer human but a saint. While they were initially shocked, demonstrating some magic helped convince them. My mom even expressed envy over the saint's trait of not aging. And that's the story of my time in Tempest. "You've been through a lot, Issei." Both of them turned to face me, smiling warmly. "Let us say it properly, welcome home, Issei." Hearing those words, I couldn't help but cry. I had a wonderful 13 years in Tempest, but in the end, this was where I truly belonged. Wiping my tears, I gave them my brightest smile and responded, "I'm home." Say hi to EP 1,341,268, boosted gear, plus 500,000, balance breaker, boosted gear scale male, plus 2 million. Species, Saint. Title, Red Dragon Emperor. Magic, Flame, Battle Will. Ultimate skill, Oakuninushi. Thought acceleration, universal perception, all of creation, hero's haki, spatial domination, space-time manipulation, dress break, soul measurement, multiplicative amplification. A member of the Jura Tempest Federation, Issei is a passionate yet mischievous red dragon emperor. His ultimate skill, Oakuninushi, is inspired by the Japanese mythological deity Oakuninushi, known for his romantic luck, much like a romantic comedy protagonist. Soul measurement allows Issei to gauge an opponent's EP and physical dimensions, akin to an appraisal power. Multiplicative amplification enables him to enhance his physical and magical abilities independently of Draig. He can also amplify others' powers or even weigh down opponents by increasing their weight. However, due to its complexity, he currently uses it only on himself. Unlike boosted gear, this does not burden his body, making it an ideal final enhancement after pushing Draig's boosts to their limits. According to Rimuru, mastering this skill could lead to even greater self-enhancement. Dress break allows him to dismantle objects worn by others, such as clothing or barriers. While capable of destroying high-grade equipment under certain conditions, it is limited to weaker or newly created items. Within the Federation, Issei works as a researcher but has gained notoriety for his persistent antics, earning mixed opinions from colleagues. "He's a good guy, but his behavior needs to stop," one staff member remarked. Issei evolved into a saint during the war with the Empire, specifically in a battle against Jiwu. During the Great Tenma War, his unique skills, Passionate 1 and Lustful 1, merged to form his ultimate skill. Middle. EP 476,843, Fallen Blade, plus 350,000. Species, Fallen Angel. Title, Fallen Angel of Devotion. Magic, Holy. Unique Skill 1, Devoted 1. Thought Acceleration, Mana Perception, Power of Devotion. Unique Skill 2, Pretender. Body Armor, Battle Will, Heart of Vanity. A member of the Jura Tempest Federation, Middlet is Issei's beloved and a former summoned from Falmouth. As the sole non-human among otherworlders in Falmouth, she suffered mistreatment and abuse. Her first unique skill, Pretender, increases her combat power by suppressing her emotions and projecting confidence. After falling in love with Issei, she gains the Devoted 1, which strengthens her based on the intensity of her feelings for him. It also serves as a support ability, allowing her to share her augmented power with him. Middlet has since mastered Pretender, no longer needing to suppress her emotions to harness its power. She served as Dino's assistant in Tempest, often collaborating with Esprit in training. She wields the Fallen Blade, a legend-grade sword forged by Kurobe. In this story's continuity, Middlet was summoned at a young age and thus has no connection to Rainier. Haha, wait up. Issei. Baha, don't leave me behind. It's been about 2 years since we returned to Kuo. In other words, my physical appearance aside, my mental age. No, let's not think about that. Anyway, in these 2 years, I graduated from middle school and now, as a second-year student at Kuo Academy, I've been enjoying a peaceful school life. Hey, stop right there. Like hell I'm gonna stop. This way. Motohama, Matsuda. By the way, I'm currently on the run. Together with my pals Motohama and Matsuda, we tried to sneak a peek into the girls' kendo club changing room during their morning practice. Unfortunately, we got caught, and now we're being chased like this. Honestly, if it were just me, escaping would be a piece of cake, but I have to slow my pace to help my friends keep up. Well, in the end, I'm usually the only one who manages to get away anyway. Hey Hayudu, aren't you ashamed of yourself, having a girlfriend and all? Darn it. That Hayudu's seriously fast. I feel like we'll never catch him. In the end, Motohama and Matsuda got caught, leaving just me. But even in this situation, I won't get caught. Having evolved into a saint, something like this doesn't tire me out, nor do I lose my breath. Still, something feels. Despite their exhaustion, the girls from the sports clubs chasing me while hurling insults somehow exude an odd sense of composure. Are they plotting something? Hiya. Ga? Just as I was about to turn a corner, a hard kick landed on my side. That hurts. In this school, there's only one person who could deal damage to me. That's right, the one who kicked me in the side was my girlfriend Middle. A fallen angel who possesses strength rivaling that of an old demon king before evolution. She's currently a first-year student at Kuo Academy. Now, get him. As I collapsed to the ground, the girls brought their shurnai down on me. The pain and damage? Honestly, it's minimal, but hey, mentally, this hurts. You had it coming, partner. Drake's words echoed in my mind. Kovi, Middle. Good grief, this guy. Even though he has a girlfriend as cute as me, why does he keep doing such disappointing things? Well, I guess I'm just as strange for dating him while knowing what kind of person he is. Thanks, Middle-chan. Oh, no problem. Stopping my boyfriend's antics is part of my duty as his girlfriend. I still can't believe it, though. Middle-chan, dating someone like Hayudu. It's just unbelievable. The seniors glared at Issei with contempt in their eyes. Well, he kind of brought this upon himself. Hey, Middle-chan, are you sure Hayudu doesn't have some dirt on you? If he does, you can talk to us about it. I know they mean those words out of genuine concern, but I can't let that slide. I love Issei. Sure, he's a bit of a troublemaker and has his flaws, but he also has many great qualities that make him stand out. So, I would appreciate it if you didn't speak about him that way. That I see. Sorry about that, Middle. Though not entirely convinced, the seniors seem to accept my words for now. Well, considering how Issei usually behaves, it's no wonder they overlook his cooler side. Are you okay, Issei? No response. He seemed completely out of it. I gently pulled Issei, his cheeks slightly flushed, away from the scene. That's just unfair. Hearing someone suddenly call me cool really hits differently. As I walked toward the classroom, I heard a commotion from the schoolyard. Kewe. It's the ladies from the Occult Research Club. Gremri-senpai is as dignified as ever. Himejima-senpai has such a graceful presence, she's amazing. Kiba-kun is so handsome. And Tu-san is small and adorable. I wish I could get closer to them. Oh, it's the members of the Occult Research Club. They look as stunning as ever. According to Drake, they aren't human but belong to a race known as devils. Unlike demons, who are spiritual beings, devils have physical forms like humans. They might be trying to conceal it, but to me, their control over their aura is lacking. Middle, on the other hand, has her aura completely under control, making her nearly indistinguishable from a human. These individuals, however, are clearly not human at first glance. I doubt they realize I've noticed their true nature. I wouldn't mind getting closer to them myself. Don't even think about it. A dragon attracts power, and trouble will inevitably follow. But that's not a good idea. Sure, the Occult Research Club is full of beautiful people, and I'm a bit curious about them, but my power is apparently quite strong by this world's standards. Trouble is the last thing I need. After discussing it with Drake and Middle, we agreed that unless they approach me first, it's best to keep my distance. By the way, have you noticed, partner? Yeah, I've noticed. The truth is, we've been under watch since this morning. They don't seem like devils. Their presence feels different from Gremri-senpai and the others. It's more similar to Middle. I've suppressed my power to the level of an average human. If they've sensed something, it's likely Drake. Middle once mentioned that fallen angels have a way of detecting sacred gears. In this world, there are groups referred to as the three factions. Among them, the faction that has advanced the most in the research of sacred gears is the Grigori, led by Azizel, the fallen angel governor-general. They're probably up to something. I'll have to stay vigilant. My name is Yuma Amano. This might be sudden, but I like you. Please go out with me. Let me explain what just happened. As I was about to head home, a girl I'd never met before called me to the park and confessed her feelings. Wait, what? I mean, I never thought I'd be confessed to. But I already have middled. Wait a minute. Didn't she mention that devils and fallen angels often have harems or practice polygamy? So maybe it's okay. I mean, Benimur back in Tempest married both Albiz and Momiji, so this might not be an issue. It's absolutely an issue. This girl is dangerous, partner. I know that. Yeah, this girl is a fallen angel, and she's probably planning something sinister. Her acting is convincing, but she can't fully hide her hostility, and her aura control is weak. Still, she's incredibly pretty. Great figure, really cute. Part of me wonders if she might actually be serious about confessing to me. Not a chance, though. Too bad, but I'll have to turn her down. I'm really, truly flattered by your offer, but I'll have to pass. WY. She clearly didn't expect to be rejected and now looked panicked. It's kinda hard to accept a confession when it feels so threatening, you know? Even I, with my reputation as a soft-hearted fool, can't fall for something so obvious. I wish I could. The moment she heard those words, Yuma-chan's expression went blank. So, you noticed? Yeah, ever since the surveillance started. Fallen. Oh my, you know about us. That's right, I'm Rainer, a fallen angel. I'm a superior being compared to you humans. Superior being or not, I couldn't care less. I've seen plenty of beings far beyond fallen angels, and besides, my girlfriend is also a fallen angel. Yuma-chan, or rather, Rainer summoned a spear of light, aiming it at me. I'm sorry, but the higher-ups have deemed the sacred gear you possess dangerous. I'm going to have to eliminate you, Rainer declared, throwing her spear of light at me. I simply caught it. With my thought acceleration reaching about 1,000,000 times the normal rate, it all seemed like slow motion, so grabbing it was easy. Rainer looked visibly shaken, clearly not expecting this. I'm impossible. How did you catch my spear? I just grabbed it. Honestly, it wasn't even that fast. That's absurd. A mere human? Rainer hurled insults at me, refusing to accept what had just happened. Plenty of people could do this, I'm sure. People like Hinata, the late Granbell, or Rudra would probably find it laughably simple. Well, in this world, Drake says there aren't any humans who've reached the level of a saint. If she's never met a strong human before, I guess it's not surprising. Humans aren't as weak as you think. With that, I crushed the spear in my hand. Rainer was now furious as she summoned 2 more spears of light and prepared to throw them at me. From my perspective, she was wide open, so I decided to close the gap and knock her out. But just then, a familiar aura descended from the sky. What do you think you're doing? Crashing into the concrete and reducing it to rubble, Middlet appeared, her jet-black wings fluttering as she glared at Rainer. Middlet. Issei's return was later than usual, and I started to get a bit worried. After informing his parents, I went out to look for him. As I searched, I felt Issei's presence, along with a completely different fallen angel's aura. I hurried to the location. Issei would probably be fine, but still. When you're worried, you're rude. What are you? I asked the fallen angel in front of me in a slightly threatening tone. Fallen angel? Who are you? Hello, I'm Middlet, the girlfriend of Issei over there. Hearing that, the fallen angel woman looked stunned, but quickly composed herself and reached out a hand with a smile. I never expected a fallen angel who doesn't belong to the Grigori to appear. But this works out. Middlet, was it? Why don't you leave that human and come with me? Don't you think it's a bit bold for a mere human to stand beside a fallen angel, the supreme being? What do you say? Supreme being? I suppose fallen angels hold a high rank in this world, but that doesn't matter to the real deal. Pathetic? I think Issei is actually quite strong. What a misguided woman. No thanks. I love Issei with all my heart. I don't need someone like you in my life. The fallen angel woman froze, her frustration evident as her veins throbbed. It seemed she didn't expect to be turned down. She was either self-absorbed or simply sad. That's so, you want to challenge me, huh? Seeing the woman brandishing a spear, Issei and I immediately took a defensive stance. Then I sensed another presence approaching us. The woman clicked her tongue and shook her shoulders in annoyance. It seems you've noticed. But I'll let you go today. But mark my words, Rainer, will definitely come for you both. You'll regret ever crossing a fallen angel like me. With that, Rainer the fallen angel delivered her final words before vanishing. We should probably get going too. Yeah, I said, and we left the scene, unaware of the item we had left behind. POV, Rias. My name is Rias Gremory. I am a high-ranking devil who governs this town of Kuo and the next head of the Gremory clan, once one of the 72 pillars. I sensed the presence of a fallen angel, so I came with my queen, Akino, to the location where the disturbance occurred. Fallen angels are in conflict with us devils, so I cannot allow them to act freely within my territory. As the next head of the family, I decided to personally investigate. We arrived at a park not far from Kuo Academy, where we saw the shattered concrete ground and clear signs of a struggle. Such destruction. I wondered just how much force it would take to cause damage like this. Could it have been a power comparable to Kaniko's? Oh! At that moment, my eyes landed on a bag and a student ID on the ground. Issei Hayadu. Middlet. The bag belonged to Issei Hayadu, a second-year student at Kuo Academy. The student ID was Middlet's, a first year. Could they be connected? Could it be that those two confronted the fallen angel? Perhaps I'm overthinking it. But if they truly possess that kind of power, I would definitely like to invite them into my service. In any case, we should have them come to the clubroom tomorrow. While thinking this, I decided to pick up the bag and head back to the clubroom with Akino. Middlet currently has 12 wings. However, she only manifests 2 wings to conceal her true power. Here, the power levels are roughly as follows. Great Red and Ophis, EP over 20 million. Surzex, True Form, EP around 2.5 to 3 million. Surzex, Awakening Satan level, EP above 1 million. Azazel, Michael, Seraphal, Satan, key above 500,000. This is the general power scale I'm using. I understand if there are critiques, but I believe that the dragons would probably be similar to the evil gods from EXE. Chapter End. What should I do? I lost my bag. It probably happened yesterday when I confronted Rainier. Now that I think about it, I remember putting it down so it wouldn't get in the way. I checked the park first thing this morning, but it was nowhere to be found. The only thing there was some no entry tape. Well, that makes sense since Middlet caused quite a ruckus. Since the police box wasn't open yet, I went to school without my bag today. I guess I'll ask about it after school. What's that? Just as I was thinking about my bag, the classroom door opened. Sorry to interrupt. Is Issei Hayadu here? Here comes the handsome devil. The blonde heartthrob, Yudo Kiba, who's incredibly popular at school, appeared in front of me. I'm Issei. What do you want, Kiba? While Motohama and Matsuda glared at him with open hostility, I made an effort to stay calm. Well, looks aside, my mental age is pretty mature, so something like this won't rattle me. I mean, even Benimaru and Sui were more popular. Not that it doesn't annoy me, though. Ria-senpai wants to see you. Apparently, she found your bag. Oh, seriously? Now that I think about it, after Rainier fled, I felt someone approaching, so we made a run for it. Could that have been Gremry-senpai? To get my bag back, I decided to head to the Occult Research Club. I'll just ignore the whispers of Kiba times Hayadu, or whatever strange rumors I overheard on the way there. Just thinking about it gives me chills. After walking for a while, we arrived at the old school building of Kuo Academy. So, the Occult Research Club is in the old building, huh? Yes, follow me. The floor creaked under our feet as we walked through the worn-out hallways until we finally reached a door labeled Occult Research Club. I brought him, President. Come in. Oh, that's Gremry-senpai's voice. Honestly, I've kinda been looking forward to coming here. After all, the Occult Research Club is famous for having all the beauties like Gremry-senpai, Himejima-senpai, and first-year Kaniko-chan. Alright, time to pull myself together and head inside. Thinking that, I opened the door. Oh, Issei, you got called here too? For some reason, Middlet was already inside. Ah. So, why is Middlet here too? Oh, it looks like I dropped my student ID at that place too. Although I was a bit thrown off, I quickly collected myself and asked the question. Apparently, Middlet had lost something there as well. Well, considering how dramatic her landing was, it's not surprising that something fell out. But now that I take a good look, this room has a pretty eerie vibe. Strange magic circles are drawn on the floor and blackboard, with candles placed all over the place. I guess that's to be expected from an occult research club. From what I can tell, most of these circles seem to be for teleportation, but there are some runes I've never seen before. That's Kuo Academy's mascot, Kaniko Tuju. She's tiny and cute. Hey there, hello. First impressions matter, so I greeted her cheerfully. Hello. She reacted by quickly hiding the sweet treat she was eating, as if I was going to take it. I wouldn't do that. The sound of water? Looking in the direction of the noise, I saw a bathtub? Why is there a bathtub in the clubroom? Wait, what? That silhouette, there's no doubt about it. It looks like one of the two great ladies, Gremry-senpai, is taking a bath. In other words, beyond that curtain lies Gremry-senpai's surely magnificent. Issei? Ugh, and nothing at all. Middlet's glare instantly wiped away my impure thoughts. I'm stronger than her, but I don't feel like I could ever win against her. You know, that's a bit inappropriate. Ga? Kaniko-chan's casual remark nearly broke my spirit. As someone who has transcended to become a saint and attain the level of a spiritual being, for my heart to be wounded like this, she truly is a devil. Not bad. It looks like you brought this upon yourself, partner. Shut it, Strig. But still. What is it? And nothing. Kaneko-chan reminds me of someone. Maybe I'm just imagining it. I have a friend with a similar petite physique, so that's probably why. Before long, Grammar-senpai finished her bath and got dressed, then sat down across from me. Sorry to keep you waiting. Not at all, don't worry about it. In situations like this, it's best to be polite and considerate. I answered while sipping the tea that Himejima-senpai had prepared for me. Now that everyone's here, the Occult Research Club welcomes you both. With that, Grammar-senpai took her seat and placed my bag and Middle's student ID on the table. Thank goodness they really had them. These are yours, right? Yes, thank you very much. Much appreciated, senpai. Just as I reached for my bag, Grammar-senpai stopped me, eyeing us with a look of suspicion. Before I return them, I have one question. You were the ones who fought the fallen angel at the park yesterday, right? So that's what this is about. Considering the huge destruction left behind because of Middle's dynamic entry, and the fact that our belongings were found there, it wouldn't take a genius to put 2 and 2 together. In other words, they figured out that we were the ones who defeated the fallen angel. I glanced at Middle, giving her a pointed look, and she awkwardly averted her eyes. Well, might as well be honest and avoid unnecessary conflict. Yeah, it's true. Middle and I were the ones who took care of the fallen angel yesterday. But what does that have to do with you, Grammar-senpai? In response, Grammar-senpai proudly revealed a set of jet black wings from her back. First, I should tell you who we really are. Actually, we're all devils. Ah, right. Dado? I thought you'd be more surprised. Well, I kinda knew from the start. I shrugged it off casually. Grammar-senpai looked a bit put off, probably expecting more of a reaction. If you know about us, then I assume you have ties to the supernatural world? Not really tied to it, but the dragon sealed inside my sacred gear and Middle told me a few things, so... Wait, you have a sacred gear? And what do you mean by a dragon sealed inside? She asked with a suspicious look. What do you think, Drake? Should I tell them? Don't ask me. It's your call. Drake didn't seem to care either way. Since I had his approval, I decided to show them. I summoned the boosted gear onto my arm. This is my sacred gear, the boosted gear. The boosted gear? One of the legendary Longinus that can even kill gods. I can't believe the wielder was so close by. She looked way more shocked than I expected. Is having a sacred gear really that surprising? Partner, you might not realize it, but Longinus are incredibly rare. There are only 13 in this world, and they're said to have the potential to kill even gods and Satan. Killing gods and Satan? I'm not sure. I don't know much about the gods and Satan in this world, but if we're talking about that world, they wouldn't stand a chance against the octagram demon lords. Drake is indeed powerful, even compared to most god-grade weapons, and in some cases he surpasses them. With his ability to double power and transfer it, the boosted gear scale mail, and the new Juggernaut drive form I unlocked with help from Rimuru and Master Veldora into becoming mentally sound and reconciling with the past Red Dragon Emperors, it's an incredibly powerful tool. Even Guy recognized Drake's strength and personally named my evolved Juggernaut drive form. However, in terms of sheer existence value, Guy's world, Milim's Azura, and even Rudra's Deva dwarf Drake. Not to mention Veldora's sword, there's no way I could beat that. When it comes to the demon lords, yeah, I'd say it's doubtful. If I use the evolved Juggernaut drive, I might be able to hold my own against Luminous or Leon, but they've powered up too after the Great Tenma War, so I can't say for sure. Plus, that form takes a huge toll on me. I can barely sustain it for a few minutes. Against Rimuru, Milim, or Guy. No way in hell. Demon lords aren't the kind of opponents you can beat with just weapon abilities. I mean, it's true, but you didn't have to put it like that. Sorry. But hey, I was just comparing the numbers. You're still my best partner, so don't let it get to you. Something wrong? No, it's nothing. Oops, I got a little sidetracked. Fine. Next, it's your turn, Middle. Do you have a sacred gear as well? At Grammar-senpai's words, all eyes in the Occult Research Club turned to Middle. She scratched her cheek awkwardly, looking a bit uncomfortable. Well, it's kinda hard to say in this situation, but... Seeing me speak honestly, Middle must have decided to do the same. She hesitantly extended 2 black, bird-like wings and muttered awkwardly. The truth is, I'm actually a fallen angel. What? Hearing that, Grammar-senpai and the others immediately jumped into their fighting stances, facing Middle head-on. Honestly, Middle could probably handle them without much effort, but just in case, I stepped in front of her protectively. Well, I get why you'd be cautious, but I'm really not involved with that fallen angel from yesterday. I'm not even part of the Grigori, I'm more of a stray fallen angel. A stray fallen angel? And we're supposed to believe that? What exactly are you doing at this school? Gremory-senpai eyed Middle suspiciously, clearly still on high alert. I guess it's natural fallen angels and devils are enemies, after all. I enrolled here as Issei's girlfriend. I had to say, goal is just to stay by Issei's side. And if anyone, whether a devil or my own kind, tries to harm him, I won't show mercy. Middle firmly declared her allegiance to me, emphasizing that she had nothing to do with the fallen angel faction. After a tense moment of silence, Gremory-senpai finally eased up, seemingly convinced. Alright, I see. I'll believe you. Thanks a bunch. Middle responded with a bright smile. Looks like these people might actually be trustworthy. Alright, let's move on to the main topic. The main topic? So the fallen angel issue wasn't everything? How about becoming a member of my peerage? Peerage? Middle and I exchanged glances. Drake never mentioned anything about this. You don't know about devil peerages even though you're a fallen angel? Yeah, kinda embarrassing, huh? Considering Middle was summoned to Falmouth as a child, it's not surprising she's unfamiliar with how things work in this world. Gremory-senpai sighed and began explaining. Becoming a member of one means using these chess pieces, evil pieces, to reincarnate into a devil. As my servant, of course. She explained that devils have an extremely low birth rate, and pure-blooded devils are on the verge of extinction. The evil pieces were created to solve that problem by reincarnating members of other races into devils. Apparently, Gremory-senpai is the only pure devil here, the rest are reincarnated devils. What do you think? Honestly, it doesn't seem like there's much merit to it. Sure, becoming a devil means gaining a lifespan of 10,000 years and the ability to understand all languages, but as someone who's already awakened as a saint, I'm practically immortal unless killed. Plus, I can use magic to understand any language just fine. The drawbacks, on the other hand, seem pretty serious: weakness to sunlight, holy scriptures, holy water, crosses, and even getting headaches just by entering shrines or churches. Having more weaknesses would put me at a disadvantage in battle. Knowing all that, this offer really doesn't seem all that appealing. Sorry. For now, I think I'll stay human. What about you, Middle? If Issei decides to do it, I might consider it. But since he's not, I'll pass as well. That I see. That's unfortunate, but I'll give up on it. She backed off pretty easily. I thought she'd be more persistent. It's not a very well-kept secret among devils, but we aren't really allowed to forcibly reincarnate others anyway, and it's a life-changing decision. It's only natural to decline. Hearing that, my trust in Gremory-senpai grew stronger. She doesn't try to force things and actually considers our feelings. She's reasonable. I can't help but compare her to Diablo. They're both demonic beings, but they're nothing alike. Before I knew it, it was already past 7 p.m. Guess it's getting late, we should probably head home. Thank you for everything. We'll be going now. Wait a moment, hi Middle. Just as Middle and I were about to leave, Gremory-senpai stopped us. Does she have something else to say? Would you two like to join the Occult Research Club? Just as club members, no devil business involved. What? Now that is tempting. The Occult Research Club is filled with gorgeous women, the stunning two great ladies of the school, Gremory-senpai and Himejima-senpai, and the school's adorable mascot, Kaneko-chan. I've always wanted to get closer to them, and if I can actually join. This is amazing. You're thinking something inappropriate, aren't you? Middle's as sharp as ever. But no matter how much she sees through me, there's no way I'm turning this offer down. I'm not stopping you. I know exactly what kind of guy you are after all. She read my mind? Does Middle have some kind of mind-reading skill, or what? Looks like Issei wants to join, so I'll join too. Oh, really? Darn, Middle beat me to it. But I should say it myself. Please let me join, Gremory-senpai. Just call me Rias. And in the club, you can call me President. Oh, and by the way, can I call you Issei? Of course. Hee, nice to meet you, Issei. And just like that, I became a member of the Occult Research Club. As a side note, when I got home, I was scolded by my parents for coming back so late without calling. And that's how my day ended. A week had passed since I joined the Occult Research Club. I can't do devil-related tasks like making contracts, but other than that, we're doing pretty typical activities for the Occult Research Club, and honestly, it's been surprisingly fun. It's interesting to think that beings like monsters from the other world exist in this one too, and we get to research those kinds of things. I was originally working as a researcher in Tempest, so it's not really a hassle for me. Though back there, I often got caught up in some of Ramirez and Master Velodra's crazy antics, so it was quite difficult sometimes. Issei, Middle. There's something I'd like to ask you, if that's alright. Yes. A request from the president? I wonder what it could be. I'm sorry, but could you help me distribute these flyers? I ended up making too many. What she handed over were a ton of flyers. The content was about contracts with the devils, with a teleportation magic circle drawn on them. Apparently, due to the decline of magic in recent times, almost no one can draw the magic circles needed for devil summoning, so they're distributing this simplified version of the magic circle. Sure. It's no trouble at all. Well, it's not a big deal. Thank you. I didn't want to go outside much today because the sun is so strong. She said it like a shut-in. Well, devils are supposed to dislike sunlight, and recently we've been having a lot of sunny days. I guess it can't be helped. Phew, I think we've handed out most of them? The huge pile of flyers had been significantly reduced. It was thanks to Middle's hard work. Though, to be honest, it was kind of depressing to see how much faster Middle was getting rid of the flyers compared to me. Well then, how about we take a break? Yeah. I'm a bit hungry. Want to grab something? With that decided, what should we eat? Maybe we should just go to McDonald's. Ah? A loud crashing sound followed by a surprised yelp echoed through the air. Middle and I turned around to see where the voice had come from and saw a girl in a nun's habit had fallen flat on her face. Are you all right? Are you hurt? She had fallen face first. I wondered if she was okay. Thinking that, I extended my hand to help her up. Thank you very much. So cute. I couldn't help but think that when I saw her face as she lifted it. She had beautiful blonde hair and translucent emerald green eyes, and most of all, she had this fragile, defenseless aura that made me want to protect her. She was a completely new type of girl I had never encountered before. Issei? Sorry. Middle is really sharp when it comes to noticing these kinds of things. Is something wrong? No, it's nothing. Oh, it looks like you have a lot to carry. Let me help you, Middle responded while putting the things the nun had dropped into a trunk case. I was thinking of helping too. I reached down to pick up a piece of cloth nearby, thinking it was a handkerchief or something, but when I saw its pure white shape, I realized what it was. Could this be underwear? Ah? She saw me pick up her clothing and immediately snatched it from my hands with incredible speed, then stuffed it into her trunk case. I'm so sorry for showing you something so embarrassing. No, not at all. It's something I'll definitely remember. And when she put it away, I even caught a glimpse of what she was wearing underneath. It was quite striking. The women from Tempest have a very strong sense of style when it comes to these things. In the 13 years I've spent with them, I've never seen anything like that. You're thinking something inappropriate again, aren't you? Once again, Middle admonished me. It feels like this is happening more often lately. Middle was staring at me with a somewhat annoyed look. And no, not at all. More importantly, you've got quite a bit of luggage there. Are you traveling? I quickly tried to change the subject while helping her pack her things into the trunk case and speak to the nun. No, actually, I've been assigned to the church in this town today. A church? Does this town even have one? I've been living in this world for 13 years, and for the last 2 years, I've mostly only been going to school or places like the DVD shop, arcades, and entertainment spots. I think there might have been one, but I'm not sure. Church? I know where it is. I can show you the way. Really? Thank you so much. Actually, I've been having some trouble since I arrived in this town. I got lost, but I couldn't communicate because I don't speak the language. I'm so relieved to find someone who understands me. I see. We have magic, so it's easy for us to understand her words, but she's clearly a foreigner. It's no surprise she can't speak Japanese. You are. Just as we were about to head to the church under Middle's lead, we heard a child crying. When we looked toward the sound, we saw a young boy, with a scraped knee, clearly having fallen and hurt himself, crying. Upon noticing this, the nun quickly ran over to the child. Are you okay? A boy shouldn't be crying over something like this. The nun placed her palm on the boy's scraped knee. Then, a soft green light emanated from her hand, and the wound on the boy's knee vanished in the blink of an eye. What was that? Was that healing magic? Was that healing magic? No, that was a sacred gear. So it was a sacred gear. I remember Drake telling me about them before. Just like my boosted gear, there are combat-oriented sacred gears, but there are also support sacred gears like hers, which seem to have healing abilities. This was the first time I've seen a sacred gear other than the boosted gear, and it's amazing how powerful they are. In this world, weapons can be imbued with magic, but I've never seen a weapon that can heal like that. There are healing potions, but thank you. Thank you, big sis. The boy, his injury healed, thanked her and ran off. He said thank you, I translated, and she smiled happily. I shifted my gaze to her hand and asked, that power, is it a sacred gear? You know about them? Well, little. Yes. It's a healing power, a wonderful gift from God. I wonder. She says it's wonderful, but she seems somewhat lonely when she says it. I've heard that people with sacred gears sometimes face discrimination, so maybe something happened to her because of her sacred gear. I see. It's a kind power. Thank you. I couldn't bring myself to ask more questions with the expression on her face. Well, for now I'll show you the way. Middlet, noticing the slightly heavy atmosphere, stood up to lead the way. I followed suit, and the nun did as well. Suddenly, a stomach growling sound came from somewhere. When I looked over, I saw the nun looking incredibly embarrassed. Before we go, should we get something to eat first? So, we ended up at McDonald's with Asia, the nun. However, she seemed hesitant to eat. I wondered what was wrong. There's no knife or fork? Oh, you just pick it up with your hands and eat? I see, she didn't know how to eat this way. It's just a cultural difference, I guess. Well then, I should cleanse my hands first. With that, Asia took out some holy water from her pocket. Is this another cultural difference? That's a bit overboard. These wet tissues will be just fine. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I guess this might be a little excessive. Even the Crusaders of Libelius wouldn't do something like this. Asia started wiping her hands with the wet tissues, and after a while, she proudly showed her clean hands, as if to boast about them. Her actions were so cute. Is it good? Yes. It's very good. It looks like Middlet has gotten along with Asia. She seems to be enjoying herself too. After a while, Asia, who had been eating her hamburger in silence, suddenly looked out the window as if she had spotted something. See Middlet, what's that? Oh, that's an arcade. Arcade? She doesn't even know what a game center is. I wonder where she grew up. An arcade is a place where you play video games with your friends. With friends? There it is again. Asia's expression turned a little lonely as she gazed at the arcade. Her eyes had the same look when she was watching the children playing with their friends earlier. Could it be that she's never had anyone she could really call a friend? Kind of like Middlet used to be. Alright, I've made up my mind. If you'd like, we could go check it out together? But we should get to the church quickly. Don't worry. God won't be angry if we're a little late. Honestly, Luminous is pretty understanding. She might grumble a bit, but I don't think she'd actually get angry. I don't know about God here, but he probably wouldn't be that narrow-minded. Thank you. I'll treasure this Lachakuan forever. Thanks. I'll make sure to take good care of it too. I ended up spending almost all my money at the arcade. Asia wanted a Lachakuan from the crane game, so I got it for her. But Middlet, apparently unhappy about that, also asked for one, so now my wallet is completely empty. Well, they did both smile really happily for the Purikura photo, so I'll let it slide. Here we are. By the time Middlet guided us, we had arrived at the church. It's really run down. Is this the right place? There's no mistake. This is it. I'm so glad. But it's pretty dilapidated. I can't imagine anyone would want to go here. Yeah, that's true. The churches I've visited before were all beautiful, making this one look even worse in comparison. The Luminous Church or even the Rimuru Church, which Rimuru never approaches. Well, we should get going then. It's getting late, and we need to head back to the clubroom soon. Wait, I want to thank you for bringing me here. Now that's tempting. Asia's tea would probably be really good. Honestly, I'd love to drink it, but the president asked me to return to the clubroom tonight without fail. Guess I'll have to pass this time. Sorry, Asia. I have plans tonight, but I'll definitely come back to visit you next time. Weiss. Thank you so much for today. She looked a bit lonely after my words, but after hearing the second part, her face lit up with joy. Could even escalate into an international issue between the factions. It seems like the rift between the three factions is deeper than I thought. We'll have to be careful. Well, don't worry, partner. Even if we end up in conflict, the Satan and the gods are much more manageable compared to those guys. Even so, they still seem really strong. After all, they say they sealed both Drake at his peak and an equal-ranked white dragon, so they should be pretty tough. I'd rather avoid any fights if possible. Well, you two might not be devils, so it might be fine, but as long as you're working with us, you'll need to stay alert. Understood? Yes. We'll be careful. Good. Then let's head out right away. Head out? Where are we going? We're going to confront a stray devil. This is a good chance for me to show you how we handle devil battles. With that, the president and the others headed outside. Come to think of it, I don't know how they fight, so I'm looking forward to it. Middlet and I followed them out. Stray devils are those who were once servants but betrayed their masters and now act independently, essentially like stray dogs. The rule among devils is to eliminate them as soon as they are found. We arrived at an abandoned house on the outskirts of town. Apparently, a stray devil has been luring humans here every night. A devil that preys on humans. I didn't know such beings existed. I always thought devils were evil, but if I think about it, Diablo and the three devil girls can be quite formidable themselves. Especially during battle, their fighting styles are intense and fierce. The smell of blood. Kaneko-chan suddenly muttered. I can faintly sense it too. But for her to notice such a subtle scent must mean Kaneko-chan has an incredible sense of smell. I can feel something other than devil power from her. Since she's a reincarnated devil, Maybe she was originally a lycanthrope or a cryptid similar to Kamara. If that's the case, her remarkable sense of smell makes perfect sense. Alright, Issei middled, watch carefully. This is how devils fight. The president whispered, and the tension in the abandoned house thickened. Slowly emerging from the shadows was a monstrous being. Its upper body resembled that of a woman, while its lower body was that of a massive beast. It wielded spear-like weapons in both hands, with thick limbs and a snake-like tail that moved independently. It looked like a battle chimera, artificial beasts that had appeared during the war against the Empire. To be precise, it resembled those Imperial soldiers who had gone berserk after using a dangerous drag known as the Beast. Those berserk soldiers also exhibited a blend of human and beast traits. I smell something foul, but something delicious as well. Is it sweet? Or bitter? The stray devil muttered in a deep voice. It was unsettling. It looked nothing like the devils or demons I had encountered before. Even greater demons retained a somewhat humanoid appearance. Its upper body might resemble a woman, but it was far from appealing. Stray devil Visser. We've come to eliminate you. A mere girl? I'll paint your body crimson, just like your red hair. Yuto. Right. Kiba responded immediately to the president's command and dashed forward. Whoa, he's quick. Evil pieces are modeled after chess. Aside from me, the king, there are 5 types. Queen, rook, knight, bishop, and pawn. Each has its own traits. Yuto's role is the knight, which means speed. Those assigned as knights gain enhanced speed. Just as the president said, Kiba's speed kept increasing. To me, he still looked slow, but with that amount of demonic energy, his speed was quite impressive. And Yuto's greatest weapon is his sword. Kiba extended his hand and summoned a sword. Or did he create it? It seemed similar to the multiple weapons, the power used by Orlia and Vega. No, it's likely a sacred gear. It's probably a rare-grade gear, close to a unique one. Visser, whose strength barely reached C rank, stood no chance against that blade. Gaia! Visser screamed as both arms were incapacitated. Unmatched speed combined with masterful swordsmanship, this is what makes him the fastest knight. Master? Well, his swordsmanship is impressive, but calling it that might be a bit of an overstatement. Compared to the swordsmen I know, he probably wouldn't win in a pure sword fight. He's weaker than Master Hakuru, Ajra, and Albert, and even Kenya. There are plenty of people faster than Kiba, too. But still, he does have potential. He might improve with proper training. As Visser let out a scream, Kaneko-chan was already on her feet. Noticing her, Visser attempted to stomp down on her with full force. Kaneko's role is the rook. Her abilities lie in incredible strength and formidable defense. Kaneko-chan easily absorbed the blow and pushed the massive foot aside. Get lost. Then she delivered a powerful punch. Not bad, she's got some serious strength. Considering her small frame, it's impressive. With more training, she could get even stronger. Finally, Akino. Oh my ufufut. All right, President. Akino-san walked toward Visser. Suddenly, crackling electricity began to spark from her hands. Akino's piece is the queen, the strongest piece with all the abilities except that of the king. She is the most powerful vice president. Dark clouds formed above Visser, and the next moment, a powerful lightning strike descended, targeting the stray devil. The bolts engulfed Visser, scorching its massive body. When the lightning ceased, Visser stood there, completely charred. Go! Even though she was defeated, Visser still glared at Akino-san with hatred. Oh my, still got some energy left? Well then, let's keep going. Wait, she's not done yet? Visser already looks like it's on its last breath. Looking closer, Akino-san had a mischievous smile on her face. Could it be that she's president is Akino-senpai? A total SDST? Oh, Middle noticed it too. Oh, you figured it out? That's right, Akino is the ultimate tease. Ultimate tease? Yeah, I can't really argue with that. Though, compared to Ultima, she's still on the milder side. Suddenly, I recalled a disturbing scene involving the Poison Princess. Just thinking about it makes me uneasy. Marco, the guy who was caught in that situation, had such a pained expression that it still haunts my dreams sometimes. Compared to that, Akino-san's antics seem almost playful. While I was lost in thought, the battle was nearing its conclusion. Well then, do you have any last words? So this is it. Visser still looked like she had some strength left, but it seemed she realized she couldn't win and gave up resisting. No, not yet. That's the look of someone who's about to go down fighting. Visser grinned and slowly turned her gaze toward me. But I won't go down alone. I'll take that human with me. Visser suddenly charged at me, catching everyone off guard. It must think I'm just an ordinary human and an easy target. Well, I have been suppressing my power a lot. Guess I have no choice. I focused on Visser as she lunged at me. Just before impact, I read the flow of her movement and effortlessly threw Visser aside. POV, Rias. I can't believe what I'm seeing. That's my honest reaction to the current situation. Visser, in a last-ditch effort, charged at Issei. It happened so suddenly, and with everyone confident in our victory, no one could react in time. Without even a chance to summon his boosted gear, I thought he was done for. But to my shock, Issei effortlessly threw Visser, who must be at least 5 meters tall, with just one hand. Even Kaneko was surprised. Despite being human, Issei might actually surpass Kaneko's strength, who possesses the Rook trait. D-Menu. A mere human. Your movements are too predictable. It's easy to deflect them. Deflect? But even so, how can a human throw such a massive opponent like that? Issei approached the fallen Visser, but Middle stepped in, holding him back with a hand. I got this, leave it to me. Middle then picked up a wooden sword lying nearby and walked toward Visser. You know, President and company are pretty amazing. But now it's our turn to show you what we've got. Don't underestimate me. Visser lashed out with her snake-like tail, attacking Middle. However, Middle effortlessly blocked every strike with a simple wooden sword, an ordinary weapon with no magical properties. Even to my untrained eyes, her movements were breathtakingly graceful. I am possible. With just a stick? My master always told me, the essence of swordsmanship is flow. Listen to the sword, become one with it, and read its flow. I'm nowhere near that level yet, but someone like you? Your attacks are nothing, even with this basic weapon. The difference between them felt like that of an adult and a child. She might be on par with Yudo. No, perhaps she's even better than him. Middle suddenly closed the distance and unleashed a finishing blow. Hazy style, flowing water slash. It was a single swift strike. Despite using just a wooden sword, her attack cleanly split Visser's torso apart. Visser stood in stunned disbelief, unable to accept what had just happened. Eventually, her consciousness faded, and her lifeless body fell to the ground in 2 pieces. Sorry, but whatever your reasons, I can't let someone who revels in harming others roam free. I won't apologize. Rest in peace, Middle said solemnly, bowing her head in prayer alongside Issei as they gazed at Visser's remains. In the meantime, I turned to Yudo and asked him about Middle's technique. What do you think? Her sword skills. They definitely surpass mine. Yuto, the most skilled swordsman among my servants, admitted he couldn't match her. It seems we've underestimated them. Issei and Middle possess power far beyond what I could have imagined. If we were to face them all together, would we even stand a chance? I'd like to think we could, but I can't say for sure, and that uncertainty is frightening. We were lucky to form a friendship with them. If I had tried to forcibly make them my servants back then, just thinking about it sends chills down my spine. Feeling grateful for the bond we managed to build, we quietly returned to the clubroom. It got pretty late today. Well, it's probably fine, right? Thanks to joining a club, no matter how late it gets, we still go home at the same time. I was riding my bike home with Middle. It was about 10 p.m., so it had gotten pretty late. Today, we had a normal lecture about cryptids and other things related to the Occult Research Club, but it ended up taking much longer because of the research. This kind of thing also happened sometimes when I was a researcher in Tempest, but when you're investigating something interesting or fun, time really seems to slow down. Mom's out. What should we do for dinner? Yeah. Let's check the fridge and see what we have. Suddenly, we noticed a house with an open door. If it were just that, we probably would have ignored it without much thought. What's that? A strange presence. However, from that house, we felt an intense aura that made us uneasy. Something's going on. I was certain of it, so I exchanged glances with Middle and entered the house. Excuse us. Is anyone home? No matter how long we waited, no one answered. This definitely means something's wrong. We headed toward the room where we could feel a strong aura. It was the living room sofa, table, TV, an ordinary living room you'd find anywhere. However, there was one thing. A grotesque sight. It was probably the owner of the house. The body was in a terrible state, and it was stuck upside down against the wall. On the wall where the body was pinned, there were words written in a disturbing manner. Disgusting. Who could have done something like this? Bad taste, huh? What does it say? Even though magic can translate languages, it doesn't mean we can understand the writing. Punish those who do wrong. It's borrowing the holy words. I heard a voice from behind and turned around. There was a white-haired man who looked slightly older than me. He was dressed like a priest, but there were stains on his clothes. What's going on? I'm sure there's a barrier set up, so how did regular people get in here? What is this guy? He seems unusually high-strung. Is he some kind of zealot? I'm a priest. A young priest. Cutting down evil devils. A cynical me laughs. And now, for the introduction. I'm Fried Selzen. I'm a low-ranking member of a devil exorcism organization. Nice to meet you. Well, you'll be saying goodbye soon enough. But hey. His words were all over the place, and he seemed emotionally unstable. An exorcist? Does that mean he's from the Heaven faction? Somehow, he doesn't look the part. Whatever, more importantly, I need to ask. Hey, was it you who killed this person? Yes. I heard he was a habitual summoner of devils. So I had no choice but to eliminate him. I was delivering righteous punishment. Righteousness? This insane killing? Don't make me laugh. Middleton's face twisted with anger. I see. Middleton must have remembered those from Falmouth, the ones who wielded justice and committed cruel acts. What's up with you two? Did you know this trash? You're right, it was a bad thing to do. But you know, it's worse to be lured by devils. Relying on them is proof that you're finished as a human. So I eliminated him. Honestly, you should be grateful to me. Grateful? What a joke. This is pointless. It's not that we knew him. We just hate crazies like you. Even devils wouldn't do something like this. Well, maybe some specific demons might. But what are you talking about? Devils are trash. That's common sense. Didn't you know? Actually, the way you're talking, does that mean you've had dealings with devils? If so, I'll have to punish you too. As soon as he said that, Fried pulled out a sword with no blade and a pistol. By channeling his energy into the sword's hilt, a glowing blade like a beam saber started to shine. In that case, I'll use my boosted gear. What are you doing? Suddenly, someone's voice echoed, and the priest turned his gaze toward the source. I followed his gaze. Wait, what? Asia? Middleton exclaimed in surprise. It was her. The nun from the other day who got lost in the town Asia. Why is she here? Oh, if it isn't my assistant, Asia. What's up? Did you finish setting up the barrier? Aowa? Asia let out a scream as she saw the body pinned to the wall. Wait a minute. Did that priest just say, assistant? Is Asia working with him? Middleton and I exchanged a shocked glance, unable to believe what we had just heard, and looked over at Asia. Thank you for the cute scream. I guess this is the first time you're seeing it, huh, Asia? This is the fate of a pathetic human who was entranced by a devil. Look closely and remember it well. This? No. Asia stammered. It seemed like she was part of the same group, but she was unaware of what they were actually doing. Then, our gazes met. Asia seemed to have noticed us too. Why are Issei? And Middleton too. Wait, what? Were you two acquaintances? Or maybe a couple? Oh wow, Asia, you're a pure little girl. But sorry Asia, since this guy saw this, he's going to die. And look, this guy's playing both sides, huh? What a scumbag. Wouldn't it be better for everyone if he were gone? Asia, you should pray for him to go to heaven. To those two. Father Fried, please stop. These people are the ones who helped me. No way. Plus, these two seem to be influenced by devils too. They talk like they know about devils. So, even without that, there's still targets for elimination. You understand, right? But, haha, sorry, Asia, but devils and humans can't coexist. And humans who make deals with devils are the same trash. And as for us, we can't live without the protection of the fallen angels. Fallen angels? I understand Fried, but Asia too? I thought priests and nuns were supposed to be part of the Heaven faction led by the God of the Bible? Suddenly, the image of the fallen angel I fought recently flashed in my mind. Could it be? As I was thinking, before I knew it, Asia had stepped in front of me, trying to protect me from Fried. Hey, Asia, do you even know what you're doing? I don't want to do this anymore. I can't just watch innocent people get hurt just because they've had dealings with devils. That's wrong. Huh? Are you out of your mind? Didn't you learn in church that devils are trash? Are you full of nonsense in your head or something? Fried's face twisted with rage. But even in the face of his fury, Asia didn't flinch, showing no sign of backing down. She's a strong girl. Seeing that, Fried slowly approached Asia. He struck Asia with the gun he was holding. Did he really just do that? Asia! I rushed to Asia, who had fallen to the floor. It looked like she had been hit hard, as a bruise was forming on her face. This guy. He really hit her. That I've been warned by the fallen angel not to harm you, but you're really getting on my nerves now. I don't have to eliminate you, so maybe I'll just have a little fun first. How about I make you experience something close to Well, before that, let me take care of the trash over there. Fried lunged at us with his beam saber. At that moment, Middleton, with wings sprouting from her back, blocked the attack with a wooden sword she had been carrying since the fight with Visser. Huh? A fallen angel? You were a fallen angel? Yeah, that's right. But I have nothing to do with your boss. I'm a stray, you could say. It seemed that Fried was shocked to learn that Middleton was a fallen angel. I noticed Asia looked equally surprised. Are you not embarrassed to be with devils? Sure, I hang out with devil friends, but they're all good people. Middleton blocked Fried's attacks effortlessly. From the outside, it might look like Fried was on the offensive, but Middle was enveloping her wooden sword with an aura of supernatural energy, deftly countering all of Fried's strikes. Fried seemed increasingly frustrated that none of his attacks were landing. Could you stop getting so cocky? Fried focused more power into his beam saber, seemingly going all out now. But even with that, he still couldn't match Middle's skill. She watched him calmly, seemingly unfazed by his aggression. What was that? As Fried attempted to leap forward, the floor suddenly glowed a pale blue. What the heck? Fried muttered as the light around his feet began to form shapes. Ah, that's Gremmery's magic circle. So that means… Oh, Issei-kun. Middle, what are you doing here? Well, this is quite the situation. A priest. Here come Kiba, Akino, and Kaneko. How did they get here? I wondered, but then I remembered this was the home of their contract master. If something unusual happens here, they would likely detect it. Oh ho, it's the Devil Squad, huh? What's this? Did you come to help, all buddy-buddy with each other? Devil and fallen angel friendship? Sounds disgusting. As Fried said that, he attacked the new arrivals. Without hesitation, Kiba drew his sword and intercepted Fried's strike. You really don't seem like a priest. Is that why you're doing the stray exorcism thing? Stray exorcism? So he's basically an exorcist who hunts stray devils? Yep, that's me. As long as I can hunt down those pleasure-loving devils, I'm more than satisfied. The two were locked in a sword fight, neither one seemingly having a significant advantage over the other in skill. Kiba's gaze never left Fried, while Fried chuckled maniacally in response. You're quite the troublesome type. Your whole life revolves around hunting devils. You're the most dangerous kind of person for us. Huh? I don't need to hear that from you. Who the heck are you, talking like you've got some moral high ground? You're nothing but pests. Even devils have rules, Akino said with a smile, but her eyes were serious. Be gone. As soon as Kiba moved away, the president unleashed a powerful attack. The result? The living room wall behind Fried was completely destroyed. I don't forgive those who try to harm my friends. Prepare yourself. With her sharp gaze and overwhelming magical power, the president locked eyes with Fried. However, Fried still looked as cocky as ever. President, there are several fallen angels approaching this house. If this continues, we'll be at a disadvantage. She's right. I can sense multiple presences closing in. So this is why Fried was so confident. Everyone, we're retreating. You really think I'll let you escape? Just as the president tried to retreat, Fried lunged at her. Kiba tried to respond, but he wouldn't make it in time. Guess I have no choice. Wah? Gua? I immediately stepped in front of the president and kicked Fried hard in the side just before he could strike her. With a groan, Fried was sent crashing into the wall. Are you all right, President? Yes. Thank you. She seemed a bit shaken, but otherwise unharmed. The president and Akino continued preparing the teleportation magic circle. Issei, Middle. Are you two okay? Yeah, no problem. Hearing that, the president nodded and stepped onto the magic circle. Apparently, only devils can use this kind of teleportation magic. A fallen angel like Middle and a human like me wouldn't be able to use it. What about Asia? Middle and I could get Asia out of here without relying on the teleportation magic. I proposed the idea, but the president immediately shot it down. No, Issei. She's involved with the fallen angels. We don't know her full situation, and if we take her now, it could escalate tensions between devils and fallen angels into a larger conflict. But I understood what the president meant. Right now, the balance between devils and fallen angels is delicate. If we're careless, it might spark something bigger than we can handle. If we take Asia with us, it could trigger serious consequences between both factions. We know what war is like. If we risk being the trigger, hesitation is natural. Even so, please go. I don't want to be a burden to you all. Asia? Asia gently pushed us forward, tears welling up in her eyes. This feels pathetic. But with Rias here, there's nothing I can do. So, I made a promise. I'll definitely come back to save you. Just wait for me. I held Asia's hand tightly, making that vow. She looked surprised at first but soon smiled warmly. Thank you, Issei. I'm just an ordinary human, unaffiliated with any faction. With the president here, there's no room to act recklessly, but once I'm on my own, I can find a way. With that resolve, Middle and I left the scene. Wait for me, Asia. I swear I'll come back to save you. A regular wooden sword that happened to be lying around in the abandoned ruins where Visser was. Naturally, it doesn't possess any special powers, but Middle enhances it by infusing it with her mystic key. The day after I promised to rescue Asia, I was going about my usual activities in the Occult Research Club. President. At some point, Akino called the president away, and she left ahead of us. Other than that, it was business as usual. Excuse me. See you later, Issei Middlet. Yeah, later. The two of them left the room for their devil contracts. Alright, no one's around now. Once I was sure everyone had left, Middlet and I placed our resignation letters on the president's desk and made our way out. This was my own decision. I didn't want to cause any trouble for anyone. That's why I decided to quit the occult research club to show that I had nothing to do with Rias, who was a devil. This should do it. Well then, shall we head out? After confirming that Middlet had placed her resignation letter, I set off toward the abandoned church where Asia was believed to be. Rainier seemed arrogant, and Fried was undoubtedly insane. I couldn't imagine what would happen to Asia if she stayed in a place like that. I had to hurry. As I thought about this, we turned the corner. That's not the way home, you two. Whoa. Kiba and Kaneko? Standing in our way on the path to the abandoned church were Kiba and Kaneko, who were supposed to be out handling contracts. We haven't known each other long, but I can guess what you're thinking. You're planning to rescue that nun, right? DMN. I let my guard down when I sensed their presence leaving the old school building. I never expected an ambush. Are you planning to stop us? Sorry, but if you try to interfere, I'll have to put you to sleep for a bit. I didn't want to fight if I could avoid it, but if it came down to it, I'd have no choice. However, Kiba's reaction was different from what I expected. No, we're here to help. Huh? Middlet and I were left perplexed by Kiba's unexpected words. I don't know much about Asia, but you're my comrade. I don't like fallen angels, but I consider Middlet a comrade too. If both of you are heading into a dangerous place, I'll go with you. Besides, I personally don't like priests. Kiba, even though you have the boosted gear, you're still human, Issei-senpai. It's a little concerning. Kaneko-chan. Having Kaneko-chan worry about me makes me feel a bit happy. To think such a cute girl would be concerned about me, maybe I'm not so hopeless after all. The way your excitement level changes with Kiba and Kaneko-chan is pretty obvious. Seriously, why can Middlet read my mind? Is she using some kind of mind-reading power? The four of us observed the church from a vantage point. Using magic detection, I sensed multiple presences. There are probably around 30 exorcists like Fried inside. Stay alert, everyone. Hearing my words, Kiba and Kaneko-chan looked surprised. Did I say something weird? How can you be so sure? Right. They can't use magic detection. Well, they probably can, just not as precisely as I can. It's their presence. You too can sense the fallen angels, right? Yeah. Yes. Issei's detection skills are just better than yours, that's all. Kaneko-chan gave me a look of disbelief. Well, it's not like I do this often. So, what's the plan, Issei? Middlet asked. In situations like this, sneaking in through the back would be. We're going in head-on. I charged forward, pushing the door open and stepping into the church. At a glance, it looked like an ordinary church. No, not exactly. The heads of the saint statues were destroyed, making them look eerie. Well, what an emotional reunion. That guy was already back on his feet after yesterday? With a twisted grin, he approached us. So, Issei, was it? That kick you gave me really did a number on me. Honestly, it still hurts. It was my first time getting kicked, you know? You took my first. Still as carefree as ever. What a messed up guy. Anyway, thanks to that, you've shot straight to the top of my people I want to eliminate list. So yeah, time to die. At Fried's signal, the stray exorcists that had been hiding swarmed out, all with twisted grins on their faces. So you're the fool who consorts with devils despite being a fallen angel? Another figure appeared. A male fallen angel. Dressed in a navy blue suit, he looked down at us from above. My name is Donasik. I serve Lady Rainier and am here to bring you ruin. So Rainier really is behind this. Well, to be fair, she seems way stronger than the fallen angel in front of us. Exorcists and a fallen angel in these numbers. This might be a bit tricky. Kiba readied his sword, looking a little uneasy, while Kaneko-chan clenched her fists. Fallen angel light is bad news for devils. I'll take him on, Middlet declared, pointing her wooden sword at Donasik with confidence. It's too dangerous to face him alone. I'll help. No, Kiba and Kaneko-chan, you guys handle the exorcists. Once I finish up here, I'll back you up. How arrogant. You think you've already won. Of course. You're weak, aren't you? Donasik's face twitched in anger at Middlet's words. But honestly, his power level was at best around B rank, barely stronger than Kiba. He might put up a decent fight due to compatibility, but Middlet isn't planning to lose. Alright, before we fight, I want to ask you something. What is it? Why did you guys recruit Asia? I heard even that crazy priest was told not to harm her. Do you have some kind of plan for her? I've been wondering about that myself. It seemed like Fried had strict orders not to harm her, so they must have some reason. It's simple. That girl's sacred gear, Twilight Healing, is an extraordinary power. Don't you think it's wasted on a mere human? What's he getting at? That's why we brought her in to take her sacred gear. Take her sacred gear? Is that even possible? This is bad, partner. Middlet. What's up, Drake? Drake's voice echoed in my mind, reaching both me and Middlet. Thanks to his long stay on their side, he'd gotten the hang of telepathic communication and could link directly to Middlet as well. Listen up. To take a sacred gear means performing a ritual to extract it. If the sacred gear is removed, the host will die. Without fail. Oh no, we need to hurry. It's too late. The ritual has already begun. You won't make it in time. And even if you did, I won't let you. With that, Donasek dove down towards Middlet, spear in hand. I'll start by getting rid of you, you disgrace of a fallen angel. Shut up. Middlet, now furious, swung a single casual blow that sent Donasek flying through the church walls and off to who knows where. The exorcists stood frozen in shock. Even Kiba and Kaneko-chan were staring at Middlet, their eyes wide in disbelief. Issei, Asia is probably underground. Find the entrance while you can. No, this way's faster. I summoned my boosted gear, channeling power into my fist. Boost. With Drake's power, my strength multiplied. Take this. I punched the floor with all my might, shattering it completely. The ground collapsed beneath me, leading straight down to the underground chamber. POV, Asia. They've already found us. We don't have much time. Let's begin the ritual right away. After being separated from Issei and Middlet, I was bound to a cross. Apparently, they're planning to extract my sacred gear, Twilight Healing, through a ritual. The preparations have just been completed, and now they're about to take it from me. How did things end up like this? My mind drifted back to my days at the church. I was abandoned by my real parents soon after I was born. A kind sister, who ran an orphanage within the church, took me in and raised me with love despite our poverty. I lived happily, grateful to the Lord for allowing me to meet such a kind person. But when I turned 8, my fate took a drastic turn. One day, I saw a child who had been injured in an accident. Instinctively, I used my healing power to treat their wound. People were astonished, calling it a miracle of God, and I was soon taken to the headquarters of the Catholic Church. They began to call me a saint. At first I was surprised, but I was happy that my power could help others. That I was needed. And then one fateful day, came across an injured devil. Even though I was taught that devils were our enemies, I couldn't just leave someone suffering. So I healed the devil's wounds. But the church officials saw me. From that day on, people feared me as a witch, and I was banished from the church. Lady Rainier took me in afterward. And now, I'm about to be killed. Is this a trial given to me by the Lord? It must be. This happened because of my own foolishness. Maybe it was wrong of me to wish for friends. I never had a single friend until now. I remember watching children play happily from the church window, feeling envious. Perhaps wishing for that happiness was my sin. Any last words? Say, Middlet. I think back to the two kind people who helped me when I was lost and had nowhere to go. Maybe, just maybe, they would have been my friends. That I wanted to talk with Issei and Middlet more. I wanted to be friends with them. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the ceiling collapsed. Debris rained down, and the cross I was bound to shattered. Strangely, I feel no pain. Realizing that someone must have shielded me before I could get hurt, my eyes widened. And there he stood, Issei, the one who had promised me through my tears that he would come to save me. So, you really came for me? Of course. We're friends after all. Issei smiled at me. His smile seemed to shine so brightly. Chapter end. POV, Kiba. So, he really went all out. Middlet's words snapped me back to reality, breaking through the overwhelming disbelief filling my mind. Unbelievable. What power. Looking over, even Kaneko seemed shaken. And it's no surprise. If someone were to ask what Issei did, the answer would simply be, he punched the floor. But with that alone, more than half of the church collapsed. Neither we nor the stray exorcists could fully grasp the reality of the scene before us. Even though Issei possesses the boosted gear, the fact that he could unleash such overwhelming power so effortlessly. Is this truly his power? It seems we've completely underestimated him. Issei's strength. Well then, should we get started? Middlet's words seemed to bring the stray exorcists back to their senses, as they readied their swords. In contrast, she wielded a plain wooden sword she had picked up earlier, just an ordinary bakken. However, from her stance, I couldn't sense even the slightest opening. Just how much training does it take to reach such a level? Even in a situation like this, as a knight, I'd love the chance to spar with her at least once. Pushing those thoughts to the back of my mind, Kaneko and I also readied ourselves to face the enemy before us. Phew, I barely made it in time. A relieved-looking Asia leaned against me. Upon closer inspection, she was slightly trembling, and her cheeks were flushed. She must have been really scared. Why you? How did you get here? Rainier, seemingly still confused about what was going on, looked flabbergasted. It seems pretty obvious though. You can tell just by looking. I punched my way here. That's it. At my words, Rainier grew more wary. She held a spear of light in each hand, slowly edging closer to us. When I sense the magic around, I can tell there are a few stray exorcists in this room. By approaching little by little, it seems she's trying to position herself for a surprise attack. Now, get him. With those words, a stray exorcist jumped from the debris behind us, charging at me while I was holding Asia, swinging a sword of light down at us. However, because of my magic sense, I know exactly where they are, so it's not a surprise attack. I dodged with minimal movement to avoid putting any strain on Asia. Huh. The exorcist who thought the surprise attack had succeeded was startled, but I didn't miss the opening. I lightly kicked him, knocking him unconscious. Jeez. Perhaps disturbed by that, the remaining exorcists appeared, sweating nervously. There are about 10 left. With Asia in my arms, this number is a bit troublesome. Then, you could just knock them out with Heroes Hockey. Ah, that's a good idea. Nice one, Drake. Once I decided on that, I acted quickly, subtly releasing my Heroes Hockey while making sure not to strain Asia. Even that small amount of Heroes Hockey is more than enough to affect the stray exorcists, who are only about D rank in strength. They were overwhelmed and lost their will to fight, some even fainted. What was that just now? Are you all just sitting there doing nothing? Get up now. Rainier's panicked orders didn't get a response from the exorcists. Well, they couldn't respond actually. Since they couldn't resist the Heroes Hockey, they've lost their minds completely. Both Heroes Hockey and Demon Lord's Hockey are the same in that they emit a form of dominance. The difference is whether it's a demonic aura or a holy aura. Because of that, this type of technique can be used like a Demon Lord's Hockey. Though, this method only works on much weaker opponents. Rainier has the equivalent of a B rank, so she likely managed to resist my Heroes Hockey to some extent. What kind of trick is this? It's impossible for a supreme being like me to be intimidated by a mere human. Rainier declared loudly, almost as if trying to suppress her fear. She threw a spear of light at me. Hold on a sec. What? I easily dodged it, then used instant move to put myself behind Rainier, and gently placed Asia on a nearby sofa. Just wait a little, Asia. Okay. With Asia behind me, I faced Rainier again. She didn't seem to understand when I had moved behind her. Why you? How did you get behind me? I just circled around. You're too slow with that spear to hit me. Then I'll just attack directly. Saying that, Rainier conjured another spear of light and attacked me directly. However, her level was too low. I'd been thinking this for a while, but she's not that experienced in combat. She can only throw spears, and her spear techniques are clumsy. With her superior magicules, she'd probably beat Kiba and Kaneko in a one-on-one fight. But against someone with a similar or greater amount of them, like the President or Aquino, she wouldn't be able to, I think. With that level, she was no match for the Veldora-style killing arts I'd learned from my master. Rainier seemed pretty frustrated as she couldn't land a hit on me, no matter how hard she tried. Unacceptable. I won't accept it. I am the fallen angel Rainier. I am a being far superior to you humans. Rainier put more power into her spear and swung it down at me. I caught it with one. I let go. I won't let go. I don't know what her goal was, but she tried to harm Asia, who had nothing to do with any of this, or tried to attack me for some reason. She's done a lot of things. I summoned Drake to amplify my strength. Boost. With the echo of the boosted gears sound, my power increased. I crushed the spear I'd been holding in my right hand effortlessly and raised the gauntlet in my left hand. Impossible. This power. A Satan class? And that gauntlet, could you be? Rainier was saying something, but whatever. In the end, Asia is still alive, and honestly, there's no reason to harm her, but that's beside the point. This is something else entirely. She's beautiful, but she really got on my nerves. Eat this. I decided to make it quick, so I landed a light punch to Rainier's stomach. The impact sent her flying, crashing into the wall. Asia, are you okay? Yes. After defeating Rainier, I immediately rushed over to Asia. From what I could see, she didn't seem to have any major injuries, so I'd say she's safe. Thank goodness. What happened to Lady Rainier? Asia asked me, hesitating a little. Even though she had tried to harm her, it seemed like she was concerned about Rainier, probably because Rainier had helped her before. She's such a kind-hearted girl. She really is the type that doesn't exist in the other world. Don't worry. She's just unconscious. I see. Asia breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed her hand on her chest. Seeing that, a bit of my anger toward Rainier reignited. Trying to harm such a cute and kind girl. Issei-kun, are you okay? While we were talking, Middlet and the others descended from above. Oh, everyone. What happened upstairs? Of course. We wiped the floor with them. Actually, Middle-san was basically unstoppable and we didn't even get to do much. We'll have to work harder next time. Kaneko-chan seemed a bit competitive toward Middle. Actually, now that I think about it, Kiba probably feels the same way. It's hard to tell from the outside, but there's a certain admiration in their eyes. Middle may not be on the same level as Hakuru, but she's almost as good as a Spree, a demon lord and a top-tier swordsman, and is fairly high-ranked in Tempest. They might feel something as fellow swordsmen. Well then, shall we head back to the clubroom? Yeah. Following Kiba, we dragged Rainer's captured body and made our way back to the clubroom. Wait a minute, we've already submitted our withdrawal forms. Yeah, and we just got swept up in the moment, but Kiba, are you sure it's okay for you to come along? Won't this cause a conflict between fallen angels and devils? That's right. Now that I think about it, we specifically submitted withdrawal forms to prevent the devils from intervening. I was so touched when Kiba and Kaneko said they would come with me that I completely forgot about this, but now that I think about it, this might be bad. There's no problem with that. Suddenly, I heard a familiar voice. I turned toward the source of the voice, and there were the president and Akino, who had captured another fallen angel, separate from Rainer and Donasik. My brother confirmed it with the fallen angels. It turns out that everything involving Rainer and her associates was the result of this particular fallen angel's plan, acting on her own. Really? That's what happened? Apparently, Rainer's group trying to steal Asia's sacred gear wasn't an order from above, but a rogue decision made by this fallen angel. If that's the case, then I still have some questions. So then, why did Rainer and the others go after Asia's sacred gear? Well, we can just ask them ourselves, the president said, slapping Rainer to wake her up. Huh. At that moment I felt something strange. The arrogance she had earlier seemed to have faded. It was as if the madness in her eyes was gone. Well then, it's safe to say you're Rainer, right? Without realizing it, the president asked Rainer directly. However, Rainer seemed confused and responded as if she didn't understand. Why, but who are you all? It seems that this incident still isn't resolved. Rainer looked confused. She had no idea why she was here. That kind of restlessness was evident. Oh, are you going to play dumb? No. Where even is this place? You're still trying to squirm your way out of this? The president and Akino hadn't noticed it. Rainer's confusion was genuine. President, Senior, it looks like she's actually telling the truth. Why do you think so? The president responded to Middle's words with a puzzled expression. She probably trusted Middle, but she was curious about why she thought that. It's kind of like a special skill of mine. I can tell what people are thinking just by their tone and expressions, Middle answered with a bit of pride. According to her, it was a skill she had developed from constantly reading people's faces while living in Falmouth. When the president told the confused Rainer what they had done, Rainer turned pale, realizing the gravity of her own actions and apologized to them. I'm terribly sorry. It was understandable why Rainer was so distressed. After all, something she had no memory of doing could potentially reignite a war that was currently in an armistice. Rainer would want to avoid that at all costs. Fine. I'll forgive you. It seemed the president was willing to accept Rainer's apology. Well, since Asia no longer seemed angry at Rainer, I didn't have any objections to forgiving her either. However, that brought up another question. Apparently, the president was thinking the same thing. In exchange, you're going to tell us everything that happened to you down to the last detail. Rainer was a mid-tier fallen angel belonging to Azazel's Grigori. She had been working alongside her like-minded subordinates, occasionally assisting in the research of sacred gears, and she described those days as relatively happy. One day, she heard rumors about Twilight Healing, a sacred gear with healing abilities. A miraculous gear that could heal not only humans but even devils. Thinking that acquiring it could further advance their sacred gear research, Rainer decided to recruit Asia, who had been exiled from the church as a heretic. Since there was already an unidentified powerful sacred gear signature in Kuomai boosted gear, Rainer had planned to head there anyway. She quickly arranged for Asia to be stationed at the abandoned church and intended to report her temporary stay to the fallen angel leadership and the devil faction. It happened just when we were about to take the next step. That woman appeared. According to Rainer, a mysterious figure cloaked in pitch-black robes had appeared before them. From the voice, they could tell it was a woman, but that was all they knew. That woman attacked them without warning. Her identity was unknown, but she was on an entirely different level of power compared to Rainer and her group. Within the blink of an eye, she had rendered them powerless. Then, as she hummed a strange melody and extended her hand toward them, Rainer and her subordinates felt their thoughts being gradually rewritten. The faint feelings of superiority she had harbored towards other races, her inferiority complex towards other fallen angels, her pride, those emotions were amplified beyond control, and soon after, her consciousness faded. The next thing she knew, they had been subdued by us. I will accept any punishment, but please, have mercy on my subordinates. Milady, During Raynair's explanation, the fallen angels Donasek and Calawarner also regained consciousness. They seemed to have returned to their senses and were visibly remorseful for their actions. Asia, what do you want to do? Huh. The biggest victim in all of this was Asia. That's why it was only fair that her wishes determined their fate. Though hesitant at first, Asia slowly approached Raynair and the others. I want to forgive Lady Raynair. It's true that I suffered terribly, but I'm still alive. As she spoke, Asia turned to look at me and middled. Thanks to coming to this town, I've been able to meet wonderful people. I'm grateful for that. In a way, it was Raynair who had led her to this town. Perhaps that's why Asia felt the need to express her gratitude. Asia, I'm truly sorry. Raynair, shedding tears of regret, apologized sincerely, causing Asia to panic awkwardly. The president and the others, while slightly exasperated, seemed to have decided not to pursue the matter any further. And with that, it seemed everything was resolved. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of danger washed over us. As we turned in its direction, we saw the mysterious woman in the black robe lounging atop a tree, observing us. That woman. She's the one who attacked me. No way, this can't be real. The intensity of her presence was staggering. I hadn't thought much of it when Raynair described her, but this was beyond anything I had expected. She was a complete force of nature. The source of this ominous feeling moved her fingers like a conductor, and suddenly, a beautiful melody echoed through the air. The music gathered and formed a mass of magical energy, which the robed woman unleashed toward Asia. Asia, watch out. Despite the suffocating aura that made movement nearly impossible, Raynair managed to push Asia out of harm's way. Asia, caught off guard, seemed to struggle to comprehend what was happening. Then again, so did we. Dimon, we won't make it in time. I could process the situation thanks to my thought acceleration, but the distance was just too great. If I activated Drake's power, I might reach her in time, but drawing out boosted gear and doubling my speed would take too long. Running at full force could harm those nearby due to the shockwave. Raynair, perhaps accepting her fate, closed her eyes. But the impact she braced for never came. Cautiously opening her eyes, she found two of her subordinates standing before her, heavily wounded. Calawarner. Donasek. Lady Raynair. Glad you're safe. As soon as they finished speaking, Calawarner and Donasek collapsed. Asia quickly attempted to heal them using Twilight Healing, and their wounds visibly started closing. This can't be? Why? They were breathing, their pulses steady. Yet neither of them showed any signs of waking up. That's useless. Even if their wounds are healed, those who have been touched by my Hypno Requiem shall never awaken. I activated my ultimate skill Okinanushi, using its power, soul measurement, to examine their souls. Their astral bodies were bound by an extremely dense magical force. Who are you? The president unleashed her power of destruction, which, according to her, had the ability to erase everything it touched. At the same time, Akino-senpai struck with a massive lightning strike, both converging toward the robed woman in a pincer attack. But the robed woman simply waved her finger disinterestedly. Once again, the melody echoed, and in response to its tune, both attacks effortlessly vanished. That technique, it was the same magic disruption ability that Charybdis used. What? President, step back. She's on a whole different level. The president and Akino-senpai, unable to grasp the overwhelming difference in strength, were visibly shaken but unaware of the true danger they were facing. However, for those of us with sufficient power, it was clear how truly dangerous she was. Middlet, although not revealing her wings, had switched from her usual wooden sword to her fallen blade, and she was clad in her legend-grade Gothic Lolita battle attire completely battle-ready. She was strong. Terrifyingly strong. Using soul measurement, I tried measuring her presence. Despite having a petite frame, close to Kaneko-chan's, her sheer existence value was staggering. A whopping 4.021. Wait, she was a million class? No, even stronger than an average awakened demon lord. And that conductor's baton she briefly revealed. There was no doubt about it, it's god grade. What was she? Was she even from this world? Drake. Anything? This world was different from the other one. If she was a resident of this world, maybe Drake would know something about her. I asked him about the mysterious figure before us, but it seemed even he had no clue. I don't know. I have no recollection of her either, but be careful, partner. She's a master of the highest caliber. There's a good chance she possesses an ultimate skill. Drake called it a possibility, but deep down, we both knew it was almost a certainty. Binding an astral body directly was incredibly difficult. Even demons who specialized in soul manipulation would struggle with such a feat, and yet, she didn't seem to be one of them. Besides, we didn't even realize Raynair and the others were being manipulated. If she could deceive the eyes of an ultimate skill wielder, then she was likely one herself. The robed woman continued staring at Asia, her voice dripping with disappointment, as if what she saw was underwhelming. So it can only heal physical wounds but not mental ones. And this is supposed to be one of the world's finest healing sacred gears? What a joke. I had a sliver of hope, but this is all it amounts to? Then I have no use for it. The fact that such a counterfeit bears the same name as that person. It's unforgivable. What did she just say? I couldn't catch the last part. Then her gaze shifted to me. I could sense the wariness behind her eyes. It seemed she now recognized me as a threat as well. I didn't expect to find someone of your caliber in a place like this. Well, no matter. I'll retreat for now. It's not yet time to draw too much attention. With those words, the robed woman vanished using spatial teleportation, disappearing to who knows where. She left behind an ominous feeling we couldn't quite shake. It seemed that Calawarner and Donasek were transported to a hospital in the fallen angel territory of the underworld. Rainier decided to accompany them for now. Meanwhile, Asia ended up under my care for a while. Surprisingly unexpectedly, even she had apparently been reincarnated as a devil. Asia, why did you become a devil? Actually, according to her, after losing the protection of Rainier and the other fallen angels, she had nowhere to go. At that point, the president offered her the option to reincarnate as a devil. Naturally, Asia, who had served as a nun devoted to God, struggled with the decision. But after much contemplation, she ultimately chose to become a devil. Now under the president's protection, she received financial support for her living expenses as well. Apparently, what convinced her the most was the promise that she'd be able to stay in Kuo indefinitely. But wasn't there anywhere else that would be a better fit for you outside of Kuo? Honestly, I didn't see much reason for her to be homestaying at our place. No, I want to stay with you too. Is that not okay? Asia looked downcast, way too cute. Before I knew it, I found myself agreeing without hesitation. Well, my parents approved, so I guess it's fine. Alright, I'll be going now. Asia left with my mom and dad to do some shopping at a supermarket a bit far from here. Since today was a special day to celebrate her homestay, they were eager to go all out. Middleton and I, on the other hand, didn't go shopping since we had something else to take care of. Once Asia was out of sight, we made our way to my room and opened the closet. At first glance, it looked like any normal closet filled with clothes. But moving them aside revealed a hidden door leading to a secret room. This hidden door had been installed by my master during one of his visits, just for fun. Using spatial manipulation, he created a secret room connected beyond. Inside, the room was quite plain, but at its center was a teleportation magic circle. This was the different gate, which connects to the central world. The mysterious figure that appeared during the recent incident. If she came not from this world but from the central world, then it's no longer just our problem. Thinking along those lines, we decided it would be best to report the situation to Rimuru. Now that I think about it, it's been a while since we last went to Tempest. I'm starting to feel a bit nervous. Even so, I couldn't help but feel excited. It would be great to see everyone again. Just the thought of it got me pumped up. Standing over the magic circle, we channeled our power into it. Light surged from the circle, and soon, our vision was engulfed in a blinding white light. The blinding light faded, and our vision cleared. We were in a chamber within the Jura Tempest Federation's dungeon. We were back in Tempest. Well then, let's go report what happened to Lord Rimuru right away. Before that, can I stop by the lab? Since I was already here, I wanted to see everyone again after so long. We left the room and immediately used the teleportation magic circle that led directly to Tempest's lab and descended. Hey everyone. Long time no see. Issei? The lab was as busy as always. Everyone was casually conducting various research. When the researchers noticed me, they came toward me. Long time no see, Issei-san. How have you been? Oh, Shinji. Long time no see. One of the researchers, a fellow Japanese named Shinji Tanemura, spoke to me. Since Shinji and I were both Japanese, we had become quite close among the researchers. By the way, he had a girlfriend. No, you're the same, aren't you, Issei-san? Come to think of it, that's right. Or rather, did I say that out loud? Well, whatever. I had been saying stuff like that to Middlet all the time. Hey, Issei. Long time no see. Ooh, you guys. It's been a while. Next came the researchers of the Surmounters, subordinates of Demon Lord Luminous. This person had a pretty quirky way of speaking, but was also skilled. Qua. Long time no see, Issei. It's been a while. Issei. Master. And Cherries too. From the inner room came the strongest true dragon, my master, Veldora. Beside him was Cherries, the Flame Lord and a master of the Veldora-style killing arts just like me. As always, he was a quiet guy. Apparently, they had sensed our teleportation from the moment it happened. How have you been recently? Qua. I've recently gotten my hands on something interesting again. I've been so busy researching it. Despite his wild appearance, Master Veldora loved to explore the unknown, so he was actually quite suited for research. He also had a hobby of making teppanyaki, and it was really delicious. I wondered if I could ask him to make some later. Hey, where's Ramiris? Looking around the lab, I noticed that Demon Lord Ramiris, who should usually be here, was nowhere to be found. Where did she go? Ramiris is in her office right now. She seems to be busy with something. Did something happen? No, she probably got called by Rimuru again for causing some trouble. But it was strange that Master Veldora wasn't going there. As if sensing my thoughts, he blanched and looked away. Well, I'm busy with something. You see, I'm so busy with my pursuit of truth that mumble. What on earth happened? It was rare for Master Veldora to become so flustered. Well, whatever. I'm going to the office anyway, so I'll ask him then. Long time no see, Issei. Whoa! Suddenly, someone familiar called out from behind, followed by someone hugging me. This voice and this presence. There was no mistake. Hey there, Kuroka. The one who had hugged me was one of the current 3 archdukes. Under Luminous. It was Kuroka, the cat demon who was the second strongest fighter in Lobelius after Hinata. Kuroka smiled mischievously as she playfully leaned against me. Honestly, this was bliss. Hey, what are you doing, Kuroka? Oh dear, she took him away from me. Seeing this, Middle panicked and pulled me and Kuroka apart with great force. Kuroka liked to play pranks and often did things like this to me. Apparently, she found my reactions amusing. I'm telling you, I won't let you have Issei. Naiha, don't worry, I have no intention of taking him. I'm satisfied even with the position of mistress. What? Seriously? You say that, but you clearly want to take him away. I have no idea what you're talking about. As Kuroka and Middle's gazes crossed, a considerable amount of tension filled the air. It was like the saying, let sleeping dogs lie, as even Shinji, the surmounters and Master Veldora returned to their research. Speaking of which, why is Kuroka here? Could it be that Luminous is here too? Huh? Lady Luminous is here? At my words, Middle blushed and became flustered. Kuroka sometimes came alone for trips, training, or whatever, but since she usually served as Luminous maid, she didn't generally leave Lobelius. When Kuroka was around, there was a pretty good chance that either Luminous or Hinata was also there. Speaking of which, Middle was a fan of Luminous, and if you could believe it, her battle outfit, a collaboration between Shuna and Chloe, was apparently based on Luminous attire. Yeah. She came to ask Lord Rimuru for something. A request. I wondered what it was. For Luminous to come all the way to ask Rimuru for something. Well, I don't think it's anything too serious. I'm a little curious. I'll ask her if I see her. As we were having this conversation, someone else came into the lab. Oh, it's been a while. Perverted dragon. Ah, Jiwoo. Interrupting our conversation was Jiwoo, Emperor Masayuki's bodyguard and formerly the 9th ranked of the Imperial Guardians. Paisa. Long time no see. Bernie, the former 7th ranked, came in a little later. Both of them were the only survivors of the Imperial Guardians' 00 numbers, and they were now active as Masayuki's bodyguards. Although they lost the power of ultimate enchantments in the war, they had regained their strength as saints through their training in the dungeon in recent years, making them some of the most powerful humans. So when did you come back, perverted dragon? I wish you had never returned. I was quite shocked by Jiwoo's scornful look. Honestly, I didn't like her very much. Jiwoo had attempted to take down Rimuru in the previous battle, and after Chloe made the ultimate sacrifice, I stepped in to confront her. She still harbored resentment towards me for using the enhanced dress break to shatter her legend-grade armor, leaving her vulnerable even after her evolution into a saint. That's why she always insults me whenever we cross paths. Don't say that, I was the most upset when Issei disappeared. A sharp sound echoed as Jiwoo brandished a legend-grade sword, aiming it threateningly at Bernie's neck. Don't say foolish things. Yes, I'm sorry. Though they were evenly matched in skill, Bernie seemed unable to resist the overwhelming pressure. Honestly, it felt like something out of a suspenseful thriller. She was truly intimidating. Anyway, what brings you to the lab? Just happened to be passing by. As I listened to the details, I learned that they had come as bodyguards for Rimuru and Masayuki, accompanied by Velgrind, for a meeting that seemed more like a chance to vent their frustrations. Initially, they were stationed outside the room, but after Tempest's guards suggested a short break, they decided to explore the dungeon, which led them to us in the lab. No, I came here because I heard Jiwoo tell Lord Adelman that Issei was heading this way. That whooshing sound returned as Jiwoo pointed her sword at Bernie's neck once more. Do you want to die? Weiss, I'm sorry. So, Jiwoo came here because I was present? Does she really want to undermine me that much? Now, I understood my master's earlier reaction. With Velgrind around, it made sense. My master seemed quite intimidated by his 2 older sisters. But honestly, it's going to be difficult to go to the office now. That's true. HM? Do you have something to discuss with Rimuru? Yes. However, I hesitated to interrupt Velgrind's meeting. She was kind, but also a bit intimidating. Perhaps I should come back another day to report? Quah, I'm sure it'll be fine. They said it was just a casual chat, and I doubt it's a formal meeting or anything. My master's confidence was reassuring, but it still felt a bit uncertain. I didn't want to risk getting scolded for barging in. Don't you think it'll be okay? I think the Black Cat's right. I believe His Majesty won't be upset over something like that. Maybe it will be alright then? Encouraged by Kuroka and Jiwoo, we decided to head to the office. I doubted Rimuru or Masayuki would be angry about our visit, and Velgrind would likely forgive me if Masayuki allowed it. Oh, Issei Middlet, it's been a while. How have you been? Ah, Middlet. You're back. Ah, Master, Adra, Esprit. Long time no see. How have you all been? What are you doing, Gopta? Issei, you came at a good time. I need you to hide me from those troublesome elders. That I can hear you, Gopta. AIE. However, the path to the office was long, so it would take some time. POV, Rimuru. Today, I plan to have a casual meeting with Masayuki to confirm the details for the joint exercise between the Federation and the Empire's academies. Well, it was more of an excuse to share our daily frustrations. Just before our complaining session, Luminous came to see me. Apparently, she wanted to borrow the different gate to visit the birthplace of Hinata and Kuroka, who were particularly significant to her subordinates. Luminous really is something else. She appears out of nowhere with such unusual requests. I could understand her curiosity about the homeland of her comrades. Thank you, Rimuru. Alright, just make sure to stick to the schedule. It would be quite a problem for a demon lord to be absent from the world. I know, Rimuru, but there are no threats, and I'll be with you, so there shouldn't be any issues. With that, Luminous took Hinata and left under Ramirez's guidance. Since it was only for 3 days, I figured it would be fine. Japan is. But I want to go back just once. Oh, I wouldn't mind if you wanted to use it too, Masayuki. Masayuki watched Luminous leave with a hint of envy. I wouldn't mind either, but Masayuki had a lot of responsibilities as an emperor. Still, a little break like this could be refreshing. I told Masayuki to join me on the next day off. What? You're wondering if kings and emperors get days off? I don't know, I really don't. Just accept that this is how it is in my country and the empire. Knock knock. What is it? As I calmly sipped my tea, I heard someone knocking on the door. Hey Rimuru. Masayuki. Long time no see. It's been a while. Lord Rimuru. Masayuki. Visit. Middlet too. Oh Issei. Middlet, it's been a long time. Who would have thought? It was Issei and Middlet, who were supposed to be back in their original world, Earth, currently living as students using the different gate. The last time I saw them was last summer, right? They seemed mostly unchanged, except for a slight decrease in their magicules. Well, if you spend several years as just a student without engaging in major battles or training, that would be expected. It's rare for you guys to come to this world. Did something happen? That's right, Rimuru. There's something we want to report to you. I could sense unease in Issei and Middlet's expressions. I had a feeling trouble was brewing. That's what happened. Issei's report was astonishing. An unknown ultimate skill user had suddenly appeared on Earth? Could someone in that world really develop an ultimate skill? It's possible, but the probability is very low. According to Seal, while it is possible, the chances are slim. This is due to the low magicules in that world. As Velgrind had mentioned before, physical ability enhancement is minimal, and skills cannot manifest in a world with scarce magicules. There are those who use magic, but they rely on their own power rather than the surrounding magicules. Even for such beings, it's rare for skills to manifest, let alone acquire an ultimate skill. In other words, this being is likely from this world. Got it. I'll look into that matter too. Alright, thank you so much. I saw them off, holding my head in thought. I wasn't sure what was going on, but my instincts told me that something troublesome was on the horizon. You will be able to handle whatever happens, Master. I reminded myself to relax a bit, despite Seal's high expectations of me. With that thought, I continued my conversation with Masayuki. Kuroka, one of Luminous' 3 archdukes, was a high-ranking chaos spirit known as the Nightmare Cat. She possessed incredible powers, including the ability to create formidable barriers and manipulate energy. Originally from another world, Kuroka had a troubled past, having once served a devil who intended to use her younger sister for experiments. In a moment of defiance, she ended her master's life and sought refuge in a terrorist organization, only to be swept away by a magicule storm to this world. Upon arriving in Lobelia, she met Luminous and, despite her initial wariness, grew to appreciate Luminous and her companions for their kindness. After Roy's death, she took his place among the 3 archdukes. Through her time in Lobelia, she encountered Issei. Initially, they were merely acquaintances, but Kuroka found herself drawn to his kind spirit and determination. She stayed in Tempest for a while, admiring Luminous like a sister. During a celebration with the Empire, she offered her assistance in the Great Tenma War and, with Rimuru's blessing, became an awakened demon lord. Kuroka often playfully approached Issei about the possibility of becoming a second or third wife, though Middle usually intervened when things went too far. Despite her overwhelming strength, she respected Middle and believed that her rival would eventually awaken her powers as well. Kuroka's ultimate skill, Batet, was born from her desire to protect those she loved, creating barriers with defensive capabilities that rivaled the strongest. Though she was aware that her younger sister was in Kuo, she hesitated to meet her, fearing rejection. Jiwoo, once the 9th-ranked Imperial Guardian, now served as a bodyguard to Emperor Masayuki alongside Bernie. Initially, she had infiltrated Masayuki's party as a spy, but her plans went awry during a confrontation with Chloe and Issei. An unexpected turn of events left her vulnerable, resulting in a humiliating defeat that complicated her feelings toward Issei. Over time, as he saved her during the Great Tenma War, Jiwoo's feelings shifted from resentment to admiration, though her past actions made it difficult for her to express them openly. After her revival, Jiwoo and Bernie regained their powers through training and the experiences of the Great Tenma War. Jiwoo acquired the unique skill Replacement, which allowed her to conceal her presence and appearance, making her a formidable ally. It had been about a week since Asia became a devil. Initially, I worried about her adjusting to her new role, but she seemed to be thriving, especially with the kindness of those who had made contracts with her. One day I asked her, "Asia, isn't it about time you got a familiar?" "A familiar?" she replied, puzzled. "Yes, a familiar. You don't have one yet, right?" "Sorry, but what exactly is a familiar?" Curious myself, I wondered if it was similar to a summoned beast. The president explained that familiars were beings that assisted devils with various tasks, serving as extensions of their power. Suddenly, with a small popping sound, a red bat appeared in the president's hand. "This is my familiar," she said, showcasing the elegant creature. Next, Akino summoned a small oni. "This little one is mine." A tiny oni, quite different from the folklore versions, was small enough to fit in her hand and surprisingly cute. Kaneko summoned a white kitten, saying, "This is Shiro." It suited her perfectly, and I couldn't help but think of Kuroka. However, when I reached out to pet the kitten, it hissed at me, causing me to retract my hand. Kiba's familiar was a small bird, and I realized that all of the president's peerage members, except Asia, had their own familiars. It seemed beneficial for future devil activities, and I noticed Asia looking a bit envious. "President, can humans or fallen angels have familiars?" I inquired. It's rare, but there have been cases of humans having familiars." "It should be possible," she replied. That piqued my interest. I had thought familiars were exclusive to devils, but if I could have one too, it was worth pursuing. "President, where do you get familiars?" "There's a place called the Familiar Forest in the underworld. That's where you obtain them." The Familiar Forest sounded like something out of an RPG. As I pondered this, Akino infused magic into a circle on the floor, causing it to glow faintly. "President, the preparations are complete," she announced. And so, I set off to the Familiar Forest to find my own familiar. The Familiar Forest was a dark place, filled with towering trees that blocked out much of the sunlight. The atmosphere was thick with mystery, and I felt a sense of anticipation as I explored. Suddenly, a voice called out, "I gotcha." "Eek!" Asia squeaked, hiding behind me at the unexpected sound. "Wait, what? That phrase sounds way too familiar," I exclaimed, recognizing the playful tone. Turning towards the source of the voice, I saw a man wearing a deeply pulled-down hat and dressed in casual clothes. "I'm Zatuji from Madara Town. I'm a devil training to become a familiar master." "The hell? Wait. Is this okay?" He's clearly just Satoshi from Pokemon. What the heck is Madara Town supposed to be? You mean Masera Town, right? Zatuji, I've brought the ones I mentioned earlier, Issei, Asia, and Middle. This is Zatuji, a professional familiar expert. Today, you'll be getting his advice to obtain your familiars. Got it? No, don't just casually gloss over this, President. What? I'm supposed to learn from this guy? Nice to meet ya. And so, with an awkward atmosphere hanging in the air, I set off to obtain my familiar. So, Zatuji? What kind of familiar would you recommend? Well, preferences vary from person to person, but my recommendation is this. At Middle's question, Zatuji pulled out a guidebook from his pocket and showed it to us. It was a relief it wasn't a ripoff, it was just a regular paper book. Zatuji pointed at a picture in the guidebook. The page was filled with a dramatic illustration of a dragon. What is this? Oh, that's one of the 5 great dragon kings, the Chaos Karma Dragon Tiamat. She's the only female of the dragon kings. Well, she's as strong as a Satan, so no devil has ever tried to make her a familiar. A what? Strong as a Satan? Wait, that's a monster, right? Why is it here of all places? Though she's not an awakened demon lord, she's more of a demon lord level, if you want to categorize her. Honestly, Tiamat is the strongest among them, and to be frank, she's stronger than your average awakened demon lord. Ah, so she's not awakened. Phew. But that's still plenty dangerous, right? She's the strongest of the 5 great dragon kings? If all of them are on the demon lord level, that sounds terrifying. I'm definitely not ignoring the part about her being stronger than a typical awakened demon lord. Why is someone like that even here? This is clearly beyond the level of a familiar, right? Even Adelman had Dragon Lord Venti in his service. I think if they're your partner, it could work, but I wouldn't recommend it. Fisher, but wait, why wouldn't you recommend it? Do you remember the time when we went drinking together? I remember. That was when Rimuru let him possess a pseudo-soul and gave him a temporary body, right? I remember Drake was so excited to be in a body again, he ate and drank a ton. Wait, didn't I hear something about him borrowing some item from a certain Dragon King while drunk, but was unable to return it because it was sealed away, and now that Dragon King is after him? That Dragon King is Tiamat. I see now. So, that's why you'd rather not meet her. Hold on, that's still Drake's fault. Honestly, he started the fight. He's the one who got sealed in the first place, right? He's such a mess sometimes. Well, since your current host is me, you should go apologize to her about the familiar thing. Sorry. It's fine, Drake and I are like family by now. We've been together for over 10 years. He's more like a best friend to me. Alright, Issei, make that Dragon King your familiar. That you're casually suggesting something impossible, President. Well, I was planning to visit anyway, so I'll at least try to ask. But I'm the one who made the mistake, so it's probably going to be impossible. I'm sure you can work it out. It seems like legendary dragons would hit it off with each other. Well, don't expect too much. First things first, I need to find out where she is. Excuse me, Zatuji. Do you know where Tiamat is? Hey, are you really going to do this? I think she was over that way yesterday. She might still be there today. Saying this, Zatuji placed a hand on my shoulder and pointed toward a distant mountain. Over there. Even so, I don't feel any kind of aura. If she's completely blocking her aura, that's seriously impressive. She could be on the same degree as Middlet or even stronger. I let the president know and headed toward the place where Tiamat was said to be. A fearsome giant rested in the mountain. A blue dragon, probably around 10 meters in length, was sleeping on its top. While I couldn't sense any aura, the intimidating presence of the dragon couldn't be hidden. I see, so this is one of the 5 great dragon kings, Tiamat. The power I feel is on par with Carrion before his awakening. Maybe even stronger. As I stood there, it seemed that Tiamat had noticed me as well. A human? No, you don't seem like an ordinary one. And there's also a familiar presence. Who are you? Nice to meet you. I am Issei Hayu, the current Red Dragon Emperor. Red Dragon Emperor? Tiamat's eyes widened. Though it was hard to read her expression in dragon form, it was clear from her gaze that she had found something she had been searching for. A long time no see, Tiamat. How have you been? Drake spoke up in a bright tone, but despite his cheerful approach, there was a clear sense of irritation coming from Tiamat. How interesting. The one who's been running away from me is suddenly here. What's going on? That I truly apologize for the past, Drake sincerely apologized, but it was clear Tiamat had no intention of forgiving him. Apology? No need for that. Just return what you owe me. I can't return it in my current state. Indeed, Drake was currently sealed in his gauntlet, so there was no way he could return whatever he owed her. Even if he entered the body made from the pseudo-soul and the avatar core, it wouldn't matter, he still didn't have the item in his possession. So, all Drake could do was apologize. Well, it's true that saying that to Drake now won't help. So, I thought of something. HM? What's this? If Drake can't do it, I'll have his host step in as a guarantor for the debt. What? Hold on. Why me? I don't want to take on debt that dates back to before I was even born. Sorry, partner. Hell nah, sorry doesn't cut it. Why do I have to be the guarantor for this ancient debt? Don't say that. We're best friends, right? Even if we're best friends, I'm not gonna do it. Tiamat watched us bickering with a look of disbelief. By the way, Drake, you've really changed. Did something happen after you became a gauntlet? Well, to be precise, it's after I met my current partner. It's true that Drake has changed compared to the past. When we first met, he seemed arrogant, but now he's much humbler, or rather, he's lost that edge he had before. Well, maybe it's because he's witnessed so many powerful beings in these past few years, entities far stronger than me, that it's had an impact on him. That's so, what exactly did the Red Dragon Emperor's host come here for? I don't think it's just to apologize. That's right. I almost forgot. I have to tell her about the other request the president gave me. This is a bit difficult to say, but Tiamat, would you be interested in becoming my familiar? Huh. Tiamat let out a surprised, somewhat dazed grunt in response to my words. Of course, it would be a shock to be asked to become someone's familiar right when meeting them for the first time. To begin with, dragon lords are proud beings. I heard that even someone like Malim cannot tame a dragon that has already become an archdragon. Even though the worlds are different, Tiamat is also a proud dragon king. I doubt she will listen to me. Haha. As I thought about it, Tiamat suddenly burst into laughter. Well, I suppose it's not something you hear every day, so from Tiamat's perspective, it's probably quite funny. It's been a while since I've laughed like this. There were a few devils in the past who tried to make me their familiar, but I never thought I'd hear such a thing from a human. Yeah, I get it. I'm honestly shocked that devils would even try something that foolish. Alright, I'll give you a chance. A chance? It's like a trial that I give to anyone who tries to make me their familiar. I have no intention of serving someone weaker than me. So, Tiamat spread her mighty wings and took flight. Now that I'm really looking at her, she's huge. She's also releasing her immense aura, so maybe. If you can defeat me, then I'll become your familiar. I knew it. Alright, I'm going to do this. I steadied myself and prepared for the battle, without drawing out the gauntlet. I haven't fought like this in a while, and I'm not some combat fanatic, but I can't help but feel a little excited. I'm up against a dragon king. This is definitely not a mismatch. Chapter End. Kavi, Middled. Still, it's amazing, isn't it, Middled? To think you defeated the water spirit, Undine. Thanks. Since Issei went off to the mountain where the Dragon King was, I decided to search for a familiar among any nearby monsters. What I found interesting was the Undine I just defeated. At first glance, it looked nothing like the Undine that Lytus used to control, but upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a similar type of spirit that had transformed into a material body. When I communicated with it through telepathy, I learned that it was a lower-tier spirit that had evolved through training after coming from a magical reservoir thousands of years ago. I was shocked, thinking, is that even possible? But then, it matched the time when the 7 archangels departed for another realm, and it made sense that it got caught in the aftermath of that event. By the way, it prefers physical combat because its evolution led to a transformation that made it difficult to use spirit magic. Its magical quantity is lower compared to higher-tier spirits, and even middle-tier spirits surpass it. However, its physical strength is quite high, so it seems to have about a B+ rank. I think it could win in a one-on-one fight against the current Gremry peerage members. So, are you planning to make these spirits your familiars, Middled? No, I'll need to think about it a bit more. But honestly, when it comes to making them familiars, I have to admit, I'm not sure. They're interesting but, well, the appearance isn't really to my taste. I would prefer cutesy monsters as familiars. When I looked, Undine seemed a bit shocked. It looked like it was eager to become my familiar. Well, it is the only one here who can communicate and talk about its world, so I guess it's understandable, but I can't help but feel sorry. Sorry. I'll introduce you to Ramiris someday, so please forgive me. When I sent that thought, it stepped back obediently. Its emotions showed joy. It seems that the thought of meeting Ramiris made it incredibly happy. The atmosphere shifted. Looking around, it seemed like the others noticed the change as well and started to look around. Then in the next moment, boom, a tremendous shockwave echoed through the forest. It seemed to be coming from the mountain where Issei had gone. It's so powerful. Even though we're this far away, it feels like we might be blown away. Ugh. That's incredible. This is insane. Looking around, the others were struggling to withstand the shock, though they were managing. Zatuji was also sweating a bit. Well, it's not surprising. I decided to deploy a barrier to protect us from the shockwave. What is this? This is the barrier I set up. It's dangerous, so please stay inside. It's probably a battle between the Dragon King and Issei. Though Issei doesn't seem to be using gauntlets, I believe he'll find a way to win, so I'll just wait comfortably. With that in mind, I began munching on the rice crackers I brought with me. As expected of a Dragon King. You're tough. That's my line. Are you really human? To think you could fight like this without even borrowing Draig's power, it's honestly unexpected. Right now, I'm fighting Tiamat without using the boosted gear. The reason? I've realized that my skills have dulled. The attack that woman used on Rainier, I probably could have handled it without issue if it were back during the Great Tenma War. Back then, I was constantly training for survival. But now, living a peaceful student life and being away from Tempest, I've had far fewer opportunities to train. I did spar with Middled from time to time, but it was nothing compared to the full-on combat in the dungeon. If I face her again in my current state, I'll be in trouble. That's why I'm intentionally fighting without relying on Drake to get my battle instincts back. Tiamat soared through the air with her proud wings, while I used the power of Okunanushi to manipulate space and create footholds midair, keeping up with her. This technique, called Tenban, is an art I developed based on Ranga's skywalk art. Unlike it, which only allows momentary footholds, Tenban can maintain them for a longer duration, making it ideal as a platform. Impressive. How exactly are you creating footholds in midair? Tiamat looked surprised that I could create footholds out of nowhere, but even while speaking, she didn't hesitate to unleash a breath attack. If that hits me, I'm done for. Tiamat's existence value is 712.862, a power nearly on par with an awakened demon lord. She's about as strong as the 4 dragon lords who guard the dungeon, which should give you an idea of how formidable she is. As the strongest of the dragon kings, she's no joke. Her tactics are sharp, and her skill level is high. She mainly attacks with claws, fangs, and breath attacks, but she's also great at mixing in feints and following up with relentless, fierce assaults. She's an even tougher opponent than I imagined, probably stronger than the 4 dragon kings. Honestly, I didn't expect her to be this strong, which makes her the perfect training partner. I threw a punch with all my might, landing it right on Tiamat's face. Juge. It seemed to have done some damage as she let out a pained grunt. But even in pain, she retaliated instantly, just what I'd expect from her. I blocked the massive claws coming from behind. Juge. Then she's strong. Tiamat has complete control over her power. Even if my existence value is higher, her sheer size makes her attacks hard to handle. I barely managed to deflect her claws, but then her tail struck me from a blind spot, sending me flying. I landed on a newly created Tenban platform, but Tiamat took that moment to cast a fire spell from a magic circle. Demon. I immediately activated Battle Will to reinforce my arms, deflecting the flames and redirecting them backward. Looking behind me, the fire blazed furiously. That was close. To think you could deflect my flames. I've lived a long time, but I've never seen that before. I appreciate the compliment. While I'm at it, let me show you something special. Hearing that, Tiamat raised her guard and intensified her attacks. I dodged them by a hair's breadth and closed the distance. Focusing my magic into my fist, I unleashed it. Take this. Prison Break. That attack did no harm to Tiamat herself. However, the magical defensive barrier covering her body shattered into countless pieces. Wow. This is my Power Dress Break's evolved form, Prison Break. My dress break has the ability to break down anything covering my opponent, whether it be clothing, armor, barriers, or even curses that shroud their soul. Well, I couldn't dispel the curse covering those 2 fallen angels before it was created by an ultimate power and had an incredible level of mastery, beyond what I can handle right now. But destroying a barrier that simply covers the body? That's no big deal. This power even works on ultimate users, which makes it pretty handy. After all, once a protective barrier is gone, their defense drops drastically. Veldora-style killing art, Draconic Demolisher Fist. With Tiamat now defenseless after losing her barrier, I unleashed my most powerful strike. This technique is an adaptation of Ultima's Holy Demolisher Fist that my master modified, and it packs an incredible destructive force. Don't underestimate me. Just when I thought I landed a clean hit, Tiamat shielded herself with her wings and leaped backward. Even though she was shaken by the destruction of her barrier, she focused all of her magic into one point, reinforcing her body's natural defenses. Incredible! She managed to react like this at the last second. Since she flew back to absorb the impact, her wings were in tatters, but the rest of her body remained unscathed. Impressive! This is Tiamat. Even I, once praised as one of the 2 heavenly dragons, had a hard time against her. For Drake to say he struggled against her before being sealed, that says a lot. As I was thinking about this, Tiamat suddenly let out a cheerful laugh. You're really something? Honestly, I underestimated you. To think you'd get this far without even borrowing Drake's power. You remind me of those people from tens of thousands of years ago. Those people? Who is she talking about, Drake? No idea. As I looked at her curiously, Tiamat started speaking with a nostalgic tone. It was long before the Great War between the 3 factions. Before the current Satans were even born, back when even Michael and Azazel were just children, a human came and challenged me. Apparently, that man came seeking the rumored treasure she had hoarded. Many others had tried before him, but Tiamat burned them all to ashes. Back then, she thought this man was just another fool to incinerate without a second thought. This man fought her on equal terms with unimaginable power, and after a grueling 3-day, 3-night battle, he finally defeated her. Fascinated by his technique, Tiamat decided to become his disciple along with a certain blue-haired woman who accompanied him. The blue-haired woman? According to Tiamat, this woman was a dragon from another world, Far stronger than even the most powerful beings of this world, Ophis and Great Red. She said she spent several decades with them, and those years were some of the most intense and enjoyable times of her life. Wait a minute. Could that blue-haired woman have been named Velgrind by any chance? Oh my, you know of her? I thought she left for another world after that man died of old age. There's no doubt about it. That man was probably one of Rudra's reincarnations. No wonder he was so strong. I've been to that world myself, and I was taught techniques by Velgrind's younger brother, Master Veldora. Tiamat's eyes widened in shock at my words. Then, she began trembling slightly before bursting into laughter. I can't believe this coincidence. So you're a disciple of her younger brother. No wonder you're strong. After laughing for a while, Tiamat faced me again, her aura intensifying. Very well. As Lady Velgrind's disciple, I, her pupil, will face you, the disciple of her younger brother. Let's see whose strength reigns supreme in a head-on clash. That's what I'm talking about. I unleashed my full fighting ki, channeling it into my fists. Tiamat, too, was focusing all of her mystic energy into her breath attack. Wait a minute. Aren't we going to end up causing massive damage to the forest and mountains around here? If that happens, the others, including the president, could be in danger. Is this really okay? Sensing my concern, Tiamat responded with a smirk. Don't worry. This area is covered by a barrier I created. At the very least, your friends will be safe. Oh, I see. That's a relief. Now I can focus without worry. We faced each other again, intensifying our battle spirits. We remained locked in a tense standoff until the moment finally came. Take this. Cardinal Karma Flame. Veldora-style killing art, Tempest Bite. Our attacks clashed violently, stirring up a raging storm and waves of flames. The scorching fire seared my body, but I pushed through, forcing my strike forward. The two attacks were evenly matched, but eventually, I managed to slice through the flames and land my strike on Tiamat. Ugh. However, she wasn't going down that easily. Tiamat intensified her flames further. With her natural resistance to fire, she wouldn't make the mistake of burning herself. The ferocious flames engulfed me, and my piercing strike dug into Tiamat. At this point, it was a battle of endurance. Eventually, the clashing energies exploded violently, causing a massive shockwave. Gah! Whoa! Blasted away, I struggled to rise despite my battered body. As the dust settled and my vision cleared, I saw Tiamat lying on the ground, defeated. Though I was in rough shape, I somehow managed to remain standing. Cough. As expected. You're really just like him. Just like that man who managed to defeat me while being battered and bruised. Yeah. I barely made it though. I hadn't anticipated taking this much damage. Honestly, I was on the verge of collapsing. Well, I guess Tiamat was in the same boat. Even as she lay there, coughing, she looked genuinely happy. Then, pushing her battered body, she stood up and declared, "This match is my loss. As promised, I shall become your familiar." Tiamat then transformed into her human form. Her appearance was striking long blue hair, reminiscent of Velgrind's, and she wore a blue cheongsam. The high slits of her dress revealed her legs, which added to her allure. What are you looking at? Nothing. She was sharp. Just like Velgrind, she was an incredibly beautiful woman. Honestly, she looked more like Velzard than Velgrind did. So, you can take human form, huh? Of course. I was granted this Azure Dragon Blade by Lady Velgrind, and I'm quite confident in combat in this form. I see, so being Velgrind's disciple meant she was skilled in combat as a humanoid as well. She might actually be stronger in this form than in her dragon form. Veldora-style killing arts was designed more for humanoid opponents, but even so, I felt like I might have a tougher time fighting her like this. If she had used this form earlier, I might have lost. That battle was merely a trial after all. Honestly, I thought I could win without needing to take human form. Apparently, she hadn't even had time to shift forms during the fight. Well, it had been intense. After resting for a bit, we were both able to walk again, so we decided to head back to the president's location. By the way, Tiamat lent me her shoulder for support, and I couldn't help but feel a sense of comfort in her presence. You really are just like him, even in your mischievous side. Tiamat muttered in exasperation. When I returned to the clubroom and introduced Tiamat, everyone looked shocked. Actually, they seemed a little intimidated. So, you're Surzek's little sister. I've heard about you. Nice to meet you. Likewise. The president shook hands with Tiamat, breaking into a nervous sweat. Next, Tiamat locked eyes with Middled. It seemed like she could assess Middled's strength at a glance. So, you're Middled, huh? I've heard about you from Issei. There's something I'd like to talk about with you later, if that's all right. Oh, sure. No problem. I hadn't told Middled yet that Tiamat was Velgrind's disciple. I was looking forward to her reaction when she found out. By the way, Asia also managed to get herself a familiar, a small and adorable dragon. You managed to tame a sprite dragon. Normally, those dragons only bond with those who have a pure heart, which means devils shouldn't even be able to form a contract with them. Only those with pure hearts. That's Asia for you. She's got such a pure soul. And what about Middlet? Hey, what about your familiar? I couldn't really find anything good. Just as she said that, a bizarre, overly muscular water spirit emerged from the nearby spring. What was this? Apparently an undine. Are you kidding me? That's definitely not right. On closer inspection, it looked way too similar to the elementals from the other world. What was going on? Well, let's just call it a friend instead of a familiar. I see. So she didn't feel comfortable making that her familiar. Honestly, I wouldn't either. Middlet's familiar search would have to wait for another day, but for now, I would proceed with my own familiar contract. As a crimson magic circle formed, Tiamat stepped inside it. In the name of Issei, I command you, become my familiar. Tiamat responded, and the magic circle glowed brightly for a moment before fading away. Is that it? Yes. From now on, I'm in your care, Issei. And just like that, Tiamat officially became my familiar. Tiamat. EP. 712.862, Azure Dragon Blade. Plus 1.000.000. Species, Dragon Lord. Blessing, Scorching Dragon's Blessing. Title, Chaos Karma Dragon. Unique skill, Flare Wielder. Thought Acceleration, Demon Lord's Hockey, Spatial Manipulation, Flare. The strongest among the 5 great dragon kings, having lived for tens of thousands of years. Thousands of years ago, she fought a reincarnation of Rudra and was defeated. However, she became intrigued by his techniques and chose to become his disciple. She also trained under Velgrind, honing her combat skills to an exceptionally high level in both her dragon and human forms. It is said that she is actually stronger in the latter form. In her dragon form, she specializes in flame breath attacks. While in human form, she wields a god-grade Azure Dragon Blade, a gift from Velgrind. Thanks to her unparalleled skill and this ultimate tier weapon, she was able to fight the 2 heavenly dragons who possess multiple times her energy on nearly equal footing in her human form. This Azure Dragon Blade is her treasured possession. Since she can defeat most opponents without it, she rarely uses it, and very few are aware of its existence, not even her fellow 5 great dragon kings. Although she has not yet achieved awakening, her level of skill alone makes her a formidable force, rivaling even awakened demon lords. Additionally, after being exposed to Velgrind's aura for decades, she developed a unique skill. The Flare Wielder grants her hellish flames capable of incinerating anything with her immense magical power. Some readers might be wondering, is this really all Issei's ultimate abilities can do? However, Issei did not enhance his attack with his ultimate power in this fight. The only abilities he used were spatial manipulation to create platforms to approach the airborne Tiamat and dress break. Apart from the clothes disintegrating, creating a platform is a trick that even unique classes can do. So, this was a major factor in his struggle during the fight. That said, Tiamat's overwhelming combat prowess played a significant role in the difficulty as well. For reference, Issei, who has naturally evolved into a saint, now possesses strength on par with an awakened demon lord. In fact, this enhanced Tiamat is stronger than pre-awakening Carrion or even the dungeon dragon lords. It's been nearly 2 weeks since I made Tiamat my familiar. Lately, my daily routine includes waking up early. Getting up early for secret training has become a habit. This is all to regain my dulled combat instincts and be prepared in case the mysterious ultimate possessor attacks again. The training ground is a mountain near the familiar forest, where I previously fought Tiamat. Right now, I'm facing off against Middlet. Here I come, Issei. Bring it on, Middlet. As we both took our stances, Tiamat, in her humanoid form, gave the signal. Begin. Middlet wielded a wooden sword that she had become quite accustomed to, infused with her mystic key, making it incredibly sturdy. Without hesitation, she closed the distance using instant move. Hazy style, flowing water slash. Middlet unleashed her powerful flowing water slash right from the start. I quickly dodged, but she swept at my legs in an attempt to trip me. I managed to stay on my feet, though I was thrown off balance as she followed up with another attack. Thunder of heaven and earth. I countered by catching her strike with my hands. The impact cracked the ground beneath us, and a tremendous roar echoed through the mountains. I kicked Middlet away and regained my stance. Now it's my turn, Middlet. I launched a relentless barrage of punches at her. Middlet tried to deflect them with her sword but couldn't keep up and took a hit to the stomach. Gah! She coughed as she struggled to catch her breath. Normally, I would stop here, but this was a mock battle with real combat in mind. Since we weren't in a dungeon, things could get dangerous, so I had asked Tiamat to referee. Unless she signaled, the match would continue. With no signal from Tiamat and Middle's eyes still filled with determination, the fight was still on. I prepared to deliver a decisive blow. You're too soft. Willow, 7 petals calm. And just when I thought I had landed a finishing blow, Middle skillfully deflected it and landed 6 heavy strikes on me instead. The 7 petals calm is a secret defensive technique of the hazy style, allowing the user to absorb and redirect the opponent's attacks while counterattacking. It's a formidable move. If Middle had been using her beloved sword, the Fallen Blade, I might have been in real trouble. Maybe I'm a bit rusty after all, but I can't afford to lose here. I charged straight at Middle. Giving up on strategy, huh? Despite her words, Middle kept her guard up. Just before her counter landed, I suddenly stopped and activated Form Hide. Wow! She probably expected me to use instant move to close the distance, but she wasn't prepared for me to disappear completely. While Middle was momentarily shaken, I instantly moved behind her and wait? I grabbed her tightly and executed a full-force backdrop. Gah! Middle collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud. It seemed I might have overdone it a little. The winner, Issei. Tiamat's calm, unwavering voice echoed through the mountains, unfazed by what had just happened. Morning in the classroom. Morning, Matsuda, Motohama. Good morning, Asia-chan. Asia and I greeted our friends as we arrived in the classroom. However, only Asia's greeting was returned, while I was completely ignored. Even someone as easygoing as me was starting to get annoyed. Hey, I'm here too, you know. When I said that, the two of them turned to me with expressions that could only be described as fierce. Shut up, you traitor. That's right. Having Middle-chan around was already enough to make us jealous, and now Asia-chan is staying at your place too? Give me a break, Heidu. And on top of that, you even joined the occult research club? It's outrageous that you're in the same club as that group of stunning beauties. Quit the club immediately or introduce us. Yeah, at least introduce us to some cute girls. Please. The two of them clung to me, their eyes welling up with tears. Honestly, I was already exhausted from training, and now this was just annoying. Are you guys mad at me or begging me? Pick one. And get off me. Why did I have to start my morning with guys clinging to me? This was seriously suffocating. You're one of us, the perverted trio. It's wrong for you to be surrounded by girls alone. Even if they said that. Most of this just happened by chance, and it's not like I knew any girls to introduce them to. The Occult Research Club members are all devils, and Tiamat is a dragon. Now that I think about it, almost all the girls I know aren't even human. Introducing a non-human would be problematic, so is there any human girl I know? Boy, there is one. A girl who's striving to become a magical girl, an absolute badass, and despite being human, she somehow possesses saint-level power beyond even immortals. If she went to another world, she'd probably become a saint for sure. It all started 2 years ago when I took Middle to a rental video store and felt an unusual aura there. We met this girl while she was trying to rent a magical girl anime. Middle, intrigued by the show, struck up a conversation with her, and they hit it off. After that, I also ended up talking to her occasionally. I do know a girl who's quite something. Seriously? That'll do. Please introduce us. A maiden? That sounds amazing. They say, count me in. They're probably imagining a different kind of maiden than the one I'm talking about. Well, since they insist so much, I guess I'll introduce them. I pulled out my phone and made the call. Hello? Please say, my friends want to meet you. Oh, is that okay? Great, thanks. Talk to you later. After hanging up, I jotted down the meeting details and looked at Matsuda and Motohama. Their eyes were filled with serious anticipation, and I already felt a bit guilty. So, what did she say, Issei? Yeah, she agreed to meet. Here's the place and time. She's bringing a friend too. But I wonder if her friend is also like that. As I handed them the memo, the two of them looked at me as if I were a god and thanked me loudly. Thank you so much, Isadano. We'll never forget this favor. Their excitement only made my guilt worse. I mean, I didn't lie. They asked me to introduce a girl, so I introduced them to one. They agreed to this. So I'm not at fault, right? So, what's this maiden's name? Miltan. Sorry guys. That feels so good. A little more to the left. Yeah. What are you doing? A massage. I answered Kaneko-chan's question as I continued giving Middle a massage. Apparently, the backdrop from this morning's training had hit her pretty hard, and she had been dealing with a headache all day. Because of that, she couldn't focus in class, and even the pop quiz we had today went terribly for her. As a result, she's stuck with remedial lessons after school tomorrow. Even though Asia healed her earlier, it still didn't sit well with her, so she asked for a massage to relieve her everyday fatigue. And here I am, giving her one. Oh my, you two are as close as ever. Middle. I'm jealous. Asia looked at Middle with a slightly envious expression. Does she want one too? Want me to give you one later, Asia? Really? I'd love that. Wow, she's really excited. I guess she's been feeling pretty tired too. Once I finished with Middlet, I moved on to massaging Asia. Honestly, Asia's softness is totally different from Middlet's, and it's amazing. I mean, right now, I could legally touch her. But no way. Asia is pure and innocent. I can't taint that. Control yourself. What are you thinking about? And nothing. Middlet looked at me in exasperation, as if she'd seen right through my inner struggle. Still, things feel so peaceful. Thinking back, it's been pretty tense lately getting attacked by Rainier, staying on guard against that mysterious robed girl, and even fighting Tiamat. Honestly, I don't need any more trouble. I just want peaceful days like this to last forever. President? Out of nowhere, the president let out a deep sigh. She looked troubled. Something must be bothering her. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. She forced a smile, but there was an undeniable shadow behind it. Something felt off, like a dark cloud hanging over her. She's definitely not acting like her usual self. I've got a bad feeling about this. Looks like this peace won't last for long after all. Feeling a bit down, I continued massaging Asia. Riser's arc will begin in the next chapter. Fwa. You look sleepy. Yeah, I'm tired. I stayed up pretty late last night. Today, Tiamat has something to do, so training is cancelled. I could train with Middlet alone, but she was pretty mad about yesterday's incident. I did manage to calm her down with a massage, but bringing it up again wouldn't be a good idea, so I decided to take the day off. After parting ways with Middlet, I headed to the classroom with Asia. Suddenly, I sensed something approaching me. Issei. Dai. Charging toward me were furious Matsuda and Motohama, ready to tackle me. I quickly crouched down to dodge. Their attempts to hit me ended up colliding with each other instead. Arg? They must have put a lot of force into it, as they both clutched their necks in pain. Are you guys okay? At my words, the two glared at me with teary eyes and screamed. Screw you. We're gonna get you, Isis. They're both completely out for blood. Well, I do have an idea why. Actually, there's only one possible reason. What the hell was that? That was straight out of a martial arts manga. Are you kidding me? What? I told you, didn't I? Like hell you are. What the hell was she, anyway? A post-apocalyptic warlord or something? What? Even I don't fully understand Miltan. With a body like something out of Fist of the North Star, yet aspiring to be a magical girl, Miltan is a true anomaly of this world. Somehow, Miltan even reached Saint-level Magicule. In this world, where magical essence is thin, Miltan can't evolve, but if she ever crossed over to the other side, she'd probably awaken instantly. Not that I want to imagine it. And on top of that, you said she was your friend, and then more freaks like Miltan showed up. I thought I was gonna die. What the? There were more of them? I don't think they were quite on Miltan's level, but I can't be sure, and that's what's scary. Seriously, where do people like that even come from? I got lectured endlessly about the magical world. I kept telling them I didn't know anything about it. And I got trained on how to deal with something called dark creatures, that's something about special items, but honestly, just Miltan's punch would probably work better. They really went through a lot. Well, look at the bright side. Now you guys know how to deal with dark creatures if you ever run into them. The moment I said that, Matsuda and Motohama both launched a kick at me. Out of a strong sense of guilt, I decided to let them connect. Phew, I'm so tired. Hey! After school, Middlet emerged from the first-year classroom after finishing her supplementary lessons. Since I was responsible for what happened this time, I waited in front of the classroom until she was done. This was also one of the conditions she set to forgive me for yesterday's incident. Opportunities like this are rare, you know? We don't often get to be alone together. Lately, Asia has been joining us on the way home more often. Of course, that's fun too, but Middlet admitted that she felt it. Little lonely not being able to spend time with me alone. It's little things like this that make her so adorable. Oh yeah, wanna grab something before heading to the occult research club? Oh, that sounds good. Just as we were about to head to the school store, both Middlet and I sensed a strong aura coming from the old school building. It's the same demonic presence as the president. What is that? Not sure, but we should probably check it out right now. Why does it have to be today of all days? Middlet sighed, disappointed that our date-like atmosphere had been interrupted by trouble. I get how she feels, but there's no helping it. Thus, we hurried toward the occult research club's room. POV, Kiba. So, Middlet-san has supplementary lessons. Yes, and Issei-senpai said he'll be a little late because of that. Ugh, I'm so jealous. Since they're in the same class, Middlet-san usually comes with Kaneko-chan. But today, she wasn't here, so I asked about it. Apparently, her test results yesterday weren't great, so she got stuck with supplementary lessons after school. Issei-kun is also running late because of it. Asia-san looked a little envious. Still, the president has been acting strange lately. I wonder if something happened? Maybe the vice president knows something. As we talked, we arrived in front of the clubroom. When we opened the door, the president and vice president were inside, both looking tense. What could have happened? Just as I was wondering, I suddenly realized that someone else was in the room besides us. I can't believe I didn't notice their presence until now. Standing there was none other than Graphia Lucifuge Gremory household's maid, the president's sister-in-law, and the wife of Satan Surzex Lucifer. Why is she here? Where are Issei and Middlet? They'll be a little late. I see. Hearing Kaneko-chan's reply, the president looked slightly troubled. There's no time, so I'll get straight to the point. I have something to discuss with you all. At that moment, a magic circle drawn in the corner of the room suddenly lit up. A teleportation spell? But aside from Issei and Middlet, everyone is already here, including Graphia. Is that the Phoenix family crest? Phoenix? As the light faded, a blonde man appeared. Phew, it's been a while since I last came to the human world. The man who appeared was dressed in a loosely worn red suit, exuding the air of a host. As soon as he saw the president, he smirked in a way that made the atmosphere tense. My beloved Rias, I've come to see you. I had never met him in person before, but there was no doubt. This man is the president's fiancé Riser Phoenix. The tea made by Rias Queen Shore is delicious. I am honored to hear that. The vice president smiled politely, but I could tell she was quite irritated. I had heard rumors before, but seeing the president's fiancé in person for the first time. He had an incredible presence. Could it be related to the way the president had been acting recently? By the way, Rias, let's go check out the wedding venue. The date has already been set, and it's better to take care of things early. Enough already, Riser. The president, who had been enduring his constant touches, finally snapped. She stood up and glared at Riser, but he simply smirked with confidence. I've told you before I have no intention of marrying you. I will choose my own husband. Yeah, I remember. But, Rias, it's not that simple. Most pure-blooded devils were wiped out after the last war. Even though the war is over, we remain in a delicate balance with the angels and fallen angels. That's exactly why the union of my Phoenix and Gremory families' two strong bloodlines must produce even stronger heirs. This is the will of your father, my father, and Lord Surzex. Are you planning to ruin the Gremory family with your selfishness? Certainly not. As the next head of the house, I will choose my husband myself. I will marry someone I truly love. That much is my right. Hearing the president's determined words, the smirk on Riser's face finally faded. He clicked his tongue in irritation. Listen, Rias. I carry the name of the Phoenix family, and I cannot allow it to be tarnished. If you continue to act out, I won't hesitate to take drastic measures. As he spoke, an overwhelming pressure radiated from him. Flames flickered around Riser, filling the air with tension. What an intense pressure. At this rate, just when I thought things were about to escalate further, the door behind us creaked open, and a familiar voice echoed through the room. Sorry we're late. Who's that? Issei and Middlet had arrived. In the midst of the tense atmosphere, their presence was reassuring. POV, say, what are you? A human? Why is a human here? In front of me, who had rushed into the clubroom, stood a flashy guy who looked like a host. Who is this guy? He's clearly a devil, but he can't hide his disdain for humans. Feels like a real small-time character. Are you the current Red Dragon Emperor, Issei Hayaru, as reported by the young lady, and your fallen angel girlfriend, Middlet? Just as I was thinking about that, a strong-looking maid dressed in a maid outfit spoke to us. This woman. She's probably as strong as Fry before her awakening. She's likely a powerful being having a demon lord class under her belt. She's not just anyone. There is Luminous, who disguised herself as a maid, so she might even be a demon lord in disguise from this world. I found myself blurting out that question. Could you be a demon lord or something? Upon hearing that, the maid seemed a bit flustered. Why do you think that? Well, it's clear that you're much stronger than that flashy red devil over there or the president. I just thought maybe. The maid seemed to understand a bit more and, judging by her reaction, she wasn't the demon lord herself. But she was definitely someone close to one. No, that's not the case. I am a maid of the Gremory family and the queen of Lord Surzex, the Satan. My name is Graphia Lucifuge. Oh, she's the queen of the demon lord. That means Surzex, the Satan, must be incredibly strong if he has someone like her as a subordinate. According to Tiamat, Surzex is considered a mutant among devils, a being so powerful that even a god-grade weapon might not be enough to defeat him. Now that I think about it, Tiamat also mentioned that Surzex is the president's older brother. Maybe that's how she ended up working as a maid. You've been insolent to me. This whole time. Oh. Right, I almost forgot. Who exactly is this guy? That man is the president's fiancé, Riser Phoenix. The president's fiancé. I see. Wait, what? Eh? The president is getting married? I'm not. I don't accept this. I get it now. So this is one of those arranged marriages that the parents decide. From what the president said, most pure-blooded devils died in the war, and that's why reincarnated devils started to appear. But because there might not be any pure-blood devils left, they want to marry two pure-blooded families to preserve their bloodline. It's all about ensuring the survival of the devil race. It makes sense why the president would oppose it. They're disregarding her feelings. I understand her desire to marry someone she truly loves. Given that devils have long lifespans, it doesn't seem like there's an urgent need to rush this. This is no place for humans to be. Get out of here now. With that, Riser's demonic aura surged. I see. Compared to the president, he seems to possess superior power. While not on the level of a demon lord, he's definitely above an A rank or a high-ranking demon. The pressure from his aura made the president and Kiba break out in cold sweat. But I'm a member of the Occult Research Club too. I think I have at least some right to be here. What? With that, I unleashed my hero's haki. Riser, taken aback by the overwhelming pressure coming from a human, started to sweat. It was clear he didn't expect such an aura from someone he was looking down on. Despite this, Riser seemed to be struggling with his pride, trying to unleash flames along with his aura. Please stop, Hyudu, Riser. Seeing us in such a tense state, Graphia began to release her magical power. The magical energy she released was also at a very high level. Whether she was doing this consciously or unconsciously, there was no doubt this was the aura of a demon lord. As expected from the highest-ranking subordinate of the strongest Satan in this world. She serves as the queen of the one who even Tiamat isn't sure she could defeat. It's no surprise she exudes such power. Upon closer inspection, the aura from me, Riser, and Graphia seemed to dominate the room, creating a significant amount of pressure on the president and the others. Middle stood protectively in front of Asia, the most vulnerable in the room, and it might be wise for everyone to calm down a bit. I am here on Lord Surzek's orders, so I will not hold back in this situation. My apologies. So says the strongest queen. I suppose I'll have no choice but to ease up. When we stopped releasing our auras, the president and the others seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Riser, looking considerably exhausted, slumped into a chair. Meanwhile, Graphia remained completely calm, truly impressive. Are you okay, President? Yes. Thanks, Middlet. With Middlet supporting her, the president sat down. I felt a pang of guilt. I should apologize later. We knew that the opinions of the Gremory family and the Phoenix family would conflict. So, if we are unable to resolve this here, I've prepared a final option. A final option? What do you mean, Graphia? The president asked. Graphia continued, if the young lady insists on her own will, would you be willing to settle this engagement through a rating game? I had heard of it. It's a game in the underworld where high-ranking devils pit their subordinates against each other. As you know, official rating games can only be participated in by fully mature devils. However, in unofficial games, even half-developed devils can join. In such cases, it is often family or house conflicts, right? The president sighed as she finished her sentence. So, when my father and the others considered what would happen if I rejected this engagement, they decided to settle it with a game? How far do they intend to control my life? Yes, if something as important as this were decided like a game, it would be hard to accept. Then, does that mean the young lady refuses the game? Of course not. This is an opportunity one can't pass up. Let's settle this with the game, Riser. Hearing the president agree to participate in the rating game, Riser smirked and said, what a waste. I've participated in rating games countless times. Do you really think you can win against my proud peerage with your limited manpower? Riser snapped his fingers, and once again, a magic circle began to glow. When the light cleared, there were 15 women standing there. Yes, 15 women, all of them. Knights, mages, little girls, and beautiful young women gathered around Riser. What a sight. I felt a twinge of envy. What's going on? It feels completely different from before. Sorry about that. This guy has a bit of a peculiar side, you know? He's actually obsessed with harem fantasies. Right, Issei? Snap out of it. At those words, Riser's subordinates and Kaneko-chan looked at me as though I were beneath them. You're the worst. Is that what you always think about? How distasteful. The scornful glares and derisive voices from the girls hurt my heart. It's not like that, Kaneko-chan. Sure, I have a longing for a harem, and sometimes I think about creating one, but that's not the reason I joined the Occult Research Club. Well, whatever. We could start right now, but I'll give you 10 days. You should at least say your goodbyes to your friends in this world. Goodbyes? What does he mean by that? But If the president loses, she won't be able to stay at the school in the human world anymore. That would mean the occult research club would disappear. She might even have to say goodbye to all the subordinates. I can't let that happen. Middle seemed to have come to the same conclusion and frowned. I have one question. If humans who aren't part of the peerage want to participate in the rating game, is that allowed? At my question, Graphia, Riser, and the president all looked at me in surprise. Acting on your own. But this time, we'll give it our all. You'd better talk while you can. With that, our participation was decided, and Riser and Graphia left. We'll need to prepare properly before then. With that in mind, we started discussing our plans moving forward. The day after it was decided that we would have a rating game with Riser, we chose to stay at the president's villa for training. Since it's located near the top of a mountain, we walked along a mountain trail. The view was quite nice. The wind felt refreshing, and there was a lovely fragrance from the flowers. Maybe I should take a photo to show my mom and dad? Why, you're doing fine, Issei-kun. Well, it's true that I'm fine, but it's not something that should be that surprising. Even though I'm carrying the luggage for Asia and Middle was packed, and the size shouldn't differ much from Kaneko-chan's. It was probably heavier than Kiba's, but that wasn't surprising. I can carry it because I'm a rook, but a normal human would struggle, I heard Kaneko-chan mutter in disbelief. She was carrying a backpack nearly twice her size, and judging by its weight, it must have been around 60 to 80 kilos. I had something similar, and carrying that while hiking would indeed be impossible for an average person. Well, let's just accept it since we're trained for this, I said as I resumed walking toward the mountain peak. Oh, so this is the president's villa? Middle exclaimed. Wow, this is a really fancy mansion. The president's villa was certainly a mansion by any standard, possibly rivaling the residence of Tempest's head of finance and peer, Jalmile. It made sense, considering she was the younger sister of a Satan. After all, she had someone strong as a maid. Alright, let's change into our training clothes and get started. We'll be using the second floor, so you can use the rooms on the first floor, the president instructed. Got it. It seemed there was no time for fun, we were diving straight into training. For the president, her life, or rather, her devil life was at stake, so it was only natural. Wait a moment. Could this be an opportunity to sneak a peek? I activated my mana perception, but that was useless. Middle would have ensured there were countermeasures. If I used Formhide to conceal my presence and magic, could I pull it off? Not gonna work, Issei. Don't think you can fool our eyes. Just as I was pondering that, Middle leaned in and whispered in my ear. She saw right through me. Well, whatever. The training camp is long after all. Even someone as sharp as Middle must find it difficult to maintain full concentration all the time. I would have plenty of chances to sneak a look. Alright, I'll go change too. Yeah. With that, Kiba grabbed his training clothes and headed toward the bathroom. Suddenly, he turned around and said something unexpected. Don't peek, okay? Who would peek at a guy changing? I'll seriously punch you if you keep that up. Just kidding. It didn't sound like a joke at all. Lately, there had been all sorts of strange rumors circulating about Kiba times Issei, and the like. I made a mental note to remember this when it was time for training as I headed to change. After changing, the president and the others lined up facing me and Middle. Our main role during this training was to guide everyone. The reason was clear: we were stronger than them. Whether it was magical power or physical ability, they were nowhere near Middle, let alone me. It was only natural for us to be the ones teaching. This was also a request from the president. Alright, we'll start training now, but before that, there's something I'd like to do. Something you'd like to do? The president asked, slightly confused. From now on, President, you and your peerage will fight me. What do you mean? Everyone seemed puzzled by the sudden order to fight me, but there was a good reason for it. We still didn't know the full extent of their abilities. The only time we had really seen everyone fight was during the battle with Visser. There hadn't been time to watch closely when we rescued Asia either. So, I figured it would be best to fight seriously once to understand everyone's true strength and level. When I explained that, everyone's expressions turned serious. Then, how do we go about it? Oh, there's no need to worry about order. You can all go at once. It's fine to use your power of destruction or sacred gear. At those words, everyone's eyebrows twitched. A noticeable surge of determination filled the air. They understood I was stronger, but they probably wouldn't tolerate a dismissive attitude. You think you can just look down on us? Fine. We'll go all out. Don't say I didn't warn you. With that, all of the Rimuru peerage, including the president, took their battle stances. Kiba was the first to charge, wielding a sword that emitted flames as he rushed toward me. I'm coming, Issei-kun. Kiba seemed to have a sacred gear called Sword Birth, which allowed him to create swords of his design. It was a pretty impressive ability, the kind that really excites a guy's heart. The sword he created now was engulfed in flames, and a normal person would likely get severely burned if hit by it. Kiba's figure flickered for a moment. Kiba's piece was night, and its trait was speed. He was using that speed to try and overwhelm me. That's probably how Kiba fought. But it wouldn't work on me. His swordsmanship was decent, but a bit too straightforward. I read Kiba's movements and shattered the flaming sword with ease. Huh. Kiba immediately tried to create a new magic sword, but it took him a couple of seconds to make one. For me, with my thinking accelerated to 1,000,000 times normal speed, that was far too slow. I struck Kiba in the stomach with a palm strike, sending him flying. Yuto? As soon as I sent Kiba flying, Kaneko-chan sprinted forward and began throwing a rapid series of punches at me. I easily dodged them, but I could feel the power behind each one. She was small but impressive. You just called me small, didn't you? Why did everyone seem to read my thoughts so easily? Middled and now Kaneko-chan too. It was definitely strange. Kaneko-chan's attacks became sharper with her anger. It seemed she was bothered by being called small. Should I comfort her as a senior? Well, I think you're really cute as you are, Kaneko-chan. I mean, you've got that whole, lowly vibe, and that's the best. I'll get you for that. Kaneko-chan, apparently furious at my words, increased the speed of her barrage. Each punch was targeting my centerline precisely. She was putting her whole body into them, so each hit seemed heavy. But because of that, her intentions were easier to read. I caught Kaneko-chan's punch with one hand. She seemed startled, as if she hadn't expected me to block it. However, she quickly regained her composure and immediately followed up with a spinning kick. I caught that with one hand as well and, using the momentum, threw Kaneko-chan to the ground. Now, was this all part of her plan? The moment Kaneko-chan distanced herself from me, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck me. It was Akino-san's lightning. Hee, don't let your guard down. That's what I should be saying. It seemed she hadn't expected me to dodge her surprise attack, as Akino-san looked at me in shock. For me, with my mana perception, I was always aware of my surroundings, so surprise attacks just didn't work on me. Taking advantage of Akino-san's confusion, I quickly approached her and threw her to the ground with one hand. Gah! Akino-san, with her piece being queen, apparently also possessed the rook trait, but she was the typical wizard-type devil. She wasn't used to close combat and couldn't brace herself, so she collapsed. Akino! And it perish? The president, now desperate, unleashed the power of destruction on me. I easily deflected it with one hand, sending it high into the air. Thanks to using magic for arm protection, there was no damage at all. What? You deflected the power of destruction with your bare hands? The president stared at me in disbelief. But that was a huge mistake. Standing still during battle was nothing short of suicidal. I understand how you feel, but stopping your thoughts in the middle of a fight is never a good idea. Huh? Darik? Finally, I performed a shoulder throw on the president. In the heat of the moment, she had no time to defend herself, and she collapsed to the ground. And with that, this mock battle came to an end. Are you okay? Yes, thank you, Asia-chan. Ouch. I couldn't even lay a hand on him. That I'm frustrated. As Asia used her healing powers to revive the president and the others, I thought about our future plan. Alright, I've figured it out, so I'll decide on what to do now. At my words, everyone turned to look at me. It was a little embarrassing, but I decided to proceed. First, President and Akino-san. I think the two of you should learn more about close combat. Why is that? You both are incredible with your magical abilities, but you rely on them too much. When someone gets too close, you become vulnerable. It would be wise for you to learn more about close combat techniques, so you're not easily defeated when someone closes the distance. To be honest, magic users generally struggle in close combat. That's why I believe it's essential to find ways to overcome that weakness. For instance, Raisin, the Magen from Farminas, practices martial arts and is quite formidable in close quarters. Even Adelman, who fused with Venti, demonstrated such impressive combat skills that I almost thought that was his true strength. They've managed to overcome the limitations that magic users often face in close combat. There are also clever techniques to fight, similar to Mjurin's style, but since I'm not an expert in magic, I can't teach those methods. Well, Tiamat will be joining us soon, so she can cover the magic-related aspects. Until then, let's focus on training hand-to-hand combat with me. All right. That was a good response. Now, on to the next. Next up is Kiba. Yes. Your swordsmanship is solid, but it feels a bit too structured. Structured? Your sword techniques are based on textbook moves, which is great, but that makes them easier to anticipate. Until now, you probably haven't noticed because of the high versatility of the magic swords you can create and your speed. A sword that follows a strict pattern lacks the adaptability needed for unexpected situations. For example, Hakuru, a master of the hazy style, adheres to the basics during battle but adjusts his movements flexibly and unpredictably. Even if you know the pattern, it's hard to defend against. Similarly, Kenya strikes with sharp attacks from stances that are difficult to predict. When it comes to unpredictability in swordplay, Kenya might be the best. Kiba has sword birth, so he can adapt to some extent. However, the flaws will eventually become apparent. It seems Kiba is relying too much on the magic sword and his speed. Well, my sword skills aren't that great either, so I can't really say much. But I'll handle it, don't worry. Middle-san. When it comes to Kiba, this is the best option. Although she's humble, Middle's swordsmanship ranks among the top 20 in Tempest. She's skilled enough to train Kiba, so I'll leave that to her. Now, on to Kaneko-chan. Yes. Kaneko-chan, when you're throwing rapid punches, you're always targeting the center line accurately. However, you seem to be focusing too much on that. Since you don't have Kiba's speed, your movements are even easier to read. Your attacks are a bit too repetitive. Perhaps you should learn a few more techniques? Is that so? It seems she didn't realize that and looked a little surprised. In fact, the issue of repetitive attacks applies to everyone in the Gremmery peerage. The president only shot the power of destruction straight ahead too. It's as if they lack knowledge of battle tactics. From that I deduce. Probably, until now, you guys have never fought someone stronger than yourselves in a life or death situation, right? At my words, everyone looked thoughtful. That's true. We've never really faced a challenging fight before. Exactly. Until now, you've only fought weaker opponents, so you've been able to win through sheer force. But thinking that you've gained real combat experience from that is a misunderstanding. To be honest, I don't think you can win against Riser and the others with just your current strength. Everyone's faces showed shock at my words. They likely have some awareness of the difference in strength and the danger, but it still feels like they're lacking. Being an upper-level devil means you're naturally strong. And up until now, you've been able to defeat strays because of that strength. Maybe you've been thinking that. But if you rely solely on your innate strength, you can't truly become stronger. What's important is improving your skills. I was weak at first too. I was just an ordinary human, but I trained and fought, and I grew stronger. You need to keep that in mind. Right. But they're all fired up. With this kind of determination, it looks like they can all get stronger. So, what about me? Asia, focus on learning recovery and defensive magic, like barriers. You're more suited for support. Honestly, you're not the fighting type. I see. Asia looked a bit down at my words. She seemed a little disappointed, but I wasn't dismissing her as useless. Listen, Asia. There's nothing wrong with not being able to fight. In fact, it's better if there's no fighting at all. Also, I truly believe your sacred gear is incredibly powerful. Just knowing that you can heal us brings a sense of reassurance. That's why I want you to focus on strengthening your healing abilities and learning ways to protect yourself so you don't get hurt. You're definitely not useless, so don't worry about it. Thank you. Hearing my words, Asia seemed to feel reassured. Given her personality, it seems she wouldn't be able to fully commit to attacking anyway, so I think this approach is suitable for now. Having a healer on the battlefield makes a world of difference in terms of confidence. I'd like to teach her holy magic, but since Asia just became a devil, it might be difficult. Moreover, I'm not even sure if the gods of this world are applicable as objects of prayer. Hinata, Shuna, and Adelman might be exceptions, but it seems Middle still struggles with using spiritrons on her own. Middle believes in Rimuru as her object of worship, and by borrowing that power, she can use high-level holy magic, but on her own, she can only use very simple magic. It's that challenging to manipulate spiritrons. Given that we don't even know if the gods of this world can use the secret of faith and grace, teaching holy magic isn't something I can do for now. It's currently past midnight. Since overloading isn't good, I've wrapped up the training and told everyone to get plenty of rest overnight. Right now, the only ones still awake in the room are me and Middle. I've written down the current existence values of everyone. Your skill is really convenient for stuff like this. Being able to expose someone's existence value is something that can only be done in places like Ramaris Dungeon. Well, I do think it's impressive that I can measure existence values, but my power, the Oakuninushi, stems from my worldly desires like wanting to measure a girl's chest size or measurements, so when I get praised for it, it feels a bit awkward. Nowadays, I can purely measure existence values, which is fine, but in the past, I've learned things like men's measurements, things I didn't even want to know. I had quite a bit of trouble with it. While pondering such trivial matters, I wrote down everyone's current existence values on paper. Rias Gremry, 10.023 EP. Akino Himejima, 9.124 EP. Yudo Kiba, 8.953 EP. Kaneko Tuju, 8.025 EP. Asia Argento, 3.079 EP. These are the current existence values. The only one with an A class is the president, and Akino-san is A-. Kiba and Kaneko-chan are in B+ class. while Asia's magical power just barely places her in C class. By the way, existence values only measure physical ability and magical power, so they can't account for skill. However, if skill is considered, Kiba would likely be the strongest. His swordsmanship, with more practical experience, could become incredibly powerful. On the other hand, most of Riser's servants fall into the upper C to B class, with a few skilled A class among them. Riser himself has an EP exceeding 70,000, placing him in the upper tier demon range, a rank over. With Middlet and me here, Riser isn't a major concern. However, relying too much on that could be problematic. If we went all out against Riser's servants, we could probably finish them off quickly, but that wouldn't give any credit to the president. After all, this is their fight, so it seems better if we only step in when necessary. It's a different story if the president truly finds herself in a tight spot, though. But still, there's only so much we can do when we're training outside the dungeon. It's going to be tough to make everyone dramatically stronger without one. The road ahead seems difficult. With these thoughts in mind, Middlet and I discussed our future plans. For those who don't know what EP is, just to clarify, EP means a numerical representation of magicule count, physical abilities, etc. It does not include invisible skill levels, so EP doesn't directly equate to strength. In fact, even if there is an EP difference of several times, one can still overwhelm their opponent if they have higher skill. E class, less than 1.000 EP. D class, 1.000 to 3.000 EP. C class, 3.000 to 6.000 EP. B class, 6.000 to 8.000 EP. B plus class, 8.000 to 9.000 EP. A class, 9.000 to 10.000 EP. A class, hazard class equivalent 10.000 to 100.000 EP. Special A class, calamity class equivalent 100.000 to 400.000 EP. S class, disaster class equivalent 400.000 to 800.000 EP. Special S class, 800.000-1.000.000 EP. Million class, 1.000.000 EP. Chapter End. POV, Kaneko. Issei senpai is notorious at school. He's known as part of the perverted trio, infamous for his antics around campus. Despite this, he also has a girlfriend, Middlet, which has led to frequent rumors about their relationship. I haven't had a good impression of him myself, but after interacting with him through our club, I found some unexpected sides to him. He possesses the powerful sacred gear of the Red Dragon Emperor and, despite being human, has strength that far surpasses that of a devil. I can't help but wonder why he has such immense power. The more I learn about him, the more intriguing he becomes. Well, I still can't say I like him. Today, Kaneko-chan, I thought I'd teach you my martial arts style, the Veldora-style killing arts. What do you think? Veldora-style killing arts? On the second day of training, while teaching the president and vice president about close-quarters combat, Issei-senpai made this suggestion to me. His movements are so refined that he's truly deserving of being called a master, and just watching him is highly educational. I'm intrigued by his proposal but also a little skeptical. I've read quite a few martial arts books, but I've never heard of such a style before. Veldora-style killing arts is a martial art my master developed, incorporating moves from manga and anime. A manga? Anime? His unexpected words left me a bit bewildered. Is something like that really useful? I get where you're coming from, but I've gotten strong thanks to this. With that, Issei-senpai took a stance. There wasn't a single opening in his form. I still couldn't fully believe it, but first, I want you to learn the basic technique called Battle Will. Battle Will? Yeah. Originally, it was a technique from Middlet's hazy style, but my master incorporated it. You can't learn the other moves without mastering this one first. As he said that, Issei-senpai suddenly vanished. Huh. I looked around but there was no trace of him. Where did he? I'm right here. I flinched as he suddenly patted my shoulder from behind. I hadn't sensed his presence at all. What was that? This is Battle Will. It's an art that uses the energy within your body mana, or magical power to enhance your physical abilities. Art. Yeah. There are various techniques, like instant move for sudden high-speed movement, form hide to block your opponent's perception, and model will to channel magic into weapons or fists for enhancement. Apparently, the technique he just used was a combination of instant move and form hide, allowing him to block my perception while approaching me at high speed. Even though I was used to Yudo-senpai's speed, I couldn't see him at all. And with my keen sense of smell, I should have noticed him, but his presence was completely hidden. So this is the power of Battle Will. Alright, first try channeling magic power into your fist. Okay. I immediately tried to channel my magic into my fist. It was harder than expected. Just directing magic into my fist took some time. Still, I managed to do it somehow. Whoa, you're a natural. Now, try punching me in that state. Following his instructions, I threw a punch at Issei-senpai. Take this. A tremendous sound echoed around us. The result? He effortlessly stopped my punch. Yet, the sheer power was unlike anything I'd ever experienced before. This is pretty different from your usual, right? Yes. This is one of Battle Will techniques, Model Will. Once you get used to it, you'll be able to channel magic power more smoothly. If I can master this, I might become even stronger. I need to work hard, especially to prepare for the fight against Riser. POV, Kiba. Ha, ha. Giving up already? Not yet. Ha. I stomped the ground with enough force to crack it and swung my sword at Middleton. However, she easily blocked my sword with nothing but a wooden practice sword. I quickly followed up with another strike, but she seemed to have anticipated it and dodged effortlessly. Your aura control is lacking. With those words, she knocked me away, sword and all. What incredible power. Is this the strength of Battle Will and the hazy-style swordsmanship? Kiba, your sword already contains magic, but that doesn't mean you can't enhance it further with Battle Will. If you overlay your own magic onto the sword's inherent power, its destructive force should increase even more. Alright, I'll give it a try. Facing her like this, I can truly understand just how extraordinary Middleton's swordsmanship is. She mentioned hazy style. Apparently, it's an ancient style founded by a master swordsman, said to possess a secret blade capable of cutting down all manner of monsters and spirits. Even the foundational technique, Battle Will, is terrifyingly powerful. Simply channeling magic through an ordinary wooden sword can turn it into a weapon rivaling a demonic blade. If I can add this power to my demon sword, it might even surpass a holy sword. That said, channeling magic into my body alone is already difficult, and trying to extend it into my weapon adds an even greater burden. I can't help but feel a little anxious about whether I'll ever master this technique completely. Don't worry. There's nothing better than steady effort. Take it one step at a time. Middleton. Yeah, you're right. No rushing, slow and steady. Once again, I channeled my magic into my sword and faced Middleton. POV, Rias. Perish. Ha. Starting today, Akino and I have been training under Tiamat, one of the 5 great dragon kings. Put more magic into it. This level of destruction won't even pierce the thinnest layer of my scales. The power of destruction is supposed to have the power to erase anything. Yet, this dragon is effortlessly nullifying my magic with a single barrier. Tiamat swiftly closed the distance, launching an attack, and I tried to counter it by applying the grappling techniques I learned from Issei. However, it wasn't something that could be deflected so easily. I was sent flying. Trying to overcome your weakness in close combat isn't a bad idea. But you're still too soft. Looking up, I saw that Akino had also been sent flying with a single blow. This is the might of the strongest dragon king. We can't even put up a fight against her. Your attacks are far too telegraphed. Honestly, they're too easy to read. Then, what should we do? For example, you could release your magic with a time delay, or if you're learning close combat, unleash your magic at point-blank range. There are countless ways to adapt. I see. Simple yet effective tactics. If I fire my magic at a distance where dodging is impossible, my chances of landing a hit will increase dramatically. To be honest, Rias, you don't have much talent when it comes to the technical side of magic control. However, if you focus on power, you have the potential to rival Surzex in the future. So, instead of worrying about fine control, just release your power freely. The key is figuring out how to make it hit your target. Increasing my power and devising ways to land my attacks? Until now, I had always focused on controlling my immense power of destruction, using my brother as a benchmark. But Tiamat is showing me there's another way to fight. I started thinking of new methods to ensure my attacks connect. Seeing this, Tiamat smiled and increased the pressure she emitted. Now then, the training has only just begun. Come at me with everything you've got. Her overwhelming presence made me instinctively take a step back. Thinking about it, having the chance to learn directly from a legendary Dragon King is a rare opportunity. I have to use this to level up myself. Akino and I exchanged nods and charged toward Tiamat once again. Alright, let's call it a day for training. With the sun about to set, I announced the end of today's session. The club members all collapsed onto the spot, exhausted. Looking at them, it's clear that everyone is completely out of breath. Well, I guess they haven't done much intense training before, so this is to be expected. Since devils get stronger at night, letting them rest now should allow for rapid recovery of their stamina. Their magic power has also been drained to the limit, so by recovering from that, their overall reserves should increase as well. That said, everyone's got pretty good potential. Kiba has been learning battle will from Middle, and I've been teaching Kaneko-chan. They're not quite there yet, but they're close to mastering it. By having the president and Akino-san constantly spar with each other, their close combat skills have improved significantly. On top of that, with Tiamat joining in, their magic techniques have also gotten a boost. With all the injuries flying around, Asia has been working at full capacity, and it feels like her healing speed has improved. She's also been keeping up a basic defensive barrier that I taught her, so she should be able to hold her own against most low-level threats. At this rate, I think everyone is going to power up quite a bit. Actually, their progress is way faster than mine, and I'm already looking forward to seeing how far they'll go. Thanks for waiting. Here's my special hamburger set. Eat up and get ready for tomorrow. With that, we all dug into the food Middle prepared. She's an amazing cook, almost at a professional level. Apparently, she trained under Shuna and Gabichi, and I can totally see it. The food is seriously delicious. I thought this yesterday too. But Middle, you're really good at cooking. Once the rating game is over, I'll teach you all how to cook too. Oh my, I'm looking forward to it. And so, the night went on. Ouch. You brought this on yourself. Don't say that, Drake. Earlier, I tried to sneak a peek during the girls' bath time to admire the president and the others, but Middle caught me with ease and landed a spinning kick on me with full force. Looks like she anticipated where I'd try to peek from and got there ahead of me. But it's not over yet. There are still a few days left, and I'll definitely get another chance. Yeah, I'm not the kind of guy who gives up so easily. Drake seemed like he wanted to say something, but it's probably best to ignore him for now. What's that? President? What are you doing? What brings you here at this hour? I had come to the living room to think about tomorrow's plans, and there I found the president sitting on the sofa. In her hands was a book, and surprisingly she was wearing glasses. It's rare to see you wearing glasses. Do you actually have bad eyesight? If that's the case, maybe I should teach her magic-based perception techniques earlier than planned. But she never showed any signs of struggling during training. The president took off the glasses and explained, I wear them when I want to focus on something. They help me concentrate better. It feels like my mind works more efficiently when I have them on. Do I look strange wearing them? Not at all. It makes you look like an intellectual beauty, and I think it suits you. She looked different from usual, but honestly, I think it's a great look for her. A glasses wearing beauty, yeah, that's definitely something I can get behind. So, are you studying rating game strategies here, President? The book she was reading was about tactics, formations, and such. She was likely preparing for the upcoming rating game. The president sighed with a self-deprecating smile. Honestly, it's just for peace of mind. Why do you think that? I asked, a bit surprised. I expected the president to have a more optimistic outlook. Because our opponent is Riser Phoenix. Because he's a phoenix. And immortal, right? You're quick to catch on. Exactly. No matter how much we attack, his regeneration is instantaneous, and his flames leave nothing but ashes. He's practically invincible. So, he was born with super regeneration. I realized that while he might have weaknesses in real combat, he was nearly unbeatable in the controlled environment of a rating game. No wonder he agreed to my participation despite sensing my aura. He probably thought there was no way he could lose in a game setting so stacked in his favor. I see. By the way, President, there's something I've been curious about. Oh, what is it? Why did you refuse this arranged marriage? I know you dislike Riser, but I feel like that's not the only reason. This question had been on my mind for a while. Given how responsible the president was, I couldn't imagine her rejecting such an important engagement related to her family affairs so easily. There had to be another reason. As I asked, the president took a sip of tea and answered. Because I'm a Gremory. Well, yeah, of course you are. No matter what I do, that name always follows me. I think I get it now. In other words, you want to be seen as yourself, not just as the heir to the Gremory clan? Yes, that's exactly right. It's not that I dislike being a Gremory. In fact, I'm proud of this name. But everyone only sees me as Rias of the Gremory family. The president gazed into the distance as she spoke. I want to be with someone who loves me as Rias, not because I'm a Gremory. That's my small dream. Riser loves me as Rias Gremory, but I want to be with someone who truly loves me for who I am. So that's her dream. She wants to be with someone who sees her for herself, beyond the titles of devils or nobility. She wants to choose someone she loves and who loves her in return. It's such a simple, natural desire just like any ordinary girl would have. I like you for who you are, President. Huh. The president looked surprised at my sudden words. As she blinked at me in confusion, I continued speaking my mind. I don't know much about noble devil families, but even without all that, I genuinely like you for who you are. You're kind, you care about your friends, and you're someone truly worthy of being a king. I'm sure you'll find someone who loves you for yourself. After hearing my words, The president gave me an exasperated look. You know, that almost sounds like a pickup line. Her remark made me realize what I just said. Oh no, that did sound like I was hitting on her. Ah. If Middlet had heard that, I'd be in serious trouble. Then again, maybe she'd be able to read the situation? Either way, I'm glad she wasn't around to hear it. Finally, the day of the decisive battle arrived. We were waiting in the Occult Research Club's room. Everyone was trying to ease their nerves in their own way, either by reading books or drinking tea. On the surface, everyone seemed calm, but this game would determine the course of their future lives. It would be strange not to feel some tension or anxiety. It's almost time, Middlet murmured as she glanced at the clock. Yeah. Looking at everyone, I couldn't help but feel a bit nervous myself. Unlike the battles against the Empire or the Great Tenma War, our lives weren't directly at stake here, so the pressure was slightly less intense. Still, suddenly, Asia reached out and held my hand, her face filled with anxiety. Now that I think about it, Asia didn't have the power to fight or any real combat experience. Even though she trained a little, it's no wonder she still felt overwhelmed. It'll be fine, Asia. We'll win this. That's right. Everyone, just leave it to us. Middlet chimed in with a confident declaration. I tousled Asia's hair playfully as I spoke, trying to help her relax. Middlet's spirited words seemed to help ease the tension in the room as well. Before long, the atmosphere among everyone started to improve. As we were talking, a silver magic circle appeared in the clubroom, and with a flash of light, Graphia appeared. Everyone, are you ready? At her words, all of us stood up. It seemed like everyone was more than ready. Seeing that, Graphia began explaining the details of the game. Once it's time to begin, you will be transported to the battlefield via this magic circle. The battlefield is a disposable space constructed in the dimensional gap between the human world and the underworld. Feel free to unleash any flashy attacks. There are no restrictions. Use your powers to your heart's content. So the battle would take place in another dimension. I wondered how durable the field was. Depending on that, I would need to adjust how much power I used. It might be a good idea to analyze the area as soon as we were transferred. Well, if Graphia said it was sturdy, then it should at least withstand attacks at the level of a demon lord, right? This rating game will also be broadcast live for the families of both houses to watch. Furthermore, Lord Satan Lucifer will also be observing this battle. Keep that in mind. So my brother will be watching directly. Satan Lucifer. In other words, the rumored Surzex. Did that mean I might meet him afterward? Tiamat had praised him, so I was curious about what kind of person he was. Speaking of Tiamat, it seemed she insisted on watching the game this time as well. She was a free spirit, whether it was making the familiar forest in Devil Territory her sleeping ground or otherwise. After finishing her explanation, Graphia set up a magic circle in the middle of the room. I will now guide you to the battlefield. Please step into the magic circle. Following her instructions, we all stepped into the circle. The light from the magic circle grew brighter. The rating game was about to begin. I needed to focus. And so, wrapped in light, we were transported to the battlefield. When we were transferred, we ended up back in the same clubroom. For a moment, I thought it was a mistake, but upon closer inspection, I realized it was an incredibly well-made replica. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Graphia, a servant of the Gremory family, appointed as the referee for this match between the Phoenix and Gremory houses. For this rating game, we have prepared a replica of Crow Academy, the school attended by Rias Gremory and her team, recreated in a separate dimension to serve as the battlefield. But the Devil's technological abilities are incredible. If I hadn't analyzed it, I probably wouldn't have noticed it was a copy. It felt exactly like the original clubroom, down to the smallest details, the trinkets, the snacks we always keep stocked. Even my hidden stash of magazines was perfectly recreated. They really didn't need to replicate that. Anyway, it seems this place is almost identical to our school. The only noticeable difference is the strange sky due to this being in another dimension. It reminds me of the time Ramiris casually created a lab. Their level of technology is astounding. As a researcher, I have to admit I'm a little intrigued. I'll ask about it later. Both teams, the place you've been transferred to is your base. For Ria's team, the base is the Occult Research Club in the old school building. For Riser's team, the base is the Student Council room in the new school building. For Pawn class members, when performing a promotion, you must approach the vicinity of the opponent's base. This doesn't really concern us since we don't have any pawns on our team. What we need to be cautious about are their pawns. Since Riser's team has a full roster, depending on how they're used, they could pose a threat. Additionally, there are restrictions on the use of familiars. Tiamat, the familiar of Issei Hayudu, is prohibited from being used in this game. Well, that's only natural. If Tiamat were to get involved, she'd probably wipe out Riser's entire peerage in one go. Besides, she already said beforehand that she was just here to observe. The game will end at dawn in the human world. Now then, let the game begin. As soon as Graphia made that announcement, the school chime rang. At this moment, the raiding game officially began. We need to take out Riser's pawns first. Riser has 8 pawns. If any of them promotes to queen, it'll be troublesome. I agree with that. Akino-san, being a queen herself, fully understood the potential of that power and seemed to be on high alert. The gymnasium looks like it'll be a crucial location. It might be better to secure it first. The gymnasium's... It's spacious, and since it's also used as an evacuation site, there should be plenty of supplies stored there. If this turns into a prolonged battle, it would definitely be a key spot. But I don't think we can defend it with our current numbers. Hearing that, the others started to think deeply again. If it were me or Middle guarding, defense might be easier, but the president probably wouldn't want to tie up our firepower on such tasks. It's a tricky situation. Even though everyone's gotten stronger, it's not like we've undergone a dramatic transformation, and with the difference in numbers, a defensive strategy seems risky. Then why not just destroy the gymnasium altogether? We could set a trap, draw them in, and take out a large number of them at once. Oh, that's an idea. It's a strategy similar to defending a dungeon. Lure in as many as possible and then wipe them out with a trap. It's true if we're going to lose the gym anyway, it's better to destroy it on our terms. Just then, Kaneko-chan and Kiba returned from setting traps in the old school building and the forest. The roles were divided as follows. Kaneko-chan, Middle, and I would act as decoys in the gymnasium. Kiba and Akino-san would serve as a mobile strike team, waiting in the forest and on the sports field. The president and Asia would remain in the clubroom as support. Oh, it looks like the enemy is moving now. A few of them have come outside. Turned to me, their eyes wide with surprise. They couldn't sense it yet because they hadn't mastered mana perception. How do you know that? Kaneko-chan asked suspiciously. It's called mana perception. It's a technique that allows you to gather information about your surroundings using magic. Once you're more comfortable with battle will, I'll teach you how to use it. Thank you. And so, here we are at the gymnasium. It seems, just as the president feared, the enemy has already taken position here. Well, I guess this saves us the trouble of luring them out. Inside the gym, there's one hiding in the air above. That one in the air is probably a queen. Yeah, the amount of magic power they have makes it almost certain. Huh. Kaneko-chan, startled by our words, quickly looked up. Sure enough, there was a female devil hovering in the sky, her presence almost completely concealed. Her energy level was undeniably over a rank. That's too much for Kaneko-chan to handle right now. So, she had purple hair, a model-like figure, and her dress had a striking design. What a beauty. Ouch. Get your head out of the clouds, Middle scolded, pinching my cheek. She was right. While we're outside setting the stage for the gym's destruction, we also need to remain wary of her. With that in mind, we stepped inside the gymnasium. It looked like the enemy was ready and waiting. Why don't you come out instead of hiding? It's not like we're trying to hide. Inside were 8 women, one in a Chinese dress, one with a staff, 2 twin girls who looked small and agile, twin cat-eared girls, a swordswoman carrying a massive blade, and one wearing a kimono. If I remember correctly, the woman in the Chinese dress was the rook, the swordswoman was a knight, and the girl in the kimono was a bishop. The others were all pawns. Isn't this a lot of people? Yeah, this is definitely overkill. Out of Riser's 14 members, 8 are gathered here. That's some lopsided strategy. Lord Riser has taken particular precautions against you. Though I don't think a mere human warrants such concern, we'll ensure you're dealt with thoroughly, just to be safe, the woman in the Chinese dress explained. With that, the twins, the girl with the staff, and the bishop charged at us. Let's take them down, the twin pawns yelled. They came at us wielding chainsaws. What an amusing choice of weapons. I hadn't seen those used in battles before. Small and fast, their movements were quick, but they were no match for me. No matter how many there are, only 3 to 4 can attack at once without risking friendly fire. Unless they're absolute masters, handling them isn't an issue. Stop dodging. You're so annoying. Their frustration was evident as their attacks failed to land, but they still seemed confident. The source of their confidence? It's the bishop. She's been firing magic bolts intermittently to limit my movements. Not a bad tactic, but honestly, it's not effective against me. Even this isn't working? Dodging their attacks for a while, I put some distance between us. Take this. Arg. That hits hard. Glancing over, I saw Kaneko-chan overwhelming her opponents. Using model will to enhance her attacks, she was easily piercing through their defenses. She seemed to be doing just fine. Alright, time to unveil my trump card. Riser's peerage tensed at my words, while Middle, who was fighting the knight, turned to look at me, realizing what I was about to do. You're not seriously going to do that, are you? I am. Honestly, I don't really want to hurt these girls. It doesn't sit right with me as a guy to hit girls. And these girls aren't bad people, they're just loyal to their master. Solving this by fighting them? That feels wrong. And no, it's not because they're all gorgeous or because I enjoy the view. Not at all. Definitely not. Seriously, don't do it. I have a really bad feeling about this. Here I go. Deciding to act quickly, I dashed forward, touching the shoulders of the twin pawns wielding chainsaws and the girl with the staff. They couldn't react fast enough, allowing my hands to make contact. What the? What's happening? Heh, the fun is just about to begin. With a snap of my fingers, I released the power I had infused into their clothes. Take this. Dress break. With those words, the clothes of the three pawns disintegrated, leaving them in a state of shock. For a moment, they seemed confused, unable to comprehend what had just happened, but their faces soon flushed with embarrassment. Eh? The three quickly scrambled to cover themselves, collapsing to the ground in humiliation. Of course, I committed their beautiful forms to memory. It's a sight I can recall with perfect clarity whenever I want. Truly a masterpiece. Kaneko-chan and the rest of Riser's peerage looked confused, clearly not understanding what had just happened. Middlet, on the other hand, slapped her forehead and looked up at the sky, exasperated. This is my ultimate move, dress break. By infusing magic power into an opponent's clothing, I can selectively destroy only their outfits. It's my proudest ability. What a terrifying, no, revolting technique. Riser's peerage, now visibly shaken, began backing away. You're the worst. An enemy to all women. A beast. The embodiment of lust. The girls who had lost their clothing were furious, one even curling up and crying. Maybe I went a bit overboard. You've disappointed me. You're the worst. Gah. It's one thing to be berated by the enemy, but even my allies? Kaneko-chan's disdainful glare was especially painful. I'm so sorry for the trouble my boyfriend caused. Here, cover yourselves with these. Thank you. Despite being enemies, the three accepted the towels from Middlet while sniffling, clearly too shaken to put up a fight anymore. Why does it feel like I'm the villain here? And Middlet, you're one to talk, you've benefited from the advanced version of this technique before. Don't give me that judgmental look. Thinking with your lower half is pathetic, Naya. Beast, Naya. Oh, looks like the fight's back on. I guess I'll hold off on dress break for now. Kaneko-chan's glare is killing me. Such a shame. I dodged the cat-eared twins' swift attacks by a hair's breadth, then lightly tapped their necks. By channeling my aura, I paralyzed their nerves, rendering them unconscious. Gah! Ha! The two collapsed, unconscious. Now 5 enemies were out of the fight, leaving the bishop visibly panicked. Dimenu. Desperation, she cast a fire spell, but I easily dodged it and, using the same method as before, knocked her out without causing any injuries. 2 pawns and 1 bishop of Riser Phoenix have retired. In one fluid motion, I had taken out 3 of them. The others, both Riser's peerage and even those still battling Kaneko-chan and Middlet, were stunned. You should have just done that from the start. How dare you? You've been glancing over here, then turning to fight elsewhere. Don't look down on me. The knight, clearly frustrated, intensified her attacks. Middlet, however, continued sensing her movements with magic detection while casually glancing at Kaneko's fight. From the knight's perspective, it must have seemed like she wasn't even being taken seriously. For a knight, she was fast but not fast enough to pose a real threat to Middlet. Sorry, but someone at your level isn't worth me going all out. Waff! With one swift strike, Middlet sent the knight flying backward. Though she managed to stop herself from being completely defeated, her weapon shattered into pieces. How? That was no ordinary wooden sword. This? Just a plain wooden sword I picked up somewhere. The difference is that I'm simply stronger than you. The gap in skill was undeniable. Even with Middlet holding back, the difference between them was as vast as that between an adult and a child. Don't mock me. The knight, unwilling to admit defeat, charged in unarmed. Too naive. With a sharp counterkick, Middlet knocked her out cold. If you're going to swing a large sword, you should pay more attention to your opponent's movements. Otherwise, someone with equal speed can read you easily. You might also want to diversify your forms and techniques. One knight of Riser Phoenix has retired. Middlet even gave her advice. Not sure if she'll take it though. Take this. Ack. Kaneko, meanwhile, successfully took down Riser's rook with precise, overwhelming strikes. Our results so far are looking great. Wait. You're trying to run away? Exactly, we're trying to run away. Ignoring the 3 pawns huddled on the sidelines clutching towels, we quickly made our exit from the gymnasium. The only one who offered a half-hearted apology with a wave was Middlet, but even she hurriedly followed us out. At the same time, a bolt of lightning struck the gym. 3 more pawns of Riser Phoenix have retired. Nice work, you two. Don't come near me. Kaneko-chan's curt response, as she briskly walked ahead, nearly made me tear up. You brought this on yourself, you know. Well, yeah, I guess Middle's got a point. Wait, something's reacting to my mana perception. This is... Kaneko-chan, look out. What are you? I instinctively pulled Kaneko-chan close and moved us out of harm's way. At first, her face was filled with confusion, but then a massive explosion erupted on the path she had been walking toward. She quickly turned pale as she realized what could have happened. If you'd kept going, you would have been caught in that for sure, Middle said, her eyes narrowing as she looked toward the source of the attack. Hovering in the air above us was Riser's queen. How did you notice? There shouldn't have been any warning signs. The flow of magical energy in the air felt completely off. It was clear that something was approaching. My explanation seemed to make her more cautious. It looked like she believed I wasn't bluffing. I'll handle this, Issei-kun. Akino-san had just arrived. The opponent's power appeared to be roughly equal to Akino-san's, at least in terms of magical skill. While I thought Akino-san could probably win on her own, I had some concerns. I had skimmed through the materials on the rating game before, and there was a recovery item called Phoenix Tears. From the descriptions, it seemed comparable to a high potion or maybe even a full potion. Considering Riser's queen's status, the odds of her having one were pretty high. That made me uneasy about Akino-san going solo. I'll help too, Kaneko-chan said, enveloping her hands and feet in mystic ki. It looked like she had gotten much better at model will. Alright, I'll leave this to you, Akino-san and Kaneko-chan. Be careful about the Phoenix Tears. If she's the queen, there's a good chance she has them. What? You're right. I hadn't considered that. If she does have them, it would make sense. Akino-san's expression grew more serious at my warning. Phoenix Tears could completely change the tide of battle. It's a huge difference whether or not they're in play. With that said, Middle and I left the battlefield, leaving the fight in their hands. The Issei of this world was a researcher in the other world, so he read through all the documents and materials. I was running towards the sports field to meet up with Kiba. When I got close to the field, I expanded my mana perception. Oh, there he is. Yo, Kiba. Issei-kun. Kiba was hiding behind a warehouse near the sports field. He seemed to be on high alert, keeping watch for any enemies on patrol. It seemed he had tried provoking them several times, hoping to take them all out in one go, but they weren't taking the bait. They were probably wary of me. After all, I had already taken down more than half of them, so they likely couldn't afford to fall for any reckless provocation. Apparently, this stalemate had been going on for quite a while. I see, so that's the situation, huh? Yeah, but still, Issei-kun, you and your group are amazing. You easily take down enemies, including bishops and knights. In Kiba's eyes, I could see a thirst for power. Maybe something had happened in his past, I thought to myself, and decided to ask him directly. Hey Kiba. Can you hear me? Gremory's peerage members, hear this. What's going on? Someone suddenly yelled from outside. When I peeked through a gap in the warehouse, I saw a girl in Western-style armor and a bandana standing boldly right in the middle of the field. She looked like a refreshing, beautiful girl, very much my type. But why was she so brazen? Was this some kind of trap? I am Carlamine, a knight serving Lord Riser. I'm tired of this sneaky game of cat and mouse. I know you're watching. Let's have a proper duel. Man, she's quite bold. She reminded me of Cheyenne or Sophia, people who hate underhanded tactics and prefer an honorable fight. But in this case, even if it's a little crazy, it might be a clever move against us. Being so bold makes it harder to catch her off guard with a sneak attack. More than anything. Now that she's introduced herself, I can't just stay hidden. Wait, Kiba? There's an impulsive one on our side too. Although I've only known Kiba for a short time, I understand that he's very attached to his chivalric ideals. Because of that, he probably can't resist responding when someone introduces themselves. It's not the most strategic move in battle, but, well, this is a game, so I guess it's fine. Geez, you're impossible. Well, I think we can win. As we said that, we both watched the two knights facing each other. I'm Yuto Kiba, a knight of the Gremory peerage. Heh, to think a knight like you is part of the Gremory peerage, that's a pleasant surprise. After Kiba introduced himself, the girl seemed to take a liking to him, and the duel between the knights began. I decided to watch without thought acceleration. This was pretty intense. Both of them were so alive in this fight, and it was hard to even consider interfering. However, as time passed, I'm bored. Yeah, me too. Honestly, this is so messy. I'm really getting fed up with Carlin. At that moment, a blonde bishop with a drill-curled hairdo and a rook wearing half a mask on her face appeared. Standing behind them were pawns, two maids, and a girl dressed like a dancer. So, this was everyone except for Riser himself? Sorry, but Red Dragon Emperor, I think you'll be retiring here. Wow, Issei, you really are being watched closely. Of course, the Red Dragon Emperor, a human who emits the presence of someone above a high-ranking devil. My brother also considers you a potential threat. What did she just say? Her brother? Upon closer inspection, she had an aura very similar to Riser's, and more than that, she had a tail that looked like a phoenix's. Does that mean? This is Ravel Phoenix, Lord Riser's real younger sister. What? Is that even allowed? Wait, does that mean Riser has made his own sister a member of his peerage? Lord Riser said that having his little sister in the harem has a social significance. You know, there are people who admire or envy that sort of thing, right? He's not into little sisters, so she's just a token subordinate devil. That's definitely a thing. Putting a sister in a harem is common in harem manga, and I can see why people might dream about it. I'd want a little sister too. That I had a feeling, but Riser is the same type of person as Issei, huh? Yeah, that's for sure. I suddenly felt more connected to him. Just as I was thinking that, the rook charged toward me. Enough talk. Let's go. She had a sharp move. It felt different from Kaneko-chan's style. Rather than focusing on the power of a single strike, she seemed to be emphasizing rapid strikes. With the strength of the rook, it was quite a threat. Well, it wouldn't be if she were fighting against anyone but us. Alright then, let's do this. Now that Kaneko-chan isn't around, I can use that technique. The situation just me and Middlet against the enemy is quite favorable. Take this, dress break. I channeled magic into her clothes, causing them to vanish. What is this? And now for the finishing blow. She tried to cover herself, and in that brief moment of confusion, I struck her neck, knocking her unconscious. One rook of Riser Phoenix has retired. What a horrible technique. Aha. But those two are still fighting. Kiba smiled faintly as the enemy knight appeared terrified by my technique. It seemed Kiba had the upper hand, using battle will to enhance the demon sword's power and employing instant move to confuse his opponent. At this rate it looked like it was almost over. Don't look away. Suddenly, the remaining 3 pawns charged toward me. We didn't want to interfere too much, allowing the president and the others to gain some credit, but things don't always go as planned. Here you go. Before the 3 could reach me, Middlet swiftly dispatched them in one smooth motion. The pawns were taken out before they could even react. What? With Riser's sister looking stunned, the announcement came. 3 pawns, 1 knight, and 1 queen of Riser Phoenix have retired. It seemed the battle with Kiba, Akino-san, and Kaneko-chan had wrapped up as well. I had clearly taken down more enemies than the Gremory peerage, but since I hadn't revealed too much of my power, I figured it was fine. Now, it's just you, Phoenix sister. I'm honestly surprised. To think you've almost wiped out all of my brother's servants. But haven't you forgotten something? Our house is... You want to say you're immortal, right? Yes. No matter how strong you are, it is impossible to defeat immortals. Defeating immortals is impossible. I don't think so. Whether you're immortal or not, I can break your spirit, and I could shatter your soul. Immortality and winning are 2 completely different things. But it's too late. Even if you have that kind of power, my brother has already gone to meet Rias. You've lost. Hearing Ravel's words, I expanded my mana perception further. Sure enough, I could feel that the president and Asia were facing Riser. I see. The plan is for Riser to defeat the president while I'm held back. Exactly. Once we defeat Rias, we win. That was true, I guessed. But the president and the others had grown significantly stronger through training, so I didn't think they'd lose easily. Still, the difference in magical energy was vast, so they likely couldn't win. I needed to move quickly. With that thought, I turned around and headed toward the president. Where are you going now? You'll lose anyway, so talking to me here would be. I'll warn you now, don't underestimate the president. The person she is now won't lose easily, even against an immortal. POV, Rias. Checkmate, Rias. Go ahead and yield already. That's my line. You've lost half of your servants. You're the one who should resign. I stood face to face with Riser. Asia and I had been waiting at our base when Riser suddenly launched a direct assault. I never expected him to use almost all of his servants as bait and attack personally as the king. Did he really see my servants? No, did he see Issei as that much of a threat? That's exactly right. That's why I'll finish this game by defeating you here. With that, Riser unleashed a burst of flames. His speed was impressive, but it wasn't as fast as Tiamat's attacks or Issei's. I dodged the flames and countered with a blast of the power of destruction aimed straight at Riser. What? Perhaps shocked that I had dodged his flames, Riser hesitated for a moment just long enough for my attack to hit him and erase part of his face. However, as soon as his wounds were engulfed in flames, his body rapidly regenerated. Impressive. That was quite a strong blast. I didn't think you'd dodge my attack. Even as he spoke, Riser's composure remained unshaken. Of course he was immortal. He raised his magic power and formed multiple magic circles, releasing fire from all of them. I quickly launched a non-destruction bullet at the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. While Riser was momentarily caught off guard, I closed the distance between us in an instant. Be gone! At point-blank range, I unleashed a full-power blast of destruction, erasing Riser's upper body. Huh! It happened too quickly for him to react. He hadn't even had time to defend himself. But it wasn't over yet. I could still sense his magical energy lingering in the air. My bad feeling proved correct as Riser regenerated before my eyes. So this was the Phoenix's regenerative ability. To recover even from that. You've grown quite a bit, Rias. But was it really wise to leave your little bishop unguarded just to attack me? She must have been burned to a crisp by my flames. Riser turned his gaze toward where I had been standing. But unfortunately for him, things weren't going to go his way. I wouldn't be so sure about that. H&E. As the dust settled, the obstructed view cleared. Standing there was Asia, shielding herself with a protective barrier. No way. You blocked my flames? It's the result of my training with Issei and the others. She had used up a considerable amount of magic power just now, but she still seemed composed. During our training, Asia had focused especially on strengthening her defensive barriers. Thanks to that, her barrier had become stronger than even ours. That level of defense wouldn't be easily broken by Riser's attacks. That's why I had faith in Asia and could fully commit to the offensive. But that's just a temporary measure. I've sent all my remaining servants to hold off that Red Dragon Emperor brat. He won't be arriving anytime soon. In the meantime, all I have to do is defeat you, Rias. Annoyed, Riser intensified his attacks. He no longer relied solely on magic circles. He was now engaging in direct combat. Each strike was incredibly heavy. But, compared to Issei, this is nothing. Issei's punches were much heavier than this. His speed was superior as well. Riser's fists were engulfed in flames as he swung at me. I protected my hands with magic and used a bit of the jujitsu Issei had taught me to deflect the blows. Finding an opening, I released a blast of destruction and created some distance between us again. Though Riser wasn't as strong as Issei, his fire magic and melee attacks were still incredibly powerful. Through this battle, I realized something: Riser was significantly better at close combat. For now, I could manage to parry his attacks, but my skills were still rough. Eventually, I would reach my limit. Even if he's weaker than Issei, I still can't keep up with him. This is Riser Phoenix. This is his strength. I had underestimated him. I was better at long-range attacks, but the difference in our magic power was overwhelming. He had more magic bullets, and they were denser than mine. Even so, I kept dodging. You're too focused on the flames, Rias. In that moment of distraction, Riser closed the distance between us. I couldn't react in time, and his flaming fist struck me hard in the stomach. Aya? The blow was not light. Asia's healing kept me in the fight, but while she could heal wounds, she couldn't erase the lingering pain. I had already been pushed to my limit. I'd rather not hurt my fiancé any further. Yield, Rias. That was not an option. I refuse. My servants, and my friends who have no reason to be involved, are fighting for me. There's no way I can give up. I see. Then this will end now. Riser's flame-wreathed fist came hurtling toward me. Asia had put up a barrier, but it would likely be shattered. I tried to move, to dodge, but the pain in my abdomen made my body freeze for just a moment. Was this really the end? That's our president. Well said. Ga? In an instant, someone sent Riser flying and caught me in a princess carry, pulling me away from danger. I opened my eyes to see Issei, illuminated by the light. Issei. You did great, President. As expected of you. His smile was as gentle as the moonlight. The Red Dragon Emperor? Don't tell me my other servants. You were so focused on fighting the president that you didn't even hear the announcement, huh? The only ones left now are you and your little sister. The president is pretty exhausted, but so is Riser. He may not look different, but regeneration must consume a significant amount of energy. Compared to when I first saw him, his magic power has dropped to about 50 to 60%. We've managed to drain roughly half of his power. Considering he started with nearly 7 times our power, it's impressive that we've managed to push him this far. This just proves that how you use your energy is more important than how much you have. So, you left Ravel behind. But Ravel is quite strong. Do you really think your other allies can defeat her? Well, it's about 50-50. Everyone's pretty exhausted. Just from watching, it's clear that his little sister is no pushover. Since she's a pure-blooded devil, she's probably on par with or maybe even stronger than our queen. As expected, their queen had phoenix tears, so while Akino-san and Kaneko-chan managed to win, they were drained. In terms of sheer strength, they might have been equal, but since Ravel is also a phoenix, her regeneration makes it uncertain if the 3 of them together could even defeat her. But well, all I have to do is take you down before that fight is decided. As I spoke, I unleashed my hero's haki. Riser instinctively took a step back, visibly shaken. He must have realized it on an instinctual level, the gap between our power. Even so, he refused to back down. Probably because of his pride. A pure-blooded devil like him couldn't allow himself to believe he might lose to a mere human like me. No matter how strong you may be, an immortal phoenix will never lose to a mere human. With a roar, Riser unleashed an immense torrent of flames. The intensity of this fire was on a completely different level from what he had been using against the president earlier. My Phoenix clan wields the absolute fire. This is nothing like the half measures I used before. This is my true, full-powered attack. Burn away and turn to ashes. The flames certainly looked powerful at first glance. But this level of fire, it's nothing. The images that flashed through my mind were of the crimson-haired divine Oni and my master's sister, the strongest dragon who wielded hellfire, surpassing even Drake at his peak. Compared to their flames, this is nothing. I activated my battle will to reinforce my arms, and just like I did against Tiamat, I redirected Riser's flames behind me. How did you? Sorry, but flames of this level can't even singe my skin. Veldora-style killing art, gentle wind. If I remember correctly, this was originally inspired by One Punch Man's Waterstream Rock Smashing Fist. It's a technique that lets me deflect magic attacks, but completely nullifying an attack like I just did is only possible against weaker opponents. Then take this. Seeing this, Riser took to the sky and unleashed a relentless barrage of flames. If one big attack doesn't work, he's trying to overwhelm me with sheer numbers. But if I let him continue, those flames might hit the president in Asia as well. I need to put an end to this fast. Yep. Ga? I soared into the air, closing the distance in an instant, and struck Riser down. His regeneration kicked in immediately, but it was noticeably slower this time. Of course it's because that last attack struck his very essence. Now then, are you ready, Riser Phoenix? Wait, do you even understand what you're doing? This engagement is necessary for the future of the devils. Do you realize how grave of a sin it is to destroy something so important? I get what he's saying. Objectively speaking, this whole thing could just look like the president being selfish. But even so, the president, she told me once, her dream is to be with someone who truly sees her for who she is, someone who loves her not because of her family name, but for who she is as a person. It was something she said that night. A simple dream, but one she truly wanted to fulfill. The president is someone precious to me. If she truly wanted this marriage, I'd congratulate her wholeheartedly. But if this isn't what she wants, if she's being forced into it, then I don't care who I have to fight. I'll stop it. That's the only reason I need to knock you out. Issei. I channeled my magic into my right hand, which began to glow with a golden radiance as the compressed energy surged through it. Then, I unleashed it toward Riser. Take this. Veldora-style killing art, Draconic Burst. Gaia Arahe? Everything in the attack's path is completely obliterated. The school building, the training grounds, everything vanished in an instant. Even with his high-speed regeneration, Riser couldn't withstand an attack like that. I held back. Of course this is just a game after all. I can't go harming people. But regardless, Riser Phoenix has retired. As a result, Rias Gremory is declared the winner of this raiding game. We won. Chapter end. This chapter is I really think there are pros and cons. I think there are two sides to this chapter. POV, Kiba. Amazing. As we watched the attack Issei unleashed during our battle with Revel Phoenix, everyone was left speechless. Naturally. We had seen his power many times before, but this move was literally on a different scale. Brother. Seeing that sight, Revel couldn't help but turn pale. After taking such a blow, even a phoenix wouldn't come out unscathed. Then, seeing this, Issei came down from the rooftop carrying the president in Asia. Don't worry, Riser is alive. I made sure to hold back. Is that really holding back? Just how much power did the original attack have? Are you asking me to believe that? We can't have any fatalities in the game, can we? If you're worried, go to the infirmary. With a phoenix's regeneration, he should be fine. Very well. For now, I'll trust what you're saying, Red Dragon Emperor. Hearing this, Revel seemed to relax, letting go of her tense posture. It appeared she had concluded that Issei's words were truthful. Then I'll take my leave. We'll meet again. Yes, see you. Without breaking her noble demeanor, Revel bowed and left us. However, my attention was more focused on Issei's impressive display of power than anything else. Unlike us devils, he was human, yet he could manipulate that much magical energy with such ease. The force behind that attack felt as though it came from a Satan, or perhaps even beyond that. Issei, just what are you? How much training would it take to reach that level of strength? It wasn't just Issei, middle too. I want to reach their level. That thought resonated strongly within me. Issei-senpai. What was that just now? Veldora-style killing art, Draconic Burst. It's one of its secret techniques that I'll teach you one day. After Ravel left, Kaneko asked about the technique I just used, so I answered her honestly. Draconic Burst is a very simple yet powerful technique where you gather magical power in your fist, compress it, and release it at the same time as you punch. I'm quite fond of it since I spent 3 days and nights with my master just thinking of the name, and my master decided to treat it as one of the secret techniques. That said, focusing magical energy into the fist and compressing it is quite difficult, so it might still be a bit much for Kaneko, who has just learned Model Will. More importantly, Asia, President, are you alright? Yes, I'm fine. Thanks to you, Issei. Thank you very much, Issei. From what I could tell, neither of them seemed to have any serious injuries. The president's wounds had been healed by Asia's twilight healing, so there shouldn't be any issues. Thinking this, I was about to lower the president, whom I was carrying in a princess carry, and Asia, who I was carrying on my back, when, Issei, could we stay like this for just a little longer? Me too. Is that okay? It seemed they both wanted to stay like this for a while longer. They were both pretty exhausted, and maybe even standing would be too much for them, but, well, lucky me. The feeling of their closeness was truly blissful. But it's increased again. Middle's words reached my ears. Increased? What does she mean? As I was wondering, Middle walked over to me. You should stop thinking weird things while pretending to be weak. Crap, she sees through me. What's wrong with that? Even in front of my girl, no man could resist these urges. Besides, Middle is in favor of polygamy, right? Actually, even though she acts like a rival to Kuroka whenever Kuroka isn't around. Like when we go drinking, she has sometimes drunkenly mentioned that it wouldn't be so bad if I made her my second wife or something. Well, that's a separate issue. It's just that doing things like that in front of a large group is weird. And even if you were in a relationship with someone, you should stop before you develop that kind of connection. Sorry, you're right. It might be rude to think that way if we're not actually dating yet. Since I'm not in a relationship with Kuroka yet. Well, that's not important right now, so I'll leave it for now. Issei Hayudu. I turned toward the voice and saw Graphia approaching me. Her posture was just like that of a perfect maid. Lord Surzex Lucifer has called for you. Please follow me. A summons from the Satan, huh? I'm curious about the president's older brother, Surzex Lucifer. I'm looking forward to meeting him. Thinking that, I lowered the president in Asia and followed Graphia. After walking for a while, we reached a rather heavy-looking door. When it opened, there were several devils inside. 2 among them approached me. One had red hair and looked dignified, while the other resembled Riser. Nice to meet you. I'm Zeoticus Gremory. I'm Ria's father. Oh, you're the president's father? Nice to meet you. My name is Issei Hayudu. So, he really is the president's father. Well, his magical aura is just like hers. That means the other one is probably Riser's father, right? Riser's father, Lord Phoenix, also approached me. At first, I thought he might be coming to complain, but it seems that's not the case. His presence doesn't have any malicious air, and his magical energy flow is calm. Issei, right? I must thank you. Thank me? After all the trouble with his son and the engagement being called off, I expected he'd be resentful, but now he's thanking me? As I was thinking that, Lord Phoenix chuckled and explained why. My son has never experienced defeat until now. Because of that, he became too overconfident in the strength of our clan. As for the engagement, I too am disappointed, but through this experience, my son and the Phoenix clan should have learned the simple truth that nothing is absolute. I see. So, he thought that experiencing failure might be important for Riser's growth. He really had been getting carried away, after all. Next to speak was Zeoticus. I must thank you as well. Somewhere deep in my heart, I might have been treating my daughter as a convenient tool. But hearing about my daughter's dream, it woke me up. You have my gratitude. It seems like he was also thinking about the president's happiness in his own way. Then, from the back of the room, someone approached. What is this presence? There stood a young man with red hair. At first glance, he didn't seem like much, but that was far from the case. His energy was over 3 million, and on top of that, he had the power of a spiritual life form. What was amazing was that he had completely concealed it. Without an analysis-focused ultimate skill like mine, I wouldn't have noticed it. Could it be that this person is? Nice to meet you, Issei Hayudu. My name is Surzex Lucifer. I am Ria's older brother and a Satan. This man, if he were thrown into a Guardian Lord position, he could probably hold his own against mid-level opponents. At the very least, he seems stronger than people like Gabber. Honestly, he's more impressive than I expected. Maybe this guy has an ultimate skill too? Nah, that's unlikely. Rimuru said that the chances of someone in this world awakening to an ultimate skill are incredibly low. I also want to thank you for Rias. Who would have thought that the red dragon who rampaged in the Great War would be on Ria's side? It's funny how things work out. Hey, they're talking about you, Drake. Seems like you've been causing trouble in more places than I thought. Ugh, shut up. I was young back then. Well, now that I think about it, maybe you're not that different from my master in some ways. Huh? Seems like that hit a nerve, but I'll let it slide. Surzex cleared his throat, getting everyone's attention. His expression was completely serious. Issei Hayadu. Do you intend to become one of Ria's servants? The president's servant, huh? I had refused before, partly because the drawbacks of being a devil were too much, and also because I didn't know enough about the president back then. But now that I've spent time with her and gotten to know her better, it might actually be interesting to serve under her. So, if that happens, I'll have to officially belong to the underworld. I had plans to rejoin Tempest's Research Institute after graduating from university. Even setting that aside, there are other things I can't ignore. That is, maybe not. I don't think the president at present has the power to make me a servant. Well, that might be true, Surzex chuckled and shrugged his shoulders. When it comes to devils, if the king's power and that of the person being made a servant are too different, the process can fail. Even if you compare just our numbers, the difference between the president and me is over 100 times. It's the same with Middlet. Honestly, I don't think it would work. How about you try becoming a candidate for a servant, then? A servant candidate? Is that a thing? Does this mean that he can't just ignore me, huh? Apparently, being a servant candidate would give me the right to go to the underworld, and if permission is granted, I could participate in raiding games like this one. But that's only if they allow it. Even if the president's power surpasses mine, the final decision would be mine, and I wouldn't actually become a devil, I'd just be a temporary servant. That seems okay. Alright. Well, I haven't decided what I'll do in the end, but I don't mind something like that. Thank you. If someone like you is going to protect Rias, then I can feel at ease. Yes. I'll definitely protect your sister. With that, Surzex and I shook hands. I'm fine with something like this, and I'm grateful to have formed a bond with him. After that, I bowed and decided to return to where everyone else was. I should report what we just discussed, after all. Phew. That worked out somehow. That boy was chosen as this generation's Red Dragon Emperor. When I first heard the reports about him, I was cautious, but to be honest, I underestimated him. What changed my perception was the report stating that he had made Tiamat his familiar. And today, seeing him up close, I've realized he is an extraordinary being. He's likely hiding something beyond just the power of the Red Dragon Emperor. It was fortunate that we were able to establish a connection with them. It seems Rias has taken a liking to him. From what I can tell, the feeling is mutual. His eyes showed nothing but sincerity. Moreover, he didn't even use the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlet in that fight, likely because he was thinking about Rias' future. If it's him, I have no doubt he will protect Rias. I personally support interspecies relationships. After all, Graphia and I were once enemies, yet now we are husband and wife. Ideally, I would prefer if he were to reincarnate as a devil, but I'll leave the final decision to them. That's it. That fallen angel who claims to be his lover Middlet, was it? She seems to be a rather formidable entity as well. I could sense a strong presence even from that fallen angel girl, Middlet. She likely possesses power on par with, or even surpassing, that of a Grigori cadre. Yet despite that, I have never once heard of either of their names. Where exactly have beings of their caliber been hiding until now? It might be worth looking into them a little more. I'm going to live at Issei's house. After some time had passed since I explained that I had become a trial member of her peerage, the president suddenly said something completely unexpected. I said I've decided I'll be living at Issei's house. Wait, what? Why would you do that? Her sudden statement left me pretty shaken. Why did she suddenly decide on this? As a candidate for my peerage, if you were to change your mind before I gain the ability to reincarnate you, it would be meaningless, wouldn't it? So I figured it would be best to deepen our bond as much as possible. Well, I don't really have a problem with it. I see. So that's her reasoning. Well, before anything else, I need to check with my parents. I'll ask my parents first. With that, I sent a message to them. By the way, my parents are fully aware that the Occult Research Club is actually a club for devils and that all of its members are devils. When I first explained it to them, their response was pretty casual. If the devils over there are like the ones we met, then there's nothing to worry about. I mean, they did visit the underworld once, so I guess they're pretty open-minded about this stuff. Oh, they replied. Sure, that's fine. Another beautiful roommate, huh? You've got it good. But they're way too casual about this. I mean, it's another person moving in. At least think it over a bit more. Then again, it's this same carefree attitude that lets them accept the whole otherworld thing and Middlet without much fuss, so I can't really complain. Since I got permission, Issei, Middlet starting tomorrow, let's get along, the president said with a wink before heading back to her house to grab her things. This is turning into something pretty crazy, huh? No kidding. First Asia, and now even the president. It's a good thing we have enough spare rooms. Well, whatever. Looks like my life is about to get even more lively. Thinking that, Middleton and I started heading home as well. To be honest, if he wanted to quit midway, he could. Chapter end. Phew, I'm starting to feel a little nervous. I've never seen Tiamat nervous before. Shut up, Drake. Haha. Tiamat was truly nervous, taking deep breaths in front of the door. It was a rare sight, one that didn't quite match her usual dignified demeanor. After a moment, she seemed to steel herself and reached for the door. With a creaking sound, she slowly peeked inside, almost cautiously. The moment she confirmed the presence of the figure seated beyond the door, her expression shifted with overwhelming emotion. She stepped inside and knelt down. Oh my, it's been a while, Tiamat. That it has been a long time, milady. I should probably explain how this situation came to be. It all started about a week ago, during the victory celebration after my fight with Riser. Tiamat also attended the celebration and received plenty of praise and appreciation. During the event, I happened to get the chance to speak with her one-on-one. That was quite an incredible technique. Normally, that attack would combine Drake's power with the ultimate power, right? If I took it head-on, even I wouldn't be able to resist. Well, it's one of my proudest creations, developed in collaboration with my master, Veldora. Oh, with Lord Veldora. I've heard from Lady Velgrind that he's quite the troublemaker, isn't he? Yeah, that's true. But apparently, Velgrind and Velzard traumatized him in the past, so he behaves himself in front of his older sisters. Just the other day. HM? The other day? Did I just say something weird? As I was wondering about that, Tiamat looked at me in shock and questioned me directly. Wait the second, Issei. Are you saying that you've been traveling back and forth between this world and the cardinal world? Yeah. I have a magic circle for dimensional travel called the Different Gates set up at home. Her reaction was priceless. It was written all over her face, complete disbelief. As I was processing that, she suddenly grabbed my shoulders in excitement. Then, after a moment, she seemed to calm down, leaned in close to my ear, and, could I use it too? She whispered it shyly, as if embarrassed for anyone else to hear. So, while the president and Asia were out shopping, I took the opportunity to guide them to the entrance of the cardinal world. I trust the president and Asia, but if I talked about this world, they'd probably get confused, so I want to keep it to a minimum. That's why I haven't told everyone about matters related to the cardinal world yet. I plan to tell them someday, but for now Middleton and I have agreed that it's best to wait and be cautious. Oh, by the way, Middleton is staying at home this time. I told her I'd inform her via magic communication once I got back, so she should cover for me. And so, Tiamat and I arrived in this cardinal world, where we happened to hear that Masayuki and Velgrind were still staying in Tempest. I explained the situation to Rimuru, and Velgrind was kind enough to make time for us. I never thought we'd meet again like this. It's nostalgic. I remember Karura being far stronger than any of Rudra's other reincarnations. Yes, at first we were evenly matched, but before we knew it, he had surpassed us. I can't even count how many times I doubted whether he was really human. Karura? So that's the name of Rudra's past incarnation that Tiamat knows. I only spent about 50 years with you all, but I still remember it well. Oh, by the way, how are the others doing? Well, let's see. Among our old acquaintances, Runias keeps repeating long PRDS of hibernation because she dislikes the idea of her mind aging. As for the evil dragon Krumkruch, who had set defeating you as his goal, he continues his relentless training and wandering for tens of thousands of years in pursuit of strength. While Runias doesn't surprise me, Krum hasn't changed one bit. I remember him constantly challenging me. Even after countless defeats, he kept coming back. Karura and Runias were a bit exasperated with him. I've never heard these names before. Drake, do you have some clue? I don't know much about Runias, but Krumkruch, I do. He's an evil dragon known as the Crescent Circle Dragon and is considered one of the most fearsome of his kind, on par with Tiamat in power. Even we, the two heavenly dragons, weren't sure if we could defeat him. The most fearsome evil dragon. Just hearing that title makes him sound like a real monster. I don't know about Runias, but judging from their words, she must be strong too. But wasn't Krumkruch supposed to have perished? No, Krumkruch isn't dead. Apparently he found Christianity's interference to be a nuisance. The angels and humans that came after him were all weak, but there were so many of them that they were endless, which made things bothersome. So he decided to fake his death and is now wandering the world in secret. I only know this because of our past connection, so even the leaders of the three factions are probably unaware of it. Seriously? Yes. I see. He might even be stronger than Drake before he was sealed. Just like Tiamat, those who pursue strength and seek to level up are always troublesome. Still, challenging Velgrind over and over again. That's just plain foolish. No sane person would do that. Well, at least he's got guts. Now then, shall we get to the main topic? Main topic? So you noticed. Of course, Tiamat, Don't you have something you want to say to me? You've been acting unusually restless. Really? I didn't notice at all. Well, Velgrind is Tiamat's mentor, so it wouldn't be strange if she's familiar with habits I wouldn't pick up on in our short time together. Yes, as expected of you, milady. I cannot hide anything from you. The truth is, ever since I knew I would see you again, I've had one thing I wanted to do above all else. With those words, Tiamat quietly stood up, exuding a powerful aura. The energy she's giving off is intense. But it's been tens of thousands of years since you disappeared. During that time, I have relentlessly honed my skills. Now, I wish to show you the results of my efforts, my mentor. Oh, so that means... Milady, would you grant me the honor of a sparring match? Very well. I shall instruct you once more. The strongest of the 5 dragon kings versus the most terrifying dragon born from the lineage of the creator. The ultimate dream match has just been set. I don't mind at all. Feel free to go all out and fight as much as you want. Thank you, Ramiris. I appreciate your kindness. We arrived at the monitor room next to the dungeon's research facility. None of us had the courage to watch the battle up close, so we decided to observe from here instead. By the way, are you sure you're okay on time? It's been nearly 5 hours. Oh, looks like it's about to start. I already knew the outcome, but I was curious to see how well Tiamat could keep up with Velgrind. That god-grade weapon she wielded was originally given to her by Velgrind, and if she could bring out 100% of its performance, she should be capable of fighting even those with ultimate skills. Tiamat had mastered that weapon to perfection, having spent tens of thousands of years unlocking its full potential at this point. It was an extension of her own body. I'm coming, Lady Velgrind. Come at me. At those words, Tiamat launched forward. Her humanoid form was indeed stronger than her dragon form. Her speed was on a whole different level. Flames erupted from Tiamat's outstretched hand, surging toward Velgrind. Even through the screen, I could feel the intensity of the heat. This was nothing like Riser's fire, this was on a completely different scale. That's incredible firepower, isn't it, big brother? HM? Yeah, it is. But fire won't work on Lady Velgrind. What's that otherworldly dragon king thinking? Do you understand, big brother? That's a tough one. Tiamat should know that much already, though. The one speaking, tilting her head cutely, was a petite young girl, my junior disciple, the Thunder Dragon Lord, Nodos. She wasn't alone. All of the 4 great dragon lords whom I considered my junior disciples had gathered here, extremely interested in Tiamat, the Dragon King from another world. The moment they heard about the fight, they rushed to the monitor room. It's probably just a diversion. But I doubt it'll be very effective against Lady Velgrind's universal perception. That comment came from Boreas, the Tremor Dragon Lord, a muscular dragon covered in spikes. I agreed with his assessment, but something felt off. Wait, what is that? The flames. They're taking shape. What the? Even I can't do something like that. Incredibly, a portion of Tiamat's flames had taken human form within the inferno. They seemed to have actual mass. By creating these replicas and simultaneously cloaking herself in fire, Tiamat was camouflaging both her physical form and magical presence. The level of control required to manipulate fire this precisely was astounding. This wasn't a technique that someone like Rimuru, who specialized in raw firepower, would ever come up with. Even Euros, the Blaze Dragon Lord who was supposed to be a fire specialist, was stunned. With the massive flames and smoke obscuring vision, it would be extremely difficult to see through her deception. I see. That's an interesting trick, but you won't fool my eyes. While regular mana perception might be deceived by her camouflage, universal perception made it useless. Velgrind immediately saw through the trick, but Tiamat seemed completely unfazed. She had expected this. Raising her Azure Dragon Blade, she infused it with water? Isn't Tiamat supposed to be a fire user? Tiamat is just as skilled with water as she is with fire. That magic-infused water is no joke. Oh, so that's how it is. Water-infused slashes cut through everything in their path except for Velgrind. It was basically a water jet cutter. And since it was combined with the power of the God-grade Azure Dragon Blade, its cutting ability was on a whole other level. Not enough. But even that didn't work against Velgrind. The moment Tiamat's water cutter met Velgrind's small but absurdly powerful flames, it instantly evaporated. No, not yet. Tiamat then cloaked herself in Karma Flames, a fire born from her own power. If that fire wasn't properly defended against, it could probably incinerate the boosted gear scale mail without issue. But I doubted it would work on Velgrind. As the embodiment of flames, she held absolute superiority over fire. What exactly was Tiamat trying to do? Just as I was wondering that, Tiamat summoned a prison of water around Velgrind, enclosing her inside. Karma Draconic Aqua Jail. A prison of water condensed from my own magic power. Though, against you, I expect it will be broken instantly. Velgrind smirked knowingly. This raging current was intense. If someone were to so much as touch it, they'd likely be swept away, their body overwhelmed by the highly condensed magic-infused torrents. For an average demon lord, this would be checkmate. But as Tiamat herself admitted, this wouldn't work on Velgrind. So what was she aiming for? Wait, the water's extreme cold. The karma flames wrapped around her azure dragon blade. Could she be planning? Come, Tiamat. Here I am. With karma flames still clinging to her azure dragon blade, Tiamat dashed straight toward the water prison. If my guess was correct, she was about to. Karma draconic eruption. She swung her azure dragon blade, wreathed in karma flames, into the water prison with full force. The instant it struck, a massive explosion erupted. The sheer force of the blast was so immense that we could feel the impact in this chamber, despite being on a different floor. Just as I thought. This was a steam explosion, no, an ultra-high-density magic-infused mega-explosion. This was bad. Really bad. That blast could potentially even take down an ultimate skill wielder. It was reminiscent of Carrera's gravity collapse that should give you an idea of how terrifying it was. The synergy of Tiamat's azure dragon blade, water, and fire resulted in an exponentially increasing level of destruction. In fact, the monitor now showed that several floors had been completely obliterated, their cross-sections clearly visible. That's scary. The Dragon King from another world. To think she was this powerful. Even the usually composed frozen dragon lord, Zephyrus, couldn't hide his disbelief at the scene before him. Despite wielding a god-grade weapon, to unleash this kind of power without an ultimate skill. Even for Tiamat, the cost was steep. She was gasping for breath, down on one knee. She was truly extraordinary. But the most terrifying thing? Velgrind took that explosion head-on and didn't take a single scratch. Dragons really are walking cheat codes. You're amazing, Tiamat. You've become so strong. I'm proud of you. Thank you, Velgrind. On the screen, Velgrind reached out a hand toward the kneeling Tiamat, smiling gently. A satisfied Tiamat reached up to take it. Watching that touching display of master-disciple affection, I couldn't help but smile as well. That was an amazing technique. To think you had such a hidden trump card. But that move drains nearly all my magic power, so I can only use it once a day. Plus, it's so wide-ranging that I can't use it when there are allies around. It's actually a pretty inconvenient technique. Well, considering the explosion, that makes sense. Tiamat can direct it to a certain degree, but if she's not careful, she could end up caught in the blast herself. It seems like it's meant to be her last resort. As we were talking, I stepped onto the magic circle. Tiamat planned to stay in Tempest for a bit longer and continue her training under Velgrind. Well then, we'll meet again soon. Yeah. And with that, I returned home. What awaited me when I got back was... You're late, Issei. Gay Middlet? What time do you think it is? It's almost morning. And no, there's a very good reason for this. Issei, where have you been? We were worried about you, Issei. It wasn't just Middle Asia, and the president rushed over too. Especially Asia, who looked like she had been crying a little. Did I come back a bit too late? I told you so. Come to think of it, you did. Sorry about that. And so, I was subjected to a rather heartfelt scolding from everyone. POV? After the residents of the Hayato household had fallen into a deep sleep, some time passed before someone emerged from a wardrobe leading to the different gate magic circle room. That I really didn't want to come here yet, but I guess it can't be helped. A black-haired beauty appeared, muttering as she spoke. She didn't seem human. With her distinctive cat ears and a forked tail that twitched with every movement. I should probably do the investigation before someone finds me. Saying that, the woman used her sharp senses of smell and hearing to assess the situation around her before vanishing into the night's darkness. 4 great dragon lords. The 4 dragon lords who guard Ramirus dungeon. Each one possesses power close to that of an awakened demon lord, with abilities on par with demon lords. They have also learned the Veldora-style killing arts. So, Tiamat is temporarily leaving. By the way, the name, Karura, is an anagram of Rudranaska, and has no relation to the Buddhist Garuda. Chapter End. Club activities at home. PV. As the chirping of birds echoed outside, the bright sunlight woke me up. I was about to get up and start getting ready for school when I felt something soft in the palm of my hand. Curious, I peeked under the covers. Why the hell? Right there, lying next to me, was the president. Letting out a sleepy murmur, she seemed to be half asleep, trying to cling to me. How did I not notice this sooner? What do I do? For now, I saved the sight before me into my mental storage. I also made sure not to forget the sensation of her presence beside me. Wait, no, that's not the point. What should I do? Middle will be here any minute now. If she sees this scene, I have to wake up the president quickly. Yonan. Good morning, Issei. Just as I was about to wake the president, Middle walked into my room. She probably thought I was still asleep and had come to wake me up, letting out a sleepy yawn. However, the moment she laid eyes on me and the president, her drowsy expression transformed in an instant. Her gaze, which was usually indifferent, sharpened with an extreme mix of two conflicting emotions: absolute disappointment and the fury of a volcano. What the heck are you doing? Lo and behold, someone exploded. So, why was the president sleeping in Issei's room? And why was she like that? I thought it would help me bond with Issei a little more. That doesn't explain why you were like that. Well, I always sleep in comfortable clothes. After waking up, the president and I sat in Seiza while receiving a stern lecture from Middlet. We were being scolded one after the other. In my case, it was about why I didn't wake her up when I noticed, or why I didn't notice in the first place, and so on. Well, fair enough. Normally, you'd notice something like that even if you were asleep. Ugh, I'm a little jealous. Asia was envious about something. I could understand if it were me, a guy, but was there really anything for Asia to be jealous of? Honestly, well, since this is your first offense, I'll let it slide this time, but please be more careful from now on. We've got that thieving cat who kept doing similar things no matter how many times I warned her. Did you say something? No, nothing at all. Middlet was clearly talking about Kuroka. It's true that she often did similar things. And no matter how many times Middlet warned her, she never showed any signs of changing. Not that I minded. Well, I think that's enough lecturing for now. Let's get some food. With that, Middlet headed to the kitchen. The president, her legs numb from sitting in an unfamiliar Seiza position, got dressed and made her way to the living room. Really, Middlet's cooking is so delicious. It's amazing how you can make such delicious food. He flattering me won't get you anything, you know. Today's breakfast was a standard Japanese meal: white rice, miso soup, grilled fish, and tamagoyaki, rolled omelette. But in the hands of Middlet, whose cooking skills are on par with the professionals, it turned into an incredibly delicious feast. As expected of Middlet. And it's not just that. Asia and the president have also been helping out with chores like cleaning and laundry, which has been a huge help to my mom. As we were all eating together, the president suddenly seemed to remember something and turned to ask my mom. Oh, that's right. Mother, would it be okay if I invited the club members over after school today? To our house? Of course, that's fine. Issei doesn't mind either, right? I don't mind, but did something happen? I don't have any issue with everyone coming over, but this is the first I've heard of it. Did something come up? As I was thinking that, the president explained the reason. Today, the old school building is having its annual big cleaning, so we can't hold our usual club meeting there. I didn't know they did that. Well, even though it's called the old school building, some rooms are still in use, and there's definitely a sense that someone is living there, so cleaning is probably necessary. The president hasn't said anything about it, but I can sense that someone is there. It's a bit awkward to ask, so I've left it alone for now. Anyway, because of the big cleaning, the club room is unavailable, so they want to hold the occult research club and devil meetings at my house. A club activity at home. Feels kind of fresh. I'm actually looking forward to it a little. And so, after school, the club members gathered in my room for a meeting of the occult research club. We went through our usual routine, reporting on the cryptid investigations we had conducted and discussing our various projects. However, at some point, the conversation took an unexpected turn. My mom, who had brought us snacks and juice, ended up revealing something I never anticipated. And this is Issei when he was in elementary school. But how adorable. Please stop. For some reason, she had brought out my old photo album. I immediately tried to take it back, but Middlet held me back. Honestly, I've been curious about this too. Just sit still, okay? DDMN trader. To be honest, I could break free if I really wanted to, but it might cause some damage to the house. After all, she was using quite a bit of strength to hold me down. Middlet, usually more about technique, was surprisingly strong, having shattered a giant sword into dust with just a wooden sword during the raiding game. So, for now, I was at my wit's end. Issei senpai's embarrassing past. Kanikun, stop looking. Little Issei. Hee. I think I kind of understand how the president feels now. You understand me, Asia? I'm so happy. Kaniko-chan was looking at my childhood photos with a teasing smile, while the president and Asia were getting all excited for some reason. It was pure chaos. Even Kiba was watching with a grin on his face. Kiba, stop looking. It's really annoying. Come at Issei. I'm just enjoying myself. If it weren't for Middlet's hold. Since she was restraining me, she was inevitably looking at the album along with me. Honestly, it was so embarrassing. Please stop. Meanwhile, Kiba seemed to have noticed something in one of the photos. His demeanor shifted instantly, and his expression became serious. Middlet must have sensed it too, as she released her grip on me. Kiba, what's wrong? Kiba then showed us a photo from the album. It was a picture of me and a boy next to me, striking a cool pose. I remembered this kid. We used to play together a lot, engaging in hero role-playing games. I think he moved abroad because of his parents' job before we started elementary school. I hadn't seen or contacted him since. I think this was a friend from my kindergarten days. What was his name again? Irina or something. I don't really remember. She looks like quite the tomboy. Huh. Wait, a girl? No, this is a boy. No, this is definitely a girl. She's boyish, but there's no mistake. You didn't notice? Well, I was just a kid back then. I totally thought she was a boy. Whatever. So, what about it? Do you recognize this? Kiba's tone was completely different from usual. There was something about this sword, wasn't there? It was hard to tell from the photo, but it looked like a high-quality weapon. That said, I didn't remember it at all. Well, I hadn't even remembered this kid until just now. So, I decided to answer honestly. No, I don't remember it at all. It was so long ago. What's up with this sword? Kiba looked slightly surprised. Middlet, you don't know either? Well, I was only with the fallen angels when I was really young. I'm not really familiar with the behind-the-scenes stuff. So, I'm ashamed to say. Kiba seemed to accept Middlet's explanation, muttering, I see, before turning his attention back to the photo. So, this is how it is. To think I'd see it in such an unexpected place. As he muttered this, Kiba let out a bitter smile, but his eyes were filled with unmistakable intensity. Kiba, what's that sword? This is a holy sword. A holy sword. I have a bad feeling about this. My instincts are usually spot on in situations like this. It seems like another troublesome incident is about to unfold. Chapter end. A satisfying clang rang out as the ball soared into the air. All right. I easily caught the ball flying toward me. Nice one, Issei. It was morning, before homeroom. The members of the Occult Research Club were practicing baseball. This wasn't just for fun, it was a legitimate part of our activities. The reason? The Kuo Academy Sports Festival was approaching. During the festival, aside from the class tournaments, there was also a club tournament. For some mysterious reason, the details of the club tournament weren't announced until the day of the competition. So, we decided to practice all the likely sports just in case. Let's switch things up now. Issei, could you pitch next? Got it. As I said that, I hurled the ball toward the catcher's mitt. The speed seemed to be too much for even the president to handle, resulting in the first strikeout of the day. Hey Issei, that's way too fast. Issei, you might want to tone it down a bit. If this were an actual game, someone could get hurt. Oh right. Next is me. Please pitch to me, Issei. Sure. Even Middlet, the catcher, scolded me. But I guess I went a little overboard. My bad. I got a little too excited and ended up going all out. I need to be more careful next time. Thinking that, I decided to pitch more cautiously this time. Even so, the ball still flew at what seemed like 160 km/h. But compared to Kiba's speed, that was nothing. Ha! Clang. A metallic sound echoed through the air. Akino-san effortlessly hit my pitch. The ball flew straight toward Kiba, who was perfectly positioned. That guy could handle anything with ease, so he'd probably catch it no problem. Wait, huh? For some reason, Kiba wasn't even looking at the ball. No, he didn't even seem to notice it. He was just standing there, completely lost in thought. If this kept up, the ball was going to hit him right in the head. What on earth is he doing? I immediately dashed toward Kiba and managed to catch the ball just before it hit him. What are you doing, Kiba? Oh sorry. I was just spacing out. From my perspective, it was more than just spacing out. Ever since he saw that photo of the so-called holy sword, Kiba's been acting a little off. Lately, he's been zoning out all the time, and it's starting to worry me. The president tried to scold him too, but we ran out of time. With a lingering sense of unease, we all headed back to the classroom. And after school. Man, I've had it rough today. Right now, I'm heading to the clubroom with Asia and Middlet, but the stares from everyone around us are honestly painful. The reason? Matsuda and Motohama, those two troublemakers. They've been spreading all sorts of strange rumors about me. Like, I'm doing some shady stuff with the president and Akino-san late at night. Or, that I'm taking advantage of Kaneko-chan's petite body however I please. Or, that I'm corrupting Middlet and Asia under the guise of teaching them about Japanese culture. And that I'm into both guys and girls, and that I've been doing all sorts of things with Kiba. I had a vague idea that rumors were going around, but I didn't think they'd gotten this bad. When I found out Matsuda and Motohama were the ones spreading them, I couldn't help but confront them. Especially that last rumor. I'm never letting that one slide. Well, don't worry. I'll subtly deny the rumors and rewrite them for you. Seriously, Middlet, I'm counting on you. Oh, and while you're at it, spread some weird rumors about those two as well. Middlet is pretty sociable and has a wide network of connections. It's no exaggeration to say my reputation is in her hands now, so I'm really counting on her. Asia? You've been quiet for a while now. Is something wrong? And no, it's nothing. Asia's been acting strange. Earlier, Kiryu whispered something to her, and I'm pretty sure she fed her some odd ideas again. Her face is completely red, and I really wish people would stop teaching Asia strange things. The other day, she suddenly barged into the bath. I wish they'd stop using Japanese culture as an excuse to teach her weird stuff. Wait, are the rumors actually true? Huh. When we reached the clubroom, I sensed someone inside who wasn't part of the occult research club. I kind of know who it is, but why are they here? Maybe they're here to talk to the president? Thinking that, we entered the clubroom. Sorry we're late. Hello, everyone. Who's this? There, standing inside, was Sauna Shirturai, the student council president of Kuo Academy. Like the president, she's also a devil, probably a high-class one at that. Her magical count is on par with the president's, and the quality of her magic is slightly different from that of a reincarnated devil. It's the pure energy of a natural-born devil. Behind her stood what I assumed to be her servants, so there's no doubt about it. You're late, Issei. But it's good timing. This is Sauna. I'm sure you already know, but she's the student council president of this academy. She's a devil like you, president. Judging by how close you two seem, she's probably a high-class devil like you, right? The student council president seemed surprised by my comment. Maybe she didn't expect me to figure it out at first glance. The president gave her a look that seemed to say, I know how you feel. It's polite to introduce yourself. Yeah, that's true. Nice to meet you. I'm Issei Haidu, a candidate for Rias Gremry's peerage. I'm Asia Argento, a bishop. Nice to meet you. I'm Middlet, Issei's partner and a fallen angel. Pleased to meet you. In response, Sauna-senpai also introduced herself to us. Nice to meet you. I go by Sauna Shirturai at the academy, but my real name is Sona Citri. I'm a high-class devil and the heiress to the Citri clan. The Scion, huh? I see, so she's in the same position as the president. Citri is one of the 72 pillars, right? I think I heard something about them being connected to Leviathan, one of the Satans. From what I remember, Tiamat mentioned that one of the current Satans is from the Citri clan. The president is also the heir to the Gremry clan, a high-class devil family. With her being the sister of a Satan, their situations are quite similar. So, Sona, what brings you here? Well, I've recently acquired a new member of my peerage and I wanted to introduce him. Saji, could you introduce yourself? At Sona-senpai's prompting, a male student stepped forward. I recognize his face. He's one of the recent additions to the student council, right? I think his position is a secretary or something. Nice to meet you. I'm Genshuru Saji, a second-year student and now a pawn in Sona Citri-sama's peerage. Pleased to meet you. Hey, nice to meet you. He seems to have some strong potential, and like me and Tiamat, I can sense a faint dragon aura from him. Maybe he has a draconic sacred gear like me. I smiled amiably and reached out to shake his hand. However, Suddy looked at my hand with a suspicious expression and replied coldly. I'm not interested in getting along with the pervert trio. I heard you've been getting cozy with multiple devil girls despite being a human. That's just a rumor those idiots spread. Are you looking for a fight? Oh, you wanna go? I'm a pawn who cost 4 pieces, you know? I just became a devil, but there's no way I'd lose to a human like you. I thought we might get along since we both, probably, have draconic sacred gears, but it doesn't seem like we're off to a good start. Wait, if he cost 4 pawn pieces, that means he's got some serious potential, right? That's half of Sona-senpai's pawn pieces. Probably. Well, if you can't gauge his strength yet, you've still got a long way to go. Well, I'm holding back my power, so it's not like I can really judge. Just as things were heating up with Saji, Sona-senpai stepped in. That's enough, Saji. I'm sorry, Haidu-kun. Let me apologize on his behalf. President, why are you bowing to someone like him? Be quiet, Saji. It's clear that you're in the wrong here. Apologize properly. But. Besides, you saw his fight with Riser, didn't you? You wouldn't stand a chance against Hayadu-kun. In your current state, he'd defeat you in an instant. My bad, sorry. Saji still seemed a bit reluctant, but the fact that he could apologize to protect his master's dignity earned him some respect from me. As for his hostility toward me, well, it's probably because of those rumors. Maybe he's actually a serious guy at heart. Sure, he's a bit cocky, but he's still new to being a devil. He's probably just caught up in his newfound power. I can let it slide. Nah, don't worry about it. It's annoying to be targeted by baseless rumors, but this much is whatever. Back in the other world, there were plenty of guys more aggressive than Saji. Cheyenne, Benimaru, the Guardian Dragon Lords, and even people from other countries like Jiwoo and Sofia. The list goes on. Honestly, it's endless. The fact that you can't die in the dungeon probably fuels their aggression. I'm getting off track. Well, now that the introductions are over, we'll take our leave. Let's meet again at the sports festival. Hee hee, this year won't be so easy for you. We've got Issei and Middle as our secret weapons. Well, we'll do our best. We're looking forward to it too. And so, the Occult Research Club spent another peaceful day. Except for the unsettling aura surrounding Kiba. A loud boom echoed across the school grounds as fireworks lit up the sky. At Crow Academy, fireworks weren't just reserved for the sports festival, they were used for all kinds of celebrations, and they were always extravagant. According to the weather forecast, it was supposed to rain in the afternoon. But it better hold off until the festival's over. Go, President. President. Win this for US. I was startled. Was that Saji? I turned toward the loud voice and saw Saji swinging a huge handmade flag with Student Council Fighting Spirit written on it. Did he make that himself? He's really fired up. The girls' tennis match, a class versus class competition, was currently underway. It was a one-on-one showdown between the president and the Student Council president. Here I come, Sona. Bring it on, Rias. And so began the serious battle between two high-class devils. Neither of them was holding back as they swung their rackets with full force. Citri high-speed spin ball. That's nothing. Gremory counter. Both of them were really into it. Watching this, I couldn't help but think of everyone back in Tempest. Master Veldora, Milim, and Cheyenne would probably be shouting out their attack names with just as much enthusiasm. You haven't forgotten our bet, have you? The loser treats the winner to udon. Of course not. I'll definitely win this. With my 108 Demon Ball. I'll take you on with my Citri Zone. I see. So that's why they're both so serious. Even though the bet is something as simple as udon, a totally commoner thing, it's nice to see these nobles enjoying human society. Udon. I haven't had that in a while. Hey, Issei, let's go get some udon later. Wait, why am I suddenly being dragged into this? Of course, in this case, I'd be the one treating. But hey, it's not a big deal. My allowance just came in the other day, so I can handle it. Bring it on. Alright, let's go later. Thanks, man. Thank you, Issei. Oh my. In that case, I'll join you as well. That I'll have some too, huh? Wait, what's going on? I thought it was just Middle, but now I'm treating everyone? I glanced at my wallet and felt a wave of gloom wash over me. There's a game I really want to buy. Will I even have enough this month? Well, if I cut back on some things, maybe. I turned toward the sound and saw that the players' rackets had shattered into pieces, unable to withstand their power. The score was tied. Looks like it's a draw. Grr. This is frustrating. Guess the udon's on hold. President Issei-kun said he'd treat us all to udon. Oh really? Thanks, Issei. Nice knowing you, my allowance. Now, with all that said, it was time for dodgeball. For some reason, the club versus club competitions always announced the event on the day itself, which was a bit of a weird rule. But with dodgeball, since the ball was bigger, it seemed easier to control our strength. Sorry to keep you waiting, Issei. Oh, Asia. Huh. I couldn't help but do a double take when I saw Asia, who had just finished changing. The reason? She wasn't wearing the school-approved half-pants, but instead, I heard from Kiryu. She said the proper attire for dodgeball is bloomers. So, how do I look? Amazing. Kiryu, what are you teaching Asia? I glared in Kiryu's direction, but she just gave me a smug look and a thumbs up. I mean, she does look good. Her white bare legs. Her thighs are seriously cute. But Asia's, like, pure, you know? She's the kind of girl who shouldn't be tainted. Dimon you, Kiryu. Not okay? Seeing that I wasn't responding, Asia tilted her head and looked up at me with a shy, worried expression. No, it's not that. You look amazing. Seriously, thank you, Asia. When I expressed my gratitude, Asia tilted her head in confusion, a question mark practically floating above her. She's just so innocent and pure. Her gestures are incredibly cute. Asia is truly an angel. Issei, you should hurry up and hand out those things. Middle was starting to get a little annoyed. She was probably feeling a bit jealous. But yeah, if I don't get things moving, we'll get sidetracked. Let's distribute these first. Alright, everyone. Put on these headbands and let's unite as a team. What I had prepared were headbands embroidered with the Occult Research Club's logo. They weren't as impressive as what Shuna, a professional, could create, but I was proud of them. Made from hellmoth silk, they had high magic resistance. They were top-notch. Well, the fact that they were headbands kind of made the defensive aspect pointless, but still. This is unexpectedly well made. Even the usually hard-to-please Kaneko-chan gave her approval. All that effort was worth it. They somehow feel oddly fitting. Yes, I wonder what material they're made of? President, we should head over soon. That was close. I almost blurted out that they were made from hellmoth silk. Maybe it's about time I told everyone about Tempest. Hey Kiba, we're leaving without you. Alright. Sorry. Man, is this guy really okay? Aim for him. Aim for Hayaru. Kill him. Drop dead Issei. It was completely hostile out here. The spectators were hurling insults at me, and the opposing team was laser-focused on me, radiating waves of intense determination. But hey, I've been dealing with this kind of verbal abuse every day as part of the infamous perverted trio. Did they really think this would faze me now? Please, baseball team, take down Haidu and save Ryas-nisama and Akino-nisama. Free Asia-san from this madness. For Middle-chan's sake, teach him a lesson. Save Kaneko-chan. Sorry. This is actually kind of heartbreaking. I'm seriously about to cry. These guys probably can't wrap their heads around why someone like me is in the occult research club, which is inexplicably filled with beautiful girls. That's why they're all targeting me. On top of that, they've completely bought into those rumors about me. I'll never forgive the two masterminds behind this, Motohama and Matsuda. Die! A ball filled with intense determination came flying straight at me. Alright, I've had enough of this, so I caught the ball with one hand. Didn't Hayudu shine during last year's sports festival? Looks like they're starting to remember. Last year's sports festival was where I really stood out. Even in the cardinal world, there's been a dodgeball tournament held among the demon lords. There's no way I'd lose to a bunch of ordinary humans now. What I'm trying to say is, here you go. Gua. Honestly, they're no match for me. After that, I single-handedly took out the entire baseball team, bringing the match to an end. Not only that, but similar scenarios played out in the following matches, and our occult research club ended up winning the whole thing. This would later be known as the incident of the beast's unrivaled rampage. As I stepped outside the gymnasium, I was met with a heavy downpour. It was lucky that the rain had held off until after the festival. Alright, let's get ready to head out. Yeah, I know. I wondered if I would have enough money. As I was casually thinking about that, slap, a sharp sound suddenly rang out. The president had just slapped Kiba across the cheek. Well, did that wake you up a little? It was clear that the president was furious. Honestly, Kiba had been acting really off today, no, more like completely out of it. Even during the sports festival, he'd been spaced out the whole time. I'd noticed it too and had been planning to talk to him over udon later, but I'm sorry. I'm not feeling well today, so I'll take my leave now. Wait, Yuto. Seeing this, I couldn't just stand by, so I decided to ask Kiba myself. Hey Kiba, are you okay? It's none of your business. With that, Kiba started to walk away. Yeah, this definitely isn't normal. Revenge stuff. Exclamation point. I knew it. There was a fire in Kiba's eyes right now. It reminded me of the intensity one saw in Rimuru when we first met, the disdain Adelman had toward the seven luminaries, and the turmoil Rimuru felt when Falmouth took everything from him. Kiba's eyes held the same kind of darkness. That's right. Just as you said, Issei-kun. I live for revenge. To destroy the holy sword Excalibur, that's why I'm alive. The holy sword Excalibur? Even with my limited knowledge of this world, I know how famous that sword is. I've seen it in games and stuff all the time. I don't know what happened to Kiba, but if something's going on, you can count on me. As a friend, I'll help you out. But Kiba didn't respond. He just ignored me and walked off somewhere. The Holy Sword Project? Due to Kiba's situation, today's udon party was postponed, so we all went straight home. There, the president decided to tell us about Kiba's past. Yes, Yuto is a survivor of that project. What the president told us was about the Holy Sword Project, a plan to artificially train individuals capable of wielding holy swords. What is that? Asia seemed to be hearing about this project for the first time. Well, considering she had been revered as a saintess, there was no way such a classified project would have ever reached her. Holy swords are the greatest weapons against devils. If struck, they can be completely annihilated. However, there aren't many who can wield one. I've heard that only one appears every few decades. That's why the Holy Sword Project was conducted. I see. From the church's perspective, this was an extremely important project. If successful, they would have more trump cards against devils. But I couldn't imagine it succeeding so easily. Even legend-grade weapons required a significant amount of power despite their inferiority to god-grade weapons. At the very least, one needed the strength of a high-level enlightened to even be chosen as a wielder. Yuto was also one of those raised in an experimental facility to adapt to a holy sword Excalibur. So, does that mean Kiba can wield a holy sword? Middle asked, but the president shook her head. No. Yuto wasn't able to adapt to the holy sword. In fact, none of those who underwent the training were able to. The project was a failure. Even Kiba, who was so skilled with swords and could wield numerous demon swords, had been unable to do it. It seemed that holy swords in this world were extremely picky about their wielders. But that likely wasn't the only reason. Middle must have realized the gravity of the situation as her expression hardened. The president continued, when the church officials discovered that none of the test subjects could adapt, they labeled Yuto and the others as defective and decided to dispose of them. Dispose of them. I had expected it, but hearing those words still left a bitter taste in my mouth. That can't be. People who serve the Lord would do such a thing? Asia, who had dedicated herself to the church, was visibly shaken by this revelation. She covered her mouth with her hand, tears welling in her eyes. The president narrowed her gaze, equally displeased. Even though Yuto somehow survived by the time I found him, he was in critical condition. But even in that state, he vowed revenge with a burning intensity. His talent, twisted by holy swords, should not be confined to that alone. I wanted him to live a more meaningful life as a devil. She must have wanted to save Kiba by allowing him to live free from the burdens of holy swords and revenge. But Kiba hadn't been able to forget. His comrades had been slaughtered, and forgetting would have been far more difficult. When so many people I cared about were killed by Falmouth. Back then, I had been too focused on saving Middle. But I also hated Falmouth. I had somehow managed to stay calm. After that, I showed the president the photo in question, and as expected, it was indeed a holy sword. It wasn't as powerful as Excalibur, but she recognized it. I hope Kiba doesn't do anything rash. For now, all we can do is leave him be. And so, with this unease lingering among us, the night deepened. Chapter end. Is Kiba okay? Yes, I'm really worried. Several days had passed since the sports festival, but Kiba still seemed to be in a daze, as if his mind was elsewhere. According to the girls in Kiba's class, he just stared blankly even when the teacher called on him, as if he wasn't listening at all. Everyone in the class was worried about him. Well, this is something only he can sort out in his own mind. Still, we need to help him find some closure, or he'll keep suffering like this. I guess all we can do is wait patiently. What is it? As I was about to open the front door, I sensed something strange. Two people. In terms of strength, they seemed to be on par with the president and the others. At a rough estimate, they were probably around B+ to A rank. Moreover, this was the presence of humans. It's rare to see humans in this world who are A rank equivalents. Miltan definitely isn't human, so that's excluded. Well, I didn't sense any killing intent or hostility, and more importantly, they were chatting happily with my mom, so it didn't seem urgent. I'm home. Do we have guests? Oh, Issei, welcome back. We have some rare visitors right now. When I entered the living room, I saw a girl with chestnut hair and long twin tails that flowed like Milim's. However, unlike Milim, she had an incredibly voluptuous figure. The other girl had blue hair with green highlights, and she also had an impressive figure, rivaling the chestnut-haired girl. Both of them carried crosses and radiated a holy aura, so they were probably exorcists. Good evening, Issei Hayadukuin. Do you remember me? The chestnut-haired girl spoke to me. She knows me? Wait, who is she? If I had met such a beautiful girl before, I definitely wouldn't have forgotten. But no matter how much I searched my memories, I couldn't recall anyone like her. Who the heck is she? You don't remember? It's me. Then my mom showed me an album. The photo inside showed the holy sword. My mom pointed to the girl in the photo. The one Middle had mentioned. This is her. Irina Shidu-chan. She used to be quite boyish back then, but now she's grown into a proper young lady. I was really surprised. Wait, what? Seriously? So Middle was right after all? I was honestly half doubting it. I told you so, didn't I? Sorry. I really doubted it. Long time no see, Issei-kun. Did you mistake me for a boy back then? Yes. At my words, the chestnut-haired girl, Irina Shidu, laughed lightly. Well, I can't blame you. I was pretty wild back then. It seems like a lot has happened to both of us since we last met. You never know what might happen when you reunite with someone, huh? As she said this, she glared at Asia, who had become a devil. She probably realized that I was involved with devils. In fact, the blue-haired girl had already placed her hand on what was likely a unique grade sword the moment she saw Asia. The sword emitted a holy aura, so it must be a holy sword. Irina probably had a similar short sword or something hidden on her. No, judging by my mana perception, it's smaller than a short sword. What is this? A string? Well then, see you later, Issei-kun. With that, they left for who knows where. Are all three of you okay? Yes. We're sorry for worrying you. I'm really glad everyone is safe. Well, I think they hesitated to do anything because my mom is a normal human. Asia, Middle, and I were currently being hugged by the president. After sensing the holy sword's presence, she rushed back in a hurry. She seemed especially worried about Asia, who is a devil, and immediately ran to her first. Now, she seemed relieved to confirm that we were all safe. Still, the level of concern she showed. Draeg's words about the Gremory clan being particularly affectionate might not be entirely wrong. After a while, once things had calmed down, the president quietly explained what was going on. After club activities ended, Sona reported that exorcists with holy swords had paid them a visit. They said they wanted to negotiate with me, since I'm the one who holds territory over this town. That's a bit unexpected. From what I've heard, the rift between devils and Christianity is pretty deep. Church affiliates negotiating with you, a devil? What are you planning to do, President? It doesn't seem like they're here for contracts. I'm not sure about that yet, but I decided to accept their offer for now. They swore to God that they wouldn't make a move against us, and more importantly, if the church is going out of their way to negotiate, it must be something serious. Well, that makes sense. It's better to hear them out than to refuse and let them act freely. I don't know what their demands are, but if hostile forces start moving around in the same area, things could get messy. With Kiba's situation as well, there's even a chance the war could reignite. Still, the appearance of the holy swords at this moment, with Kiba in such a state. This is the worst. Or maybe, ironically, it's good timing? You're right. We don't know their intentions, but this might be a good opportunity to help that kid find some closure. As Drake said, depending on their goals, this could be a chance to help Kiba settle his feelings. Thinking about it that way, this might not be so bad after all. Well, the risks are still pretty high, though. So, when's the negotiation? Tomorrow after school. Tomorrow? That's really sudden. But that brings up one concern. Do you think Kiba can stay calm in front of the holy swords right now? That's a good point. Honestly, I don't think Yudo can handle it in his current state. Yeah, I figured. If things go badly, he might even lash out at Irina and the others the moment he sees them. Normally, he'd be fine, but Kiba's in a really unstable place right now. If it comes to that, Middleton and I might have to step in and handle it. Time passed, and it was now the afternoon of the next day. We were currently waiting for Irina and the other exorcists to arrive. Listen, Kiba. Whatever you do, don't be rash. I know, Issei-kun. Do you really though? Your eyes are bloodshot, and your aura is filled with tension. If this keeps up, you might actually lunge at the exorcists the moment they walk in. The old door creaked open. From it emerged the two from yesterday, Irina and the other exorcist. The moment Kiba saw the sword carried by the blue-haired girl, he grew even more tense. Noticing this, the two exorcists also heightened their guard. Oh, come on already? Kiba. I know. I'm sorry. It seems this boy has some strong feelings about what you're carrying. The president moved Kiba slightly away from the table and urged the two to take their seats. Thank you for agreeing to this meeting. My name is Zenobia. I'm Irina Shidu. I am Rias Gremory, the heiress to the House of Gremory. So, what business do you, who despise devils, have with us? You must have something significant to request a meeting like this. Recently, the Holy Sword Excalibur, which was under the management of the Catholic Church's Vatican, the Protestants, and the Orthodox Church, was stolen. The main culprit behind the theft seems to have fled to this town. At Irina's words, the president and the others were shocked. Excalibur is a famous holy sword that often appears in games and stories. But what does it mean that it was stolen from 3 places? Does that mean there were 3 Excaliburs? The holy sword Excalibur itself no longer exists in its original form. The president answered the question in my mind. What does she mean it no longer exists? After listening further, it seems that Excalibur was broken during an ancient war, and no complete version exists today. The fragments of the broken blade were collected, and through alchemy, 7 new Excaliburs were created. One of them is missing, and the remaining 6 are under the management of the church. By the way, this is one of the 7 divided holy swords, Excalibur Destruction. As she spoke, Zenobia held up a sword wrapped in cloth. As expected, it's a unique grade weapon. And likely a high-tier one at that. If just one of the 7 divided swords is this powerful. If they were to be reunited, it would undoubtedly reach legend grade status. Meanwhile, Irina pulled out a string from her pocket. The string then wriggled like a living creature and transformed into a katana. The one I have is Excalibur Mimic. It can change its shape freely, so it's really convenient for carrying around. Yeah, it's convenient, but you really shouldn't be revealing that much to people who are technically your enemies. Knowing that it can shapeshift beforehand makes a huge difference. Kiba, who likely didn't expect Excalibur to be brought up, grew even more tense. A quick glance at him showed a face that could only be described as demonic. He looks like he's about to jump at any moment. Please hold it together. If you don't, things will get really messy. So, who's the one who stole this Excalibur? And you are? You don't seem to be a devil. Ah, right, I haven't introduced myself yet. With that, Middle unfurled her jet-black wings, reminiscent of a crow's. Seeing this, the 2 exorcists made surprised expressions. Hey, I'm Issei's girlfriend and a fallen angel. That's so you've already made your move, huh? Ha! As she said this, Zenobia drew her holy sword and pointed it at Middle. Hey, what are you doing all of a sudden? Now, lead us to where you've hidden the stolen Excalibur. It seems there's more to this situation than meets the eye. Hey, what are you doing all of a sudden? Let's have you stay quiet for a moment. We're in the middle of an important discussion here. The moment Middle revealed that she was a fallen angel, the female swordswoman named Zenobia attacked. The suddenness of it all left everyone bewildered. Wait a second. What's going on here? Don't play dumb. Hurry up and lead us to where Excalibur is. Even Middle, who suddenly had a blade pointed at her, was no exception. The situation was so abrupt that she seemed completely flustered, not understanding what was happening. Still, why did Zenobia think Middle was connected to Excalibur? Could it be that the ones who stole the holy sword were? Wait, Zenobia. Let's hear them out first. At Irina's words, Zenobia reluctantly sheathed her sword. What on earth was going on here? Perhaps having calmed down a bit, Zenobia took a deep breath and sat down on a chair, though her eyes still held a suspicious glare. Unable to bear the tension any longer, Middle finally spoke up. So, the ones who stole the holy sword, are they fallen angels? The two nodded in response. I see. So, they probably thought Middle was connected to the main culprit, a fallen angel. Well, if someone related to the thieves was present, it's only natural to be suspicious. I see. But Middle has been living at my place for over 2 years now, and she has no connection to those thieves. And you expect me to believe that? Yeah. Fine. But if she makes any suspicious moves, I'll cut her down immediately. With that, Zenobia averted her gaze from Middle. It seemed she had somewhat accepted the explanation. Zenobia and Irina then began to explain the purpose of their visit to this town. We came here because we received information that the fallen angel who stole Excalibur is hiding in this town. Our mission is to retrieve or destroy it. If it's going to fall into the hands of fallen angels, it's better to destroy it. I see. So, that's why they're here. Retrieving it is one thing, but destroying it? Well, if such a powerful weapon were to fall into enemy hands, it would undoubtedly lead to disaster. In that case, destroying it might indeed be the better option. I understand the situation now. So, what's the name of the fallen angel who stole it? The president asked Zenobia. After all, Excalibur is a holy sword so legendary that even the myths of this world speak of it. The security around it must have been tight. To steal 3 of them would require someone highly skilled. It's only natural to be curious. Kokabeel, one of the leaders of the Grigori. At those words, the atmosphere in the occult research club grew deathly silent. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Except for the 2 of us. Excuse me, but who's Kokabeel? At Middle's statement, everyone's eyes widened again, but for a different reason this time. The 2 from the church were looking at her as if they couldn't believe what they were hearing. Middle, are you serious right now? This is embarrassing, but I was really young when I was in the territory of the fallen angels. I kinda remember hearing the name, but... Well, Middle did say she was summoned to the cardinal world when she was around 6 years old. She probably remembers some things, but she was apparently a low-ranking fallen angel, so she definitely had no connection to the higher-ups, even if they were from her own faction. The decades she spent in the cardinal world were far more significant for Middle. It's no wonder she wouldn't remember the name of someone she'd never met. Honestly, I completely forgot about Irina until I saw her photo too. Somehow, I'm really curious about Middle's past now. Kokabeel is a high-ranking fallen angel who's said to have survived the Great War of ancient times. He's even mentioned in the Bible, and his power is said to surpass that of the highest-class devils. A high-class devil? From what I've seen of the rating games, though it's hard to judge through a screen, it feels like every high-class devil has Calamity class or Disaster class strength. So, Kokabeel must be at least Calamity level, if not Disaster level. Apparently, they've sent a few exorcists after him recently, but all of them have gone missing. Well, that makes sense. It's reckless for anyone below a certain level to even think of challenging a being like him. You'd need at least a few A-rank or higher fighters to even stand a chance. So, you're saying you want our help? I thought that might be their plan. Both of them seem like skilled fighters, and Zenobia especially gives off the vibe that she's hiding something. But even if she unleashes her full power, it wouldn't be enough against a being of Kokabeel's level. They might put up a decent fight, but that's about it. That's probably why they came to us for help. But their request went completely beyond what I expected. No, that's not it. Our request, no. Our demand is that the devils do not interfere in our battle with the fallen angels over Excalibur. In other words, stay out of this incident. Wait, that doesn't make sense. A legendary fallen angel mentioned in the Bible, with power surpassing that of high-class devils. Anyone would realize how dangerous that is just from that information alone. Even if they have the legendary Excalibur, its rank is still just a unique grade weapon. Having 2 people equipped with it wouldn't be enough to take on a disaster class opponent. It's not even close. Even these two, who have A-rank strength, are in the same boat. It's like trying to beat a level 50 enemy at level it's not even a contest. That's quite the demand. Are you insinuating we'd team up with the fallen angels to do something with the holy sword? The headquarters is concerned about that possibility as well. For devils, holy swords are an abomination. It's not impossible, is it? A cold glint appeared in the president's eyes. She was clearly upset. Well, considering they were brushing aside their own failures while telling us not to intervene, even though this was happening in their own territory, it was no wonder. The president must have felt her pride was wounded. The higher-ups don't trust either fallen angels or devils. If you are working with the fallen angels, we will completely eliminate you. Even if you are the Satan's sister. I see. Then let me say this: I would never join forces with the fallen angels of Grigori. Never. In the name of Gremory, I would not disgrace the Satan. The emphasis on Grigori made it clear that Middlet was an exception. As the president declared this, Zenobia let out a small chuckle. That's all I needed to hear. I didn't think the Satan's sister would be that foolish. I was merely conveying the stance of those above me. Not that we plan to ask for your cooperation. Hearing Zenovia's words, the president's expression softened. The tense atmosphere in the room eased slightly. What about the Orthodox Church's dispatch? The Orthodox Church has put this matter on hold. They're likely determined to protect the last remaining one at all costs. Then you too intend to fight Kokabeel alone? That's reckless. Are you planning to die? That's right, she said it without hesitation. This was beyond madness. I could understand doing something for the sake of one's comrades, but to go this far for a god whose existence they couldn't even be sure of? I just couldn't wrap my head around it. Well, I guess he does exist. With the conversation at an end, Irina and Zenovia stood up. Thank you for meeting with us today. We should take our leave now. I see. Won't you have some tea before you go? We also have some snacks. No need. Sorry about that. Zenovia declined the president's offer, and Irina also apologized with a small gesture. Then, both of their gazes turned toward Asia. When I met you at Issei Hayadu's house, I had a feeling. Asia Argento, huh? To think I'd meet a witch in a far-off land like this. At Zenovia's words, Asia flinched. That word was painful for Asia, whose faith had never wavered. Irina also noticed this and turned her gaze toward Asia. So, you're the former saintess who was once the subject of rumors? I heard you had the power to heal devils and fallen angels. They said you were exiled and drifted off somewhere, but... Asia found herself at a loss as the two pressed her for answers. Don't worry. We won't report what we've seen here to the higher-ups. The people who once surrounded Asia the saintess would surely be shocked. But, to fall is to truly fall. Do you still believe in our God? Zenovia, there's no way she still believes in the Lord after becoming a devil, is there? Irina spoke in an exasperated tone toward Zenovia. No, I can still sense faith on her. Even among those who commit acts of betrayal, there are some who never let go of their guilt and continue to hold on to their beliefs. I can sense the same thing from her. Is that so? Tell me, Asia, do you still believe in the Lord? At that question, Asia responded with a sorrowful expression. That I just can't completely let go. I've believed for so long. Upon hearing this, Zenovia moved forward, the holy sword wrapped in cloth. I see. Then, you should let us end this right here and now. No matter how sinful, our God should still extend his hand to save you. A surge of anger erupted within me. You've got to be kidding me. I grabbed the holy sword pointed at Asia and forcibly pushed it downward. You sure are saying whatever you want. Calling Asia a witch? That's right. At the very least, given her current existence, I think calling her a witch is appropriate. Why you? My teeth clenched in anger, grinding audibly. Don't mess with me. You people put her on a pedestal as a saintess, but the moment she heals a devil, you brand her a witch and exile her? Who do you think you are? The church is way too self-righteous for its own good. You all called her a saintess and revered her, yet not a single one of you was willing to be her friend. A saint does not need friends. If she was cast aside despite being called a saintess, then it only proves her faith was lacking. Hearing that, my anger came full circle, and instead of lashing out, I felt strangely calm. She doesn't need friends? If that's really what their so-called God says. That's a pretty small-minded God you worship. What did you just say? Zenovia narrowed her eyes sharply at my words. Think about it. The fact that Asia could even heal devils means she has kindness in her heart for everyone. She doesn't discriminate. And yet, you refuse to acknowledge her? If someone as kind as Asia isn't allowed salvation, then that faith is completely wrong. Besides, a vision flashed through my mind, luminous, the vampire worshipped as a god, and Rimuru, the strongest slime. Those two would never say something so ridiculous. If your so-called God claims that saints don't need friends, then I refuse to recognize him. Are you challenging the church with those words? A mere heretic dares to speak that way? Zenobia glared at me, emitting a dangerous aura. Say stop. The president tried to intervene. But at that moment, Kiba stepped in between me and Zenobia. Perfect timing. I'll be your opponent. A fierce aura radiated from Kiba as he drew his sword. And who might you be? At Zenovia's question, Kiba smirked. Your senior. Though I was apparently a failure. At that moment, countless demon swords materialized within the clubroom. We stood on the grass where the sports tournament had taken place. Around us, the president had set up a barrier, and outside of it, the rest of the club members watched over us. Shall we begin? Irina and Zenobia removed their robes, revealing outfits that, while not exposing much skin, looked like combat uniforms. As for how we ended up like this after my argument with Zenobia, Kiba jumped in, escalating the tension to a near explosion. The president tried to stop it, but since Kiba had thrown down the gauntlet and Zenobia had accepted, a duel was now set to take place, no killing allowed. Standing before me was Irina, while Zenobia faced Kiba. I'd like to see the power of Rias Gremmery's servants for myself. Zenobia removed the cloth covering her sword, unveiling Excalibur. On Irina's side, the ribbon wrapped around her arm transformed into a katana. Issei, even though this is just a sparring match, be extremely careful with the holy swords. I got it, President. Even in their corrupted state, they were still top-tier unique-grade weapons. If I went all out, it would be no big deal, but with a barrier this weak, I couldn't exactly go full power. Getting hit would probably hurt. Too, I didn't have any skills that nullified pain, so I'd have to be careful to avoid getting injured. Well, I'd be fine. But there was another concern. Are you smiling? Zenobia directed her question at Kiba. Of course. Something I've wanted to destroy so badly is finally right in front of me. How could I not be thrilled? Kiba had completely switched to a dangerous mode. He radiated an eerie aura, his usual fresh-faced demeanor completely gone. Zenobia examined the countless swords floating around him. That ability. Sword birth. The power to create demon swords. I heard that a test subject from the Holy Sword Project managed to escape disposal. Could that be you? Zenovia's words received no verbal response, only the silent, chilling pressure of Kiba's bloodlust. Does he even remember that this is a non-lethal duel? Issei Hayadu-kun. Out of nowhere, Irina called out to me. Wait a second. Wasn't my argument with Zenobia? Why am I fighting Irina instead? What? To think that upon reuniting, my dear childhood friend would have been seduced by devils and turned into a heretical apostate. What a cruel trick of fate. Poor Issei Hayadu-kun. As a token of our past, I'll call you Issei-kun. I was chosen for the Holy Sword Project, honored to serve our Lord, only for this to be my divine trial. But by overcoming it, I shall attain true faith. Now, Issei-kun. With this Excalibur, I shall pass judgment upon your sins. Amen. Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she expressed her fervent beliefs. This girl. She's completely absorbed in her own world. Is she enjoying this? She's exactly the same type as Adelman. A textbook zealot. How the hell am I supposed to respond to that? Here I come, Issei-kun. Oh come on. She's actually attacking me. Is that really something you do to a childhood friend you haven't seen in years? That being said, with this level of skill, you shouldn't have any problems. Just take her down quickly. Yeah, Drake's right. With that thought, I turned to face Irina properly. Let's get this over with. Irina charged at me with great momentum, swinging her sword. I narrowly dodged her attacks while channeling magical energy into my fingers. I'll look for an opening to use dress break on her. Just as I was thinking that, Irina seemed to sense something instinctively. That's a strange look on your face. What are you thinking about? Be careful. Issei-senpai has a technique that can make women's clothes disappear. Ah, Kaneko-chan? Why did you have to reveal that? I shot her a protesting look, but Kaneko-chan spoke in an extremely calm tone. He's a bane of women. The worst kind. What a despicable technique. Not only his body, but even his heart is tainted by evil. I'll purify you. Amen. Well, I can't deny that. All is fair in battle. But, as Middle said, in battle, fairness doesn't exist. But this is just a mock battle. And with Kaneko-chan watching, I guess I'll skip using dress break this time. I faced Irina again. And then, Aya? In an instant, I closed the distance and struck Irina's side with a palm strike, sending her flying. She managed to regain her posture and catch her breath. You've got some nerve. Excalibur mimic. Irina transformed her Excalibur into a whip-like form. Here I go. As she said that, Irina swung her Excalibur around. She was making good use of its ability to change forms freely. It was like a whip with exceptional sharpness, flexible and hard to predict. But still, it won't work on me. I calmly read the trajectory of Excalibur and caught the blade with my fingers. Kaya? It seems I held back too much earlier. This time, I slammed Irina, along with her Excalibur, into the ground with a bit more force. Ga? Well, that should do it. As Middle said, the fight between me and Irina was settled. Irina, having been slammed into the ground, gasped for air, struggling to catch her breath. Chow. How did you? Irina looked at me in disbelief while gasping. It was a good idea, but it wasn't very effective against me. I've got a junior disciple who uses a whip-like weapon, so I'm used to that kind of thing. My junior disciple, who also trained in the Veldora-style killing arts, is one of the Dragon Lords of the dungeon, the Blaze Dragon Lord Euros. She specializes in using her flaming tail as a whip in battle. In terms of skill, Irina's technique doesn't even come close to Euros. Besides, with my thought acceleration, the speed of her whip looks like it's standing still to me. That's why I could easily stop it. Well, the idea isn't bad. You just need more training. With that, I tried to return to the others. But they were all staring at me with the same disbelief as Irina. Why, you're amazing, Issei. To defeat a holy sword wielder so easily. That was truly impressive. Issei-senpai is just on a whole different level. Come on, don't call me a freak. Among my fellow disciples, there's someone like Zijin who's so far beyond me that even with my balance breaker, I can't lay a finger on him. He's the real freak. Huh. It seemed they couldn't believe my words, as all three of them widened their eyes. Zijin is truly on another level even with my trump card. I'm not sure if I could win against him. And besides him, there's also Cherries, who's plenty troublesome, and the Guardian Dragon Lords are no pushovers either. The Veldora-style killing arts has a deep pool of talent, just like the Hazy style. Are you hurt, Issei? Thanks, Asia. I'm fine. Amidst it all, Asia ran over to me worried. Asia really is kind, isn't she? Why would the church exile someone as kind as her? I'd like to confront the higher-ups of the church and give them a piece of my mind for at least an hour. Anyway, my part was done. Now it's their turn. As Middle said, it's Kiba and Zenovia's turn now. I never thought Irina would be defeated so easily. Honestly, I underestimated him. Now it's your turn. Kiba gripped his two demon swords and closed in on Zenovia. Burn to ashes. And freeze solid. Hiya! Flames erupted from one demon sword, while icy cold air emanated from the other. Kiba charged at Zenovia at full speed from the very beginning. But he was far too reckless. Even if it weren't me, his movements would be easy to read. His battle will is also off. He's not going to hit her like that. Yeah. I nodded at Middle's words. As expected, Zenovia dodged all of Kiba's slashes with minimal movement. Impressive speed. And dual demon swords of fire and ice, huh? But it's not enough. In an instant, Zenovia's single swing shattered Kiba's two demon swords into pieces, leaving him stunned. But I had reinforced them with battle will. He had indeed reinforced them, but it was only slightly better than usual. Given that Kiba had only been learning battle will for less than a month, his technique was far from perfect. On top of that, he was completely losing his cool and panicking, which further lowered his proficiency with the unfamiliar technique. In that state, it was only natural that he'd be overwhelmed by Zenovia's holy sword, which seemed to specialize in destructive power. My sword is the embodiment of destruction. Your demon swords are no match for my Excalibur. Zenovia raised her long sword to the sky and brought it down to the ground. The ground shook violently, and a loud rumble echoed through the area. A cloud of dust rose around them. When the dust cleared, a massive crater had been formed. This is my Excalibur Destruction. A holy sword that destroys everything in its path. I had guessed from the name, but it seems this Excalibur specializes purely in destructive power. Still, it's hard to believe that even. Though it's the same Excalibur, its characteristics are so different from Irina's. I wonder what the original sword was like. Even divided into 7, it still has this much power. To destroy everything is the path of a demon. But Kiba created a new demon sword. This power was forged from the regrets of my comrades. With this power, I will destroy Excalibur. As he said that, Kiba tried to create a new demon sword. Wait, hold on. Hey Kiba, don't rush the fight. Ignoring my warning, Kiba created a new demon sword. What appeared in his hands was a massive one radiating ominous energy. A 2-meter-long sword, far exceeding Kiba's height. Kiba charged straight at Zenovia, holding it. Let's see which is stronger, the destructive power of that holy sword or my demon sword. Kiba leaped high into the air and swung the sword down at Zenovia. Seeing this, Zenovia's expression turned deeply disappointed. How unfortunate. You made the wrong choice. Yes, that was the worst choice Kiba could have made. The holy sword and the demon sword clashed, ringing out with a metallic clang, and the massive blade was sent flying through the air. It was Kiba's demon sword that broke. Zenobia had won the clash. How? In a daze, Kiba took the hilt of Zenovia's holy sword to his abdomen. The sheer force of the impact caused him to collapse to the ground. Your strength lies in your versatile demon swords and your agility. You lack the physical strength to wield something that massive. You ended up sealing your own prized movement. Didn't you realize that? The Kiba I know wouldn't have made such a mistake under normal circumstances. He must have completely lost his composure. Kiba struggled to get up, but the damage was too severe. He shot a glare at Zenovia, who seemed unfazed. After a quick glance at him, she walked over to me. Well, Issei Hayadu. I was genuinely impressed by your strength, taking down Irina so quickly. I'd love to spar with you sometime. Yeah, maybe next time. I understand. We're busy too after all. Rias Gremory, I'll leave the earlier matter in your hands. With that, Zenovia turned and rejoined Irina. Then we'll take our leave. Issei-kun. Next time, I'll win for sure. I'll definitely defeat you next time. Irina declared, pouting and on the verge of tears. Sure, I'll take on your rematch anytime. I couldn't help but think about how their outfits accentuated their figures. Even without using soul measurement, their healthy physiques were evident. Next time, I would definitely use my technique. What's with that look? Why you're not thinking about using that technique you mentioned earlier, are you? Issei, control yourself. You're the worst. Yes, I'm sorry. And so, the two of them left the scene. Thanks, Kaneko-chan. That it's my usual duty. Just let me know when you want it. After that, Kaneko-chan ended up giving me a massage. Combined with her rook power, it felt really good. The fact that Kaneko-chan, usually full of sharp remarks, was doing this for me was touching. So, what's wrong? It's nothing. Seeing her up close, I couldn't shake the feeling that Kaneko-chan resembled someone. The quality of her aura felt familiar. Maybe it was just my imagination. But I'm really glad. If something had happened to you, Issei. Asia was genuinely worried about me. Her smile was dazzling, and I wanted to confront the higher-ups of the church about why they exiled her. It's fine. There's no way Issei would lose to someone like that. Well, Middle was right, but still. Couldn't she show a little more concern? We're supposed to be lovers, after all. It was kind of sad. Wait, Yuto. Suddenly, I heard the president's voice trying to stop someone. I looked over to see Kiba attempting to leave, and the president looked furious. Well now, I won't allow you to leave my side. You're my precious knight. I won't let you become a stray. Stay right there. A stray. So Kiba had been brooding over this to that extent. President, I'm truly grateful that you took me in. But it's thanks to my comrades that I was able to escape from that place. That's why I have to pour their resentment into my demon swords. Yuto. Why? The president looked at Kiba sadly. Kiba. I approached Kiba, who probably thought I was going to stop him too. But, if you want to go, then do it. Issei? What are you saying? I understood the desire for revenge at least a little. When I heard about Falmouth's atrocities, I felt the same way. President, let Kiba go. He needs this right now. But. Of course, I'll set a condition. You have to come back. That's the deal. If we ignored Kiba's feelings now, it would definitely come back to haunt us later. Even Rimuru was only able to let go of his hatred for the orcs after settling things with Jermut. To give Kiba closure, he needed to settle things somehow. Thank you, Issei-kun. Kiba left with a weary smile, disappearing from the scene. Well then, it was about time for me to take action too. Hey Middlet, what do you think about this? Well, I'm not really sure what to say either. After that, I decided to start acting on my own with Middlet. Even though I told Kiba what I did, with Excalibur and Kokobile involved someone who seemed really dangerous, we couldn't just sit around and do nothing. In situations like this, being a candidate for a peerage was pretty advantageous. Since I was just a candidate and not an official member, I had a certain degree of freedom. The president gave me a disapproving look, but in the worst-case scenario, I could just cut ties and say it wasn't my problem. So, with that in mind, we decided to take action to track down Kiba or the church faction. But then, lost little lambs, please show us some mercy. Please, in the name of the Heavenly Father, have pity on poor little us. There they were. I really wanted to pretend I didn't see them, but something, or rather, someone was right in front of us. Two girls in white robes were praying on the street. They were really standing out. People passing by were giving them strange looks, but they mostly ignored them, probably not wanting to get involved. I understood. We'd probably ignore them too if we didn't know them. What a tragedy. Is this the reality of Japan, the so-called very advanced country? No one is willing to lend a helping hand. This is why I hate countries that lack faith. Don't be so bitter, Zenovia. We have no choice but to do this since we're out of money. If it weren't for the mercy of these heathens, we wouldn't even be able to eat. Oh, We can't even afford a single piece of bread. If you think about it, this is all your fault for buying that suspicious painting that looked like a scam. As Zenobia pointed, there was a painting of some weird old man. What a terrible painting. They should take notes from Rain. What are you talking about? This painting depicts a holy figure. The people at the exhibition said so. Then do you know who it is? Probably. Peter Sama? Don't mess with me. There's no way St. Peter would look like this. Ugh, why is someone like you my partner? Oh Lord, is this also a test? Don't just sulk like that. You really sink deep when you're down, huh? Shut up, heathen. More importantly, if we don't figure out how to eat today, we won't even be able to reclaim Excalibur. What should we do? Sigh. Ja. The sound of their growling stomachs reached even me, standing at a distance. As soon as their stomachs growled, the two of them collapsed on the spot. That it was hard to believe these were the same girls we fought yesterday. They were just pitiful. So, what do we do? Talking to them is going to be tough. Yeah, honestly, I don't really want to get involved either. Let's observe them a little longer. Maybe they'll move somewhere else. As I was thinking that, Irina started muttering something. I just had an idea. What if we threaten some heathens and take their money? I think the Lord would forgive us if it's against heathens. Should we raid a temple? Or steal their offering box? That's not right. Forget about all that nonsense. I can't believe I just said that out loud. By the time I realized it, both of them were staring at us. It's delicious. Japanese food is amazing. This is it. This is the taste of home. You guys really eat a lot, huh? The two of them were devouring the food from the family restaurant as if there was no tomorrow. Their appetite was impressive, to say the least. I thought my wallet was safe now that the udon plan was postponed, but I guess not. I felt a strange urge to cry. Don't worry. Let's split the bill between the two of us. Really? Thank you. Middlet, you're an angel. No, I mean a fallen angel. A few minutes later, they had polished off the mountain of food in front of them. Even if it's for the sake of faith. I never thought I'd be saved by an infidel and a fallen angel. The world really is ending. We sold our souls to a fallen angel. Hey, isn't that a bit harsh to say after they treated you to a meal? Oh Lord, please show mercy to the kind-hearted Issei. Irina made the sign of the cross over her chest. Somehow, it even felt a little cute. These two are actually beautiful girls when they're acting normal. After drinking some water and catching her breath, Zenobia turned to us and asked, "So, what's the reason you approached us?" Let me be blunt. I want to help you destroy Excalibur. My statement left the two of them stunned. Well, it's understandable. One moment, I was saying not to get involved with devils, and the next, I was asking for cooperation. If they refuse, I'll just keep asking until they agree. However, Zenovia's reaction was completely different from what we expected. I suppose one wouldn't hurt. Just make sure you don't reveal your true identity. Surprisingly, she agreed without much hesitation. Middlet and I exchanged glances, both of us shocked. Middlet looked as if her mouth was hanging open. I probably looked the same. Wait, Zenobia? Are you serious? They're allies of devils. Working with them is the same as working with devils themselves. Irina stood up in protest. Well, that's the normal reaction, I guess. I understand that, but honestly, this mission is too much for just the two of us. I get that, but still. At the very least, we just need to destroy Excalibur and escape. If our Excaliburs are at risk of being taken, we can destroy them ourselves. That's what the higher-ups said. But even if we use our trump card, the chances of making it back safely are, well, about 30%. In reality, it's probably much lower than that. Zenobia must have some kind of trump card that gives her confidence. Indeed, something she holds within her is likely on par with a legend grade or something close to it. But she probably can't bring out its full potential. To do that, she'd need to reach at least the level of an enlightened. At her current level, I'd say she can only use about 10% of its power. At best, she can wield it as a weapon slightly stronger than Excalibur. She might be able to handle a low-tier Calamity class, but a Disaster class is probably out of the question. Then again, I've never seen Kokobile in person, so maybe I'm just being overly cautious. But... Irina, I believe that completing the mission and returning safely is the true act of faith. To live and continue fighting for the Lord in the future. Don't you agree? I do. But still. Then think of it as borrowing the power of a dragon. I am the Red Dragon Emperor after all. Both of them looked utterly shocked. I guess the name of the Red Dragon Emperor is really famous in this world. Well, Drake did duke it out against the three factions, so it makes sense. Don't joke around, partner. My bad. I never would have guessed you were the Red Dragon Emperor. That's how it is. So, what do you say? Let's put aside the whole ally of devils thing for now. Will you accept my offer? Well, here goes nothing. Honestly, if they refuse now, I'll be in a tough spot. Fine. At worst, I can just report to the higher-ups that we borrowed the power of a dragon. Alright, deal settled. Now that that's decided, I should probably report this to Kiba. He's not answering his phone right now, but if I tell him I'm with the Holy Sword users, he'll probably respond. By the way, can I ask you something? What is it? That fallen angel over there. Middlet, was it? What exactly is her deal? Now that you mention it, these two don't know much about Middlet, and they're probably curious about why a fallen angel is willing to help us. She's my girlfriend. She's not affiliated with Grigori. I guess you could call her a stray fallen angel? Girlfriend? A stray fallen angel? It's rare to find a fallen angel who isn't part of Grigori. What's the story there? They're digging into that. Well, it's only natural. Fallen angels are fewer in number compared to other races, and most of them are affiliated with Grigori. In fact, it'd be weird if the president didn't ask about it. After thinking for a moment, Middlet quietly began to explain. When I was little, I was kidnapped by a certain organization. For over 10 years, I went through some pretty terrible stuff. Then Issei saved me, and I've been living at his place ever since. I've never gone back. Honestly, I was so young when I was taken that I barely remember anything about Grigori. So, that's my situation. She didn't mention anything about Falmouth, but most of what she said is true. She was kidnapped by Falmouth and treated as a servant. Both Zenobia and Irina seemed to sympathize with Middlet's circumstances, their expressions softening with pity. These girls might actually have kind hearts, despite being fanatics. I see. Sorry, that was a bit insensitive of me. It's fine. I'm happy now, so it's all good. Looks like the two of them have let go of their reservations about Middlet. Alright then, it's about time to call Kiba over. Ding ding, the sound of the bell chimed as Kiba, Kaneko-chan, and Sun entered the family restaurant. Kaneko-chan and Saji? Wait, Kaneko-chan and Saji? Why are you two here? When I voiced my confusion, Kaneko-chan and Saji dutifully explained the situation. That I was looking for Yudo-senpai. I heard about Kaneko-chan's situation and decided to help her look for Kiba. Then we saw him heading to this family restaurant. I see. Kaneko-chan was worried about Kiba too. And since she couldn't rely on the Gremory peerage, she turned to Saji of the Citri peerage. She really is such a good kid. So, Issei-senpai, what were you planning to do with these two? Oh, I was negotiating with them to see if they'd let us destroy one of the Excaliburs. They said one sword would be fine. My statement left Kiba and Kaneko-chan looking shocked. Wait a minute. Wasn't the whole point that we weren't supposed to get involved? What are you thinking? The SC president's going to be furious. Saji seemed to know about the situation too. Personally, I don't really care if Saji's here or not. Should I drag him into this? Nah, it feels wrong to involve the Citri peerage without permission. For now, I'll let him stay, and we'll leave the final decision up to each individual. Honestly, it's regrettable that the Excalibur users are allowing this destruction. That's quite the bold statement. If you were a rogue, we'd have to take you down without a second thought. Hey, we're about to work together, so let's not start a fight. Do you still hold a grudge against the Excaliburs and the Church because of the Holy Sword project? At Irina's question, Kiba narrowed his eyes and coldly nodded. But, Kiba-kun, thanks to that project, research on Holy Sword users has advanced significantly. Users like me and Zenobia, who can resonate with the Holy Swords, were born. Irina. I cut her off mid-sentence. I could feel Kiba's anger rising with her words. It's true that the project led to the creation of users like you too, but that's a completely different matter. The way you're saying it makes it sound like you feel bad because you're harming his friends for the sake of research advancement. My utmost apologies. Irina must have realized how insensitive her words were. She apologized sincerely to Kiba. Honestly, what the Church did to Kiba and his comrades was beyond cruel. That incident is something we despise too. The person responsible for the project was branded a heretic and exiled. He's now with the Fallen Angels. With the Fallen Angels? What's his name? Valper Galilei. He was known as the Genocide Archbishop. Oh, so that's Kiba's nemesis. Valper. That man was the one who. Good job, Kiba. At least now you know who your enemy is. That's a step forward, right? I could see a new determination in Kiba's eyes. He looked relieved now that he knew who to direct his blade toward. Before, he seemed ready to cut down anyone in front of him, including these two. I'll share some information too. The other day, I was attacked by a rogue priest wielding an Excalibur. His name is Fried Selzen. Does that ring a bell? Fried. I completely forgot about him. After the whole Rainier incident, I thought he'd left Kuro for good. I see, so it's him. You know that guy? Is he more famous than I thought? Well, with that personality of his. Maybe he was already a troublemaker back when he was part of the Church. When I asked Zenobia about it, Irina answered instead. Yeah, he's pretty well known even within the church. Fried Selzen. A genius who became an exorcist at the age of 13. He's taken down countless devils and magical beasts. But he went too far. He even started targeting his own comrades. Fried never had an ounce of faith in him. All he had was a grudge against the supernatural and an obsession with fighting. In the end, he was branded a heretic and exiled. I see. So he's just a low-end battle junkie? Attacking even his own allies. Man, this guy is a scumbag. I thought the same thing back during the Asia incident. He's really a disgusting guy. But is this all a coincidence? A holy sword expert who fled to the fallen angels, a fallen angel cadre who stole Excalibur, and a rogue priest suddenly appearing with holy sword equipment. If all of this is connected, considering the timing, it's possible that Valper might be involved in this whole situation. That makes sense. It's not uncommon for those exiled from the church to team up. Maybe. Middle seems to have reached the same conclusion. Zenobia also acknowledged the possibility, so it's pretty much confirmed at this point. Well, it looks like we're all on the same page. And just like that, a joint front between devils, fallen angels, and the church to destroy Excalibur was formed. Irina took out a pen, scribbled something on a piece of paper, and handed it to me. Here, this is my contact info. Let me know if anything comes up. Thanks. Here's mine. I already have your number, Issei-kun. I got it from your mom, Irina said with a smile. Seriously? Mom, what are you doing? Even if she's my childhood friend, there's something called privacy, you know. Well, that's that. I'll repay you for the meal someday, Red Dragon Emperor Issei Hythe. With that, Zenobia got up from her seat. See you later, Issei-kun. Even if you're a heathen, I'm sure the Lord will forgive you if it's you. Treat me again sometime. That's a bit. And what about your faith? Irina waved energetically as she left with Zenobia. After the two of them were gone, Kiba muttered. Quietly. Issei-kun, why are you going this far? You're asking that now? There's only one reason. Because you're a friend. If you want revenge, I'll help you. It doesn't sit well with me to see my friends suffering. I feel the same way. Honestly, I get where you're coming from, so I thought I'd lend a hand. Yudo-senpai. I'd be lonely if you were gone, Kaneko-chan murmured sadly. Coming from her, who's usually expressionless, it hits differently. Even though it wasn't directed at me, my heart skipped a beat. As for Kiba, he looked a bit flustered but chuckled. He probably never expected Kaneko-chan to show such emotions. Well, I'm in trouble now. If Kaneko-chan says something like that, I can't go recklessly risking my life. I've also figured out who my real enemy is, so I guess I'll take you all up on your kindness. Looks like Kiba's motivated now. Kaneko-chan's happy too. Alright, I'm fired up. Alright, let's take down Excalibur. For Kiba's sake, we're definitely going to destroy those holy swords. Yeah. The plan's set. Everyone here is on the same page. Sorry. I'm completely lost here. Except for Saji. Chapter end. I'll give you a heads up first. In this chapter, the story will progress quickly and with a lot of original developments. There may be mixed opinions, but please be lenient with it. Hunter. That's everything that happened today. What on earth were you all thinking? When I reported today's events to the president, she stared at me in disbelief, her eyes wide with shock. Well, I couldn't blame her. After all, we had gotten deeply involved with the church faction, despite the supposed policy of avoiding them. I could have chosen not to report it, but communication is important. After all, it has become a regular occurrence in our lives for things to spiral out of control because my master and Ramiris neglect to keep everyone informed. So, I made sure to be thorough this time. Don't worry, President. I'll keep an eye on Kiba and make sure he doesn't overdo it. In fact, I plan to act as his stopper to prevent him from going off the rails. Do you understand? What you're trying to do could have a significant impact on the devil world. I know, but have you forgotten? I'm your servant candidate, not an official servant. Worst case scenario, you can pin everything on me and cut me loose. No problem. Same here. Don't worry, I'll know when to back off and won't push myself too hard. The president glared at us with a piercing look. But eventually, she gave up and let out an annoyed sigh. Fine. But in exchange, if you encounter that stray priest, make sure to contact me immediately. Understood. With that, we had the president's approval. Alright, time to head over to Kiba and the others. Middlet and I rushed out of the house and dashed into town to meet up with Kiba. Several days passed. Currently, we were all walking around the town at night. Middlet and I weren't wearing our usual school uniforms but instead donned black priest robes. Kiba, Saji, and Kaneko-chan from the devil faction were also dressed the same, holding fake crosses and wearing clothes that suppressed their demonic energy to pose as priests. Based on the information gathered by Kiba and Irina, it was highly likely that Fried was using Excalibur to target priests. That's why we were pretending to be priests to lure him out. By the way, Saji was also cooperating after hearing about Kiba's past. He had been deeply moved by the tragic story, revealing his passionate nature. Well, it seems he didn't tell the student council president, so I'm sure he'll face some consequences later. Huh. What's wrong, Issei-senpai? I sensed it. Fried's presence. There's no mistaking it based on the quality of his magical power, and more importantly, he's wielding a holy sword with a wavelength very similar to Zenobia and Irina's. He probably thinks he's hiding it with some kind of seal, but there's no fooling my analysis-based skill. Fried's presence is up ahead. Don't let your guard down. You can sense that kind of thing? But it's pointless to question Issei-senpai's ways. Oh, looks like he's noticed us too. He's approaching at a speed comparable to Kiba's. No, even faster. May blessings be upon this group of priests. As soon as Fried got close, he swung the Excalibur in his hand, attempting to strike us all down in one motion. Kiba instantly created a demon sword and blocked Fried's attack. Goodness me. I was just about to chop up some priests, but what's this? Demons in cosplay? As usual, he's got that annoying tone. Isn't that Issei over there? I've been wanting to see you. Fried noticed me too and started talking to me. His eyes seemed to be filled with resentment. Seriously, this guy really holds a grudge. Even though he's joking around, Fried hasn't taken his eyes off me. Looks like he's pretty wary of me. Well, too bad for you, but I'm not your opponent today. Sorry, but I'm not here to fight. The one you're facing is Kiba over there. Thanks, Issei-kun. You think some lowly devil can beat me, the wielder of Excalibur? Fried didn't get to finish his sentence. Kiba unleashed his power as a knight and closed the distance to Fried at high speed. Fried reacted, albeit a bit late, and blocked Kiba's attack with Excalibur. I'll destroy your Excalibur. Please don't get cocky, alright? Fried pushed Kiba back along with his demon sword and tried to create some distance, but Kiba immediately created another demon sword. What followed was an intense exchange of sword strikes between the two swordsmen. Sparks flew fiercely through the air. Kiba seemed calm. He was using battle will to further boost his speed. Their speed was evenly matched, but Fried had the upper hand in weapon quality. He kept destroying every demon sword Kiba created. But seriously, Excalibur really has a lot of variations. There's a shape-shifting one, a destroyer one, and then a speedy one. Issei Hayadu. Isn't Kiba in trouble? Shouldn't we back him up? Well, it's true that he's in a tough spot, but Kiba isn't losing either. It's true that Kiba is at a disadvantage in terms of weapon quality. But when it comes to skill, Kiba is superior. Have faith in him. After all, Kiba has been learning the hazy style techniques from Middled, even if it's just the basics. From my perspective, Kiba has a real chance of winning. Damn it. How can you keep up with me when I've become the fastest thanks to the power of Excalibur rapidly? I'm here to destroy Excalibur. I can't afford to lose. Kiba's fierce slash grazed Fried's cheek, causing his face to turn bright red. Fried was clearly furious. He had been trying to draw the other Excalibur at his waist, but Kiba's speed made it impossible. In contrast, Kiba remained calm. It seemed like we wouldn't need to step in after all. You seem to be struggling quite a bit, Fried. Just as I thought that, a man's voice came from somewhere. I turned toward the voice and saw an elderly man dressed as a priest standing there. Post-sword birth. A power that, depending on the user's skill, can exhibit unparalleled strength. Old man Valper. So, this guy is Kiba's sworn enemy. He really is involved in this mess, huh? You're Valper Galilei? Indeed. Kiba reacted immediately to Fried's words. This is bad. Faced with his nemesis, he's losing his cool. Fried, pour the factor into the holy sword. That will further unleash its power. Sure. Flowing factor, into the holy sword. Or something like that. As Fried spoke, an aura gathered around him and the blade of the holy sword began to glow. In an instant, Fried closed the distance to Kiba at a speed that surpassed him. Alright, you demon devil. Let's finish this quickly. Kiba blocked with a hastily created demon sword, but the weapon's quality was no match. It shattered effortlessly. Kiba was losing his composure, and this was starting to look really bad. Should I step in? I sensed a familiar presence approaching. This feeling is. Hey, sorry we're late. Yo-ho, we got your message, so we came. In an instant, two figures slashed at Fried. It was Zenobia and Irina. Kaneko-chan or someone must have contacted them when the fight with Fried started. Reinforcements for our joint front had arrived. Teach, holy sword wielders. Fried Selzen and Valper Galilei. Traitors to the faith. In the name of God, you shall be judged. Don't you dare mention that name in front of me. Fried channeled power into his holy sword, aiming it at the three of them. It seemed the reinforcements were more than just the two he had anticipated. Perish. Resound. What now? Destructive magic and lightning surged toward Fried. He managed to evade them using Excalibur's power, but unease was evident on his face. Standing there were two women, one with beautiful red hair and the other dressed in a shrine maiden outfit with black hair. It was none other than Rias Gremory, the president of the Occult Research Club, and Akino Himejima, the vice president. They had rushed to the scene, and Asia was there too. As soon as Asia saw the injured Kiba, she hurried over to heal his wounds. "Are you okay? President?" "Asia-san, Akino-san, why are you all here?" "Middle contacted us." "Yuto, I'll deal with you later, so prepare yourself." "Yes. Thank you for letting us know, Middle-chan." "It's no big deal really." Kiba seemed to realize just how worried the president and the others had been, and I could see a few tears in his eyes. "Now, in terms of numbers, we had the advantage. This is bad." "Fried." "I know, old man. Fine, let's use our trump card." With that, Fried pulled out another Excalibur from his waist. "What? Where did that?" "It's been on his waist the whole time. He probably had it cloaked." "Bingo! This is the power of Excalibur transparency. As the name suggests, it's a holy sword with invisibility power. However, it can't fool mana perception. Even if he pulled it out now, it wouldn't change the fact that Fried was at a disadvantage. Your holy sword is troublesome, but do you really think you can win against these numbers? No matter how many devils there are, I'll take you all down with my Excalibur." He retorted to the president's bold statement, but his demeanor showed he wasn't as confident as he sounded. Fried was putting on a tough act, but his expression betrayed his anxiety. "Looks like we've ended up teaming up with devils, but this ends now. It's time for judgment." As they spoke, Irina and Zenobia readied their weapons, turning to face their targets. "You seem to be struggling quite a bit, Fried, Valper." In an instant, a voice echoed, and spears of light rained down from above. I shattered them with a swing and turned my gaze upward. "What? What is this presence?" "Something's up there." Looking up, I saw a mysterious man descending from the sky, his jet-black wings spread wide, radiating an ominous aura. "Pleasure to meet you, daughter of the Gremory clan. Your hair reminds me of that wretched brother of yours." "What? Who are you?" The man spread his 10 black wings and scrutinized me. "I see. So this guy is... you Kokobile?" "Indeed. My name is Kokobile." As he introduced himself, Kokobile released the aura he had been suppressing. He was undeniably strong. His EP value was impressive. In terms of raw power, he was not far off from Middle. In the other world, he would likely be classified as a disaster-class threat. No wonder he was recorded in the legends of this world. "Oh, you came to help, Kokobile. Boss, you're here." With Kokobile's arrival, Valper and Fried looked visibly relieved. Meanwhile, the president, though sweating under the pressure, tried to remain calm and composed. "Greetings, fallen angel Kokobile. My name is Rias Gremory. Unfortunately, the Gremory clan is both closest to and farthest from the Satan. If you're seeking political negotiations here, it's pointless." Kokobile, a high-ranking fallen angel, was someone the president likely wanted to avoid fighting if possible. But Kokobile responded with disinterest. "Negotiating with the Satan is absurd. Well, if I were to defile his sister, Surzex might actually be willing to fight me, but..." The president narrowed her eyes at Kokobile's words but waited for him to continue. Kokobile scanned each of our faces, eventually settling his gaze on me and Middle. "What I'm most interested in right now are the two of you. Issei Haidu and Middle. This guy knows about us? Well, no. We're practically nobodies in this world. Even the fight with Phoenix was only witnessed by a select few high-ranking devils." "What do you mean you know about us?" "Exactly what I said. I've heard about you. Where you've been, what battles you've fought. All of it." "What? What does that mean? Is he sane?" "I don't know what you're talking about, but don't let your guard down." Wait a sec." Ignoring my attempt to stop her, Irina charged at Kokobile, ready to strike. But Kokobile simply glanced at her and didn't even bother to react. For a moment I wondered why, but the answer came quickly. In an instant, a sharp sound echoed through the air, and a beam of light suddenly struck Irina in the back. "What? Irina!" Zenobia was the first to rush to Irina's side, catching her as she fell. The wound appeared serious. If left untreated, it could be life-threatening. But I was too stunned to move. How could my mana perception have missed that? As we stood there in shocked silence, the air shimmered like a heat haze, and the source of the light that had struck Irina revealed itself. A mysterious man clad in a black robe stood before us. He casually toyed with the Excalibur he had taken from Irina and spoke to Kokobile in a teasing tone. "Kokobile, you're talking a bit too much." "Oh, Kaguchi, you came too?" "Doesn't matter. We're planning to eliminate everyone here anyway." The robed man spoke to Kokobile as if they were equals, but the aura he exuded was on a completely different level, far denser and more oppressive than Kokobeel's. This presence. He was no ordinary foe. His energy level exceeded 4 million, and he carried a god-grade sword at his waist. And that robe. I had seen it before. It was the same robe that the woman who controlled Rainier wore. As I stared at him, he noticed me and casually addressed me. This is our first time meeting face to face, isn't it? Issei Hayudu. It's an honor. Who are you? At Zenovia's demand, the robed man removed his hood, revealing his face. Despite his youthful features and friendly smile, his eyes held a sharp gaze, as if he were assessing his prey. But what stood out the most were the pair of horns protruding from his head like those of a demon. Nice to meet you. I'm Kaguchi. Looking forward to working with you. As he introduced himself, the overwhelming aura he released filled the surroundings. The president and Zenovia were drenched in sweat, collapsing to their knees under its weight. Even for the Demon King's little sister, this is all you've got? A bit of a letdown. The president couldn't muster a response. Just resisting the oppressive magical force was taking all her effort. The fact that she hadn't passed out was impressive in itself. Anyone below A rank would struggle to remain conscious at worst. They might succumb to madness. This was how dense the Demon Lord's aura was. What made it even more terrifying was his perfect control over it. Fried and Valper seemed completely unaffected by its presence. I didn't recognize this Kaguchi guy, and I had never heard of him before. Drake, what about you? Me neither. But judging by the fact that he wields a god-grade sword, he's most likely from the other side. So that's how it is. Still, someone of this level, shouldn't I have at least heard of him? Seriously, who is he? I found myself staring at the horns extending from his head. Could those horns mean? A divine Oni? Based on the horns and his immense magical energy, I figured he must be the same kind of divine Oni as Rimuru and Issei. But something felt slightly. Kaguchi chuckled at my question. Close, but not quite. I am an Enki. Enki? I had heard of them before. If I remembered correctly, they were a race born from the manifestation of high-ranking fire spirits, the ancestors of the goblins and ogres. Issei, you really shouldn't resist. Boss is already incredibly strong, but this guy? He's on another level. Fried taunted me with his usual cocky tone. As if I didn't already know that. For now, I activated my hero's haki and directed it at Fried to silence him. Yua? Oh. Fried and Valper recoiled, nearly falling backward in fear. Kokobeel was sweating, but it didn't seem to have much of an effect on him. And, of course, Kaguchi remained unfazed. Oh, how scary. As expected of the man who dared challenge Degrol, even if you were with Luminous at the time. That if you know that much, then you really are from the other side, aren't you? Even as I questioned him, he simply smiled. But silence was as good as confirmation. If he knew about that battle, then either he or one of his allies must have been watching. And yet, no one present back then had even noticed his existence. This meant he had an exceptional ability to erase his presence. If even I, with my ultimate power, couldn't detect him, then there was no doubt this Kaguchi guy possessed an ultimate skill. As I remained on high alert, the space around us suddenly distorted. Someone was attempting to teleport in. I recognized this presence. It's been a while. Emerging from the warped space was the woman who had once manipulated Rainier. So, she was capable of spatial teleportation as well. And judging by the identical robe she wore, she was likely one of them. What, you're here too? I was ordered to deliver this, now crystallized, to Kokobeel. Much appreciated. The woman handed something over to Kokobeel, then turned to face us, exuding a killing intent far beyond normal. 2 ultimate skill bearers. The situation had just taken a sharp turn against us. What's the plan, partner? I'm thinking about it now. Even if I use my trump card, against 2 enemies of this level, victory is uncertain. Not to mention, it would drag everyone else into the blast. I should have brought that with me when I went to report back earlier. Realistically, with ultimate skill wielders as opponents, even middle wouldn't be much of a combat asset. As for the others? They were out of the question. Right now, they were all on their knees, crushed under the overwhelming aura these 2 radiated. They could barely even speak. Against this kind of force field, anyone below A rank didn't stand a chance of staying on their feet. Even Middlet, who possessed Demon Lord tier power, was sweating profusely. Not that I wasn't either. Meanwhile, Kaguchi gazed at the president and the others with little interest. So, the Demon King's little sister and her followers, huh? Personally, I don't really care. What do you think, Mello? Oh, isn't it obvious, Kaguchi? Trash that doesn't belong in this place should be. Suddenly, the robed woman Mello gracefully waved her finger like a conductor's baton. Music began to play out of nowhere. Eradicated. With the sound of music, an enormous surge of magical power was unleashed. It was too fast and the range was too wide. I couldn't make it in time. Everyone. In that instant, everything was engulfed in light. POV, Kaneko. Are these people? The moment we faced the young man who called himself Kaguchi, we felt the presence of death. The pressure Kokubile exerted was overwhelming, but compared to the man before us, it was nothing. The sheer weight of his presence crashed down on us with such intensity that even considering a comparison felt like an insult. Terrifying. He was on an entirely different level. Even moving a single step felt like it would lead to instant doom. Our instincts warned us of that. It wasn't just me. The president, the vice president, Yudo-senpai, Saji-senpai, and Zenovia-san were all frozen in place. The overwhelming flow of magical energy threatened to drive us to madness. The only ones still standing were Issei-senpai and Middle-san, but their expressions betrayed their uncertainty. And it wasn't just him. Likely using some form of teleportation magic, another presence had entered the battlefield, the robed woman who had once manipulated Rainer. The magical power radiating from her felt just as intense as the formidable presence of the man beside her. What do we do? At this rate? I turned my gaze to the only two who could still stand, Issei-senpai and Middle-san. But neither of them seemed to have the situation under control. Even knowing it was dangerous for them to face this alone, my body refused to move. Kaguchi glanced at us with a disinterested expression, as if we were beneath his notice. So, the Demon King's little sister and her followers, huh? Personally, I don't really care. What do you think, Mello? Oh, isn't it obvious, Kaguchi? Those who don't belong here should be. Mello, the woman in the robe, waved her finger like a conductor's baton. The air trembled as an immense amount of magic gathered, forming a single mass. Eradicated. The moment she uttered those words, the massive sphere of magic shot toward us. Issei-senpai shouted something, but I couldn't hear him at all. Everything around me moved in slow motion. I had heard that in moments of peril, time seems to slow down. Was this what they meant? Someone. I found myself wishing for salvation. But Issei-senpai wouldn't make it in time. Resigned to my fate, I closed my eyes. An explosion shook the battlefield, accompanied by a deafening shockwave. But no pain came. No matter how much time passed, I felt nothing. Instead, a familiar scent tickled my nose. What just happened? Damn it, I swear I saw my dead parents just now. Are we saved? What in the world? The crushing pressure that had instilled such fear in us was gone. Through the lingering smoke, I could confirm that the president and the others were unharmed. But it's been a while, Chiron. Huh. A gust of wind swept through the battlefield, clearing the smoke in an instant. And standing there, as if shielding us, was the person I should hate. The person I should resent. The one who had abandoned me. What? Are you here? As the smoke faded, the one standing before us defending us was none other than my estranged sister, the fallen devil. Kuroka. Chapter end. Thank goodness. But what's going on? It's no wonder I couldn't help but think that. Because standing there, protecting the president and the others, was someone who shouldn't have been there in the first place. Kuroka? Mello's attack was blocked by Kuroka's barrier and completely dissipated. Mello looked stunned. Everyone seemed to be okay. It looked like Kuroka's demonic aura was canceling out Kaguchi's aura, freeing everyone from the pressure. You're the SS-ranked stray devil, Kuroka, aren't you? Why are you here? Valper muttered in disbelief. A stray devil? Kuroka is? Middlet exclaimed in shock. I was just as surprised. Kuroka's a stray devil? This was the first I had heard of it. In response to Valper's words, Kuroka smirked defiantly. Ignoring him, Kuroka faced the two robed figures. She blocked my attack. Who is this woman? That is Kuroka, one of the 3 archdukes under Luminous, and she's been given the title Nightmare Cat by Luminous herself. She's the strongest combatant among the group. Even though we had lived here for 2 years, it was no surprise they knew about Kuroka. It was confirmed. These guys had been gathering information about us from the other world. Luminous. The vampire you mentioned. I'd like to test my skills against her someday. Kokubile was spouting some nonsense, but it was better not to pay attention to him. The real problem was these two. The woman named Mello froze the moment she heard Luminous' name. What was going on? I see. So you're that woman's underling. Mello removed her hood, revealing a face twisted into a deranged smile. She had short blue hair and fins protruding from her ears. Was she a fishwoman or something? Then she closed the distance between herself and Kuroka in an instant, launching an attack. Fine. That woman always cared about her subordinates. I'll make you regret crossing her. Don't worry. After that, I'll send your master to join you in the afterlife. I see. You're exactly as Luminous-sama described, Naya. Each of her strikes created shockwaves powerful enough to shake the ground. However, Kuroka blocked every one of Mello's attacks with her dark claws. Those were Kuroka's prized god-grade weapons, a pair of claw gauntlets known for their unparalleled sharpness and durability. Still, I was more concerned about that woman. From what Mello said, it seemed she held a grudge against Luminous. And from the way Kuroka spoke, it sounded like she knew Luminous personally. Hee impressive. Is this the strength of the other world? These guys are just a small part of it, Kaguchi responded to Kokabiel's words with a mix of exasperation. Kuroka was originally a wizard type, but her training in the dungeon had made her exceptionally skilled in close combat. She had even surpassed the Dragon Lord of the dungeon in that regard. Is that all? With this level of strength, defeating Luminous-sama is nothing but a pipe dream, Naya. UDMN stray cat. I don't like your attitude. That said, Mello was no slouch either. Her attitude might be questionable, but her strength was the real deal. She wielded her baton like a fencing sword, moving with grace and precision. Despite her words, Kuroka didn't seem to be completely at ease either. After exchanging a few blows, the two of them created some distance between themselves. Mello retreat. What? Are you kidding me? I'm not done yet. Have you forgotten that person's orders? Revenge on Luminous can wait. TC, fine. Then I'll take over the observation for this experiment. How about that? Well, I guess that's fine. Honestly, it doesn't matter who does the observing. At Kaguchi's words, Mello reluctantly lowered her weapon. It seemed she could cool down even when she was worked up. Now then, let me make a declaration to all of you. Kaguchi, for some reason, looked almost gleeful as he prepared to announce his plans. From now on, Kokabiel, the fallen angel cadre here, will destroy this town, starting with Kuo Academy, your devil stronghold. This will trigger a war among the three factions. Huh? Were these guys nuts? What do you hope to achieve by doing something like that? The president's objection was completely valid. Honestly, what this guy was saying made no sense. Relax. That's just my goal. Personally, I'm not interested in the war itself. But Kokabiel here wants to settle the conflict between the three factions through war. I see. So the war was Kokabiel's goal, not theirs. But that still left their own motives unclear. Our goal is to take advantage of the situation. We plan to scout promising individuals amidst the chaos. How about it? Why not betray the octagram and join us to do as you please? They wanted to recruit strong individuals. And they were willing to start a war for that? Somehow, this felt exactly like Emperor Rudra's methods. How tasteless. Don't mess with us. There's no way we'd do something like that. Yeah, no way. We'd never betray that person. Agreed. I have no intention of betraying Luminous-sama, Naya. Of course, everyone refused. Well, it seemed he expected that as he calmly backed down. Is that so? Well, if you change your mind, just let me know. With those words, Kaguchi's figure flickered and eventually disappeared completely. This time, we only came to negotiate with Kokabiel. That's done, and Mello said she'd handle the rest of the work for me, so I'll be heading back now. Well, if fate allows it, let's fight to the death someday. After leaving those words, Kaguchi vanished somewhere. The remaining threats were Mello and Kokabiel. And even they used spatial teleportation, likely disappearing to Kuo Academy. I look forward to the day we fight you all. With those final words. Phew, that was a close one. But why are you here, Kuroka? As the enemy's presence vanished and Middle caught her breath, she turned to Kuroka and asked. In response, Kuroka averted her gaze, looking slightly flustered. You could say it's work or something. I really didn't plan on coming. She then glanced toward the president. No, Kaneko-chan. Meanwhile, Kaneko-chan sat down, her gaze lowered, exuding a strange atmosphere. What was going on? Were they acquaintances? As I pondered this, the two of them dropped a bombshell. It's been a while. How have you been, Chiron? Kaneko-chan asked. Why is my sister here? Kaneko-chan's voice was filled with disbelief. Sister? Kuroka? Ignoring our confusion, the two continued their conversation. Kuroka began. Didn't you abandon me? Kaneko-chan shouted, tears welling up in her eyes. You abandoned me, so why are you showing up in front of me now? Why did you protect us? Back then, after you left, do you know how much I was ridiculed? It was as if all the emotions she had been holding back exploded. Kaneko-chan shouted, tears streaming down her face. I can't trust you, sister. That I see. Wait a second. What's going on? Who's Chiron? Sister. Huh? Unable to stand by any longer, Middle interrupted their conversation. I was just as lost. The situation was moving too fast for me to keep up, and now this. But one thing became clear. Wait, are Kuroka and Kaneko-chan sisters? Yeah, that's right. Seriously? Seriously, Naya? No wonder I thought Kaneko-chan resembled someone. Now that I think about it, it's obvious. Their personalities and builds are completely different, but the quality of their aura is strikingly similar. Then, what about being a stray devil? This is the first I've heard of it. That's also true, Naya. Are you disappointed? No, not really. We've known each other for a long time. We've been friends for over 10 years, so I think I know Kuroka well. I don't know what she did, but she's not the type to hurt others without a reason. May I interrupt? The president stepped in, having been left out of the loop until now. So, you're the stray devil, Kuroka. I'll thank you for helping us, but could you stay away from this girl? All right. With that, Kuroka obediently distanced herself from Kaneko-chan and turned to leave. It seemed there was some serious history between them. Then, the president turned to face us. Issei, middled. Care to explain? What's your relationship with that stray devil? The president interrogated us with a tone that left no room for evasion. It's understandable. A stray devil. And an SS rank one at that. She must be a major criminal in the devil realm. If we're seen as close to her, it's only natural to be questioned. It's hard to explain, but Kuroka is currently with a certain vampire. A vampire? Yeah, though it's a different faction from the vampire territories. Anyway, Kuroka's master and my mentor are old friends, and through that connection, we got to know each other. Became friends, trained together, hung out. Well, that's the kind of relationship we have. If you combine this with what Kaguchi mentioned earlier, it makes sense. Even without bringing up the whole otherworld thing, I'm only stating facts. I see. It doesn't seem like you're lying. The president seemed satisfied and backed off. Now, there was something I was curious about. By the way, what did Kuroka do? We've known each other for a while, but this is the first I've heard about her being a stray devil. If possible, I'd like to know. That's... The president hesitated. The Kuroka, you see, there was once a servant of a high-class devil from the Nibirius family's branch. But she became consumed by power, killed her master, and fled. The responsibility fell on Kaneko, who was left behind and deeply scarred. I see. So she killed her master. That's probably one of the greatest sins a devil can commit. No wonder she became a stray devil. And even got an SS rank bounty on her head. And why did Kuroka do something like that? It's as the master of Chiron over there said. Don't lie. I can say with certainty that you'd never do something like that without a reason. We've known each other long enough for me to know that. When I said that, Kuroka looked slightly happy for a moment but quickly lowered her head. I finally understood. The reason Kuroka, who's originally from this world, never tried to return. Kuroka was probably afraid of being rejected by Kaneko-chan, and afraid of us finding out about her past. She's oddly timid in some ways. I turned my gaze toward Kaneko-chan. Hey, Kaneko-chan. What is it? Why don't you talk to Kuroka once? Say, were you even listening? I was. But I believe Kuroka isn't the type to wield her power recklessly. She's definitely not the kind of person you, or Kaneko-chan, thinks she is. My words seemed to leave the president speechless. After all, she was just saved by Kuroka moments ago. She must have some thoughts about what I said. Please give me some time to think. Sure. Well, there's also the matter of Kokubile. We need to hurry back to the school, so you don't have to give an answer right away. I'm worried about the two of them, but we can't forget about Kokubile. In fact, he's our top priority. If we don't act soon, the school, and by extension, the town, could suffer unprecedented damage. Plus, the student council president is probably at the school right now. If we don't hurry, things could get dangerous. Oh, I completely forgot. The president is at the school right now. We need to go help her. No, the three of us will handle this. Everyone was surprised by Middle's statement. That said, I agreed with Middle's opinion. Personally, I'd like to have Kiba come along to destroy the holy swords, but this is beyond that now. What do you mean? Honestly, if it were just Kokubile, I'd still allow everyone to come. But that Mellow woman. She's dangerous. You all felt her power firsthand, right? When she said that, everyone seemed to recall Mello's overwhelming aura and turned pale, shuddering. Mello exuded a presence almost on par with Kaguchi. In terms of numerical power, she's stronger than anyone here, with a value of 4.02 million, and she even wields a god-grade weapon. On top of that, she clearly possesses an ultimate skill. With the possibility of fighting such a monster, it's too dangerous for the president and the others. Honestly, the only ones who can stand a chance against her head-on are me and Kuroka. Middle probably won't be a burden either. So, that's why the president and the others will stand by. That I understand what you're thinking, Issei. But I also take pride in managing this town. I can't just back down all the time. Well, that was fair. The president was responsible for managing this town, so this argument made sense. I'm going too. As long as the holy sword is in their hands, it's my duty to destroy it. I can't abandon my mission either. I've already accepted the possibility of death. There's no way I can just sit back while the president is in danger. As one of Ria's retainers, I've prepared myself for whatever comes next. That was honestly surprising. Even after facing such peril, they still stood strong. It seemed like everyone except for Kaneko and Asia, who were still somewhat in shock, intended to join us. What should I do? This was going to make convincing them even harder. Please, Issei. I might just end up being a burden, but it's still better than doing nothing. The president stepped forward and bowed her head as she pleaded. Even if it was only a temporary hierarchy, it was hard to refuse when my superior was going this far. All right, but if I say it's too dangerous, you run immediately. Of course, thank you. For now, we left the severely injured Irina in Asia's care and made our way toward Kuo Academy. Kaneko didn't say anything, but it looked like she was coming along too. But before that, all right, Kuroka. You know something about this mellow person, don't you? Aya. I knew it. That guy seemed to be an acquaintance of Luminous, and Kuroka had probably gotten some intel from her. As we ran, everyone turned their eyes toward Kuroka. I originally came to Kuo Town under the orders of my current master, Luminous, to investigate. Yeah, I figured as much. Honestly, that's about the only reason you'd get involved. But why is she investigating this place? This goes back a little while, but actually, Luminous once visited Japan for fun. She wanted to see the country where Hinata and I were born. Huh. Wait, when did that happen? No, now that I thought about it, there was a clue. A little while ago, could it have been when we went to Tempest to make our report? Now that I remembered, Luminous had asked Rimuru for a favor back then. We never saw her, so maybe we just missed each other? At that time, Luminous felt an unusual presence and gaze in this town. And more than anything, she recognized that presence. An unusual presence? I had never felt anything like that, but did that mean someone had been targeting Luminous? So, since I was from this country, I was chosen to investigate. Hinata was too busy for a long-term mission. That made sense. Hinata, as the Crusaders' commander, would be swamped around this time of year training new recruits. On top of that, protecting people from monsters was her main duty, so investigating something on this side of the world wasn't really her priority. So, what exactly are they? Kuroka dropped a bombshell in response to my question. At the same time, I finally understood just how powerful they were. Their true identities are POV, Rimuru. Today, I had planned to invite Masayuki for a light meeting to review the joint training exercise between the academies of Tempest and the Empire. Well, calling it a meeting was just for show. It was really just an excuse to complain about how exhausting things were on a daily basis. But right before our little complaint session, Luminous arrived. She brought Hinata along and mentioned that she also had business with me, Ramiris, and Dino. So, as a bonus, or more like, just in case, we also had Velgrind join us. Once Luminous had finished explaining to some extent, everyone's expression turned serious. So, is it really true, Luminous? That person might still be alive? It hasn't been confirmed yet, but I'd say there's a 90% chance. That presence I felt back then, it was undoubtedly that wretch. But hey, isn't that your mistake? You're the one who dealt with them, so this has nothing to do with us. As he spoke, Dino stuffed his mouth with tea and sweets. He was clearly trying to pretend this wasn't his problem so he could avoid the hassle. Luminous noticed, of course, but she was too frustrated by the truth of it to argue back. She only glared at Dino in frustration. I know that. If they really are alive, they'll be a threat to all of you as well. Yeah, that's probably true. From what I'd heard, they were a serious pain to deal with. Luminous had taken them down back then with a near sneak attack using disintegration, but if it had been a head-on fight, she might not have won. That's right. Back then, they had power on par with us true dragons. As I am now, it'd be a different story, but with my past self, I might have lost. That was shocking. Hearing that even Velgrind might not have won back then was unexpected. She wasn't sure how it would go now, but judging by her reaction, it still wouldn't be an easy fight. I could only hope this was just Luminous being paranoid. Meanwhile, Masayuki looked completely unconcerned. He was surprised at Velgrind's comment, sure, but other than that, he was zoning out like this didn't involve him. Honestly, I got it. If I could ignore this too, I would. And besides, I heard that Issei and Middlet encountered a strange woman in their hometown, one who manipulates songs. Wait, do you know something about this? Indeed. An ultimate skill wielder who controls songs. I may have an idea who it is. She knew something? What is going on? Master, do you remember the story of Sylvia from the Great Tenma War? Hearing Seal's words, I tried to recall Sylvia's story. If I remembered correctly, Luminous, who was right in front of me, was the second highest disciple, and Sylvia was the third. Wait, if this woman they encountered was also a high-ranking disciple like Luminous and Sylvia, then, as if to confirm my suspicion, Luminous spoke. Her name is Mello, a siren who was once the sixth highest disciple of the divine ancestor. Oh, I remember her. She was that crazy fanatic who was totally obsessed with the divine ancestor, right? I honestly couldn't stand that girl. According to Ramiris and Dino, Mello used a skill that controlled music to manipulate people's hearts, recruiting more followers for the divine ancestor. What's more, Luminous said that Mello disappeared right around the time she killed the divine ancestor. And it wasn't just her, several other top disciples had vanished at the same time. For some reason, they had ended up on Earth. In the other world. No wonder she completely disappeared until now. They had actually left this entire plane of existence. Luminous was right, this was bad. No, more than bad, this could be catastrophic. I believe your concern is justified, Master. Seal's words only deepened my unease. Because that meant they may also have the ability to traverse worlds, just like you, Rimuru. Even the divine ancestor Twilight Valentine may have had a method of interdimensional travel. It looked like we had yet another massive headache on our hands. Chapter End. POV, third person. Mello reminisced. Born as a result of the experiments conducted by the Twilight Valentine, she was a fervent believer in the divine ancestor. Hence, she utterly resented Luminous, the only daughter of the divine ancestor, who received all of their affection. What particularly irked her was Luminous' attitude. Despite basking in the love of the divine ancestor, whom Mello revered, Luminous expressed disdain for their actions. This was something Mello could not forgive. I am more deserving of his affection than Luminous. Indeed, Mello was more actively involved in the divine ancestor's experiments than any other disciple. Through this process, she evolved her unique skill, Song Realm Dweller, into the ultimate skill, Siren. She was the first among the divine ancestor's disciples to attain an ultimate skill. Yet, even after gaining such power, it was Luminous Valentine, the daughter, who continued to receive the divine ancestor's affection. At this point, while Mello despised Luminous, she did not yet hate her. It was when Luminous ended the divine ancestor's life that Mello began to truly despise her. Luminous, having reached her limit with the divine ancestor's repeated inhumane experiments that brought humanity and vampires to the brink of extinction, used the newly developed strongest holy magic disintegration to defeat the far superior divine ancestor. To Mello, this was an unforgivable sin. However, immediately after the divine ancestor's physical form was destroyed, she departed to this world alongside them. This was fortunate for Luminous, who did not possess ultimate power at the time. Yet, even after thousands of years, the anger within Mello did not subside. Thus, Mello resolved to destroy everything Luminous held dear, her subordinates, her nation, and plunge her into despair before confronting her. Today marked the first step towards that goal. President is the Satan. Certix. Coming here? No, this time I didn't plan to call my brother. I already did. Aquino. The president raised her voice in protest, but this time Aquino was right. While it was fine because we were here, this situation was far beyond what the president could handle on her own. Sensing this, the president gritted her teeth and fell silent. She probably didn't want to cause too much trouble. After all, we had already caused a lot of trouble during the Phoenix incident. I wonder if I'll be okay. Kuroka, the stray devil, seemed concerned about her own existence. Well, in this world she was considered a criminal. Well, let's try to wrap this up as quickly as possible. After that, you can just hide at my place or something. Thank you. As she said that, Kuroka clung to my arm, her warmth radiating against me. Kuroka, what are you doing? Middle hissed at Kuroka, clearly agitated. Who would have thought we'd be dealing with the usual antics of Tempest here in this world? While all this was happening, we arrived at Kuo Academy. The atmosphere was completely different from usual, thick with an intense demonic presence. It was enough to make me shiver. Well, considering we were dealing with someone on the same level as Luminous, it's not hard to understand. Kuroka, please. All right. As she responded, Kuroka cast a powerful barrier around Kuo Academy. It was a multi-layered compound barrier created using the authority of the universal barrier. While it could be broken if the opponent's power was overwhelmingly superior, its strength was still extraordinary. In fact, it was comparable to the unparalleled defensive barriers of someone like Geld. With this, no matter how intense things got, there shouldn't be any impact on the outside. What an incredible barrier. Kuroka's. Especially skilled with barrier techniques. It's always amazing to see, isn't it? The president was astonished by the barrier's sheer strength, while Middle gazed at it with a look of envy. What's going on? As we strode through the main gate, I noticed a figure. Wait, is that? Sona. I'm glad you're safe. President. Are you all right? There stood Sona Citri, the student council president. She smiled as Saji tried to run towards her, but, Saji, no. Don't get any closer. Ha! A torrent of water infused with malice shot towards Saji. I quickly stepped in to shield Saji, dispersing the water attack. But the power behind that attack was far beyond what President Citri should be capable of right now. If Saji had taken that hit, it would have been disastrous for sure. Oh, impressive for a mere human. President Citri created multiple layers of water streams behind her, ready to strike at any moment. Still, this way of speaking. It's not something she would ever say normally. What kind of joke is this, President? What's wrong with you? Saji, the President is likely being controlled. That woman has the ability to manipulate others' minds. I had anticipated this since the Rainier incident, but it seemed Melo's ultimate skill was likely a mental interference type. Without an ultimate skill of your own, resisting it would be extremely difficult. I'm sorry, Rias, but I can't let you interfere with their work. Perhaps due to the effects of the brainwashing, President Citri's magical energy had skyrocketed. Before, her energy level was around EP 10,000, but now it was EP 70,000, equivalent to an A rank over, on par with Riser. She could probably boost it even further, but she likely wanted to conserve as much energy as possible before facing us. She must have judged that no matter how much she strengthened herself, it wouldn't be enough against someone with an ultimate skill. Issei, you all go on ahead. President. Sona is my best friend. I can't just stand by and watch while she's being controlled. Wait, hold on. Fighting the president? I can't. Saji hesitated, unable to believe that President Citri had turned against us. Come to think of it, Saji likes her, doesn't he? I can understand not wanting to fight the woman you love. But, Saji, make up your mind. Are you just going to stand there and watch while the person you care about is being controlled? If no one does anything, President Citri will remain a puppet forever. We're not fighting to defeat her. We're fighting to save her. I've been in the same situation. Back then I fought Middle to save her. If you really love her, then show some courage. Hyudu. All right. I can't stand seeing the president being controlled like this. I'll save you, President. It seemed the president and Saji were prepared to fight the brainwashed President Citri. The president was radiating the power of destruction, and Saji had equipped a gauntlet that resembled a stylized dragon's head. Is that his sacred gear? That's absorption line. One of the sacred gears that houses the power of Vritra, one of the 5 great dragon kings. The 5 great dragon kings. Like Tiamat. I see, so it's a pretty powerful artifact. Alright, we'll leave this to you. We entrusted President Citri to the president and Saji and moved on. Even though she was being controlled, it seemed she still retained some degree of free will. Fighting against 2 people she was close to might help her regain her sense of self. In fact, even when Leon was under Michael's control, he managed to regain a sense of self even if he couldn't control his body. The chances are slim, but right now, we have no choice but to bet on that. I've never seen a magic circle like this before. When we reached the schoolyard, a bizarre scene unfolded before us. At the center of the yard were 4 holy swords, floating in midair, while a massive, ominous magic circle covered the entire ground. In the middle of the circle stood Valper, seemingly conducting some kind of suspicious ritual. So, what exactly is this magic circle for? This magic circle is meant to reunite the 4 Excaliburs into one. Melo answered that question. Honestly, I don't think she has any need for Excalibur or anything like that. What is she planning? Now, let's start with a little warm-up. How about playing with some pets I brought from the underworld? Kokabeel snapped his fingers. In response, multiple magic circles appeared, and out came 3-headed dogs, each easily over 10 meters tall. There were more than 10 of them. Ruuar. The roar from their 3 heads shook the surroundings. It's the Cerberus, a familiar sight in manga and games. This is my first time seeing one in real life, though. They're creatures that normally inhabit the areas around the gates leading to the underworld. To bring them to the human world like this. Akino-san responded, wiping cold sweat from her brow. Each one is a hazard class threat. With more than 10 of them, it's no wonder she's nervous. But in the end, they're just mindless beasts. There's no need to fear them. Akino-san, Kaneko-chan, Kiba, Zenobia. Each of you, take on one of them. I think you can handle them one-on-one. What about you, Issei? We'll handle the rest. As soon as I finished speaking, the Cerberus pack charged at us all at once. We didn't have time to waste, so let's take them all down in one go. Let's go, Drake. Boost. I channeled magical energy into my fist and unleashed it at the Cerberus. Veldora-style killing art, Draconic Breaker. At the moment of impact, the released force turned into a beam of light, obliterating several Cerberus in a single strike. Everyone looked shocked at what they saw. Well, the Cerberus are known as the Guardians of Hell, so I guess it's understandable. Everyone stay focused. There are still more coming. Snapping out of their daze at my words, everyone turned to face their respective Cerberus. Flowing water slash. Middle sliced through all 3 heads of a Cerberus in one swift strike. The headless beast collapsed to the ground. It's almost disrespectful to compare them to Ranga. Immortal trees crushing Fang. Kuroka used her senjutsu to manipulate plants, creating thousands of giant tree-like fangs that shredded the Cerberus. Senjutsu involves channeling energy and harmonizing with nature to manipulate the flow of life. With that kind of power, this level of feat is probably child's play for her. But Kuroka? Comparing them to Ranga is a bit too harsh, don't you think? Ooh, impressive. I noticed Kokobeel's eyes gleaming with excitement. Seems like he's a true battle enthusiast at heart. Ugh. Kaneko-chan seemed to be struggling against her Cerberus. Her movements lacked their usual precision. She must still be distracted by Kuroka's presence. Wah! A Cerberus's claws closed in on her. Kaneko-chan couldn't dodge in time. If this continued, she'd be in serious trouble. However, that didn't happen. Kuroka used a barrier to deflect the Cerberus's attack. Hang in there, Chiron. Kaneko-chan grimaced but still punched the Cerberus away. That strike was infused with a significant amount of her model will, and the Cerberus let out a pained howl. Ha! No, it didn't end there. As if releasing all her pent-up frustration, Kaneko-chan unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes on the Cerberus. With a final blow, the Cerberus was completely defeated. Thanks. You're welcome, Naya. Kaneko-chan's grimace is still there, but I hope this at least helps her take a step toward reconciling with Kuroka. Though I doubt it'll be that easy. Ha! Akino-san remained calm. She narrowly dodged the Cerberus's biting attacks while charging up her lightning magic. The Cerberus, growing increasingly frustrated that none of its attacks were landing, began to ramp up its assault. Meanwhile, Akino-san seemed to be using her mana perception to predict the Cerberus's moves. Her precision was still rough, but if she figured this out on her own, that's impressive. Fufufu, Issei-kun's fastballs are still much faster than this. As she said this, Akino-san unleashed the lightning magic she had been charging. Lightning, strike. A sharp crackling sound echoed as the light completely charred the Cerberus. As expected of the queen. That said, the Cerberus still had a significant energy advantage over Akino-san. It didn't seem to be completely out of the fight yet. But for the Cerberus, failing to take her down in one strike was its downfall. Because she's... You're still standing? As expected of the Guardian of Hell. I'm curious to see how much more you can endure. With a mischievous smile, Akino-san unleashed another bolt of lightning at the Cerberus. This time, it was slightly weaker but lasted much longer, leaving the Cerberus on the verge of collapsing. However, her lightning currents wouldn't allow it. The Cerberus was trapped in an endless cycle of fainting and waking. It's almost pitiful, though I can't help but feel a little sorry for it. Ha! Kiba charged at the Cerberus with his demon sword. Using his knight speed, he toyed with the beast, delivering a flurry of slashes. The areas he struck froze over or burned, showing the variety of demon sword he was using to overwhelm his opponent. Hazy style, chaotic shadow slash. Kiba unleashed a relentless barrage of slashes, cutting down the Cerberus. That was definitely a hazy style sword technique. When did Kiba master that? He's really a reliable guy when he's calm. So this is your true power. I can't afford to lose. Zenobia, like Kiba, charged at the Cerberus with her sword. A devastating strike from her holy sword cleaved through the Cerberus's belly. Smoke rose from the wound as its body began to disintegrate. A holy sword strike deals unparalleled damage to devils. I see. I'd heard that holy swords deal massive damage to demonic beings, but this is something else. Zenovia's destructive slash landed a direct hit on the Cerberus. The finishing blow turned the Cerberus into dust, completely obliterating it. The effect was incredible. It's complete. In an instant, Valper's gleeful voice echoed through the air. Looking over at him, I saw the holy swords glowing faintly. The next moment, a divine light enveloped the schoolyard. The light was so blinding that everyone, including me, covered their faces. Well, I could still sense the surroundings with my magical perception. Could tell. The 4 Excaliburs began to merge into one. Gradually, the light started to fade. At the center of the magic circle, a holy sword radiating a pale aura emerged. Excalibur! Kiba muttered, his voice filled with disdain. Valper smiled as the Excaliburs fused together. With the unification of Excalibur, the spell below is also complete. In about 20 minutes, this town will collapse. The only way to stop it is to defeat Kokobeel and dismantle the magic circle. Everyone present was taken aback by Valper's revelation. I quickly analyzed the magic circle and confirmed that a massive explosion spell had indeed been set up. It seemed true that the town would be destroyed if we didn't act fast. The only silver lining was that Kokobeel was the sole key to the spell, and Mello wasn't involved. We had to hurry. Fried. Use that holy sword to deal with the devils and exorcists. Make sure no one interferes. Man, my boss really works me hard. But hey, Getting to use this beautifully corrupted Excalibur is like a dream come true. Alrighty, time to take down some devils. Fried brandished the newly forged Excalibur and aimed its blade at us. But that wasn't all. It seemed there were still more Cerberus in reserve. A few more emerged from the magic circle. Knight of Rias Gremry. Is our alliance still intact? Of course. Then let's destroy that Excalibur. My goal is simply to retrieve the core. Besides, that thing is no longer a holy sword. It shouldn't be a problem. The two of them pointed their demon and holy swords at Fried, their eyes burning with determination. Then, we'll handle the remaining Cerberus. I won't mess up this time. Akino and Kaneko were also fired up. Kaneko, in particular, seemed to have shaken off her earlier hesitation. She should be able to fight calmly now. Issei, we'll take care of that fallen angel. You guys handle that woman. As she said this, Middle summoned her trusted weapon, the fallen blade, from another dimension. Not only that, she activated her dress change. Instead of her school uniform, she now wore a stunning gothic Lolita outfit. This was Middle's combat form. She was fully prepared for battle. 12 wings. A fallen angel's wings directly reflect their power. For someone of lowly origins to refine themselves to this extent. I was blessed with a great teacher. And comrades. Thanks to them. Here I go. Kokabiel's spear of light clashed with Middle's fallen blade. I felt confident in Middle's abilities, but Kokabiel was definitely up to something. It was better not to let our guard down. Alright then, let's get started. Kuroka and I faced Mello. The pressure she exuded was overwhelming. It felt like we were up against one of the demon lords. Issei, Hayadu and Kuroka. I'll play you a requiem of death. Bring it on. Let's go, Drake. Yeah. Balance breaker. Welsh dragon balance breaker. The jewels on my gauntlet released a crimson flash. A red aura intensified, enveloping my body. I was clad in a full suit of armor modeled after a red dragon. So that's your balance breaker, boosted gear scale male. Prepare yourself. You're going to pay for everything you've done. Do it if you can. And with that, our intense battle began. The real fight starts now. Chapter end. POV, Rias. Ha! Is that all you've got, Rias? I unleashed the power of destruction towards Sona. She countered it using water. To think she could neutralize the power of destruction. It was proof that she was pouring an immense amount of magical power into it. Without missing a beat, Sona altered the shape of the water, transforming it into various forms of beasts. Here I go. The fangs of a lion, the claws of a wolf, and the wings of an eagle, all made of water, came rushing at me simultaneously. The magical power infused in them surpassed my current level. A single hit would likely leave me seriously injured. But this is way too monotonous. I dispersed the power of destruction like a shotgun blast, neutralizing the water beasts. Sona was originally someone who devised incredible strategies in battle. She read several moves ahead, cornering her opponent like a game of shogi. But right now, Sona was just releasing water magic. There was no strategy or cunning to be felt. It was probably a result of being controlled. You're way too distracted, Sona. Huh. In an instant, the water beast's Sona created crumbled. Sona hurriedly looked at her left hand, where black tendrils were coiled around it. During the gap in our battle, Sona's pawn, Genshuru Saji, with his sacred gear absorption line, had been siphoning Sona's power. Saji. Sorry, President. But it's to help you. To help me? At Saji's words, Sona grimaced and clutched her head. Just a little more endurance, Sona. He's right. Sorry, but this is it, Sona. Wah. I fired a concentrated magical blast towards Sona. Deprived of her magical power by absorption line, Sona couldn't resist and took the hit directly. Even though I didn't infuse it with the power of destruction, the explosion caused by its power was tremendous. As the smoke cleared, there lay Sona, unconscious and collapsed. President. Saji immediately rushed to Sona's side, and I followed suit. It seemed she was just unconscious. If it's like that time with the fallen angel, she should return to normal now. That's a relief. Saji breathed and collapsed to his knees. He must have been pushing himself too hard to fight against Sona. To care this much about his master. He was a good servant. Saji. Can I leave Sona to you? Huh? Yes. Good, thank you. I thought I could entrust Sona to this boy. So, I decided to leave Sona with Saji and hurry ahead. Everyone, please be safe. Praying for the safety of my adorable servants and friends, I pressed on. POV, Kiba. Zenobia and I were forced into an unprecedented tough battle. Hiya. Is that all you've got, Devil Knight? Maybe I'm just too strong. My bad. As an apology, I'll give you a quick end. Using the ability of the Excalibur rapidly, Fried displayed incredible speed. If I hadn't mastered instant move, I would have been in serious trouble by now. Our speeds were almost equal, but the remaining 3 abilities were equally troublesome. Issei. Zenobia tried to strike from behind, but Fried slipped away. This must be the Excalibur nightmare creating illusions. We took a moment to distance ourselves and tried to regain our composure. Valper watched us with an amused smile. Haha, I heard one of the test subjects from the Holy Sword Project had escaped, but to think you'd become a lowly devil. And to meet you in such a remote country, what a twist of fate. Valper spoke to me with a mocking tone. Hearing this, I almost lost myself to anger again. But I should thank you. Thanks to you, the project is now complete. Complete? You declared us failures and disposed of us. What was he talking about? Then Valper continued. Research revealed that there's a necessary factor to become a holy sword wielder. So, I examined the compatibility of your factors. It turned out that while the test subjects had the factors, they weren't sufficient to wield Excalibur. That's when I reached a conclusion. I just needed to extract the factors from the test subjects. At his words, I couldn't help but widen my eyes. So, that means we were. I see, I get it now. When holy sword wielders receive their blessings, what's infused into their bodies is. At Zenovia's words, Valper spoke with disdain. Exactly, holy sword maiden. We extract the factors from what they possess and crystallize them. Like this. As he said this, Valper pulled out a glowing sphere emitting a holy aura from his pocket. This has propelled the research on holy sword wielders forward. Yet, those hypocrites in the church. They stole my research materials, branded me a heretic and exiled me, all while using my research. Probably Michael's doing. Even though they extracted the factors from the test subjects, they didn't kill them, so maybe it's more humane. It's possible to extract without killing. At those words, I couldn't help but shed tears. Because if those words are true, then there was no need to harm us. Why? I shouted at Valper in anger. However, Valper's eyes were extremely cold. You were nothing more than experimental subjects for a top-secret project. Once you were no longer of use, there was no choice but to dispose of you. Gore? We endured everything, believing it was for the sake of our Lord. And now, you call us experimental subjects? Disposable? If you want this crystal, you can have it. We've already reached the stage where we can mass-produce perfected versions. This is nothing more than useless junk now. Valper hurled the crystallized factor at me. To think we were reduced to this. The tears wouldn't stop. Everyone. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I clenched the crystal tightly, muttering words of apology. Everyone, I'm truly sorry. It was then that something warm enveloped my body. This is... What is that, old man Valper? What is that? Valper and Fried seemed just as confused about the light as I was. But, understood. The faint light gradually took on a human form. There, standing before me, were the friends I had lost in that facility. You all. Their souls, appearing in this place, wore expressions of sadness and nostalgia. Seeing them, I muttered as if confessing. I'm sorry. I've always wondered. Was it right for me to be the only one alive? There were others who had dreams. Others who wanted to live more than I did. And yet, was it okay for me alone to live a peaceful life? Then they smiled and spoke to me. Not with words, but I could understand their message through my soul. Don't worry about us. Just live on, even if it's only you. That I see. If that's their wish then. Their souls began to sing. A holy song, a hymn. Normally, as a devil, I shouldn't be able to sing it, but strangely, it didn't feel uncomfortable at all. On the contrary, I felt power surging within me. As the song ended, their souls emitted a pale, dazzling light. And then, their light enveloped my body. It's okay. Alone, none of us could do it. We didn't have enough of the factor to wield the holy sword, but together, we can do it. Let's accept the holy sword. Don't be afraid. Even if God isn't here, even if God isn't watching, our hearts will always be. To live as a devil. That was their wish at the time, and it was my wish too. I thought that was enough. But I believed I couldn't forget my hatred for Excalibur, not for their sake. But I was wrong. They never desired revenge. They only wished for my happiness. But I can't let this end here. That's right. I can't let it end like this. If I don't defeat the evil before me, that tragedy will repeat itself. Valper Galilei. As long as you exist, our tragedy will be repeated for a second and third time. I must absolutely prevent that. You should have just obediently been disposed of. Sacrifices are inevitable in research. Can't you even understand that? Valper sneered. Truly, you are too evil. Kiba, you know what you have to do now, don't you? Don't let their feelings and souls go to waste. Even while fighting, Issei shouted at me. And it's not just him. Kaneko, Akino, the president who isn't here right now. Everyone believed in me. But what's with this sappy scene? You're singing that song I absolutely hate with all these ghosts, and just hearing it makes my skin crawl. Ugh, I can't take it anymore. Let's just carve you all up and feel refreshed, shall we? With this invincible 4-in-1 Excalibur. Freed Selzen. The souls of my comrades resided within him. I can't let him misuse them any further. These tears are tears of resolve. I will become the sword. My comrades who have fused with me, let's overcome this together. The feelings and wishes we couldn't fulfill back then, let's make them reality now. Raising my sword to the heavens, I shouted. I will become the sword for the president and my comrades. Now answer my feelings. Sword birth. My sacred gear and everyone's souls merged. They synchronized and took shape. Holy power and demonic power. Two incompatible forces fused together. The souls of my comrades showed me the way. This is sublimation. And what appeared in my hand is a single sword, radiating both divine light and a sinister aura. This is my balance breaker. The sword of betrayer, a sword that wields both holy and demonic power. Let your body bear its might. Valper let out a cry of shock as he saw the sword I've created. A holy demonic sword? Impossible. Mixing opposing elements together, such a thing shouldn't be possible. I ignored Valper Galilei, who was in a state of panic, and continued to move forward. Then, Zenobia appeared beside me. A holy demonic sword, huh? That's impressive. I can't afford to fall behind either. Zenobia stabbed her holy sword into the ground and began chanting something. What was she planning? In an instant, a small dimensional rift appeared around her, and from it, a sacred aura even greater than that of Excalibur began to flow. Peter, Basil, Dionysius, and Holy Mother Mary. Lend me your ears. What emerged was a single holy sword. In the name of the saints who dwell within this blade, I release you, Durandal. Durandal? It was a holy sword said to rival Excalibur. Its blade is said to cut through anything it touches, and in terms of sharpness alone, it's considered the strongest among holy swords. Durandal? No way. According to my research, no one should have reached the level to wield Durandal yet. Of course not. Unlike Freed Selzen and Irina over there, I'm one of the rare natural-born wielders. Are you saying you're a perfect candidate, a true holy sword user? So, she was truly someone blessed by the holy sword from birth. Durandal is a tyrant that cuts through anything it touches. It doesn't even listen to me properly. That's why I have to keep it sealed in a different dimension because it's far too dangerous. Even I, its wielder, can barely handle it. Now then, let's see which is superior, Excalibur or Durandal. The blade of Durandal began to emit an aura even greater than the Excalibur wielded by Freed. So this is Durandal. Its aura is on par with my holy demonic sword. No, it's even greater. What kind of ridiculous development is this? We don't need this kind of plot twist, damn it. Freed shouted, directing his killing intent towards Zenobia. He then launched a barrage of transparent, branching swords at her. However, Zenobia remained calm, simply raising her sword. A sharp metallic clang echoed in an instant. With a single horizontal slash, she shattered the branching Excaliburs. After all, they're just broken holy swords. They're no match for Durandal. Zenobia swung her sword at Freed. Demon you. Freed dodged it with a high-speed movement. It was likely the ability of his holy sword, Excalibur rapidly. But still, why does it feel so slow to me? In an instant, I moved behind Freed. Shocked, Freed tried to slash me with his Excalibur. But by now, his sword was no match for my holy demonic sword. I easily parried his attack. Huh! A sword like that can't destroy our resolve. Don't mess with me, you devil! Freed unleashed every ounce of power his holy sword possessed, attacking me relentlessly. But I could sense the flow of his magic, the movements around me, everything was clear, even without looking. The illusions created by his sword, the transparency of his attacks, I could see through all of it as if it were right in front of me. Is this what Issei meant by mana perception? I dodged every attack while channeling my own magic into the holy demonic sword. In response, the sword's own magic grew stronger. D-Demenu, you're just a devil, I sheathed the holy demonic sword and in the same motion, unleashed it with a swift draw. Sudden slice. Using the hazy-style Iato technique I learned from Middlet, the blade flashed with a fleeting metallic sound, and the deformed holy sword, Excalibur, shattered into pieces. Freed collapsed, a deep gash in his shoulder. Did you see that? Our power has surpassed Excalibur. I looked up at the sky and gripped the holy demonic sword tightly. Chapter end. I want writing skills. Kovi, Middlet. That must be Kiba's balance breaker. From the looks of it, it's top tier among unique grade abilities. In terms of sword grades, it's almost on par with the 4 Excaliburs combined, but Kiba further enhanced it by layering his battle will on top. It seems he's also gained the ability to sense magical energy. Impressive as expected. What is this? The fusion of holy and demonic powers should be theoretically impossible. Theoretically impossible? Nah, there are quite a few people who can do similar things. Just as I was thinking that, Kokabeel spoke up. I don't know about your world, but in this world, such a thing should be impossible. Well, not that it matters to you. I see. So that's why Valper is so panicked. Ignoring Valper, Kiba pointed his holy demonic sword at him. Valper Galilei, prepare yourself. As he said that, Kiba slowly closed in on Valper. But it wasn't just Kiba. Zenobia was also approaching, wielding a new holy sword. Speaking of that sword, it might even be legend grade. Is that the source of Zenovia's confidence? Even if she can't draw out more than 30% of its true power right now, she can still hold her own against Kiba, who wields the holy demonic sword. Suddenly, Valper had a realization and began to speak. I see, I understand now. If the balance between the beings who govern the holy and demonic forces has been greatly disrupted, then it makes sense. In other words, not just the Satans but even God. In an instant, Kokabeel hurled a spear at Valper. With a thud, the spear struck Valper's chest, ending him in one swift motion. It was harsh. Not that I sympathized with him, since he was a villain, but still. Why did you kill him? I eliminated him because he was no longer useful. Don't worry about it. With that, Kokabeel intensified his attacks. As expected of a fallen angel cadre, each strike carried significant weight. But as long as they didn't connect, it was manageable. I deftly deflected all of his attacks. The essence of swordsmanship lies in flow. If you can read the flow, deflecting attacks of this level is straightforward. I delivered a kick to Kokabeel's solar plexus. Juth? Just because I wield a sword doesn't mean I can't use my body in other ways. While exchanging blows, I unleashed the magic circles I had prepared in the air. Holy Judge! Holy light bullets rained down from all directions. Kokabeel used his wings as a shield to block them. But in doing so, his movements came to a halt. I seized the opportunity and pressed my attack. Purple electricity move. The fastest move technique of the hazy style, impossible to evade. Even though Kokabeel couldn't see it, his instincts must have sensed the danger, as he twisted his body in an attempt to dodge. However, this technique was not so easily avoided. I struck Kokabeel's flank with that single move. Arg! He stumbled back, coughing, and fell to the school grounds. Kokabeel was indeed strong. But in terms of both magical energy and skill level, I was superior. Thus, the battle between fallen angels ended far too abruptly. The match is over. Amazing! So this is Middle-chan's true power. I could hear the astonished voices of Akino and Kaneko, who had just finished their battle with Cerberus. I didn't feel particularly impressive, though. Now, prepare yourself, Kokabeel. Zenobia moved forward with Durandal and issued a warning. But Kokabeel's eyes were filled with amusement. Was he plotting something? I never thought you'd go this far, little girl. But, as he spoke, Kokabeel pulled out a sphere from his chest that looked eerily similar to the factor of the holy sword from earlier. Middlet? This is bad. I didn't know what it was, but I had a bad feeling. I raised my fallen blade to deliver the final blow to Kokabeel, but it was already too late. Kokabeel crushed the sphere he was holding. In an instant, a tremendous shockwave assaulted us. Juth? Kaya? What's happening? This is... While Kiba and the others struggled to withstand the overwhelming shockwave, I looked up at Kokabeel, who was now hovering in the air. His wounds had healed, and it seemed like his body had grown slightly larger. But what was most different was the energy he was radiating. Kokabeel was emitting a pressure far greater than before. His magicules clearly surpassed that of a demon lord. You should understand, little girl. That sphere was a crystal made from the souls of those who held grudges against me, including Valper. And by releasing it, I have gained a new power. That I figured as much. So, he's awakened, huh? Judging by the fact that he didn't need a PRD of evolutionary sleep, it's probably similar to the pseudo-awakening I heard about from Lord Rimuru, like the Marionette Master Clayman, right? The power is overflowing. Magnificent. This is the power of my awakening. I have obtained a new power that surpasses even the demon lords. So, this was his goal all along. I had sensed something was off from the beginning. Why would Kokabeel, a high-ranking member of the Fallen Angel faction, personally lead an attack on the church? While it might have been too much to leave to his subordinates, what reason would a cadre have to do something as petty as this? Perhaps Kokabeel wanted to seize Excalibur while also collecting human souls. It's likely that after coming into contact with Mello and learning about awakening, he decided to achieve it himself. And he probably harmed countless humans in secret to do so. The story that Valper brought must have been convenient for him as well. What kind of aura is this? This is nothing like the Kokabeel we faced before. Kiba and the others instinctively stepped back under the pressure. I couldn't blame them. To Kiba, Kokobile must seem like an absolute monster now. Hee, shall we begin the second round, little girl? This aura. It might even surpass mine now. Even if my skill level is superior, the gap isn't decisive enough. I couldn't tell if I could win anymore. At least not as I am now. Hee. And Middle-san? Kiba looked at me with concern. Of course he would. If I started laughing right after the enemy powered up, even I'd think I was crazy. But please, cut me some slack here. Do you really think awakening is enough to beat me? Unfortunately, the number of hellish battles I've been through is on a whole different level from yours. Enough talk, bring it on. I'm not scared of you at all. Kokobile's smile faded, and he glared at me with veins popping on his forehead. It seemed he was really angry at being mocked by someone like me. You little brat. Don't get cocky. Kokobile hurled a massive spear of light, far larger than anything he'd used before. The spear completely destroyed the school building. But it was too slow. I closed the distance to Kokobile and punched him square in the face. Arg? Caught off guard by the unexpected attack, Kokobile was sent flying into the gymnasium. He quickly got up, looking displeased as he spat out a broken tooth. This what? Were you holding back until now? Unfortunately no. I was just putting on a show for you. This is the power I possess. A unique skill called Pretender, which boosts my physical abilities several times over by putting on a facade. Since it only enhances physical abilities, it's not very effective against opponents far stronger than me. But even though Kokobile has awakened, his level is probably around EP 700,000 to 800,000 at most. With a gap like this skill should be enough to bridge the difference. Now let's get serious. Of course, this is all just a show. At this level, I really can't tell if I can win. Even so, I declared with a laugh. Amazing! Despite being covered in wounds, I defeated Sona and entrusted her to her pawns before heading to the battlefield. What I witnessed was a battle that defied imagination, a clash that transcended dimensions. In the sky, a mysterious woman fought alongside Issei and Kuroka. Meanwhile, in the gymnasium, Kokobile and Middle were locked in combat. Kokobile unleashed a flurry of spears, all of which Middle deflected with her sword. She skillfully incorporated hand-to-hand combat, landing blows on Kokobile. Seizing an opening, Middle delivered a powerful kick that sent Kokobile flying backward, his laughter echoing with delight. Wah, not bad little girl. But I'll show you my new power. With that declaration, Kokobile expanded a sphere of energy around himself, moving at incredible speed. Even Middle, who had been dominating the fight, couldn't dodge completely and took a direct hit. Gah? It was clear that Middle had sustained serious injuries. She spat out blood but quickly regained her footing, spreading her wings and readying her sword. With 12 wings, she embodied a level of power beyond anything I had imagined. What was that just now? This is my new power. What was it called again? A unique skill? Did I see? So you've awakened and gained a unique skill. I didn't fully understand what this unique skill entailed, but Middle's sweat indicated it was something formidable. Kokobile launched another sphere at her, but Middle stood her ground, charging straight at him. This time, she used her wings to deflect the sphere while closing in. This is the end, Kokobile. Flowing water slash. Middle prepared to deliver a powerful strike, but Kokobile swapped positions with the sphere, appearing behind her. What? Diminute. Kokobile struck Middle from behind with a powerful punch. Following up, he unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks with his spear. Each strike sent shockwaves through the air. Despite the durability of Middle's outfit, it eventually succumbed to the assault. Kokobile continued to stab at her, and it seemed she was reaching her limit. Gah! What's wrong? Is this all you've got, little girl? Don't get cocky with me. Even with the spear still embedded in her abdomen, Middle retaliated with a fierce kick to Kokobile's jaw, the impact visibly shaking him. Gale thunder. A flash of light erupted as Middle's full-powered strike sent Kokobile flying. Yet he stood again, his eyes burning with fierce determination. Middle, however, clutched her wound, coughing up blood. To think you can fight me this far after my awakening. Impressive. You're not so bad yourself. Seems like being a fallen angel cadre isn't just for show. Middle pulled out the spear and applied a faint magical light to her wound. It appeared to be some form of healing magic, as her injury began to close rapidly, reminiscent of Asia's sacred gear. Your wound may have closed, but the blood you've lost won't be restored. With that much blood loss, you won't last long. As if to confirm Kokobile's words, Middle stood on unsteady feet, but there was no hint of surrender in her eyes. This was fun. But I have more to deal with later. This ends now. Kokobile summoned another light spear, preparing to deliver the final blow to Middle. This is bad. I instinctively tried to rush out to protect her. But then, not happening. Zenobia attacked Kokobile with a holy sword. It wasn't Excalibur. It was Durandal? Kokobile casually deflected Zenovia's strike with his spear, as if swatting away an annoying fly. Annoying. Don't get in the way, weaklings. Kokobile, taste the power of my holy demonic sword. Holy demonic sword? Is that his balance breaker? Yudo began attacking Kokobile with a strange sword that radiated both holy and demonic energy. Take this. Rain down, thunder. Akino and Kaneko also launched their attacks at Kokobile. As I watched in a daze. President. A familiar voice echoed in my mind. How infuriating. Until just now, I had been enjoying a truly delightful time with that little girl, and I was in high spirits. But the moment I was about to deliver the final blow, a group of insignificant weaklings appeared out of nowhere. Absolutely annoying. I used the stars I had created to blow away the white-haired girl. Ga? Kaneko-chan. Ha, what splendid power. This is my new ability. The unique skill, Stargazer, which allows me to manipulate orbs called stars. The moment I awakened, I instinctively understood this power, and as a result, I was able to bring even that little girl to her knees. With this power, I could even slay Surzex. Confident in this, I turned the stars toward the devils. I won't let you. Lightning, strike. Then, the black-haired girl unleashed. Lightning at me. That girl. She looks familiar. Ah, you're Barakiel's daughter. Rias Gremory seems to have quite the taste for unique individuals. Don't you dare say that man's name. Barakiel's daughter shot an even larger bolt of lightning at me. Something's off. There's a strange feeling. And the answer came quickly. From behind me, the white-haired girl I had just finished off charged in with a punch. Hey! Huh? Impossible. Even if it were that little girl, there's no way someone like you could withstand a strike from my stars. I dodged the attack, unable to contain my disbelief. And that lightning from Barakiel's daughter earlier. With her magical energy, she shouldn't have been able to produce that much power. No. Knight of Gremory. Right. What? This time, it was a simultaneous attack from the brat with the holy demonic sword and the girl with Durandal. Normally, I should have been able to easily deflect it. And yet, their attacks managed to slice through one of my awakened wings. Perish. Gremory? Tsch. Rias Gremory's power of destruction surged toward me. That strike took another one of my wings. What's going on? What is happening? This can't be. Even if it were that little girl, these fighters shouldn't possess this much power. What's happening? It's thanks to Middle-chan. Middle lent us her strength. With those words, I realized. That little girl's power had enhanced them. I see, so that little girl could do something like that. I gritted my teeth and glared at the Gremory group. Calm down. No matter how much they've been enhanced, they're still nothing more than a bunch of weaklings. From the looks of that white-haired girl, their durability has increased, but cutting off their heads should solve the problem. Thinking this, I readjusted my grip on my spear. But instead of cowering, the Gremory group all wore unsettling smiles. As I wondered what was happening, the answer came quickly. An incredible amount of magical energy was rising from behind me. Finish it. We've set the stage for you. If you don't end it here, I won't forgive you. Go ahead. Give it everything you've got. Go. Middlet. There, standing with her sword ready and her eyes closed, was the little girl. Tovi, Middlet. Everyone. Thank you. Even as my body was battered and broken, I gripped my sword tightly and expressed my gratitude to the president and the others. After confirming the president's presence, I requested through telepathy that they buy me some time. My unique skill, Devoted One, allows me to transfer the enhanced power I possess to others. However, this was still a dangerous gamble. Buying time against a pseudo-awakened being was nothing short of reckless. But still, everyone believed in me. Then I had to respond. I had to live up to their expectations. I had lost too much blood, and my steps were heavy and unsteady. Yet, I kept my eyes fixed on Kokobile, who was also staring back at me with a smirk on his face. The next strike would likely decide the outcome. Suddenly, I caught sight of Issei and Kuroka fighting. Both were unleashing incredible power as they continued their battle. Watching them, I couldn't help but feel a surge of jealousy. As always, Kuroka is amazing. No matter how hard I try, I can't reach that level of power right now. The truth is, my clashes with Kuroka are driven by nothing but jealousy. Even though we both love the same man, Kuroka can fight alongside him as an equal. I envy that. Honestly, that feeling won't go away. But I'm Issei's girlfriend. I can't afford to show him my vulnerable side. Issei, please lend me your strength. I closed my eyes and pictured Issei in my mind. My Devoted One skill has another ability. And that is, the more I think of the person I love, the stronger I become. Just by thinking of Issei, I feel my power surging. I offer my prayers to the gods. I seek the power of the Holy Spirit. Grant my wish. Let all things come to an end. I channeled the power of the strongest holy magic into my fallen blade and swiftly sheathed it. The blade, now imbued with magical energy, radiated a divine light as it awaited its moment. Did I see? So, they were just buying time. This is your true move, isn't it? Very well, let's settle this. Kokobeel, instead of his usual light spears, transformed a sphere into a spear-like shape, pouring his magical energy into it as he prepared to strike. It seemed he intended to counter my attack, but now that my technique was complete, there was no way he could resist. Here I come, Middlet. Starbreak. Kokobeel's devastating attack hurtled toward me at an incredible speed. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't be able to withstand such power. But I don't plan on losing. And with that, I unleashed my fallen blade. Melt Plum Blossoms, 5 Petals Move. The two techniques collided, creating a tremendous shockwave that reverberated through the air. The aftermath of the clash caused a painful jolt through my body. However, I couldn't tell what had happened to Kokobeel. In my current state, I didn't even have enough magical energy left to sense his presence, so I couldn't let my guard down. Eventually, the dust began to settle, and as the smoke cleared, there he was. Kokobeel, his limbs and wings gone, unable to stand. Duffy won. Yes, I've lost. I quietly declared my victory, and Kokobeel murmured in satisfaction. Melt Plum Blossoms, 5 Petals Move. This is Middlet's original overblade, a combination of Melt Slash and Plum Blossoms, 5 Petals Move. Middle can only use this technique when she has maximized her power through her 2 unique skills. Even then, the success rate is honestly 50-50. The fact that I was injured is a testament to the sheer destructive power of this technique, making it a double-edged sword for me. However, if it lands, it possesses the power to even defeat an ultimate class being. In fact, during a simulated battle, I once used this technique to pierce through Kuroka's barrier and defeat her. Although I haven't yet mastered the technique to its fullest potential, I hope to eventually combine it with Double Cherry Blossoms, 8 Petals Flash. Kokobeel EP, 421.329, Pseudo-Awakening, 821.329, Species, Fallen Angel Title, Fallen Angel Cadre Magic, Unique Skill, Stargazer, Mana Perception, Star Creation, Interstellar Movement. A high-ranking Fallen Angel Cadre of the Grigori. He is one of the few combat-oriented cadres and is also a warmonger. Frustrated by Azazel and Shemhazai's inaction following the Great War, has been secretly working to reignite the three-way conflict between angels, fallen angels, and demons. During this time, he encountered Kaguchi and Mello, developing an interest in the Cardinal World. His current goal is to use the war between the three factions as a stepping stone to increase his power and challenge the Cardinal World. As part of his preparations, he has been collecting souls to facilitate his awakening. When Valper Galilei proposed his plan, Kokobeel saw it as convenient and decided to collaborate. It should be noted that all the souls he has collected belong to individuals from the supernatural world, and he has not yet targeted ordinary humans from the human world. His unique skill, Stargazer, grants him the ability to create stars. These stars possess high destructive power and speed, though they have a limited range. Additionally, he can use interstellar movement, a skill that allows him to swap places with a star. However, using this ability requires a cooldown PRD. Kokobeel is said to be the fallen angel from the Old Testament who taught humans the signs of the celestial bodies, which inspired the design of his skills. The model for his abilities is heavily influenced by the star magic from Black Clover. Kovi, Middlet. I leaned on my fallen blade like a crutch to support my body. I could feel nausea rising in my throat, likely due to internal injuries, and I forced myself to swallow it back down. That was close. Too close. My head was spinning, and it seemed like I had lost too much blood. I'm not a spiritual life form like the demons. Since I'm bound to a material body, injuries of this level are seriously bad news. Hey Middlet. Your arm. Are you okay? Oh, it's fine. I can heal it later. Really? We've got a full potion hidden at our place. As long as I'm not dead, it can heal any wound. Even if that doesn't work, if I die in Lady Ramaris's labyrinth, I can just revive. So this is the power of the strong from the Cardinal World. What a fun fight. Well, someone like me is only mid-tier at best. It seemed this guy really wanted to challenge the strong from the Cardinal World, but if he was only on par with me, he was no match for the truly powerful. Now, Kokobeel. In the name of God, I shall pass judgment on you. Prepare yourself. Zenobia declared, pointing Durandal at Kokobeel. The fallen angel had no way to resist anymore, yet he laughed as if he found it all amusing. What's so funny? Oh, I just find it amusing. You all still cling to your faith even though there is no God anymore. At those words, everyone's eyes widened, especially Zenobia. Her eyes went wide, and she trembled visibly. No God? What do you mean? Kokabeel. Oops, I let that slip. Well, it doesn't matter now. During the previous Great War, it wasn't just the Satan who perished. Along with the 4 great Satan, God also died. What? Everyone looked utterly shocked. If the Christian God was truly dead, it would be a massive problem for the people of this world. God is dead? God died? I've never heard of such a thing. In that war, the devils lost all their leaders and many of their high-ranking members. The angels and fallen angels also lost many of their members, save for their leaders. Every faction fell so far that they had to rely on humans to ensure their survival. That's why the leaders of the 3 factions hid this truth to keep the faith of humanity alive. Zenobia collapsed upon hearing those words. Her expression was one of utter despair, too painful to look at. But it's a lie. It's a lie. She fell to her knees, repeating, "It's a lie," over and over. She must have truly believed in God until now. That's why she was so devastated. But that raises a question. Then what about the holy power the exorcists use? That kind of power is supposed to be borrowed from a higher existence through faith, right? The light power the exorcists used was very similar to holy magic. Holy magic is primarily activated by borrowing power from the object of one's faith. Advanced users can activate it on their own, but none of the exorcists I've seen so far have reached that level. If there's no object of faith, where does that power come from? That's thanks to Michael. Michael has done well. He's taken over the role of uniting angels and humans in place of God. As long as this system is functioning, prayers, blessings, and even exorcisms will still work to some extent. I see. It seems God had planned for what would happen after his death, and an angel named Michael took over. Hearing the name Michael sends shivers down my spine, even though I know it's a different person. Not that it matters. Cheer up, Zenobia. Now's not the time to dwell on this. As I said that, I looked up at the intense battle raging in the sky above. Even if I were in perfect condition, there'd be no way for me to intervene. Please be safe. I decided to at least pray for their victory and watch over the battle. Amidst the music that echoed like a background score, Kuroka and I were engaged in a fierce battle with a woman who was apparently a colleague of Luminous. It seems Middle did a good job. Of course. Tease that Kokabeel. But well, the experiment seems to have been successful, so the results are more than satisfactory. It seemed Kokabeel had been taken down. As expected of Middle. I was genuinely worried when he achieved his awakening, but thanks to everyone, we pulled through. I couldn't afford to fall behind here. Drag. On it. Boost. 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 With Drake's power, my strength doubled in an instant. I increased my speed with the boosters on my back and closed in on Mellow. Draconic Demolisher Fist. Sound Wall. I aimed to deliver a powerful, magic-enhanced strike to Mellow with my amplified strength. However, Mellow calmly flicked her fingers, and a thin, wall-like barrier intercepted my fist. What? A defensive barrier? No, the sensation was different. This was a membrane of air? Sound is a vibration that travels through the air. This technique disperses the force of an attack as vibrations. It's not something that can be pierced by an attack of this level. Just as she said, the impact of my technique spread out in ripples from the membrane, dispersing its power. Mellow smirked eerily and launched an attack with her staff. The magical power contained within that god-grade staff would likely damage me even through my armor. This type of barrier is troublesome. My dress break type techniques are less effective unless they envelop or bind the opponent's soul or body. Meanwhile, Kuroka attacked not physically but with a more indirect approach. Poison Mist. Sound Shockwave. The poison from Kuroka's senjutsu slipped through even the air membrane, heading straight for Mellow. Mellow countered it by releasing a shockwave. She must have lived for a long time to possess such high skill. But the same goes for me, having honed my skills alongside many seasoned fighters in the dungeon. Draconic Slash. I used a hand blade to slash through the sound wall. Seeing this, Mellow's eyes widened for a moment, but she immediately defended with her staff. The clash between the staff and my hand blade created a fierce shockwave. In an instant, several gigantic arms made of trees lunged at Mellow. Each one was imbued with a destructive intent, relentlessly pursuing her. That black cat. Kuroka had used her senjutsu to grow and manipulate the plants. Senjutsu is Kuroka's specialty, a power that manipulates energy and controls life itself. With the addition of ultimate power, pulling off something like this was no trouble at all. Mellow effortlessly dodged the attack. Twin Dark Claw Strike. Seizing the moment, Kuroka leaped out from between the trees and attacked Mellow's back with her dark claws. These claws, inherited from Luminous and reborn under Kurobe's guidance, boasted unparalleled sharpness. The strike pierced Mellow's barrier and left a cut on her cheek. Teeth, how dare a lowly black cat like you? Mello trembled with rage as she unleashed a sound shockwave at Kuroka. Kuroka easily deflected it with a defensive barrier. Demonic Sage Fire Wheel. Without hesitation, Kuroka countered with a black fire wheel. This technique, powered by Senjutsu, could purify evil entities. By infusing it with a demonic attribute, she had elevated it into a fearsome skill capable of dealing damage to both holy and demonic beings. In the face of such firepower, the sound barrier was meaningless. Mello was engulfed in the flames. But Mello was a being akin to a high-tier water spirit. She summoned water and easily extinguished even the ultimate-powered Senjutsu flames. Those flames, like Benimaru's black flames, shouldn't have been so easily quelled, but I guess this is what you'd expect from someone on par with Luminous. I could have burned her to a crisp if I kept going, Naya. You're quite formidable, I see. At the very least, you're far stronger than Gunther, the former head of the 3 archdukes. As she spoke, Mello unleashed a sound wave infused with magical energy from her staff. Kuroka blocked it with a barrier while closing in for close combat. However, Mello maintained her distance, repeatedly launching soundwave attacks. She was definitely plotting something. But, don't forget about me. I attacked Mello from behind while she was focused on Kuroka. My fist, charged with Prison Break, an advanced form of Dress Break, shattered the defensive barrier surrounding Mello's body and dealt direct damage. However, Mello didn't crash to the ground. Instead, she regained her posture midair. Don't underestimate me. Sound Cutter. She countered with a stream of water infused with magical energy. It wasn't just a stream, it was more like a blade, a water blade. It seemed to be mixed with vibrations from sound waves, making it akin to a water cutter. Neutralizing it would be difficult. Draconic Burst. I instinctively released a shockwave of magical energy to alter the trajectory of the water blade. The aftermath split the schoolyard in 2, but since everyone was in the gym, it should be fine as long as we're careful. Daydreaming, Red Dragon Emperor? That was close. Mello channeled sound waves into her staff and unleashed a full-powered attack at me. The vibrations it carried would have been dangerous if I hadn't defended. Even so, I was sent flying to the edge of the barrier. She's strong. This is the power of Luminous, fellow disciple. Even her casual soundwave attacks boast incredible power with each strike. If it weren't for Kuroka's barrier, the town would have been caught up in this long ago, and the area would have turned into chaos. If that happened, even my home would. A somber feeling began to creep over me. What if everyone got caught up in this situation? Hey, Issei, what are you spacing out for? Before I knew it, Mello's attack was right in front of me. Snapped out of it by Draig's scolding, I hastily leaped into the air to dodge. What was I thinking? The gym and the town are protected by Kuroka's barrier. I know how strong her barrier is, which is why I can fight at full strength like this. Yet, an uneasy feeling had taken over my mind. Sure, the barrier isn't foolproof, and it's natural to think about these things, but we're in the middle of a battle. Something felt off, so I cast an analysis spell on myself. That's when I realized something akin to thought manipulation had been cast on me. It's probably this music that's been playing like a background score since earlier. Cheap tricks. You noticed, huh? Dissonant Trigger. A wonderful piece of music that amplifies the target's anxieties and fears. I see. So that's why my mind was suddenly overwhelmed with unease. What a terrifying technique. Fighting normally would have been impossible under its effect. I'd have been in trouble if it weren't for Draig. Ugh. I turned toward a groaning sound and saw Kuroka clutching her head, her face pale. Mello smirked and immediately launched a soundwave attack at Kuroka. Boost, 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 boost. I sped forward at full throttle, intercepting the attack and shielding Kuroka. Kuroka! Snap out of it! Thanks, Issei Naya. Though her face was still pale, it seemed she managed to resist the effect. Judging by how she kept glancing at Kaneko-chan, she was probably amplifying anxieties related to her. After all, Kuroka had hesitated to even come to this world. The effect must have been stronger on her than on me. But still, to affect the mind of an ultimate skill wielder. That's an absurdly powerful ability. I heightened my guard against her while channeling magical energy into my fist. Let's go, Kuroka. Got it, Naya? Kuroka and I launched a close-range assault, forcing Mello to desperately evade. From what we'd learned during the battle, Mello was skilled in close combat, but she seemed to specialize in mid-range attacks. At the very least, Kuroka and I had the upper hand in hand-to-hand combat. Whoa, that was close. Mello created distance and launched another soundwave attack. The back and forth continued as we blocked her attacks with our fists and barriers. There was no doubt we were cornering her, but something felt off. It seemed like she was launching attacks with the expectation that they'd be blocked. What was she planning? The answer came soon enough. It's about time. Mello raised her baton with a crazed smile. A chilling premonition ran through us, and we braced ourselves for defense. But as if mocking us, Mello gathered magical energy and unleashed it. Sound break. In an instant, a deafening high-pitched sound reverberated through the air. The shockwave effortlessly pierced through my armor and Kuroka's barrier, dealing significant damage to us. Juth? What is this? Arg? What was that attack? It pierced through Kuroka's all-purpose barrier and my boosted gear scale mail? Mello's ultimate attack left Kuroka's body battered and my armor in tatters. As she watched, Mello giggled with a deranged expression. The vibrations from the sound waves I've been hitting you with didn't just disappear. They've been accumulating inside your bodies all this time. By resonating and amplifying them, I destroyed your bodies and souls from within. I see. Even though we'd been blocking her attacks, we'd still taken quite a few hits. Amplifying those vibrations inside us would naturally result in devastating power. Even if we blocked her attacks, it only increased the potency of this technique. From now on, we couldn't afford to take any more hits. After all, this attack didn't just affect our bodies, it even damaged our spiritual bodies. What a vicious technique. When I checked my mindscape, I realized the damage had even reached Drake. Drake, can you still fight? Of course. Hearing Drake's response, I reactivated the boosted gear scale mail. The crimson armor enveloped my body as I steadied myself. Boost, 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 boost. With the mechanical hum resonating, my power began to multiply once more. Mello's eyes widened as I surpassed the speed of sound right from the start. Impressive. Most saints or demon lords would have been obliterated by that last attack. Too bad, I've been trained by people who are anything but ordinary. Mello dodged my attacks while launching soundwave strikes. She's so predictable. I'm not taking any more hits. I avoided her attacks and closed in on Mello. It seems that's your top speed. Mello calmly prepared to block my punch. She fell for it. I'd only been using Drake's boosting power until now. That's why she assumed this was my limit. Boost. In an instant, I accelerated further, and Mello couldn't react in time. My fist slammed into her stomach. This was one of my trump cards, multiple boosts granted by my ultimate skill, Okinanushi. My ultimate skill, Okinanushi, has the power to multiply my strength without relying on Drake. Rimuru's hypothesis was that my frequent use of Drake's power had become engraved in my soul and incorporated into my ultimate skill. However, since I wasn't borrowing Drake's power, I had to expend my own magical energy, making this technique a heavy burden in my current state. The advantage was that it operated independently of Drake's boosts, allowing me to stack additional power on top of Drake's maximum boost. Until now, I had only relied on Drake's power, leading Mello to underestimate my strength. That difference allowed me to land a decisive blow. Haha. Gore. DMNU. Mello, struck by the draconic break enhanced with the power of dress break, was unable to move. The attack had nullified all her defenses, leaving her completely incapacitated. Even if she could move, she likely wouldn't be able to put up a proper fight. She glared at us in frustration, but she couldn't stand. This should count as her victory. The reason for her defeat was her underestimation of us. She was so focused on Luminous behind Kuroka that she likely dismissed us as insignificant threats, despite being somewhat cautious. Otherwise, she wouldn't have foolishly rambled about her abilities so openly. Issei. Issei-senpai. Issei-kun. When I turned around, I saw the president and the others rushing over, clearly worried about me. They all looked like they had taken some damage, but they seemed fine, which was a relief. I'm sorry, Issei. In the end, we couldn't do anything. Don't say that. If it weren't for you guys, Kokobile would have joined the fight too. Honestly, Kokobile had become quite powerful after his awakening. He hadn't reached the level of a million-class super-awakened being, but I wasn't sure if Middle could have won against him alone. It was only because the president and the others bought us time that Middle was able to use her ultimate technique. Seriously, Middle should awaken sooner rather than later. Well, awakening isn't something that can be done so easily. According to Rimuru, Middle could awaken through a monster-like process, but since she was originally from this world, she could also awaken on her own like a human, given enough time. Middle chose the latter, but there were still no signs of it happening yet. It seemed to be a matter of the heart, but we didn't really know how to trigger it at this point. Still, I believed Middle would definitely awaken eventually, so I wouldn't say anything more for now. Alright, so what should we do with Mello and Kokobile? I glanced at Mello and then at Kokobile, who was being watched by Kiba in the gym. He had lost his limbs, so he shouldn't be a threat, but it was better to be safe. I thought we should leave Mello to Kuroka, but Kokobile was our responsibility. If we handled him carelessly, it might cause trouble later. I'll take care of Kokobile's disposition. Who's that? Looking up, I saw someone clad in white armor descending from the sky. The armor gave off a similar aura to my boosted gear scale mail. Could this guy be? Are you the White Dragon Emperor that Drake mentioned before? Indeed. Albion. One of the two heavenly dragons, the White Dragon Emperor. The White Dragon Emperor, Albion, is the vanishing dragon, once Drake's rival. He wields the Longinus, divine dividing, which contains the soul of the White Dragon. I could tell he was strong, surpassing Kokobile before his awakening. In terms of raw power, he was over 500,000 EP. With the added power of the divine dividing scale male, he had reached the level of a million-class super awakened being. He might even give Jiwoo a good fight. I sensed a mix of human energy and demonic aura from him, suggesting he might be a reincarnated devil or perhaps a half-devil, half-human. But how did he get through Kuroka's barrier? Oh, right, it was probably lifted as soon as the battle ended. Suddenly, my eyes met Albion's through his armor. His eyes were filled with excitement. So, you're the current Red Dragon Emperor. Interesting. That one sentence told me everything. This guy was a battle maniac, the type who loves fighting strong opponents more than anything else. People like him were always trouble. They usually had tons of combat experience and the skills to match, and they'd come at you no matter how badly injured they were. So, what does the White Dragon Emperor want? You're not here to settle the score between the two heavenly dragons right now, are you? My current magic reserves were about 1/3 of my full capacity. I could probably fight if I had to, but honestly, it would be a pain. In my current state, there was even a chance I'd lose, so I really preferred it if he just left. I'd love to fight you right now, but I'm pretty busy myself. This time, I'm just here to retrieve Kokobile at Azazel's request. Oh, and that stray priest over there. As the White Dragon Emperor spoke, his gaze shifted to Mello, who was lying defeated on the ground. That woman also seems worth questioning. I'm curious about Kokobile's abnormal power-up as well. It seemed the White Dragon Emperor intended to take Mello with him too. He mentioned Azazel, so maybe this guy was connected to Grigori. But taking her away, was that really okay? I doubt the fallen angels of Grigori can restrain her. Yeah, I thought so. Even if she was down for now, once she recovered, she might just wreak havoc among Grigori's ranks. If that happened, the balance between the three factions could collapse, potentially sparking a war. But I didn't have a reason to stop him. I didn't want to cause trouble with the three factions, so what should I do? Suddenly, a menacing presence enveloped us. It wasn't quite like Kiguchi's aura, but it was unmistakable, a force that rivaled, if not surpassed, Mello and Kiguchi. When I looked at Mello, I noticed an elderly man with tan skin had appeared out of nowhere, gripping her shoulder. His appearance vaguely resembled King Gazel. "Why are you here?" Mello asked, her voice tinged with confusion. "I've been sent by our master to retrieve you. You've caused quite a stir, Mello." Mello clenched her teeth in frustration at his words. From his tone, it seemed they were equals. He was likely another high-ranking disciple of the so-called divine ancestor. Judging by his appearance, he might be the ancestor of the dwarves or something. There are quite a few promising individuals among the strong ones here. Interesting. If fate allows, we'll meet again. I'll admit defeat this time. But the next time we meet, it will be your end. With those words, the two of them sank into the ground, their presence vanishing completely. Just like that woman. I wonder where such skilled individuals have been hiding all this time. I couldn't agree more. Even if they've moved from the main world to this one, they've been lurking in the shadows all this time. What have they been plotting for tens of thousands of years? Well, whatever. But I'll be taking Kokobile with me. Do as you please. In his current state, with his limbs incapacitated, Kokobile couldn't do anything. He seemed to let the White Dragon Emperor take him away without resistance. The White Dragon Emperor hoisted Kokobile and freed onto his shoulders and turned to leave. "Are you ignoring me, White One?" Suddenly, Drake's voice came from the gauntlet. It seemed he wanted to chat with his longtime rival. "So, you're awake after all, Red One?" "Yeah. Your current host seems pretty impressive." "The feeling's mutual, I'm sure. But, Red One, I don't sense the same hostility from you as before." "Same goes for you. It seems both of us have found interests beyond just fighting." "That's right. I'll be enjoying myself independently for a while." "It's not so bad, is it? Let's meet again, Drake." "That sounds fine by me. See you, Albion." With that, the two dragons ended their conversation. Drake seemed a little pleased to have talked to the White Dragon Emperor after so long. "Well then, let's meet again, my rival. There are plenty of others I'd like to challenge as well." The White Dragon Emperor glanced at me, Kuroka, and Middlet before flying off. That guy's definitely going to get even stronger. Even when that menacing presence hit us earlier, he didn't flinch. If anything, he seemed invigorated. It's common in that world for individuals like him to grow stronger. I can't afford to fall behind either. "Fight on, Issei." For now, I thought it best to clean up as much as possible before Surzex arrived, so I started helping with clearing the rubble. Middle tried to help too, but she was unsteady on her feet and missing an arm, so I figured it would be better to let her rest. All right. Kuroka also helped out for a while. Then, Kaneko-chan came over and started assisting Kuroka. Thank you, Chiron. That it's just part of the job. Kaneko-chan still seemed to have mixed feelings about Kuroka. Still, they're sisters, so I hope they can grow closer. Suddenly, I noticed Kiba standing alone, staring at the holy demonic sword. Nice job, Kiba. You finally settled things. Yeah. Thanks to you, Issei-kun, and everyone else, I was able to find some closure. Thank you. Kiba's face looked as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. Kaneko-chan had been worried about him, and Asia had been really anxious, thinking Kiba might leave the club. Kiba's presence is a big deal for the Occult Research Club. It would be a problem if he left. Yuto. The president called Kiba's name. As he turned to her, the president welcomed him with a smile. Yuto, I'm so glad you came back. And achieving Balance Breaker. As your master, I'm so proud of you. Kiba knelt down, his posture dignified and proper. President. I betrayed everyone in the club and most of all, I betrayed you who saved my life. I can't find the words to apologize. Hearing Kiba's words, the president gently stroked his cheek. But you came back. That's enough for me. Don't let everyone's feelings go to waste. President. I swear this again. As Rias Gremory's knight, I will protect you and our comrades for the rest of my life. As Kiba said this, the president hugged him tightly. Thank you, Yuto. This was such a touching scene. But you know, at a time like this, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy at Kiba being hugged by the president. Kiba looked all moved and didn't seem to care, but the president's ample chest was pressed right against his face. I was so envious. Why couldn't I trade places with him? No, please, I'm begging you. Then I'll hug Issei, Naya. Whoa! Suddenly, Kuroka came up from behind and hugged me tightly, pressing my face right into her chest. They were so soft and she smelled like sweat and soap. This was overwhelming. My head was spinning. I was so happy I could hardly contain myself. Hey Kuroka, what are you doing? Wani-sama, Issei-senpai looks like he's struggling. Middle jumped at the sight, and Kaneko-chan glared at Kuroka with a look of disdain. Well, that glare was probably aimed at me too. She probably knew exactly how I was feeling right now. She was as sharp as ever. Now then. The president suddenly stepped away from Kiba and started gathering demonic energy in her hand. Kiba looked confused. What was she planning? I'm glad you came back, but that doesn't mean you're off the hook. You'll have to take your punishment for worrying everyone. What kind of punishment? That's right. 1,000 spankings, the president announced to Kiba with a sweet smile. Kiba tried to run, but Akino-san wasn't about to let him escape. Vice President. You'll take your punishment properly, won't you? Akino-san's playful side was in full swing. Her eyes were locked onto her target. Realizing there was no escape, Kiba stopped resisting. 1,000 spankings. That was harsh in more ways than one. Kiba, are you going to be okay? I couldn't help but worry about him, but Kiba didn't even have the energy to respond. With the reinforcement from demonic energy, that had to hurt. Hang in there, Kiba. Should I spank Issei too if he does something stupid? Middled, no. And so, though some concerns remained, the battle over the holy swords that began with a single photo finally came to an end. A few days after the Kokobile incident. Hey, Red Dragon Emperor. A girl with blue hair and green highlights, Zenovia stood confidently in the clubroom, wearing Kuo Academy's uniform. I could sense her demonic energy, but I couldn't hide my shock. Why is she here? Why are you here? The moment I asked, black wings sprouted from Zenovia's back. I could sense her energy, but I still couldn't hide my surprise. I mean, come on, she was literally our enemy, devil-hating Zenovia just a little while ago. I can't believe she's become a devil now. President, what's going on? Zenovia has become a devil as my knight. I'll be counting on her from now on. Even if you say that, I'm still trying to process this. Then, Zenovia answered with a dark smile. After learning that God doesn't exist, I kind of gave up and begged to become one. Since Durandal was the only thing that made me special, and I wasn't that strong on my own, it only took one piece to reincarnate me. Whoa, what the heck? Is that really how faith works? At first glance, she might seem similar to someone like Adelman, but it's completely different. That guy became an undead after failing his own ritual, after all. Having a Durandal wielder join my peerage is reassuring. Now, alongside Yuto, we have two powerful swordsmen as the wings of our group. The president seemed delighted. Not sweating the small details is very much like her. Well, having Zenovia, a holy sword user, join the peerage is definitely reassuring. If she can master her abilities, a legendary weapon like Durandal could be incredibly powerful. Especially during raiding games, since the opponents are devils, she'd likely shine. Starting today, I've been enrolled as a second year. Nice to meet you. Don't use a cute voice with a straight face. Ugh, I was trying to imitate Irina, but it didn't work out. Man, it feels like the image I had of her when we first met is crumbling. Well, actually, that started back when she was begging in front of the station. But hey, are you really okay with this? Becoming a devil and all. Yes, I'm a devil now. There's no going back. But what does it mean to fall to the devils I once fought? Knowing that God doesn't exist, my life is practically in ruins. Even if the sister of the Devil King isn't evil. Was my judgment wrong? Oh Lord, please guide me. Ouch. She muttered to herself, questioning her choices, and then started praying, only to clutch her head in pain. What's she even doing? She's kind of a weird one, huh? Wait, hold on. By the way, where's Irina? Why is Zenobia here but not Irina? At my question, Zenobia sighed and answered. Irina took the fragments of Excalibur and Valper's remains and returned to headquarters. I was labeled a heretic for learning about God's absence, but Irina doesn't know about it. Her faith is deeper than mine, so if she found out, I don't know how she'd handle it. So she didn't tell Irina to protect her. But this means Zenobia and Irina have gone from allies to enemies. Zenobia seems to understand that, and she's made her peace with it. Zenobia continued. I've become a heretic for learning what I should never have known. I owe you an apology, Asia Argento. Huh. Suddenly being addressed, Asia looked confused. By the way, we'd already told Asia about God's absence. We figured it'd be better for her to know early rather than find out later and be devastated. She was shocked and cried for a while, but with me, Middlet, and the president taking care of her, she seems to have moved on now. If there is no God, then there was no salvation or love to begin with. I'm truly sorry. If it'll make you feel better, you can hit me. Zenobia bowed her head deeply. Asia was flustered by the sudden apology but spoke up to reassure her. Zenobia, I'm satisfied with my life now. Even though I'm a devil, I've met so many precious people. I'm truly happy. Asia forgave Zenobia with a smile as gentle as the Virgin Mary's. Asia really is such a good girl. I see, thank you. Oh, can I ask you for a favor? A favor? Asia tilted her head, and Zenobia smiled as she replied. Could you show me around the school sometime? Of course. Asia answered with a bright smile. Their first meeting was a disaster, but it's good to see them getting along now. Zenobia might be a bit of a weirdo, but she's not a bad person. In the name of my holy sword, Drendel, I'd like to have another match. With that holy demonic sword wielder of yours. Sure, but I won't lose this time. Zenobia said this to Kiba, then turned to me. Her eyes burned with intensity. And you, and that middle too. I'd like to spar with you both someday. Yeah, I'm up for it any time. Kiba and I responded to Zenovia's challenge with smiles. Middlet, who was resting at home with Kuroka while recovering, would probably react the same way. Then, the president clapped her hands. Alright, with our new member joining, it's time to restart the Occult Research Club. Yes, President. Everyone responded energetically. On this day, smiles returned to the Occult Research Club for the first time in a while. POV? I'm glad you're still alive. It's a relief you're safe. If you were gone, my experiments would fall behind schedule, and that would be a huge problem. I'll be counting on you from now on, Mello. Yes. It's an honor beyond my worth. Mello knelt before the figure in front of her with a look of joy. Her expression radiated pure joy. Mello was at the peak of euphoria. So, how did the experiment go? At the question from Dwargo, the high dwarf and the 7th-ranked disciple, Mello's mood instantly soured. However, in the presence of the master she worshipped, she suppressed her anger and answered. The pseudo-awakening experiment using crystallized souls along with the factor was a success. With this, we can mass-produce awakened demon kings even with a small number of souls. Of course, I know that using the factor will make it easier for the weapons to be recognized by those with wills, and even those with low demonic energy will be able to wield god-grade weapons freely. After confirming Mello's words, Dwargo turned his gaze to Kaguchi, the 5th-ranked disciple. Although they were ranked, they were equals and could speak freely. Kaguchi, what about you? Yeah, I've been negotiating with them. Well, since we've met them a few times, it went smoothly. They agreed to lend us some soldiers for the experiments. They said to modify them well. At those words, Dwargo nodded deeply and pondered. If we can mass-produce strong soldiers, the next step is the body. A vessel strong enough to withstand the master's power. Dwargo turned his gaze to the throne occupied by a doll. From the doll, an overwhelming aura comparable to that of a dragon flowed. That's right. This doll can barely contain me. A body strong enough to withstand my power and with a strong will. Such a thing is hard to find. Back then, I thought I would find a new purpose quickly if I searched the world, so I deliberately set aside my old, worn-out self. But once we find it, we can move forward, right? At Mello's words, the doll laughed. Soon, the doll's form began to disintegrate as if it couldn't withstand the power, and a light resembling the doll's essence seeped from the remnants. Yes. With Veldanava gone, nothing binds me. The central world, this world, all worlds will become my experimental grounds. The light laughed joyfully. Let's eliminate the countless flawed races and create the perfect life this time. That is what Veldanava desired, after all. The light laughed happily. The divine ancestor laughed, driven by their own desires. To fulfill their strong ambition to create the perfect race, they sought an experimental playground. Their ambitions were advancing quietly but surely. I've adjusted the rankings of Kaguchi and the others. Who would have thought that a new disciple of the divine ancestor would appear in the next chapter? Chapter end. This chapter is about Middle's past story. There is some slightly disturbing content. If you're still okay with that, please go ahead. Kavi, Middle. Lately, the so-called Monster Nation has been developing at an astonishing rate. I order you to investigate that country. As a monster yourself, you won't be suspected. Carry out this mission with your life on the line. Yes, leave it to me. With my life on the line, it's likely that I'm nothing more than a disposable pawn. My task is to gather information on this Monster Nation, a place whose dangers are unknown. Even knowing that, I still accepted the assignment. After all, I couldn't refuse. But where is this? This happened over 20 years ago. I was summoned to this world when I was around 6 years old. The one who summoned me was the kingdom of Falmouth, a major power in the cardinal world at the time. Falmouth was considered a great nation due to its military strength, which included numerous otherworlders. When humans are summoned to this world from another realm, they are granted a powerful ability called a unique skill. That power was the very reason Falmouth was a great nation. And among those summoned was me. What is this? But wings? A monster? Could it be a monster from another world? I could hear the murmurs and commotion around me. Surrounded by a strange light, I suddenly found myself in an unfamiliar land. At that time, I was utterly confused. I couldn't understand the situation at all. Then, an old man approached me, a human, yet radiating an overwhelming amount of magical power, comparable to that of a high-ranking fallen angel I had once seen from afar. So there are monsters in other worlds too. But you might still be of use. Make yourself useful to us in Falmouth until you die. No sooner had he spoken than the old man Majin Raisin moved his staff toward me. In that instant, an intense pain engulfed my body, as if my very essence was being violated. Kaiwa Ia. At that moment, Raisin placed a curse on me. It was similar to the curse that the demon Lord Clayman had once placed on someone named Mjurin. In other words, it was a curse that gave him complete control over my life and death. Overwhelmed by the pain of the curse, I quickly lost consciousness. Life in Falmouth after that was, in a word, devastating. Falmouth, which at the time had many extremists of the luminous faith, a religion that denied the existence of monsters, treated me in the worst possible way. Being punished for trivial reasons like, your eyes annoy me, or, your attitude irritates me, was the norm. The food I was given was nothing but scraps. During wars with other nations, I was always sent to the front lines, coming close to death more times than I could count. As I grew older and more mature, the treatment I received became even worse. Honestly, we're so kind to even bother using a lowly monster like you. True, you should be grateful. Thank you. Very much. Became an outlet for the desires of Falmouth's soldiers, used and mistreated as they pleased. Not just by the soldiers, but even by other otherworlders who were supposed to be in the same situation as me. They toyed with me however they wanted, and because of the curse placed on my soul, I couldn't do anything about it. All I could do was cry myself to sleep. In the midst of all this, I learned to maintain my mental balance by putting on a facade, by pretending. We're sending you to the next front line. You don't mind, do you? Yes, of course. This is nothing to me. I couldn't rebel. But as long as I stayed alive, I believed I would eventually be freed. So I told myself to keep going until the end. Even though I knew deep down that such a thing was unlikely, I kept up the act, lying to myself and pushing myself forward. The result was the unique skill, Pretender, a skill that strengthened me by putting on a facade and suppressing my true self. How fitting for someone like me, I thought. What is this place? The Monster Nation I had just arrived in for the first time was, in a word, overwhelming. I had never been to a city like this before. For someone like me, who had been treated as little more than a SLV until now, seeing such a vibrant and lively city was something I had never experienced. The pleasant smells wafting through the air vaguely reminded me of my hazy memories of my homeland, filling me with a sense of nostalgia. The sheer number of people around made me feel like I might stumble at any moment. This is no time to focus on my mission. First, I needed to find a place to establish a base of operations. Just as I was thinking that, whoa, you okay? I'm sorry. I bumped into a certain security guard. His features somewhat resembled those of an otherworlder from Japan. Without hesitation, the guard reached out his hand to help me up after I fell from the collision. "Why, you okay? Can you stand?" "Why, yes." Having someone offer me a hand was something I hadn't experienced in a long time. For a moment I was stunned, but I quickly grabbed his hand. The next moment, a loud growl came from my stomach. Now that I thought about it, I hadn't eaten in 3 days. "You hungry?" "Why, yes." "I see. Well, I was just about to grab some food. Wanna join me?" "Is that?" "Okay. Of course. There's a great restaurant right over there." "Oh, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Issei Hayadu. And you are?" "Middlet." "Middleta. Nice to meet you." That was my first encounter with Issei. "Eat as much as you want." "Thank you, Gabichi." Issei took me to a popular diner in town, a place even the city's leader frequented. But what amazed me more than that was the food in front of me. It was a dish that had been a favorite in my previous world. "Curry." "You know it." When I nodded at Issei's words, his face lit up with joy. "Wait, are you from Earth, Middlet?" "Yes." "No way. I'm so happy to meet someone from the same world. The curry here is delicious, so give it a try." Hesitantly, I picked up a spoon and scooped some curry. The sight and smell were incredibly nostalgic. I timidly brought it to my mouth. In that moment, tears began to flow uncontrollably. It was warm. How long had it been since I'd had a meal like this? What's wrong, Middlet? Is it not good? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What do I do? I can't stop crying. The curry is delicious. So delicious. While crying and sobbing, I finished every last bit of the curry in front of me. "I'm embarrassed that you had to see me like that." No, I was surprised when you suddenly started crying, but if it was because the food was so delicious, then it's a chef's greatest reward. Gabichi comforted me with those words. For some reason, Issei also looked proud. "So? It was super delicious, right?" "Yes." "Thanks, Issei." "You're welcome." Oh no, I messed up. At that time, I had been restricted even in the way I spoke by the people of Falmouth. So I had been hiding my natural way of speaking, but perhaps because I let my guard down after eating food from my homeland, I accidentally slipped into my true speech. Actually, this is how I really talk. It's weird, right? No, not at all. I have a friend who talks like that too. Right after Issei said that, the door to the diner swung open, and a goblin with a distinctive large nose walked in. "Man, I'm tired. Gabichi, got anything to eat?" "See. It's true." That day, for the first time in a long while, I was able to laugh from the bottom of my heart. From then on, I stayed at Issei's house and gradually grew accustomed to life in Tempest. I thought that since Lord Rimuru and I were from the same world and close in age, there were things we could encourage each other about. For that reason, I ended up living at Issei's house. "Issei, what are you doing?" "Ugh, I got caught." "I'm running away, Issei." Living with him, I learned that Issei was an incorrigible flirt. He especially seemed to like women with larger figures, often hitting on them alongside Gapta. But I also learned, through living with him, that he wasn't just a flirt, he was a kind person. I felt this particularly strongly when I was attacked by a magical beast. Of course, I could have easily driven it away myself, but Issei shielded me and fought in my place. At the time, he couldn't fully control Draig's power yet, so he had a pretty rough time against that creature. Even so, he fought to protect me, who was behind him. At the time, I found it truly puzzling. If it had been a soldier from Falmouth, they would have used me as a shield and tried to escape. So why didn't he? That night, I mustered the courage to ask him. "Why didn't you run away?" After a moment of thought, Issei answered with an embarrassed look. "Well, I couldn't just leave a girl behind and run away. That'd be so uncool. Especially since you're my friend, Middlet." Friend. It was a word I thought I'd never have a connection to. But Issei said it so casually, as if it were nothing. At that moment, I felt truly happy from the bottom of my heart. I learned weaving from Shuna, swordsmanship from Master Hakuru, cooking from Gabichi. And above all, thanks to Issei, I felt like I was regaining my heart. But that happiness didn't last long. "Middlet, how is it going?" Lord Raisin. "The time has come. Falmouth is about to take action. You must fulfill your role as well." "Understood." I prepared to activate the barrier that would suppress the power of the monsters. As a fallen angel, I had an affinity for holy power. That was why I had been given this task. But, where do you think you're going? "Middlet." "Say, move aside. The town is in chaos right now. You should evacuate too." I have to betray this person now. Betray everyone in Tempest. It hurts. It's painful. But, there's no other way. The curse on my soul won't allow me to resist." Issei, who had suddenly been attacked, seemed confused about what had just happened. He hadn't noticed the Falmouth soldier approaching from behind. How long are you going to dawdle, Middlet? Hurry up and set up the barrier. Yes. Wait. What's going on, Middlet? That I am Middlet of the Kingdom of Falmouth. I came to this city to destroy this nation. Issei stared at me in disbelief. My heart ached, but I held back my tears. You've done well so far. Thanks to you, our intelligence gathering went smoothly. You were deceiving me all this time? Yes, you were so gullible. It was almost comical to watch. A fitting end for someone who got close to monsters. I felt a surge of anger toward the Falmouth soldiers who laughed mockingly at Issei. But I had no right to condemn them. After all, I was about to activate the barrier that would destroy this nation. The days I spent with you weren't so bad. With those words, I left the scene. At that moment, I didn't notice the tears streaming down my cheeks. I never agreed to this? What kind of monster? I watched as the soldier in front of me was engulfed in flames. It was Benimaru's black flames. It was my first time seeing them, but their power was incredible. Hey, Middlet. Lord Benimaru, I'm your opponent. Unfortunately, I have no intention of fighting you. I'll leave your opponent to this guy. As Benimaru said that, Issei appeared from behind him. Issei's eyes were filled with unwavering determination as he stared at me. You've come to confront me? No. I had assumed he came to take revenge for being deceived, so I couldn't help but tilt my head in confusion. But the words that followed were something I never expected. I came to save you. Middlet. I couldn't believe my ears. Save me? I had deceived Issei all this time and brought this nation to the brink of destruction. There was no reason for him to save me. Didn't you hear what I said? I deceived you all this time. Then why did you cry back then? Issei's shout made me fall silent. While exchanging blows with me, Issei continued to shout. If you were just deceiving me, there was no need to cry. Were the tears you shed when we ate curry together a lie too? Was the smile you showed when we played together a lie? I won't let you say it was all a lie. Issei kept shouting as we fought. At that time, I was still stronger than him, but his intensity made me instinctively step back. I didn't want to do this either. But I had no choice. I couldn't resist. The curse placed on my soul when I was summoned won't let me disobey orders. It hurts so much. I knew I would betray you from the start, but I still wanted to be friends. It hurt. It was so painful. I couldn't hold back anymore and screamed as if a dam had burst. The more I screamed, the more I grew disgusted with my own weakness. I can't take it anymore. Betraying the first friend I ever made. I just want to disappear. I collapsed to the ground and cried. Please, Issei, end this for me. Benimaru and Issei remained silent. Benimaru's eyes were filled with pity. No. Issei exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. I told you. I came to save you. As he said that, Issei gathered magical energy into his fist. I immediately recognized it as a technique he often used during training. Issei? What are you doing? My technique will break the curse clinging to your soul. There's no way that's possible. You won't know until you try. Draig. Boost. Issei amplified his magical energy using Draig's power. If my unique skill is born from my desires, then it should be able to destroy more than just barriers. If you were born from my desires, then lend me your power, the pervert, to save my friend. Then, Issei unleashed his magical energy. The amplification didn't just increase Issei's power, it also boosted the strength of his unique skill. As a result, crack. The sound of the chains on my soul breaking echoed, along with the sensation of liberation. Why? Why did you think the curse could be broken with that technique? Actually, it was Rimuru's idea. Rimuru said that since he could create an ability to tear barriers because he wanted to see beyond them, if I strongly wished to save someone, my skill would surely respond. Apparently, Lord Rimuru had noticed the curse on my soul. The curse usually lay deep within, undetectable in daily life. But during Falmouth's invasion, its power surfaced to enforce its control. Lord Rimuru noticed it through his long-distance observation. After that, since I hadn't harmed Issei and there was a precedent with someone like Mjurin, who had no choice but to obey, Lord Rimuru concluded that my actions weren't truly my own. Even so, there was no reason for you to save me. Why? Because you're my friend. There's no other reason. Well, the residence will definitely be revived. If Rimuru-sama allows it, I have no objections. I also sympathize with your situation. I repeated those words in my mind. They were willing to accept a traitor like me. I had thought such warmth would never come my way again, which is why tears welled up in my eyes. And also, I genuinely wanted to see Middlet's charm. Issei's unexpected statement made my eyes widen in shock. What was he thinking at such a critical moment? WL. I mean, I generally prefer more noticeable features, but lately, I've come to appreciate that subtler ones have their own charm. Not listening. This guy really doesn't know when to stop. Even Rimuru was face-palming and looking down. I'd been seen in vulnerable situations countless times. But for some reason, the thought of Issei seeing me made me incredibly embarrassed. Blushing and pouting, Issei couldn't help but burst out laughing. And before I knew it, I was laughing too. Alright, let's head back. To our home. Issei draped his jacket over me and carried me on his back. Though I felt a little shy, his warmth made me feel safe. But more than anything, I was overjoyed by his words, inviting me to go home with him. Ah, I see. I guess I really do like Issei. At that moment, I realized, for the first time, that I had fallen in love with Issei. The morning sunlight streaming into the room woke me up. I had been dreaming of something nostalgic. With that thought, I glanced around the room. The president, Asia, and Kuroka, who had been staying at the house for a while, were still breathing softly in their sleep. I quietly left the room, careful not to wake them. The wounds from the recent battle were still bothering me, but I made my way to Issei's room nonetheless. ZZZ. I stared intently at Issei's sleeping face. Now that there were more people living with us, moments like this had become rare, but for a little while, I wanted to keep him all to myself. Taking advantage of his sleep, I gently kissed Issei. Unaware, he turned over slightly in his sleep. Such a simple action made me smile involuntarily. I love you, Issei. After whispering that, I headed to the kitchen to prepare a lunchbox. Yonan. I'm sleepy. Things have been pretty peaceful lately. It had already been a week since Zenobia joined the Occult Research Club. Maybe because of that intense battle we had, the fatigue still hadn't completely worn off. Not that I hate fighting or anything, but honestly, peace is the best. Kuroka's staying at our place for a while, so maybe this'll be a good chance for her and Kaneko-chan to make up. Yeah. Kuroka was lying low at our house for the time being. Right now, she was probably curled up in a futon in her black cat form. The president was still a little wary of her, and I hadn't heard anything about her reconciling with Kaneko-chan yet. But as long as they're taking small steps toward each other, that's good enough for me. Hey there, you two. Mind if I ask for directions? Just then, someone called out to us. The guy had black hair and looked like a troublemaker, the kind of handsome that was totally different from Kiba. Girls who were into bad boys would probably fall for him in an instant. Sure. Where are you trying to go? Sorry about this. I just moved here and got lost. I'm trying to get to this apartment building. Oh, then you just gotta turn here and go this way. Ah, that helps a lot. How about coming over to my place as thanks? With that, we ended up guiding him to his apartment. Inside, the place was packed with everything from the latest gaming consoles to nostalgic old game cartridges. Oh, and there was that new racing game that just came out today. I was actually planning to buy that. Since we're here, wanna play? Ah, really? Then let's play together. I won't lose. And so, we started playing the racing game. I may not look like it, but I'm known as the fastest in racing games. I won't lose that easily. Go. The moment the race started, the cars on screen sped off. At first, I was dominating against this guy, who seemed like a beginner, and middle too, but then, alright, I've got the hang of it. Time to pass you. Whoa! Suddenly, the tables turned. The older man started overtaking me. And not just him, whether it was luck or something else, Middle kept getting all the strong items and began passing me too. Alright, ink attack. Damn it. I got a green shell? The match was over. The older man took first place, with Middle coming in second. My unbeatable racing legend. The guy was laughing heartily. This is frustrating. One more round. Oh, got some fight in you, huh? Alright, let's go again. Issei Hayu, the Red Dragon Emperor. As he said that, the man stood up, spreading jet black wings behind him. 12 of them just like Middle. So he really is a fallen angel. His power seemed even greater than Kokobeel's before his awakening. Which means, this guy must be the Zazel, aren't you? Oh, you figured it out. Well, I could tell you were a fallen angel at a glance. Thought I was hiding it pretty well, but you saw right through me. Impressive. His concealment was top-notch. His energy control was perfect at a glance. He just looked human. But someone like me, with an analysis-focused ultimate skill, wouldn't be fooled. If he wanted to deceive that, he'd need an ultimate skill of his own. Anyway, want something to drink? Thanks. We took the juice Azazel handed us. DMN, this is good. What kind of juice is this? So, Azazel. Sir? What brings you to this town? I'm curious too. Why would you, the leader of the fallen angels, come all the way here? Not exactly a leader. But yeah, I heard Kokobeel was up to some shady stuff, so I came to keep an eye on him. Makes sense. If a high-ranking fallen angel was acting on his own, it would definitely catch Azazel's attention. Kokabeel was one of the most battle-crazed among them. No ordinary guy could have monitored him. So Azazel had to step in personally. Wait, hold on. Then what about that White Dragon Emperor? Valley? Well, it would look bad if I personally took action, so I asked him to deal with Kokabeel. Though it seems like this little lady here beat me to it, Azazel muttered, glancing at Middlet. Never thought a stray fallen angel would be this strong. Even I might be in danger if I fought you seriously. The Red Dragon Emperor, what kind of trick did you pull to get this strong? Guess I've just been blessed with a great environment. I've got amazing comrades. Azazel nodded, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. It reminded me of Ramiris or my master, just pure, unfiltered interest. He probably wasn't digging for anything deeper. After a moment, Azazel gave a satisfied nod, not pressing further. Honestly, I'm still curious, but it seems like asking more won't get me anywhere. So, changing the subject, my subordinate caused you trouble the other day. He was probably talking about Rainier. But that whole mess was because of Mello's schemes. He didn't really have to apologize. Nah, I can't just brush it off. Back then she was only supposed to recruit you. Even if she was being manipulated, the fact remains my subordinate caused you problems. So let me apologize properly. Well, if you insist. Talking to him like this. Azazel seemed pretty trustworthy. A bit of a joker, but at least he didn't seem like a bad guy. And so, my first real contact with the Fallen Angel faction came to an end. You met Azazel? Yes, ma'am. The next day, I reported my encounter with Azazel to the president. Hearing this, her eyebrows shot up in clear irritation. Apparently, she wasn't thrilled that Azazel had made contact with us. Isn't it not that big a deal? With the three factions summit happening here soon, it makes sense he'd scout the place first. That's right. According to Azazel, a high-level meeting between the leaders of the three factions was scheduled to take place in Kuo Town soon. He'd originally come to check things out in advance. So there was really no need to get this worked up. Even so, I've heard Azazel has a strong interest in sacred gears. The only reason he approached you, Issei, is because of the boosted gear. Until we know what he's planning, we can't let our guard down. She doesn't trust him at all. Well, he is basically the enemy's boss, so I guess that's fair. But after talking to him, I got the feeling he could be trusted. Sure, he was definitely interested in Drake, but I don't think his apology was fake either. There was real sincerity in his words. Don't worry, Issei-kun. I'll protect you. Kiba's words sent an instant chill down my spine. That's the kind of line you say to a girl. Why are you saying it to me, a guy with a straight face? Lately, there have already been some weird rumors going around. Completely oblivious to my discomfort, Kiba continued. You're my benefactor and a precious comrade. Of course I'd say that. True, my current strength might still pale in comparison to yours. But now that I've achieved Balance Breaker, I believe I can finally be of some use to you. I never thought I'd be the type to say something like this. But being around you, it doesn't feel so bad. For some reason, my chest feels warm. Hearing that, I subtly inched away from Kiba. Okay, that's just creepy. I have zero interest in that kind of relationship, DMN it. The president could only sigh at the scene. Still, what is he thinking? With tensions running high before the summit, why would Azazel do this? Azazel's always been that kind of man, Rias. Suddenly, a new voice cut in. Turning toward the sound, I saw a red-haired man standing there with a faint smile. Aquino and the others immediately dropped to one knee. Asia and Zenobia, however, just looked confused. BBB brother? Hearing the president's words, Asia and Zenobia finally realized who the man was. Standing before us was none other than the president's older brother, one of the current four great Satans, Surzex Lucifer himself. Azazel may be mischievous, but he's not the type to pull stunts like Kokabeel. Perhaps realizing she was in the presence of a Satan, Asia awkwardly tried to kneel as well. Please, relax. I'm here privately today. Surzex raised a hand to stop her, gesturing for all of us to remain at ease. Everyone complied and stood back up. Brother, why are you here? The president eyed him suspiciously as she asked. The three factions summit wasn't for another week. He must have had a reason for arriving so early. In response, Surzex pulled out a single sheet of paper. Wow. The president's eyes widened. I recognized it immediately. Heck, I just gotten one yesterday. Wait, was that? Parent-teacher observation day is coming up, isn't it? I wanted to attend. I'd love to see my dear younger sister applying herself to her studies. My own dad had already taken time off work to come, so I guess even the Satan wasn't above this kind of thing. Grafia told you, didn't she? I specifically asked her not to. Yes. School notifications are sent to me as part of my duties managing the Gremory peerage's schedule. Naturally, I reported it to my lord. I cleared my entire workload as Satan just for this. Don't worry, father will be attending as well. The president let out a long sigh. Maybe she didn't like the idea of her family observing her school life? You are a Satan, big brother. Giving special treatment to one devil is. I see. Even if it's family, she doesn't want Surzex as a Satan showing her preferential treatment. But Surzex just shook his head with a smile. Oh, but this is partly work-related. We've decided to hold the 3 factions summit at this school. My visit doubles as a site inspection. Wait, what? They're holding it here? A meeting that important at our school? Ichir? Seriously? Yeah, no kidding. But if they chose this place, there must be a reason. Sure enough, when I asked, it turned out there was solid logic behind it. Apparently, this school already housed the Red Dragon Emperor, me, the Holy Demonic Sword Wielder, Kiba, the Durandal Wielder, Zenobia, 2 Satan's little sisters, a powerful fallen angel, Middlet, and had even been attacked by Kokabil and the White Dragon Emperor. It's hard to dismiss that as mere coincidence. Multiple forces have converged here, creating a massive vortex of events. That makes this school the epicenter, the ideal venue. Makes sense, I guess. Just then, Zenobia suddenly cut into the conversation. So you're a Satan. I'm Zenobia. A pleasure, Zenobia. I'm Surzex Lucifer. I could hardly believe my ears when I heard a Durandal wielder had joined my sister's peerage. Yes. Never thought I'd become a devil myself. Sometimes I wonder, was it really the right choice, turning into the very creatures I once hunted? Sure, I did it in a moment of recklessness, but... Wait, why did I decide to become a devil again? Was it just despair? Back then I stopped caring about anything, but... Was this really the right path? Oh, Zenovia's spiraling into self-doubt. Surzex chuckled in amusement. My Rias peerage truly is full of fascinating people. Zenobia, I hope you'll lend your strength to support House Gremory as one of her servants. When the legendary Satan Lucifer himself says that, I can't exactly back down. I'll do what I can. Thank you, Zenobia. Zenobia scratched her cheek, looking slightly embarrassed at the Satan's gratitude. Surzex then glanced at the clock. Well, that's why I came ahead of schedule. But it's quite late. Are there any lodgings still open at this hour? Checking the time, I realized just how late it was. Finding a place to stay now would be tough. Then it hit me. In that case, I've got an idea. The president immediately face-bombed. Surzex, on the other hand, smirked like he already knew what I was thinking. Long time no see. Hunter here. Still job hunting, but figured I'd take a breather and get back to this for a while. Chapter end. I'm relieved to hear my sister hasn't caused any trouble. Oh, come now, brother. Rias is such a wonderful girl. Indeed, she's far too good for the likes of Issei. Currently, the living room was filled with a warm, lively atmosphere as Surzex and my parents chatted amicably. As you might have guessed, my suggestion was to have Surzex and Grafia stay at our house. At first, Surzex had widened his eyes in surprise, but upon remembering that the president was already lodging here, he readily agreed, partly to greet my parents. By the way, I had properly informed my parents that Surzex was a Satan. Despite that, they took it in stride. A demon lord, huh? So like Rimuru? Well, I guess it's fine then. Luminous and Ramiris were both so friendly too, so it should be fine. Even for my parents, that felt a little too casual. But then again, their standards were based on those people. Wait, come to think of it, when did they even meet Luminous? Oh right, I think she mentioned coming to this world for a trip with Hinata or something. Besides, Surzex had a gentle demeanor and, at a glance, just looked like a handsome young man. That probably helped. On the other hand, the president had been fiercely opposed to the idea, but there was no way she could stop them. In the end, she was overruled. Still, I must thank you as well, Kuroka. Thanks. No need to be so wary. We haven't informed the other higher-ups in the Devil Realm about you, so you can rest easy. Kuroka was definitely on guard. Well, she was a wanted criminal, so it wasn't like she could easily trust them. By the way, it was already known that Kuroka was staying here. Apparently, Surzex had sensed her presence from the residual magic left behind at the scene. To detect something like that from such faint traces, you'd need an insane level of magical control to pull that off. Surzex really was on another level. Kuroka probably sensed it too, just how strong he was. I asked earlier, but even as a Satan, Surzex couldn't easily revoke Kuroka's wanted status. The devils in this world operated under a council system, meaning even the Satan couldn't override the higher-ups' decisions. Kuroka had killed a high-ranking devil and noble, so dealing with her wasn't straightforward. For now, Surzex and a few others were keeping things under wraps. I really owed this guy my gratitude. Wow, to think you're already a Satan at such a young age. That's incredible. Oh no. As a devil, I'm actually quite old, you see. They were getting along way too well. Both Mom and Dad looked like they were having a blast. Mom was even blushing a little while looking at Surzex. Well, he was basically the male version of the president and ridiculously handsome, so I couldn't blame her. By the way, Surzex, are you also coming to the school observation day? Yes, my work has settled down for now, so I thought I'd take this chance to see my sister's school and her classroom. My father plans to attend as well. Zeoticus was coming too? Apparently, he had been involved in the founding of Kuo Academy. That was probably why Rias and Sona were able to attend in the first place. Then, suddenly, Dad brought out some alcohol from the kitchen. Wait, what? Surzex, do you drink? I recently got my hands on some fine Japanese sake. That sounds wonderful. Let's have some. I nearly choked when I saw it. What Dad was holding was Tempest's sake made from the rice from there. What the heck was he doing, casually pulling that out? And when did he even get it? I stared at the two of them, drinking merrily, with an indescribable expression. Let me say one thing, I want to join in on the fun too. I could enjoy a drink in the other world, but here in Japan, being a high school student meant alcohol was off limits, even though I was over 20 in reality. Normally, I wouldn't mind, but seeing everyone having a great time made me wish I could partake. Next time I visit the Cardinal World, I'm definitely going to enjoy a drink. With that thought in mind, I continued to watch Surzex and my parents. What? I can't share a room with Issei tonight? The banquet had ended and it was time for bed. The president and Asia stood at my door, their eyes shimmering with unshed tears. I just want to talk to him before bed. Can I borrow him for tonight? More importantly, why are you so boldly declaring you're going to sleep with someone else's boyfriend? Middle's blunt comment made the president flinch, her gaze shifting awkwardly. Surzex had asked to share my room tonight, and the president and Asia had a habit of sneaking into my futon for some reason. Middle had given up trying to stop them and accepted the situation. We had even set up a rotation system where they took turns sleeping with me. Middle used to sleep in her own room. Sometimes she would join me, but mostly she preferred her own space. It wasn't that we had grown apart, she just didn't want to waste the bed my parents had specially bought for her. I appreciated her thoughtfulness, but it made me feel a bit lonely. I sensed she felt the same way. Ever since the girls' meeting established the rotation rule, we had been sharing a bed more often. It felt nostalgic and comforting, especially since getting to share a bed with beautiful girls like the president and Asia was a definite perk. Middle, however, seemed reluctant about the arrangement. I mean, this is definitely going to lead to more, you know, she muttered under her breath. I wasn't sure what she thought would increase, but tonight was originally supposed to be the president's turn. If Surzex asked, though, I didn't have much choice. Young mistress. Come now, let us return to your room. I shall accompany you as well. Good night, Lord Surzex. Good night, Grafia. Yuyu. Good night. Good night, Issei. See you tomorrow. Reluctantly, the president and Asia left the room with Grafia and Middle. Now, it was just me and Surzex in the room. It felt strange, but in a refreshing way. As I took a proper look at him again, I realized just how powerful he was. An overwhelming demonic presence, perfectly concealed by his disguise. His energy level was astonishing, putting him in a class of his own. I wouldn't stand a chance against him without my balance breaker. Even some of the 12 Guardian Lords might struggle against him. It wouldn't surprise me if he had an ultimate skill. And now, this extraordinary being was climbing into the same futon as me. Yeah, this was quite the situation. I heard you met Azazel. Ah yes. From your perspective, what kind of presence did he give off? On the surface, he seems carefree, but he didn't strike me as a bad guy. Whether he's trustworthy is another matter, but I got the impression he's someone you could rely on. Hey, you might be right about that. After all, he was the first to withdraw during the Great War. Thinking back, even Kokobile didn't seem to have a favorable opinion of Azazel. For someone like Kokobile who thrived on battle, a person like Azazel who avoided conflict, must have been frustrating. By the way, changing the subject a bit. I've been meaning to thank you for a while now. Thank me? I was puzzled. I didn't remember doing anything for Surzex. Ever since she started interacting with you, Rias has been genuinely happy. I've never seen her look so joyful, even back in the underworld. Oh, so he really does care deeply about the president. Just from those words, I could feel the warmth of his affection. And that's not all. The reports I received about your battle with Kokobile made it clear just how dangerous it was. Seraphal nearly fainted when she heard Sona had been brainwashed. If it weren't for you and your friends, well, I don't even want to think about what could have happened. I can't thank you enough. Seraphal? If I remembered correctly, she was Sona's older sister and one of the current Satans. According to Tiamat, she was the strongest female devil of this generation and also had a strong protective instinct for her sister. Of course, she would have been worried about Sona. As I was lost in thought, Surzex locked eyes with me, his gaze filled with strong resolve. Issei Hayadu. I'm counting on you to continue looking after Rias. Of course. The president is very important to me too. I accepted his request sincerely. By now, the president had become irreplaceable to me. If she were ever in danger again, I would protect her with my life. Sensing my determination, Surzek's expression softened with relief. Thank you. Oh, and Issei Hayadu. Would it be alright if I called you Issei, just like my sister does? Ah, of course. Just like that, I felt myself growing closer to this world's demon lord. Now, changing the topic again. HM? What now? Sit. Rias told me you have a particular fondness for women's attributes. Ah. Where did that come from all of a sudden? President, what are you telling your own brother? WL. Yeah, I guess. It was true I appreciated beauty. If someone asked me what my favorite part of a woman was, I would answer without hesitation. At my admission, Surzek smirked almost playfully. This is purely hypothetical, but I've heard your boosted gear can transfer power to others. What do you think would happen if you transferred that power to Rias attributes? My mind short-circuited. That was an idea I had never considered. As expected of a Satan, what kind of creativity was this? The president was already quite lovely. If I boosted her further, just what would happen? The chances were slim, but not impossible. And more importantly, maybe I could even use it to help Middlet. Maybe I should try it out tomorrow. Stop, you idiot. If you use it like that, I'll be the one crying. Geez, Drake, I was joking. Drake's intense warning made it clear that this topic was best left alone for now. But I made sure to tuck this idea deep into my mind somewhere even Drake couldn't reach. I won't give up. One day, I will make this a reality. Several days had passed since Surzek's visit. After that, he seemed to be enjoying the human world under the guise of scouting, essentially sightseeing. It made me realize once again that the Satan, like the members of the Octagram, were surprisingly approachable figures. Anyway, today was supposed to be a day off, but for a specific purpose, we members of the Occult Research Club had come to the school. And that purpose was, now then everyone, today is our exclusive pool opening. That's right, the pool. Before us was a drained, moss-covered swimming pool. With the official pool opening season approaching, we the Occult Research Club had been given permission to use it first on the condition that we cleaned it up. I was excited. After all, today I'd get to see everyone in their swimsuits. Especially the president. She had bought a particularly eye-catching swimsuit. Just the thought of seeing her in it was enough to make me emotional. Quit spacing out and start cleaning. Ow. While I was lost in thought, Middlet jabbed me and pretty hard at that. My bad. An hour had passed. In front of us was a sparkling, spotless pool, without a single speck of moss. But honestly, that didn't matter at all. What was truly important to me right now was, thanks for waiting, Issei. How do you like my swimsuit? What? The moment I laid eyes on the president, I was taken aback. The president in a swimsuit. Blinding. Absolutely dazzling. A stylish black bikini. Her fair skin was on full display. It was just so striking. Her smooth, shapely legs were incredible. To put it mildly, it's perfect. Oh my, the president is really going all out. She must have been eager to show Issei-kun. By the way, Issei, would you take a look at my swimsuit as well? Next up was Akino-san. A stark contrast to the president, pure white, pristine, and just as revealing. Ah, what a sight for sore eyes. People in Tempest don't usually wear swimsuits this daring. Well, Rimuru might. Mostly as a dress-up doll for Shuna and Cheyenne. Speaking of which, Cheyenne and Testarossa in bikinis were absolutely stunning. Those two have such incredible figures that even a normal bikini looks unbelievably good on them. Issei. I changed too. I turned around to find Asia and Kaneko-chan. The two of them were wearing school-issued swimsuits. A blonde beauty in a school swimsuit, what a fantastic combination. Kaneko-chan, with her small frame, looked adorably mascot-like. The name tags on their chests reading Asia and Kaneko were a wonderful touch. You both look adorable. I'm so moved. It suits you so well. Kaneko-chan, you really have that perfect mascot vibe. Not being stared at is. Well, it's a little complicated. She seemed to be muttering something in disappointment. What was that about? Sorry to keep you waiting, Issei. Finally, Middlet appeared. And well, she looked beautiful. She was wearing a cute emerald green bikini with frills. It suited her perfectly, making her look incredibly adorable. The floral accessory on her right wrist added a nice touch. It was just so good. How is it, Issei? It looks great on you. Seriously, amazing. Thanks. Is it just me, or is his reaction different compared to us? Oh my, I guess that means Middlet is Issei's favorite after all. Well, putting that aside for now, I glanced around and noticed someone was missing. Where's Zenobia? Oh, Zenobia is having trouble changing into her swimsuit. Having trouble? Just for a simple swimsuit? That thought crossed my mind for a moment, but then I remembered her church had some pretty strict rules. Maybe this was actually her first time wearing a swimsuit. By the way, Kuroka and Kiba weren't participating. Kuroka wasn't a member of the occult research club, and since she wasn't even a student, getting permission for her to join was tricky. As for Kiba, he had some kind of devil contract work today, so he couldn't make it. Such a shame, what a huge event to miss. Just then, the president placed her hand on Kaneko-chan's shoulder as she faced away from me. With a gentle smile, she spoke. So, Issei, I have a favor to ask. Would you mind? Huh. Okay, 1, 2, 1, 2. I held Kaneko-chan's hands, helping her practice her flutter kicks. The president had asked me to assist Kaneko-chan with her swimming practice. Apparently, she was struggling with it. Kuroka had been the same way in the past, and since cat yukai are still cats at heart, maybe they just naturally struggle with water. Kaneko-chan herself was puffing out breaths between kicks, flailing her legs with all her might. Yeah, she's adorable. Kaneko, do your best. Asia cheered from the sidelines. By the way, Asia couldn't swim either, so I'd be helping her with her practice later as well. But I'm sorry for making you go along with this, Issei-senpai. Nah, don't worry about it. I'm happy to help. Kuroka used to be bad at swimming too, but now she can do it just fine. I'm sure you'll get the hang of it, Kaneko-chan. I deliberately brought up Kuroka to gauge her reaction. Sure enough, Kaneko-chan's face twisted into a frown. Guess she still has mixed feelings about her sister. I'd expected this, but I brought Kuroka up anyway because I want them to reconcile. Senpai, do you really think Nei-sama can be trusted? Absolutely. No hesitation. Kuroka might be from a different faction, but she's a precious comrade I've spent a lot of time with. I trust her as much as anyone from Tempest. I get how you feel, Kaneko-chan. Being betrayed by someone close to you hurts. Welp, she clammed up. Can't be helped. Guess I'll have to bring up that story. Actually, I've been betrayed by Middle before. Well no. More like she had to betray me. Remember how Middle once mentioned being kidnapped by an organization when she was little? While helping her with her kicks, I quietly told Kaneko-chan everything the curse placed on Middle, how she was sent to spy on me. I glossed over some details about Tempest affairs, but I laid bare the whole story of our meeting and the battle that followed. Something like that happened? Yeah. If I hadn't seen Middle's tears in that hazy moment, I might have ended up hating her. Even now, I can still vividly recall Middle's face back then. Even through the fog in my mind, I definitely saw it, that sorrowful, pained expression, those tears. It's because I chose to believe in the happy memories we shared, and most of all, in those tears, that were where we are now. By the time I finished speaking, we had reached the edge of the pool. From there, we could clearly see Middle playing with the others. So, Kaneko-chan, try believing in your sister. Yes, Kuroka might have frightened you. But the kind memories you had before that? They weren't false. Thank you, Issei-senpai. You really are kind. Even if you are a bit of a tease. Is that meant to be a compliment? Yes. Absolutely. Kaneko-chan murmured this with a radiant smile. I had seen her faint smiles before, but this might be the first time I witnessed her genuinely grin. She's adorable. Seeing Kaneko-chan smile like this makes me feel even more protective of her than usual. Kuroka always talks about how cute her little sister is, and now I completely understand. Alright, I'll try talking to Nei-sama next time. Will you come with me, senpai? Yeah, of course. But now there's hope for resolving the rift between them. Sisters should get along after all. A sudden impact struck my head and I winced. I had let my guard down completely, and with my mana perception turned off as per Middle's orders, my reaction was far too slow. I surfaced with a splash to find Kaneko-chan with her fist clenched. It seemed she had really mastered the battle will techniques I taught her, probably even better than Kiba by now. You've grown, Kaneko-chan. Weren't you supposed to be watching Asia-senpai swim next? I tried to deflect. Kaneko-chan glared at me, and I glanced at Asia beside her. She looked like she was about to cry. Ooh, I was waiting too, I was waiting. Ah, she's pouting. Is she sulking? My bad. Clearing my throat, I turned back to Asia. Sorry. You're up next, Asia. Please take care of me. And so, we moved on to Asia's practice. Really, thank you, senpai. Phew. So tired. Good job, Asia. You too, Kaneko-chan. Since they weren't great at swimming, both of them looked completely exhausted. Asia collapsed onto the vinyl sheet spread out on the poolside, while Kaneko-chan seemed drained and was now absorbed in a book in the shade by the pool. I'll go buy some drinks, okay? Oh, thanks. I'll give you some money, so can you get some for Asia and Kaneko-chan too? Of course, no problem. Taking the money, Middle went off to buy drinks. Zzz. Sleeping sounds? Looking over, I saw Asia softly breathing in her sleep on the vinyl sheet. Her sleeping face was incredibly cute the more I looked at it. But she might get cold, so I should at least cover her with a towel. HM? A bat. Just as I was thinking that, a red bat appeared. If I remember right, that was the president's familiar. Turning around, I saw the president beckoning me over. In her other hand, she was holding what looked like a small bottle. Is that, well, lotion? At that moment, I noticed the president's lips move slightly. Come here. Reading her lips, I immediately understood. Could this be? I rushed over to the president at lightning speed. If my guess was right, this could only mean one thing. That event that every guy dreams of. The legendary summer oil rubbing event. Issei Haidu, reporting for duty. Honestly, I just waved you over. Right, Issei? Yes, ma'am. Devils don't get sunburned. But the sun's rays are still an enemy to us. Saying that, the president handed me the bottle of oil. Would you mind applying? Some for me? Of course. I'd be honored. I answered instantly. Getting to touch the president's smooth skin, this was a dream come true. All right then, I'll be counting on you. With a swift motion, the president unhooked her bikini top without hesitation. The sight was incredible. Oh wait, President, why you are really just taking it off in front of me like it's nothing? Just, I don't mind if it's you. She smiled as she said it. Is she serious? It's okay if it's me? No way, this is the best day of my life. The president gave her permission. Middle wouldn't be back for at least 10 minutes. If I finished within that time, there'd be no problem. I quickly poured the oil onto my hands and rubbed them together to warm it up. Then, I placed my hands on the president's back. Smooth and slippery. As I spread the oil and massaged it into her skin, I could feel the texture of the president's body. Ah, so soft and silky. It felt completely different from Middle's back. Hey say, once you're done with my back, could you do the front as well? What? The front, in other words, her chest. Hold on. That's definitely crossing the line. Back is one thing, but if someone caught me rubbing her front, Middle would definitely be furious. I do love BRCs. I like smaller ones like Middle's, but honestly, I prefer the bigger ones like the president's or Kuroka's. I'm torn. I really want to rub them. But doing that without my girlfriend's permission would be totally out of line. As much as it pains me, I have to refuse. Though, now that I think about it, hasn't the president been getting more and more forward with me lately? Is it just my imagination? Issei-kun, would you apply some oil on me too? It's not fair if the president gets all the attention. At that moment, something soft pressed against my back. This voice and sensation. As I tried to turn around, Akino-san popped her head out from behind my shoulder. Judging from the feeling, she had taken off her bikini top as well. She was doing this on purpose. Then, she wrapped her arms around me and hugged me from behind. Akino-san. Come on, won't you? No way. Now I've got the two biggest one-Samus in school both asking me to rub oil on them. What should I do? I can't just favor one over the other, so I guess I have no choice but to do both. Hey, Akino. My oil massage isn't done yet. The president lifted her upper body and called out to Akino. Just from looking at her, it was obvious she was in a bad mood. Wait, president. If you stand up like that, I can see everything. Issei-kun, the president is scary. I just wanted to repay you for everything you've done for me by helping you relieve all that pent-up tension. Wait, Akino-san? What are you even saying? No way. Issei is mine. I won't let you have him. It's not like he belongs to you, President. He's just a candidate for your servant. Since he's not officially yours, there's no problem if I invite him, is there? As she spoke, Akino softly bit my ear and continued whispering playful temptations. You know, Issei-kun, I could help you with that tension right now. There's still time before Middle returns. I can't allow that, obviously. Both the president and Akino turned, startled, toward the voice. Standing there was Middle, holding a plastic bag filled with drinks in one hand, glaring at us with sharp eyes. Oh my, Middle. That was fast. It hasn't even been 5 minutes yet. You shouldn't underestimate my abilities. Distance doesn't matter when you use teleportation magic. Teleportation without a magic circle? Oh right, teleportation. I completely overlooked that. It takes about 5 minutes one way to the vending machines at school. But given that it was a Sunday with barely anyone around, if she was careful, teleporting wouldn't have drawn any attention. Now then, I'll deal with Issei later. Ah, so that part is confirmed, huh? Of course. And as for the other two, you'd better prepare yourselves too. As she spoke, Middle spread her 4 wings, flapping them menacingly. She was really upset. In this state, Middle was actually a bit stronger than the president and Akino, at least in terms of raw energy. Even if they both fought her at once, their chances of winning were slim. If you had done it in front of me like Kuroka, maybe I could have been a bit more lenient. I know Issei's personality well. But even so, it still frustrates me. When you do it sneakily behind my back, it feels like I'm being betrayed even if Issei himself isn't at fault. That just really annoys me. Wait, so it's fine if it's in front of her? Well, maybe she's just used to it because of Kuroka. Facing this ultimate threat middled, the president seemed to have made up her mind. Fine, bring it on. If I beat you, I get to borrow Issei for a while. Sure thing. If you can win, that is. Very well. I shall face you with my full strength. The president let out a surge of energy, while Akino sparked with electricity as she took her stance. Two stunning beauties facing off against a swimsuit-clad girl. From an outsider's perspective, it was an absolutely surreal sight. And so, the fierce battle between the women began. Middle, you're being so unfair. Come on, let me borrow him for a little bit. That's right. Everyone should have the right to dote on him. No way. If more of you start joining in, who knows what'll happen. At least do it where I can see you. Clingy girls get disliked, you know, Middlet. What did you just say? Stray magic blasts from the three of them struck the poolside, completely obliterating it. And I just cleaned it up. No, this isn't the time to escape into reality. This has officially turned into an all-out three-way battle. The president and Akino clearly had no intention of teaming up. Instead, they were attacking each other as well. You're not getting Issei there, you filthy lightning priestess. Oh my, what's wrong with spoiling him a little? Red-haired princess. Like you're not a princess too. Oh, I am. That's why I'm going to let Issei-kun have his fun right now. Oi, Akino-san, don't say things like that. Middle launched a sharp kick at Akino, who barely managed to block it. In response, she sent a counterattack of lightning at both of them. Hey, maybe I should really stop this now. Just as I was thinking that, the president, keeping up with the chaos, shouted, "No way. I'm the one giving it to him." What the heck are you saying? Besides, Akino, weren't you supposed to dislike men? Why are you so interested in Issei? Oh, and you're any different? You used to say all men look the same to you. Issei is special. And so is he to me. Issei-kun is adorable. I've finally found a man I actually like. Can't I just use him as a way to get to know men a little better? Do you even realize what you're saying in front of his actual girlfriend? I swear, I'm done with this. Middle powered up even further. Watching her, I finally understood. Yeah, this is hopeless. For some unknown reason, both the president and Akino were fighting on par with Middle, even though they shouldn't have the strength to do so yet. What was going on? I had no idea. But there was one thing I did know for sure. I could not stop this fight. I'm sorry, President. Kino-san. My bad, Middle. I yelled my apologies as I ran for my life, dashing into the storage room to take cover. But what I didn't realize at the time was that my misfortunes with women were far from over. I watched the movie. My favorite character showed up early and went all out in battle. I was completely stunned. Phew, that was close. The president and Akino-san were way too serious. Even though I should be stronger than them in terms of raw power, for some reason, I felt like my life was in danger. No, seriously. Even someone as oblivious as me could vaguely sense it. Sure, as a harem lover, being fought over by beautiful girls should be a dream come true, but this was way too intense. Come to think of it, Rimuru always looked exhausted whenever the waifu wars broke out. Now I totally get how he felt. But more importantly, why me? I don't remember doing anything to deserve this. Right now, I don't have the confidence to step back outside and interfere with those three's battle, and I doubt I can do anything about the situation. For now, I'll just stay here and wait for the fighting to die down. As I let out a deep sigh while thinking that, I suddenly sensed someone's presence deeper inside. And as if they noticed me too, Zenobia stepped out from the back. Oh, Issei Hayato? What are you doing here? It sounds pretty noisy outside. Wait, you're still struggling with your swimsuit? Unfortunately, does it suit me? No way, she took way too long. Zenovia's swimsuit was a standard bikini. It wasn't as revealing as the president's or Akino-san's, but it still emphasized her curves. Ah yeah, Zenovia really does have a great body. A toned, athletic build with surprisingly ample proportions. Physique-wise, she's closest to President Sona, I guess? And now this beauty was standing there in a bikini that accentuated her figure. Honestly, it's amazing. Yeah, it looks really good on you. Oh, right, Middle mentioned this was your first time wearing a swimsuit? Guess the church has pretty strict rules, huh? Well, more accurately, I just never had any interest in this kind of thing before. Now that she mentions it, when we first met, she gave off a much stricter vibe compared to the carefree Irina. She totally seemed like the rule-enforcing type class rep material. That said, when it came to flexibility in missions, Zenovia was way more adaptable than Irina. She was the first one to agree to work with me, after all. But now that my circumstances have changed, I want to try more feminine hobbies. So, Issei, I have a favor to ask. Just call me Issei. We're comrades after all. So, what's the favor? Probably something like asking me to recommend girly accessories or shops, right? I've been to places like that on dates with Middle, so it shouldn't be a problem. At least, that's what I thought until this moment. Then, Issei, let's have a child together. Huh? Did I mishear her? Take deep breath. I'm calm. Sorry, could you say that one more time? Issei, let's have a baby. WWW, what the heck are you saying? Shoo. If you shout, the others outside will hear us. No way in the world I won't shout. What is she thinking? Is this girl out of her mind? I don't think I'm wrong for wondering that. This came way too far out of left field. Let me explain step by step. Zenobia began to speak. She shared that she was originally born at the headquarters of Christianity Rome and had devoted her life to training and studying for the sake of God and her faith since childhood. I've lived my life solely for my beliefs. To serve the Lord, to fight for the Lord. That was everything to me, it was my dream and my goal. But now that I've become a devil, I no longer have dreams or goals. That makes sense. Her values have been completely flipped, after all. I can't blame her for feeling that way. Still, how that led to her current statement is a bit of a mystery. While I served God, I had neglected the joys of being a woman. But now I'm a devil. I had no idea what I should be doing, so I asked my current master, President Rios. Then she said, devils are creatures of desire. They have desires, fulfill them, and seek more. Live as you wish. That's what she told me. So, I decided to embrace what I had sealed away and indulge in it. And what came to mind was the joy of being a woman of motherhood. So it's the president's influence. What is she telling people? No, the words themselves weren't that strange. The real issue is probably Zenovia's interpretation of them. Okay, I get the story, but why me? Do you object? I'm confident in my body as a woman, you know. Even compared to Asia or Middle, I think mine is quite appealing. As she said that, Zenobia gently touched her chest. Yeah, of course I want to touch it, but that's not the point. That's not what I meant. Why me specifically? I'm not your boyfriend, and besides, I already have a girlfriend. You're already strong enough as you are, and on top of that, you possess the power of a dragon. If I'm going to have a child, I want them to be strong. That's why I thought you were the ideal candidate. If you were the father, the aura of the Red Dragon Emperor would be passed down, making the child powerful. That's what I thought. Besides, you already seem to be surrounded by multiple women, so I figured this wouldn't be such a big deal to you. It's not like I'm surrounding myself with them. While saying that, Zenobia removed her bikini top. Her beautiful figure was revealed, and then she hugged me tightly. This is bad. Her presence was overwhelming. I have no experience with men. I plan to learn, but for now, I'll leave things to you, Issei, since you seem to know a lot. You're not inexperienced, are you? WL? Yeah, I've had some experiences with Middle, so it's not my first. But still, a guy needs mental preparation for this kind of thing. Come hold me. As long as we go through the process of having a child, you can do whatever you like after that. So soft. Just that is enough to blow away all my self-control. No, I can't. I've got to resist. It would be easy to give in now, and if you asked me whether I want to be with someone as beautiful as Zenobia, I'd say yes without hesitation. But not now. I'm already in enough trouble as it is. If I go through with this now, I'll definitely be in serious trouble. Oh, my mana detection just picked something up. Looks like someone noticed. The door to the prep room opened. Standing there were all the members of the Occult Research Club except for Middle, who was already here. What is the meaning of this, Issei? The president's smile was strained, and she was faintly cloaked in red demonic power. My, Zenobia-chan, that's not fair. I want to have that kind of experience with Issei-kun too, and you're trying to sneak ahead. Akino-san was wearing her usual smile, but there was a crackling, dangerous aura surrounding her. Honestly, it was terrifying. Issei, that's so cruel. If you had just said something I would've. Asia said, her eyes brimming with tears. She seemed upset, but I had to say it. Wait, you'd be okay with it if I just asked? You never let your guard down, do you? As expected, Issei-senpai is a pervert. Kaneko-chan was glaring at me with half-lidded eyes, like she was looking at something distasteful. This was bad. I couldn't think of a single excuse. There I was, holding the flustered Zenobia by both shoulders. No matter how you looked at it, it would seem like we were just about to cross a line. What's wrong, Issei? Your hands have stopped. Come, let's make a baby. Hey, Zenobia, what are you saying? Why are you saying that now of all times? Read the room for the love of. Make a baby? The moment those words left her mouth, the expressions of the president and the others changed. The president and Akino-san marched over and grabbed both of my arms. President. I understand, Issei. Thank goodness. It looked like they'd realized this was all a misunderstanding. I was in the wrong. I left someone with a strong desire as yours all alone. But still, could you explain what you mean by making a baby? No, that's not it. This is bad. She was smiling, but her eyes definitely weren't. She was seriously upset. Yes indeed. I'd love to hear in detail what led to this baby-making conversation. Right, Asia? Asia's teary eyes were now on the verge of overflowing. She looked like she might burst into tears any second. Thump. Suddenly, I felt myself lifted into the air. I looked down to see Kaniko-chan holding both of my legs. That you're coming with me. To where? What are you going to do to me? Before I could even ask, I was hauled in front of Middlet, who was now holding a wooden sword. Me Middlet. There's a perfectly good explanation for all this. I know, Sid. I heard everything what you said through mana detection. Hearing that, the president and the others tilted their heads in confusion. Alright, even if it's still too advanced for the others, someone on Middlet's level could pick up even the conversation through magical detection. That would clear up all the misunderstandings. I know you tried to resist and I respect that, but still. It is what it is. The fact remains you didn't outright reject her. That alone makes you guilty. But I had no counterargument. It was true. If I had just said, no, clearly, that would have ended it. But all I did was tense up and try to endure. And if that had gone on much longer, I probably would have caved. Knowing myself, I couldn't deny the possibility that I would have given in to desire and acted on it instead. That's why. The guilty verdict made sense. Was there no salvation left for me? I see. To create a family with Issei, I must first overcome all of them. It won't be easy, but that challenge excites me. Issei, be ready. I'll seize every opportunity to have you as my partner in this journey. Don't just stand there, help me, Zenovia. Judgment. As soon as I screamed, Middlet's hazy style, thunder of heaven and earth struck my head, and my consciousness faded to black. Ouch, Middlet, you could have been a bit gentler with that. No way. If I don't keep you in check, you'll just keep repeating the same mistakes, Issei. Still, hitting me with a hazy style technique right on the head felt excessive. Honestly, it still stung. Just so you know, I haven't forgiven you yet. As an apology, I demand crepes from your wallet. Yeah, I'll get you some, just wait. We had left the pool and were heading toward the school gate. Today had been exhausting. Well, seeing the president, Akino-san, and Zenovia in their swimsuits was quite the highlight. With my power, I could replay those moments in my mind anytime, so I was satisfied. Though, I hadn't expected Zenovia to be so oblivious. Still, she was adorable and the experience was unforgettable. Ada? You're not even sorry, are you? As punishment, you're buying me the most expensive one today. Middlet seemed to know exactly what I was thinking, as she delivered another playful strike and added more demands. Totally unreasonable. As we continued walking, the school gate came into view. Standing there, gazing up at the school building, was a silver-haired boy I didn't recognize. Hey, this is the second time we've met, Red Dragon Emperor Issei Haidu. Valid, the White Dragon Emperor, right? What's up? That's right. The one standing there was Valid, the White Dragon Emperor Albion, who had appeared during the battle with Kokabeel. Ah, right, you'd already met Azazel. So, you've heard about me then? Pretty much. He didn't seem like he was here to fight, but what did he want? Honestly, I had no interest in this whole fated rival showdown thing. Not that I disliked fighting, if anything, I enjoyed facing strong opponents, but I preferred peace. Even with the history between the two heavenly dragons, I thought it best to avoid pointless battles. Issei Haidu, where do you think you rank among the strongest in the world? The sudden question made me frown. My ranking among the strongest? Maybe in the other world, but in this one, I hadn't encountered enough top-tier fighters to say. Aside from the 3 factions of the Bible, there were all kinds of factions, Greek, Norse, and who knows what else, so it was hard to tell. No idea. I haven't seen enough of this world's strongest to say for sure. I see. Well, let me tell you, you're easily among the upper echelons of the world's strongest. Oh, is that so? Hearing that kind of praise was quite satisfying. So? What's your point? This world has many powerful beings. Surzek's Lucifer, the Crimson Satan, is easily in the top 10, but he's not the strongest. The number 1 spot is already decided. You mean Ophis, right? I've heard about them from Drake. Valin nodded slightly. According to Drake, Ophis was the strongest being in this world, with power so immense that even in raw energy alone, Ophis was formidable. Not quite on the level of the dragon gods, but at least equal to the 7 angels of origin. Maybe even rivaling Drake. Of course, Drake had also mentioned that in an actual fight, those 7 might still be superior, but either way, they were incredibly strong. From Drake's perspective, he called the other world insane for having so many fighters who could match or even surpass Ophis. When I met you, I was thrilled. The current Red Dragon Emperor is far stronger than I'd imagined. As he spoke, Valley released a faint but unmistakable aura of intensity. That's so, you want to fight me? Yeah, exactly. If possible, I'd love to fight you right now. The moment Valley said that with a fierce gleam in his eyes. Two swords were instantly pressed against his neck. Kiba and Zenobia had appeared in a flash, their holy demonic sword and Durandal at the ready. Wait, hold on. Where did Kiba even come from? He had just popped up from behind the school gate, and now that I looked, he was carrying a bag with a swimsuit inside. Maybe he rushed here to swim with everyone. I felt a bit guilty. I'll make it up to him someday. I don't know what you're planning, but could you not joke around like that? We can't let you start a showdown with the Red Dragon Emperor here, White Dragon Emperor. Kiba, with his holy demonic sword, and Zenobia, with Durandal, delivered their warnings. Yet, despite having two blades at his throat, Valley remained completely unfazed. Valley was strong. Even compared to Kokobile after awakening, he might have been equal or even superior. For someone like him, this level of threat meant nothing. Stand down, you two. If civilians see this, it'll be a problem. Besides, as you are now, defeating him would be tough. What? You don't know that unless we try. Zenobia. Your sword's trembling. Zenobia gritted her teeth at Middle's observation. She was right, both Zenobia and Kiba's sword tips were shaking ever so slightly. Their instincts must have recognized the gap in strength. Be proud. Recognizing the difference in power is proof of your own strength. The gap between me and the two of you is insurmountable. Then, with a smirk, Valley turned his gaze to me and Middle. His eyes burned with the thrill of a battle enthusiast. But you two might not understand. Issei Hayudu. Middle, the stray fallen angel. Just so you know, I'm not in the mood to fight here. The city would probably get damaged. Yeah, I know. I'm not here to fight today. Just came to say hello. Besides, I've got my hands full with other matters. Valley glanced behind me. There, the president stood at the front, with the rest of the occult research club gathered behind her. Everyone except Asia, who wasn't a combatant, was ready for action. Issei Hayudu is a valuable existence. Take good care of him, Rias Gremory. I don't need you to tell me that. Valley chuckled lightly at the president's displeased response, then took a step toward her. They say those involved with the two heavenly dragons never live peaceful lives. I wonder how things will turn out for you all. The president's breath hitched at his words. The two heavenly dragons attracted conflict. Was that some kind of curse? I don't care about curses. I'm with Issei because I want to be. Middle's right. I intend to walk beside Issei, no matter what. Hearing that from both of them made me incredibly happy. Valley appeared content with their responses and finally turned to depart. One way or another, I had just attracted the attention of someone quite troublesome. With Valley's warning and the looming threat to my finances weighing on my mind, I moved forward with heavy steps. What do you think you're doing with my little sister? 1. It's warm. So very warm. Everyone's feelings are flowing into me. Only now do I finally understand. My comrades never wished for revenge. They simply wanted me to live. Shiver. Suddenly, the sound of someone diving into the pool echoed out. When I looked, the president, Akino-san, and Middle were racing each other. I won't lose to you, Middle. You think you can beat me after all the fishing training under Master? As if. Wait, fishing and swimming have nothing to do with each other. No, this isn't the time for that. This is my chance. I quickly submerged myself, activating my boosted gear, then I immediately doubled my power and transferred it all to my eyes. Transfer. My vision sharpened instantly. I locked onto Middle and the others as they swam. The president's and Akino-san's movements were captivating as they glided through the water, each with their own mesmerizing rhythm. Middle might not have much in that department, but the droplets glistening under the sunlight made her look stunning. Her slender legs, slick with water, were breathtaking. And her cheerful smile was the best of all. This is what my sacred gear was made for. Using mana perception might have tipped them off, but this was just enhancing my eyesight. Not even Middle would notice. Can I cry? Actually, I'm already crying. Drake was tearing up a little. He always does this whenever I pull this move. Come on, what's the big deal? Anyway, time to burn this into my brain. What?